Chapter 671 Su-chan visits on the eve of graduation. Papa. The ministers applauded and congratulated Zhu Sergio. Congratulations, Zhu Sergio. You graduated. From today on, you are an elite black soldier. Go to a wider sky. You will be the next strongest human being. Have you ever considered working under me for a while? Before you leave, you should have a good checkup at the logistics department. Ha ha. When Zhu Sergio walked out of the dark palace, the ministers still applauded him sincerely, as they did last week, with joy and congratulations on their faces, as if Zhu Sergio had accomplished something incredible. In fact, Zhu Sergio just performed better than they expected. Not only did he crush the other experimental subjects throughout the whole process, but when he was looking for the experimental subject with the ability to hibernate, Zhu Sergio also easily found the exact location, dug the experimental subject out of the ground, and broke his neck casually. This proved that Zhu Sergio's pheromone perception was even more amazing than they expected. You know, in the past experiments of this experimental subject, he had hibernated within a radius of 1 kilometer to avoid the foraging of alien insects. Zhu Sergio was able to accurately sense the position of the hibernating experimental subject. Doesn't this mean that Zhu Sergio has the pheromone perception of alien insects? What surprised the ministers even more was that Zhu Sergio walked out of the dark underground palace with a calm face. It was as if everything he experienced in the dark underground palace was a trivial matter that he could easily accomplish. There were still traces of pheromone explosions on his body, which surprised the ministers. The head of the logistics department sat close to Zhu Sergio, and with a pair of eyes shining brightly, he said to Zhu Sergio, "Your pheromones have completely reached the level of elite black soldiers." He put his hands behind his back, carefully sensed it, and said, "Not only that, this level of pheromones is also at the upper level among ordinary elite black soldiers." In Zhu's perception, although Zhu Sergio has ended the pheromone burst, the quality of the remaining pheromones is so high that even he, the head of the emergency mobile department, who is used to seeing strong people, is a little shocked. If the pheromones of ordinary black soldiers are compared to water, then the pheromones sensed from Zhu Sergio are like semi-solidified colloids, sticky and heavy. It is difficult to see. Generally speaking, this can only be sensed from elite black soldiers who have graduated for many years. And now a student who has just graduated can actually give him this feeling, which is incredible. Zhu Sergio is the first case he has ever seen in his life. After Minister Zhu sensed it, he half sighed and half complained. "With this level of pheromones, you have actually reached this level in the training base for a long time, right? Why did you apply for graduation now?" Zhu Sergio said expressionlessly. "Because I want to make sure my pheromones are perfect. Since I have been selected as an elite black soldier reserve, my pheromones must reach the standards of an elite black soldier when I graduate." The ministers praised Zhu Sergio's pride. In fact, if a student is selected as an elite black soldier reserve during the training base, it only means that the student has the potential to become an elite black soldier. After graduation, he needs to go on missions with the members of the elite black soldier team, and then be tempered little by little. When he finally reaches the level of a true elite black soldier, he will be awarded the title of elite black soldier. But now, Zhu Sergio's situation obviously cannot be explained by common sense. Zhu Sergio's pheromones and his crushing performance against a group of black soldier-level experimental subjects in the dark underground palace have proved that Zhu Sergio has elite black soldier-level strength. As soon as he graduated, he became an official elite black soldier. Without exception, all the students who can do this have become the top combat forces of the Black Soldier Organization. Zhu Sergio put on the clothes handed to him by the staff. "Can I go back? I need to take a shower first. And I need to say goodbye to my friends before graduation. Of course, we won't let you graduate immediately. You go back to the training base first. And then, the logistics department will conduct a comprehensive examination and recuperation of your body. After confirming that there is no problem, the graduation ceremony will be held." After a few words with the ministers, Zhu Sergio got on the return car. During this whole process, he did not even look at the newly appointed head of the command and the assistant of the Armed Defense Department who led this experiment. Since he wants to disguise himself, he must disguise himself to the end. He pretended to have given up his bottom line. Not only did he kill all the experimental subjects, but he also made many abnormal remarks in the Dark Palace, making him look like he was really defeated. When he walked out of the Dark Palace, he was numb. With his black soldier-level body muscle control ability, he thought he had done it perfectly. But he couldn't guarantee that if the assistant talked to him, he would still be able to remain calm when he answered. After all, he just killed the assistant in the last round. If he accidentally leaked his killing intention this time, then the performance would be in vain. After a checkup, Zhu Shijie was fine. Apart from being a little tired, the Dark Palace experiment had little effect on him, and the disordered pheromones could be restored to normal without any action. Zhu Shijie, wearing a simple casual outfit, got on the return car. He looked out through the black car window. The streets where the vehicles passed were still so prosperous, with pedestrians and children playing and frolicking on the roadside. Just like when he first arrived in this island city, every passerby had a peaceful smile of world peace on his face. And what appeared before him was an ordinary street scene. Watching this street scene rapidly retreating in front of him, he was sent back to the heavily guarded training base. When he got off the car, there were already guards waiting at the door. "Where's my phone?" Zhu Shijie asked. When he left the training base, he was asked to put his belongings at the guard. In fact, there was nothing. The only important thing was a mobile phone. The guard returned Zhu Shijie's phone. Zhu Shijie checked it and found nothing unusual on the surface. But he knew that the Armed Defense Department must have conducted an investigation on his phone. Maybe they had even sent someone to visit his dormitory room. Fortunately, he had cleaned up everything that needed to be cleaned up before leaving. Otherwise, he might have been exposed in such a place. The convoy that took Zhu Shijie back to the training base left in a flash. Zhu Shijie turned on his phone and sent a message to Fu Sidu, Luo Sui, and Su Chan to announce his safe return. Of course, unnecessary things cannot be discussed on the phone. He decided to meet the three of them separately during the few days of recuperation. After all, the road in the training base is quite difficult to walk, and he doesn't know whether the three of them can deal with the suspicion of the Armed Defense Department freely after he leaves. After sending messages to the three people, Zhu Shijie simply took a shower, drank a few sips of water, and then fell asleep on the bed. Not eating, drinking, sleeping, and forcing his body to adjust to the best condition for several days in a row in the dark underground palace is not something that can be simply written off. Even if he now has a black soldier level body, he still needs some time to adjust. This sleep, he slept directly from morning to night. Zhu Shijie was awakened by a knock on the door. He touched his phone in a daze, and saw that it was 7:30 in the evening. The fatigue caused by the dark underground palace has only come up now. And now Zhu Shijie doesn't even want to move a finger. But he still forced himself to climb up. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Chan's indifferent face. And beside her, there were a few people who he had a slight impression of. Zhu Shijie was surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" "Congratulations on your graduation. Is there anyone inside?" "If there is no one, we will come in." Su Chan led people into his room as if nothing had happened. Zhu Shijie's mind had been roughly cleared up by now, and he probably guessed what Su Chan wanted to do. The few people Su Chan brought were all geniuses of their same period and well known in various departments. Chapter 672 3 Geniuses. Secret. Jiang Zhou has been a genius since he was a child. At least his parents, peers and mentors all think so. He originally thought so. He grew up in a brilliant environment in the first half of his life and never met anyone better than him. Until one day, he joined the Black Soldier Organization. Those who can enter the Black Soldier Organization are all outstanding people who have achieved some success in their respective fields. Jiang Zhou, who thought he would be one of the best, ended up being just one of the ordinary people. Although his performance among the students of the same period was very good, he was still not as good as some top geniuses. For example, Zhu Shijie, who was regarded as his target. When Jiang Zhou was choosing a department, he originally chose the Emergency Mobile Department. But later he saw that the training method of the Emergency Mobile Department was too brutal. So he applied to change departments and changed to the Assault Department. He met Zhu Shijie in the firearms use class of the Assault Department. As a result, he was full of confidence and wanted to fight Zhu Shijie. But he was taught a solid lesson. In the assault course, Zhu Shijie jumped all the way to the actual combat exercise, killing all the alien insects in the exercise field and making them dare not show their heads. He was also a leapfrog, but he only surpassed a group of mediocre people. The gap between him and Zhu Shijie began to widen on that day. Later, he heard the news that Zhu Shijie kept applying for graduation assessments. Some people also said that Zhu Shijie had been designated as a black soldier or even an elite black soldier. The latter news was not known to be true or false. But if it was true, it would not surprise him, because Zhu Shizhou's super god performance was completely worthy of the internal appointment. Jiang Zhou felt unwilling to give up after watching the goal he wanted to pursue gradually fade away. And today, he thought it was another ordinary day. But a woman named Su Chan came to his door. Su Chan, a woman who was rumored to be very close to Zhu Shizhou. According to gossip, someone had seen this woman enter Zhu Shizhou's room many times for some unknown reason, and sometimes even visited Zhu Shizhou's room in the middle of the night. In short, it sounded very slutty. But Su Chan's reputation as a genius also spread throughout the training base. She was the new genius star of the command after Zhu Shizhou. Jiang Zhou didn't understand why this woman came to him at first. But after hearing Su Chan's words, he understood. Zhu Shizhou is about to graduate. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become an elite black soldier. Jiang Zhou naturally understood what an elite black soldier meant. Elite black soldiers can join the elite black soldier squad. All of their colleagues in the elite black soldier squad are elite black soldiers. Each elite black soldiers has the authority to lead a team on their own. The team led by the elite black soldiers is composed of ordinary black soldiers. Elite black soldiers have another authority that Jiang Zhou cares about the most. They can select trainees from the training base and let the trainees become black soldiers in advance. In Jiang Zhou's opinion, if he continues at the current pace, it will take him more than half a year to graduate and become a formal black soldiers. By then, Zhu Shizhou will probably have made a name for himself on the battlefield that is no less than Commander Su. This time is too long. So long that Jiang Zhou can't wait. However, if Zhu Shizhou becomes an elite black soldier, it means that he has the opportunity to be selected by Zhu Shizhou. Graduate early and become a formal black soldier under Zhu Shizhou. Su Chan's visit means that he has been selected. If Zhu Shizhou spreads the word that he will recruit a group of players at the training base, then the entire training base will surely be in a frenzy to compete for the quota. But what Jiang Zhou doesn't understand is why Zhu Shizhou doesn't choose those seniors, but instead chooses new students of the same period as him? With trepidation and doubt, Jiang Zhou and Su Chan came to Zhu Shizhou's room together. With him, there was a guy from the support department. He forgot his name, but it seemed that the number plate for the entrance examination was 498. In addition to the support department, there was a student from the armed defense department, and Jiang Zhou also knew this student. The name of this student was Hongzhen. When he took the pain test in the will training course, he persisted to the 52nd level of pain, breaking the pain tolerance record of freshmen. But unfortunately, Zhu Shizhou was also tested with him. Zhu Shizhou then broke this record, completely overshadowing this student, which made this student less famous. Jiang Zhou judged that this guy should be the same guy whose light was overshadowed by Zhu Shizhou as him. And he was actually a genius. Jiang Zhou carefully calculated. He himself had students from 4 departments in the assault department, Su Chan's command department, the 498th support department, and the Hongzhen armed defense department. Then, there was the reconnaissance department of Luo Sui, who was dating Zhu Shizhou, and the logistics department of Zhu Shizhou's friend Fu Sidu. It seems that except for the emergency mobile department, Zhu Shizhou has arranged for the other departments. Obviously, Zhu Shizhou wants to gather talents from various departments for his use, and he is the lucky one chosen by Zhu Shizhou. Jiang Zhou had been observing everything since he entered Zhu Shizhou's room, trying to infer what kind of training Zhu Shizhou was doing privately from the layout of Zhu Shizhou's room. However, before he could observe more details, he was attracted by Su Chan's familiarity with Zhu Shizhou. Su Chan said, "You seem to be in a bad state. It seems that the timing of my visit is not good." Zhu Shizhou yawned. He was wearing casual clothes casually. His hair was not combed, and he looked messy. In particular, there were bloodshot in his eyes, and his mental state was not very good. That's right. Anyone who has been concentrating on fighting and guarding against potential enemies for days and nights without eating or drinking needs time to recover. Before you came, I was still having a nightmare in bed. You still have nightmares? That's strange. Didn't you enter a deep sleep state? No. It seems that the elite black soldier assessment is more cruel than I thought. Yes, I almost didn't pass it. Jiang Zhou listened to the brief conversation between Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan, and almost knew what happened before and after. What Su Chan said was true. Zhu Shizhou went to participate in the elite black soldier assessment and passed it smoothly. Although Zhu Shizhou's condition did not look good, Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Shizhou had no scars on his body, which was a bit scary. Zhu Shizhou's words almost didn't pass. Just listen to it. Anyone who really believes it is a fool. Jiang Zhou felt more and more that the gap between himself and Zhu Shizhou was getting bigger. He was still struggling to become a formal black soldier. But Zhu Shizhou had already passed the elite black soldier assessment. He secretly clenched his fists. By the way, are you the teammates that Su Chan found for me? Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan chatted and naturally got to the point. Teammate? Before the other two responded, Jiang Zhou asked first. It seems that the rumor that the elite black soldiers have the right to choose their teammates is true. And the fact that students can be secretly selected as black soldiers in advance is also true? It's true. Zhu Shizhou nodded. I was the first one to be selected as an elite black soldier reserve. In name, I am still a student, but I secretly joined the elite black soldier team and can follow the elite black soldiers on missions. Although it was only one mission. Jiang Zhou's mind became active. Compared to being selected as a teammate by other unknown elite black soldiers. Being selected as a teammate by Zhu Shizhou is like getting an SSR in the card drawing game. If you tell others, I don't know how many people will be envious. At least after becoming Zhu Shizhou's teammate. With Zhu Shizhou's ability, their safety can be greatly guaranteed. Jiang Zhou pretended to be reserved for a while, and then said, I agree. However, Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, Don't worry. I can't easily agree to your promise. Jiang Zhou was embarrassed instantly. Although you have good talents and are said to have made a name for yourself among the students of the same period, your current strength is far from enough compared to those veteran students. Just the veteran students I know. Some of them have reached the black soldier level. Do you know why I chose you? Jiang Zhou and the other two shook their heads. Zhu Shizhou's expression became a little more solemn. Next, I will tell you a secret that only elite black soldiers know. I hope you will keep it secret after listening. At this time, Hongjin, who was from the Armed Defense Department, suddenly said, Is it okay for us who are meeting for the first time to hear this secret? Zhu Shizhou smiled and looked at the Armed Defense Department student. If I say that the organization strictly prohibits the spread of this secret to non-elite black soldiers, will you continue to listen? Or leave now and report me to the organization? Hongjin's resolute face did not change. After thinking for a while, he said, I'll just listen for now. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Su Chan. Su Chan's choice of people is really good. When Zhu Shizhou saw the students from the Armed Defense Department, he was still quite vigilant. So he decided to test it. Now it seems that this guy has not been completely brainwashed by the Armed Defense Department. And he is also a restless person. So Zhu Shizhou relied on his newly achieved elite black soldier status to start defrauding these three newbies. To be honest, 2 months ago, Chapter 673 Shocking Revelations. 2 months ago, the Black Soldier Organization recruited new members. And this was the last batch of students that the Black Soldier Organization planned to recruit. The reason was that the Black Soldier Organization planned to launch a collective attack on the enemies of the world and the alien insects lurking underground around the world. The means of attack was the Continental Annihilation Weapons. The Continental Annihilation Weapons launched at full power at the same time were expected to annihilate about 80% of the land area around the world. At the same time as the Annihilation Plan was launched, the Arc Plan was also launched. The humans on the island of Elendison will serve as the fire of mankind to continue human civilization. And the humans outside of Elendison and the animals and plants living on that 80% of the continental area will be annihilated together with other alien insects around the world in the annihilation attack launched by the Black Soldier Organization. This is a biological extinction initiated by humans. In fact, according to the prediction of the Black Soldier Organization, the remaining nearly 20 continents will not survive. After all, if 80 continents are destroyed at the same time, the disaster it will cause will be enough to destroy the remaining 20 continents. There is less than a month left before the annihilation plan is implemented, which means that 1 month later, Zhu Shizhou finished his own lie that sounded quite real with a slightly dry mouth, looked at the people who had already fallen into a daze, and finished the last sentence. The world will be destroyed. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Jiang Zhou Hongjin number 498 showed different expressions on his face. Although their expressions were different, most of them were in the same mood. That is, unbelievable. Even Jiang Zhou stood up from the sofa with a distorted expression and broke the silence. What are you talking about? How can this be true? Zhu Shizhou picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. Do you think I brought you all the way from various departments just to spread rumors? Although it is true, he complained in his heart, but his expression did not waver at all. In fact, when I heard the news, I felt the same as you do now. I couldn't believe that the Black Soldier organization would do such a crazy thing. If I hadn't graduated early and became an elite black soldier, I might have been kept in the dark until other continents were destroyed. Compared to Jiang Zhou's shock, Hongjin calmed down a little. No, I still don't want to believe it. Why would the organization make such a radical plan? Is the situation facing humans against alien insects really so serious? Oh, by the way, you don't know yet? Zhu Shizhou pretended to be enlightened and revealed a secret that another student didn't know. The human defense line is about to be breached by the alien Zerg. What? What did you say? How could it be? The three of them were all shocked. This common sense in Zhu Shizhou's eyes once again overturned their cognition. Zhu Shizhou had never found a record in the training base that the alien Zerg disaster was enough to break through the human defense line. It was not until he went to Papua New Guinea with Thorns on a mission that he speculated that most of the alien Zerg existed underground all over the world. When he arrived at the command center, he witnessed the scene of the commander commanding the black soldiers to garrison and fight against the alien Zerg. The garrison points were in danger one by one, and the defense line built by humans was shaky and could be breached by a large number of alien Zerg at any time. Zhu Shizhou even felt that if all the sleeping alien insects around the world were awakened, humans might be doomed. Of course, the Black Soldier organization would never announce this desperate news to the trainees at the training base. They could not bear the social panic caused by the news leak. This sense of despair was enough to crush the minds of ordinary people. If it was announced to the public, it would cause social riots that could not be suppressed even by force. So this secret will only be revealed slowly after the trainees become black soldiers and go on missions again and again. People like Zhu Shizhou, who know the truth from the beginning, are actually unconventional. However, Zhu Shizhou naturally would not remind the three of them of this, only saying that this was the truth that the Black Soldier organization told them after they became elite black soldiers. This is a secret that only elite black soldiers can know. Now I am actually taking a great risk by revealing it to you. Zhu Shizhou started Yue, looked at the gradually calming expressions of the three people, and nodded with satisfaction. Why do you tell us this? What do you want to do with us? Hongjin asked in a deep voice. Zhu Shizhou calmly drank a sip of water. Hongjin. Right. You are a student of the Armed Defense Department. The question goes back to the beginning. Can you guess why I chose students of the same period as me instead of senior students as my future teammates? Hongjin looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply and said his guess. Because we new students have low loyalty to the Black Soldier organization. And those senior students have already been brainwashed by the Black Soldier organization. Your fundamental purpose is to stop the annihilation plan of the Black Soldier organization. Of course, the premise is that everything you tell us is true, not something you made up. Zhu Shizhou smiled. It was nonsense. But the core of the nonsense was true. There were indeed an unimaginable number of alien insects all over the world. And the Black Soldier organization did want to attack the enemy of the world. But in his narration, the Black Soldier organization became the party that took the initiative to destroy the world. The three people were unable to verify the truth of the matter at present. The prestige that Zhu Shizhou had created in the training base for a long time made his lies sound extremely real. In fact, they all believed it. But this lie was too shocking, and they subconsciously didn't want to believe it. Yes, I want to stop the annihilation plan. Zhu Shizhou frankly admitted this. This was singing a different tune from the Black Soldier organization. The three people had nothing to say. In fact, their heads were very confused now. And they were still immersed in the shocking truth that shocked the whole family. And they couldn't think properly. After a while, Jiang Zhou was powerless to complain. Even if you really have this purpose, what does it have to do with you finding us as your teammates? I don't think that I, a student who is not even a black soldier, can stop the crazy plan of the Black Soldier organization. Isn't what I did obvious enough? Zhu Shizhou smiled at the three people. There is still 1 month left before the annihilation plan is launched. Which means that I have 1 month to stop this plan. I am now inviting you. Are you willing to advance and retreat with me? You have the right to refuse. I don't expect you to keep a secret. It doesn't matter if you report me to the Black Soldier organization after leaving this room. I just want to know your true thoughts now. You? Jiang Zhou's face was ugly. He wanted to scold Zhu Shurjiu for being stupid. The reason why I told you these secrets is not only because I believe you are different from others, but also because I don't know whether my behavior is correct. So even if you report me, it doesn't matter. Maybe the organization is the right party, and you may still do the right thing by reporting me. Zhu Shurjiu smiled sincerely, without any falsehood. However, the three of them didn't know that Zhu Shurjiu was ready to start over. As long as the three of them rejected his current proposal, even if they swore to keep the secret, he would choose to go back. The choice has been given to them. Under the reminder of it doesn't matter if you refuse. The three of them will tell the truth. However, what Zhu Shurjiu didn't expect was that it was Hongjin who spoke first. I am willing to help you. Chapter 674 How Much is True? Hongjin, the student of the Armed Defense Department, was the first to support, which was something Zhu Shurjiu had not expected. When Su Chan brought these people here, she must have checked their relationship with the Black Soldier organization and involved them only after confirming that there was no problem. However, in Zhu Shurjiu's impression, the students of the Armed Defense Department should be the most difficult to persuade. How could it be? Hongjin said. Is it difficult to understand why I support you? The reason is actually very simple. You are a genius trained by the Black Soldier organization. If one day you can influence the decision of the organization, it is also a change made by the Black Soldier organization in line with the times. After considering the consequences, the Black Soldier organization really changed its original plan, which was also the decision of the Black Soldier organization. The two people on the side suddenly realized after listening to Hongjin's words. Hongjin added a condition. But the premise is that you have to use legitimate means to change the organization's decision, not violent means such as rebellion. Zhu Shurjiu nodded after listening, but did not make a promise for the time being, but looked at the other two. What about you? Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and said, what Hongjin said makes sense. If the Black Soldier organization really changes because of you, then we won't stop it. But I can't figure out where you get the confidence to change the Black Soldier organization's plan within a month. Zhu Shurjiu smiled. If it was just me, I certainly wouldn't be sure. But I have other teammates. Jiang Zhou and others looked at Su Chan. Su Chan straightened her chest expressionlessly and stood up. Zhu Shurjiu said the second half of the sentence. My teammate is the highest commander on the front line. Su Feng. Several people were stunned for a moment, and Su Chan sat back as if nothing had happened. Zhu Shurjiu told everyone about his dealings with Su Feng at the moment when they were shocked. Commander Su and I are on the same front. 2 months ago, Commander Su arranged for me to enter the training base. During these 2 months, while I made a great reputation, Su Feng also made all preparations in the outside world. Only when I graduate, the new plan will be launched. Several people have been shocked for countless times. I thought Zhu Shurjiu was just a genius, but I didn't expect that his purpose of entering the Black Soldier organization was to change the plan of the Black Soldier organization. What I didn't expect was that Zhu Shurjiu was actually related to Commander Su. The three of them were a little dazed. At this moment, they even doubted whether they were dreaming. Otherwise, how could reality be so bizarre? But in this way, they finally knew why Zhu Shurjiu had the confidence to say that he could change the plan of the Black Soldier organization. No. If it's true what you said, Commander Su is on the same front as you, then Commander Su should be able to arrange stronger teammates for you. Why did you choose us? Jiang Zhou quickly had a new question in his mind. Because you have an advantage that even Commander Su can't do. You are students of the Illuminescent Black Soldier training base. What kind of advantage is this? Several people were puzzled. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. Haven't you figured it out yet? The reason why Su Feng sent me into the Black Soldier organization is because his tentacles can't reach the inside of the Black Soldier organization. He can only do external preparations. And my mission is to change the Black Soldier organization from the inside. You should be able to realize how much influence I have in Illuminescent. Right? Zhu Shurjiu said this without blushing at all, because what he said was all true. Jiang Zhou and others nodded. You are a household name in Illumination. Not only our students, but also the citizens of the island know you. There are countless people who admire you and want to become you. Your previous series of graduation examinations for various courses have pushed this atmosphere of admiration to the peak. Hongjin thought. Do you want us to be like you? Zhu Shurjiu's words reminded him that he knew what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to do. Zhu Shurjiu summoned geniuses from various departments. When he was still in the training base, the brilliance of each genius was shrouded by him. But after he graduated, The brilliance of geniuses will also begin to shine. These geniuses will become the new benchmarks of various departments after Zhu Shurjiu. The influence they can cause can be imagined. Before Zhu Shurjiu went to participate in the Dark Palace experiment, Zhu Shurjiu had roughly explained this plan to Su Chan. And the details of the specific implementation will be completely controlled by Su Chan in the future. Now Su Chan brought them here to meet Zhu Shurjiu, which was just the first step of her plan. She would use the influence of these people to quietly change the ideas of a large number of students who have not graduated or are about to graduate. And finally, together with Zhu Shurjiu and Su Feng who are outside, she would set off a storm that would be enough to reform the entire Black Soldier organization. Of course, to achieve this, it is necessary to ensure that the talents of these geniuses can reach a level beyond ordinary cognition. Even if they are not as good as Zhu Shurjiu, they must stand out among the talented students. The 199 beta compound currently developed by Fu Sidu is just a research product that has been improved on the basis of compound 199. It is still unknown whether Fu Sidu can develop a new and more powerful product on Misha. In short, these geniuses will quietly become injectors and show their extraordinary talents. From the beginning to now, Zhu Shurjiu has always implemented short-term plans that can be adjusted at any time. But this plan is completely different from the previous ones. This time the plan is a plan in the general direction. Once it fails, there is no way out. And because of the long cycle, his ability to roll back cannot guarantee that the plan can be perfectly implemented. Zhu Shurjiu did not tell anyone about these concerns, and his hesitation was all hidden in his heart. Zhu Shurjiu maintained a strong appearance in front of the three people. His confident temperament seemed to be able to cut off all the thorns that blocked the road. Even when talking about the Black Soldier organization, he was calm, which made the three people admire and calm down their shaking mood. Following Hongjin, Jiang Zhou also expressed his support after thinking about it. I am willing to help you too. Number 498 smiled and said, I will join too. After all, my family is outside. Zhu Shurjiu did not continue to talk too much with Jiang Zhou and the others. After all, compared with Su Chan and the others, Jiang Zhou and the others would not have too many intersections with him. How to get along with Jiang Zhou and the others in the future is Su Chan and the others' business. After promising to prepare teammate positions for them, Zhu Shurjiu watched Jiang Zhou and the others leave the room. But Su Chan did not leave. The door was closed. Seeing that Su Chan had no intention of leaving with them, Zhu Shurjiu let out a long sigh. Why did you bring them here without telling me in advance? Su Chan replied. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Zhu Shurjiu opened his phone and saw a series of unread messages. He was still sleeping in bed at that time. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll continue to catch up on my sleep. Su Chan looked at Zhu Shurjiu dimly. Didn't you want to confess to me before graduation? Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. What? Do you know what I thought at first when I saw you say those words to the three of them just now? Zhu Shurjiu didn't say anything. Su Chan continued. I thought about the scene when you talked to me at that time. You lied so naturally. So I am wondering if I was also deceived by you at that time? I was actually willing to believe you. So I was waiting for you to confess to me. But you never did. How much of everything about the chess club is true? You are about to graduate now. Are you still unwilling to tell me the truth? Chapter 675. Confessing to Su Chan. Zhu Shurjiu was not surprised by Su Chan's soul-searching question, because the scene of him fooling those three people just now was too similar to the scene of fooling Su Chan at that time. Plus Su Chan had been in contact with him for such a long time, and had dealt with more than one major and minor matter. Zhu Shurjiu was not sure whether he had revealed more flaws, but it was normal for Su Chan to notice his flaws even if he didn't notice them. Hearing Su Chan's question, Zhu Shurjiu's expression didn't even change. Tell me how far you have guessed. Su Chan shook her head and sat down opposite Zhu Shurjiu. It doesn't matter how far I guessed. What matters is how far you are willing to tell me. Is that so? But if I tell you that I will hide everything from you, will you leave now? Su Chan said lightly. Yes, I will leave. But I will also try my best to find the truth. This may distract me, and may be very different from what you planned. If you think it doesn't matter, you can choose not to tell me. Zhu Shurjiu didn't answer immediately, but leaned on the sofa in the most relaxed posture, rubbed his eyebrows with his hands, and looked into Su Chan's eyes. Remember when I set out to participate in the graduation assessment of the Dark Underground Palace? I called you into the room alone to talk to you. Do you ask me questions? Su Chan's mind immediately emerged with the scene at that time. At that time, she and Luo Sui came to the outside of Zhu Shurjio's room together. She let Luo Sui go in and talk to Zhu Shurjio, while she stood outside the room like a defeated dog. When she thought she was going to leave like a real loser, Zhu Shurjio called her into the room and began to explain the subsequent plans to her. She did not interrupt Zhu Shurjio, but asked him a question. Is it the same with Luo Sui? Zhu Shurjio was stunned for a moment. What? Do you and Luo Sui only talk about business? I have listened to the plan in full. You are about to graduate, right? Before you graduate, I want to know where I am lacking. Su Chan still had a blank expression when she said this. It was obvious that Su Chan was still in an emotionally closed state. But in this state, what Su Chan said was very much like jealousy. Zhu Shurjio frowned at the time. This has nothing to do with Luo Sui, right? And Luo Sui and I are just superficial lovers. In fact, there is nothing between me and her. Zhu Shurjio easily perfunctorily passed this question, and Su Chan did not entangle, but let the topic return to the main topic. She still had many details to confirm about the subsequent plans. What is the difference between me and Luo Sui? Su Chan muttered, and asked the question that Zhu Shurjio had asked, but was perfunctorily ignored. Zhu Shurjio said with emotion, I don't really care if you see the truth. So even if I show my flaws in front of you, I won't try to cover them up. You saw my flaws, and Luo Sui probably saw the same. But she is different from you in that she won't question me like you do. Su Chan was puzzled. That's it? But since I was deceived by you, I have the right to know the truth. What's wrong with that? Zhu Shurjio shook his head and laughed. You can't understand it now. You may think that you are stronger when you are emotionally closed. So you are emotionally closed 99 times when I have seen you. But in fact, you lack many opportunities to open up to others. So-called human beings are not creatures that can enhance emotions by rational thinking alone. Su Chan remained silent. Indeed, she didn't understand everything Zhu Shurjio said when she was emotionally closed. But there was one thing she figured out. The relationship between Luo Sui and Zhu Shurjio is definitely not as simple as superficial lovers. I understand. Su Chan stood up. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. I won't seek the truth. In fact, I don't care about these things. The person who really cares is me, in the state of emotional recovery. I just asked her the questions she always wanted to know. Zhu Shurjio said. She is you. No, she is not me. Su Chan said, and was about to leave. Zhu Shurjio stopped Su Chan from leaving. Wait a minute. I can tell you everything. I actually made up my mind from the beginning. As long as you ask, I will tell you the truth. After all, Su Chan and others have been dragged into the water by him. It is meaningless to continue to hide it. On the contrary, it may make them misjudge at the critical moment. He originally thought that it would be better to let Fu Sida know the truth alone. But he changed his mind now. Before Su Chan took a step, Zhu Shurjio said. In fact, the chess club did not exist from the beginning, predicting the future. Zhu Shurjio repeated to Su Chan what he had said to Fu Sidu. Su Chan listened quietly, then reached out her hand expressionlessly, and touched Zhu Shurjio's forehead. Zhu Shurjio slapped Su Chan's hand away. What are you doing? Did the Black Soldier Organization do some brain experiments on you? You weren't actually going to take the graduation test these days, but were secretly arrested and reformed, right? Otherwise, how could you say such nonsense? Zhu Shurjio said helplessly. I'm normal. This is also the reason why he didn't want to tell more people. Because once they questioned, he would have to find a way to prove it. And once he proved it, he would have to die once. However, in fact, whether Su Chan believed what he said had no effect on the overall plan. Even if she didn't believe it, she still had to act according to the plan. Sure enough, Su Chan opened her mouth slightly and said, Proof. Is it not possible without proof? Zhu Shurjio asked tiredly. Su Chan glanced at Zhu Shurjio and said, It's not impossible. Zhu Shurjio was stunned. It's okay if you don't want to prove it. But if what you said is indeed the truth, then I finally understand why you didn't tell me before. Zhu Shurjio asked after a long while. Do you believe me? The seventh sense of humans is said to be able to predict the future without any signs. This is briefly mentioned in the Black Soldier Organization's sixth sense theory. Your situation may be the awakening of the seventh sense, and it is normal that it is beyond my cognitive scope. Su Chan gave her own explanation. Zhu Shurjio was also not easy to explain. This actually had nothing to do with the seventh sense. He could only say, "You can understand it this way." Su-chan seemed to remember something and said, "However, if the chess club exists, the description you gave me when you lied to me was actually your description of yourself. Right?" Zhu Shurjiu searched his memory and held his forehead. "Sorry. I can't remember clearly. What did I say before?" After too many replays, his past memories were confused by countless similar experiences. And Zhu Shurjiu was not sure which part of his past memories was the real one that was confirmed. Su-chan seemed to be puzzled by Zhu Shurjiu's memory, and said, "You told me that strictly speaking, there is only one official member of the President's Chess Club. That is, the President, and he is the chess club itself. Every member who joins the chess club is just a chess piece in his hand, and he can drive it." She looked at Zhu Shurjiu and asked, "I'm Luo Sui and Fu Sidu. Are all three of us your pawns in your eyes?" Zhu Shurjiu laughed. "No, I can't see you all as pawns. You are my friends." "Friends? She must be very happy to hear you say that." The she in Su-chan's mouth undoubtedly refers to herself after her emotional recovery. It was at this time that Zhu Shurjiu said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I promised you before that I would treat your psychology. But the plan was completely disrupted. And I'm about to graduate now." Su-chan pursed her lips. "So you still remember? Fu Sidu is a psychologist. You can consult him on how to treat it when I'm not around." "I will." Su-chan nodded, then said, "By the way, before you graduate, give me a photo of you." Zhu Shurjiu asked in confusion. "Of course. But what do you want the photo for?" "As a souvenir. After all, we are going to do a big and risky plan in the future, and we may die in the fight against the Black Soldier organization. So keep a souvenir." "Okay," Zhu Shurjiu agreed. But he always felt that Su-chan's words were not true. He simply took a photo of himself, and then sent it to Su-chan. Su-chan nodded after receiving the photo. "Okay. Let's use this photo as a side dish tonight." Explosion. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. "Hey. Delete it for me." "Delete the photo? It's just a joke. Why take it seriously?" Su-chan did not delete the photo, and put the phone in her pocket with a cold face. "Let's go. You can rest in peace." Chapter 676 Graduation Ceremony. Graduation. In this world, there is a kind of genius beyond the understanding of ordinary people. They are not monsters that can be understood within the scope of common sense and judgment based on their own experience. They will jump out of the limits of others' cognition again and again, and move forward step by step with great firmness. But they also walk faster than anyone else. When others look around to find the familiar figure, the person has gone so far that even the back cannot be seen. The students who can enter the Black Soldier organization are excellent talents collected from all over the world. Before entering the Black Soldier organization, they have made remarkable achievements in their respective fields. So the students were very ambitious when they first entered the training base. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. At first, the students all thought that they were the protagonists of destiny, and they worked hard to stand out in the fierce competition. But reality gave them a hard blow. They found that not only they were geniuses, but other students were also like this. In this way, their talents that they were proud of in the outside world became very ordinary here. It would be fine if everyone was like this. But they soon discovered that there was one person whose style was completely different from theirs. That person was Zhu Shurjiu. When they were still familiar with the course content of the Black Soldier organization, Zhu Shurjiu broke the record of freshmen in all courses. When they gradually got familiar with the various courses of the Black Soldier organization, with the spread of Zhu Shurjiu's course videos, Zhu Shurjiu's reputation had spread throughout Elimination, and Zhu Shurjiu was also regarded as the most talented student in the history of the Black Soldier. After that, Zhu Shurjiu experienced a series of legendary stories of challenging graduation assessments at a higher level, but still performed well. At that time, Zhu Shurjiu was already a godlike existence in the eyes of all students. However, just when they thought Zhu Shurjiu was going to graduate at the speed of light after completing all the courses, the development of the matter blinded their eyes again. When Zhu Shurjiu appeared in their sight again in a high-profile manner, it once again overturned their judgment. Notice to the students of all departments. Zhu Shurjiu, a student of this training base, has successfully passed the Elite Black Soldier assessment and became a glorious Elite Black Soldier. The organization will hold a graduation ceremony for student Zhu Shurjiu at 13:30 this afternoon. The ceremony will be held in the training base auditorium. All students are welcome to observe. Today is just an ordinary morning. But all students' mobile phones suddenly received a notification sent to their respective department group chats. The publisher is the director of each department. And the content of the notification made the entire training base explode. On the forum, the posts posted by the students are constantly refreshed at an extremely high frequency. And they are discussing the same content. Explosion. Am I dreaming? Zhu Shizhou has already become an elite black soldier? It seems that he has broken the record for the shortest graduation time. I thought it was impossible. But when I saw it was Yushin, everything made sense. I'm so shocked. I can't even keep up with the progress of the course now. And Yushin graduated all of a sudden. And he became an elite black soldier right after graduation. Damn. The gap between people is so big. I'm so envious. I strongly suggest dissecting Zhu Shizhou. He is no longer a human being. How long has it been? I thought Zhu Shizhou would take at least a month to graduate. How come he graduated without saying a word? I remember he hasn't even finished his course yet? Do I need to think about this? It's obvious that the organization has carried out special treatment. With Zhu Shizhou's talent, it's a waste of time to stay in the training base. He wants to take his talent to the outside world. At 1300 hours in the afternoon, there was still half an hour left before the graduation ceremony. Zhu Shizhou was preparing for the next graduation ceremony in the lounge behind the Great Hall. He received the notice 2 days ago, and spent 2 days to deal with all the things he had to do in the training base. He had explained everything that needed to be explained. The Armed Defense Department, which was eyeing him covetously, was unusually quiet these 2 days, and there was no unusual movement. Today is the graduation ceremony. He has been in the lounge of the Great Hall since the morning, in order to ensure that the process can be carried out perfectly. The organization has also assigned him a temporary logistics team, which includes doctors, makeup artists, personal assistants, photographers, and other logistics members to ensure that everything about him can reach the most perfect state. Zhu Shizhou is receiving makeup adjustments on his face by the makeup artist. He sat on the chair and looked at himself in the mirror on the dressing table in front of him. Through the reflection of the mirror, he saw Instructor Mo standing in the corner of the room. Of course, he also knew that the notice of his graduation ceremony had been sent to the mobile phones of all the students. Even though he had prepared for it long ago, he still wanted to complain at this time. Really? Is it necessary to make it so grand? Instructor Mo leaned against the wall with his arms folded coolly. The significance of your graduation ceremony has been told to you. Since you became famous, the organization has started to promote you. Until now, the expectations of the people of Illumination for you have reached a peak. And today's graduation ceremony will also become a historic moment. No matter how many times I hear it, it feels exaggerated. It makes me a little nervous now. Instructor Mo said. It's normal to be nervous. After all, the graduation ceremony will be broadcast live. Your every move will be broadcast to every corner of Illumination. And the video of the graduation ceremony, including your preparations now, will all be recorded and sealed. If you stutter or say something wrong, you won't have a chance to do it again. Everything will be recorded completely and truthfully. People with poor psychological quality are probably sweating profusely now. Instructor Mo looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was calm despite saying that he was nervous, and laughed. But you look very calm. Zhu Shizhou shook his head in his heart. No chance to do it again. He should say this to others. If he feels that he didn't perform well, he can do it again anytime and anywhere. But he obviously won't give his life to such a trivial matter. But being able to go back to the game was always his confidence. And he was not nervous at all. The publicity work of the Black Soldier organization obviously focused on him. Not only on occasions like this, but also in the subsequent missions. If necessary, he believed that the Black Soldier organization would still vigorously publicize his achievements. Soon, there were only 10 minutes left before the start. Zhu Shizhou was taken out of the dressing room and went to the backstage of the Great Hall. In front of him was a tall red curtain. The assistant smoothed out the wrinkles of the elite black soldier uniform he was wearing. This set of elite black soldier uniforms was a new set of uniforms issued to him by the organization after the Dark Palace experiment was completed. If there was any damage, he could apply to the organization for a free replacement at any time. The gun and helmet mask must be worn on the spot at the level granting ceremony. Through the curtain, Zhu Shizhou could hear the surging voices in the auditorium. And it seemed that there were quite a lot of people, accompanied by a solemn music. The host first gave an opening speech, introducing the heads of the major departments present, and the assistant beside him whispered to him to report the time. 1 minute left. Lighting equipment curtain device camera. The director team confirmed that all the facilities were fine for the last time. 10 seconds left. 987, 321. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, the curtain in front started to open slowly to both sides on time. And the host's voice also stopped at the last sentence. Student Zhu Shurjio's graduation and grading ceremony begins now. Please invite student Zhu Shurjio to enter. And the head of the command department will grading him. The assistant hid behind the curtain wisely and retreated as the curtain was pulled open, and his figure disappeared in the backstage. White light shone from the front, and a sea of people came into Zhu Shurjio's sight. Rows of red chairs were filled with students, and the 7 ministers on the stage stood upright on both sides. There were cameras working not far away. Zhu Shurjio walked forward. The applause exploded like thunder, and the surging sound waves poured towards him from all directions. Now, please invite the head of the command to rank Zhu Shurjio. The head of the command stood in place, holding the black soldier helmet mask and the black soldier standard firearms, smiling at the young man who had just met outside the dark underground palace a few days ago. Zhu Shurjio's steps were not disordered at all, and he walked towards the head of the command. This head of the headquarters replaced the former head of the headquarters, who was ousted by him. Zhu Shurjio, the new head of the headquarters, had never dealt with him since he took office, and even after the end of the Dark Palace, he had not spoken to him, because it can be basically concluded that the former head of the headquarters was deposed as a result of Su Feng's secret instigation. And the man who took advantage of this to get promoted was Su Feng's man. Of course, Zhu Shurjio had no evidence, so he didn't want to deal with this minister at all. He was extremely vigilant. As he walked forward, Zhu Shurjio glanced at the audience and found the faces of Su Chan, Luo Sui, Fu Sidu and others. Luo Sui and Fu Sidu didn't move, but Su Chan opened her mouth and said something silently. Zhu Shurjio understood Su Chan's mouth shape. Expression. 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 Su Chan repeated the word expression. What's wrong with my expression? Zhu Shurjio had doubts in his heart, but he didn't have much time to think. At this time, he walked to the head of the command center, retracted his gaze from Su Chan, and looked at the head of the command center. The head of the command center was a man who looked a little majestic, but had ordinary facial features. The man showed him an ordinary smile and whispered, "Relax. Your expression is very stiff." Zhu Shurjio thought to himself that he didn't seem to be as nervous as he thought. The black soldier-level body and control ability failed when he was really on the scene. "Thank you for the reminder, Minister," Zhu Shurjio replied, taking the black soldier's mask, helmet and gun from the minister and putting them on neatly. After putting them on, the head of the command center shook hands with Zhu Shurjio. "Congratulations on your graduation, Zhu Shurjio. No, from today on, you should be called the prophet." Click, click, click. The flashes of the white camera kept flashing, and one photo after another appeared on the camera of the staff from the logistics department. Zhu Shurjio's face hidden under the mask was still very stiff, but he understood that this was not because of nervousness, but because he officially became a member of the Black Soldier organization from today. At the same time, his plan, Su Feng's plan, and the Black Soldier organization's plan all turned the gears forward with his graduation. The future is full of uncertainty. Can he succeed? That's why he looked unnatural, and he didn't realize it until he was reminded. On the evening after the graduation ceremony, the photo of Zhu Shurjio shaking hands with the head of the command center was on the front page of all media outlets on Elimination Island. Every household could watch the replay of Zhu Shurjio's graduation ceremony as soon as they turned on their TV. The last time all media focused on a graduating student was when Su Feng graduated. Su Feng, who was in the sea near Jiancheng, turned off the communication report from Elimination, opened a document on the table, and whispered to himself, "It's time." Da Vinci, an elite black soldier who was on a mission in the United States, received an order from the captain. The prophet has graduated. In the next mission, he will be responsible for the mission content that was originally handled by Thorns. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Da Vinci opened the Elimination internet connected to the satellite launched by the Black Soldier organization. After watching the replay of Zhu Shurjio's graduation, he could only say it's not in line with common sense. If the order hadn't come from his superiors, and there was a video of the graduation ceremony. He would have even thought that the news was fake. The last time he secretly promoted Zhu Shurjiu to a reserve elite black soldier was still vivid in his mind. Now Zhu Shurjiu has graduated in the blink of an eye. He was not shocked by his emotions. But from a rational point of view, this was not logical at all, and was completely inconsistent with the common sense he knew. Perhaps some people are born to break the rules. Chapter 677 Emotional Erasure. Well prepared? After injecting this elite black soldier potion, you will be a formal elite black soldier. At this moment, Zhu Shurjiu was in the laboratory of the logistics department. After the graduation ceremony, he was taken to the logistics department, and the logistics department performed a series of detailed examinations on his body to confirm that there were no health risks, and recorded his various physical data in detail. After that, every student who graduated as a black soldier or an elite black soldier must inject potions to erase emotions. I am graduating from the command center. Do I also have to accept emotional erasure? The man in white sitting on the chair opposite him, looking at him with burning eyes, replied, "The black soldiers of the command center are no exception. If you want to remove the emotional erasure, you have to wait until you can be a commander on your own. Or if you choose to enter the command center as your graduation direction, you don't have to accept emotional erasure. Then forget it," Zhu Shurjiu just complained. But in fact, he was mentally prepared. Although he has become an elite black soldier right after graduation, he is still a complete rookie. Generally speaking, black soldiers who graduate from the command center still have to accept emotional erasure. Only after becoming a qualified commander can you apply to the organization to restore your emotions. Because by then the commander who has experienced the tempering will have become a talent and will not easily affect decision-making due to emotional fluctuations. Of course, a considerable number of commanders will not ask for the removal of emotional erasure. They will change their minds after erasing their emotions and think that emotions are a burden. Whether to apply to the organization to restore emotions depends entirely on personal needs. In short, Zhu Shurjiu, who has just graduated and chosen to go to the front line, still has no way to escape emotional obliteration. Slowly inserting the syringe into the body, Zhu Shurjiu felt a burning sensation all over his body, which was the part that strengthened the body. If Zhu Shurjiu, who had not received the batch injection of 199 beta compound, had received the injection of elite black soldier potion all at once, he would have felt intense and unbearable all over his body. But now Zhu Shurjiu's body has reached the black soldier level, and the strengthening effect of elite black soldiers on the body is minimal. When the human body reaches the physiological limit, the increase in the body by the drug can no longer play a big role. At most, it can only play a role in maintaining the physical state. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only exercise day after day to let the body break through the limit again and again. With the injection of the potion, the body eagerly absorbs the effect of the elite black soldier potion. Soon, Zhu Shurjiu can feel that his abundant emotions are gradually cooling down. Sure enough, what is not enough? Bai Yi turned his chair, operated the monitoring instrument, came to a conclusion, and asked Zhu Shurjiu, "It is indeed not enough. My emotions have not been completely wiped out." Zhu Shurjiu did not attempt to deceive the machine. His emotions now can only be said to be 80% to 90% calm. Although it is very weak, there is still a little weak emotion. Well, let me see. Another 10L will be enough. Bai Yi glanced at the computer and prepared another small syringe for Zhu Shurjiu on the spot, which contained 10L of medicine. Zhu Shurjiu took it and injected it into his body without saying anything. At this time, Bai Yi touched his chin and said in amazement, "Normally, the first potion I gave you can already meet the needs of most elite black soldiers. Your body is obviously more resistant to drugs than other elite black soldiers. If it is just drug resistance, it's fine. Your body also absorbs the drug effect very well." It sounds contradictory, right? In simple terms, your body is like a sieve. It can actively absorb the drug effect that is beneficial to the body and reject the drug effect that is not beneficial to the body, instead of accepting or rejecting it all at once. The human body is really amazing. Your body is simply the perfect experimental subject I dream of. Hey, where are you going? Zhu Shurjiu replied expressionlessly. The potion has been injected. I have to report to the team. Is that so? What a pity. I was thinking of studying it for a few more days. Hey, I wish you a long life. Good words for you. Zhu Shurjiu closed the door and left the room. At this moment, His emotions have been completely wiped out. Zhu Shizhou had anticipated this, and was prepared. He had not just waited for graduation in the past few days, but had Fu Sidu prepare a plan to prevent him from being emotionally wiped out. Zhu Shizhou's throat moved slightly, and he swallowed the capsule clamped at the root of his tongue. After just 5 minutes, his emotions became active again and returned to normal. The capsule he swallowed was temporarily named Fu Sidu Passion I Generation, which could remove the effect of emotionally wiped out. But there was no way to adjust the efficacy as accurately and quantitatively as when it was monitored by a machine. He made a brief assessment of his emotions and found that about 20% of them were wiped out. This was not abnormal. He was just a normal person who was a little calmer now. Well, this result is acceptable. Zhu Shizhou nodded slightly. After leaving the logistics department, Zhu Shizhou met the Minister of the Armed Defense Department, Minister Wu. Zhu Shizhou stood at attention expressionlessly and restrained his pheromones. Now, he could truly stand still in front of anyone. If anyone wanted to detect his pheromones, he would definitely resist them forcefully. Therefore, it was quite difficult to use pheromones to sense whether his emotions were wiped out. No one would know that he had recovered his emotions now. Minister Wu smiled at Zhu Shizhou. I heard that you applied to our department to visit Minister and... Yes. Not long after the graduation ceremony, Zhu Shizhou applied to the Armed Defense Department to visit his old boss, the former head of the command center, who was removed by himself and secretly fueled by him. Before leaving Elimination for the front, he wanted to talk to the former minister. Perhaps the current minister would be willing to tell him some useful information, so that he could enrich and improve Su Feng's image, or help him guess more of Su Feng's ideas and plans. In any case, that woman was Su Feng's ex-fiancée. Of course, he thought that this move would attract the attention of the Armed Defense Department. But he didn't care. He had graduated, and the story with the former minister was over. He also became the focus of the organization's propaganda. Minister Wu would not touch him at this juncture. He even speculated that even if Minister Wu really investigated some key evidence, he would pretend not to know and suppress it. I just don't know what Minister Wu's purpose is in waiting for him here. He. Minister N is now under the supervision of our Armed Defense Department. After all, she is a ministerial figure. I am worried that she will use words and other means to seduce you during your visit. Do you mind if I watch your visit? What a poor excuse. Zhu Shizhou didn't even smile. I don't mind. Finally, he can openly show his bad face to this dog-skin plaster-like man. After all, his emotions have been wiped out on the surface, so it's normal no matter what he does. Minister Wu smiled and didn't care about Zhu Shizhou's attitude. It's good that you don't mind. Then I'll take you there. Zhu Shizhou's attitude is not important. What is important is that Zhu Shizhou is on his suspect list. So it is obvious that the suspicion of the former head of the command center, who was removed from office, has been greatly reduced. That is to say, their Armed Defense Department wronged the woman, but he had no intention of overturning her case. After all, that woman had a close connection with Su Feng, so he should be vigilant. Moreover, he also wanted to see what the true face of the plan conceived by the hidden faction behind the scenes was after sacrificing a ministerial figure who failed in this struggle. Perhaps he could get the truth from Zhu Shizhou's meeting with that woman today. Chapter 678. Maybe Su Feng still loves you. Zhu Shizhou came to the small courtyard specially prepared by the Armed Defense Department for the former fiancé of Commander Su, the former head of the headquarters, and a suspect of the ministerial-level rebel faction. Yes, Minister N was imprisoned in a single-family courtyard. The layout of the courtyard is quite tranquil and plain. As soon as you enter the door, you can see an evergreen tree planted next to the courtyard. Under the shade of the evergreen tree, there is a set of stone tables and stone benches. Further inside is a one-story house. Zhu Shizhou didn't know the scene inside the house because he saw the former head of the headquarters sitting at the stone table in the courtyard when he just entered the courtyard. You are here? Sit down. The woman was not dressed neatly like the few times Zhu Shizhou had seen her in the training base. Her aura was not as sharp as before. Instead, she was as peaceful as an ordinary housewife. If Zhu Shizhou didn't remember this face, he might have thought that the person he met was a fake. It seems that the minister is used to the life of imprisonment, Zhu Shizhou said lightly, and then walked over to sit opposite Minister N. I am no longer a minister. But then again, the life of imprisonment is not as difficult as you think. Except that I can't go online, can't leave the courtyard, and can't talk to people casually. There is nothing unbearable. Minister N smiled slightly. like a nun who is used to a pure and austere life. She pointed around. This courtyard you see is arranged by the organization completely according to my wishes. I have long hoped to live in such a courtyard. Live an ordinary life. And spend the rest of my life with that man without any waves. But it is obvious that such a wish is just a luxury. Now I can only symbolically create a life with a broken part for myself. The broken part is Su Feng. No matter what. Su Feng will not come back to spend the rest of his life with this woman without any waves. So her wish is always a luxury. Is that so? That means you don't know anything about the outside world now. Yeah. Minister and took a sip of tea calmly. Without any resentment towards Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu said. I graduated as an elite black soldier. Arpoo. Cough cough cough. Minister and was choked by the tea and coughed several times in succession. I don't know if the tea was intentional or unintentional. But it sprayed directly on Zhu Shurjiu's face. Zhu Shurjiu wiped his face expressionlessly. And heard Minister and say so fast. Not fast. I still think this graduation speed is a bit slow. Minister and looked at Zhu Shurjiu in shock for a long time. And then slowly recovered his emotions. So what? Why do you want to tell me this? I am now wrongfully imprisoned because of you. Are you here to declare your victory? I am not that mean. I am here now, because I will soon go to the front line as an elite black soldier. Maybe after a while, I will be able to command other black soldiers independently. Do you understand what this means? Minister and certainly understood that this meant that Zhu Shurjiu, who chose to go to the front line, might soon become the subordinate of that man and have the opportunity to communicate directly with that man. Minister and calmed down and said, What does that have to do with me? And why is this guy here too? She pointed at Minister Wu, who had been standing aside and had not spoken since the beginning, with a look of disgust on her face. Minister Wu's expression did not change. And he replied, This is to prevent the genius that our organization is looking forward to from being bewitched by a cunning guy like you. Ha ha ha. Minister and suddenly laughed wildly. He. Minister Wu also laughed softly. Among the three people, only Zhu Shurjiu did not laugh, looking at the two people as if they were fools. Zhu Shurjiu interrupted Minister N's laughter directly. Have you laughed enough? Minister, don't you have anything to say? Minister N wiped the tears from her laughter. I have nothing to say. In fact, I already know that you and Su Feng must be plotting something. But that has nothing to do with me now. Since it has nothing to do with me, why should I say anything? Minister Wu's mind was slightly disturbed. What are Zhu Shurjiu and Su Feng plotting? He is very interested in this. Unfortunately, Zhu Shurjiu said unmoved. Don't joke. How can I have any connection with Su Feng? You were recommended to the organization by Su Feng. And you told me that you have no relationship with him? My relationship with him is just that. Ha. Do you think I believe this? Zhu Shurjiu said expressionlessly. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't have anything to say to me, I'll just leave. Minister and then pondered. She was now thinking about Zhu Shurjiu's purpose. It was obvious that Zhu Shurjiu wanted to get some information from her. But what exactly did he want to get? The answer was actually very obvious. Her only useful identity to him was not former head of the command center. This identity is not Su Feng's ex-fiancée. If there is anyone in the world who knows Su Feng best, it is only her. Then what does Zhu Shurjiu want to do by knowing all this? This guy has ulterior motives. I can't help you, Minister N said bluntly. Since I broke up with that guy, my relationship with him has gradually become distant. If you want to get some means to deal with him from me, it will be a waste of effort. Minister Wu frowned when he heard it. He didn't understand why this woman said that Zhu Shurjiu was colluding with Su Feng, and then said that Zhu Shurjiu wanted to deal with Su Feng? This is probably nonsense. Zhu Shurjiu asked. What you think may not be the truth. I want to ask from an objective perspective. When Su Feng broke up with you, did he say anything special to you? Minister N frowned, as if he recalled some painful memories, and said with disgust, No. Then do you think Su Feng really just wanted to use your identity to get promoted? What do you want to say? Minister N finally got a little impatient. She didn't want to discuss this topic. I think Su Feng still loves you now. And Su Feng's biggest weakness is not anything else. But you? Minister N opened his mouth and stared at Zhu Shurjiu blankly. Those who are involved are confused. Nothing more than this. Zhu Shurjiu thought of his own situation and sighed. He told Fu Sidu the truth and Su Chan the truth. But since Luo Suyi didn't ask, he didn't tell her. He just avoided Luo Suyi. On the surface, It seemed that he was estranged from Luo Sui and didn't want her to know more. But what was the truth? After facing his inner feelings, he found that he just instinctively didn't want Luo Sui to bear more. From this, he thought of Su Feng's situation in the past. This was just a guess. He guessed that Su Feng did not simply use Minister N's identity to get promoted, but he really loved Minister N. However, because he was worried that his weakness would be targeted by more people, and for Minister N's safety, he resolutely cut off all relations with Minister N. Zhu Shizhou remembered what the sick ghost said when he entered the command center. The sick ghost said that he was an orphan. He grew up in Illumination, but he didn't know who his parents were. The big people in the organization usually use this method to protect their children. This is an abnormal love that is extremely easy to be misunderstood. Seeing the big from the small. This tradition is extremely common in the Black Soldier organization. Of course, there is no conclusive evidence to expose this point. And Zhu Shizhou does not necessarily think that this is the truth. But humans have a habit. That is, they are used to leaning towards better possibilities that they are more willing to believe. The emotional entanglement between Su Feng and Minister N is just a tool used by Zhu Shizhou to shake Minister N's mind. Chapter 679 Qualified Rival. You said? Su Feng still loves me? Minister N whispered softly, obviously shocked. If someone else said this to her, she would spit on him and look down on his naivety. But the person who said this was Zhu Shizhou, a genius she believed to be Su Feng's secret weapon. In her opinion, she was actually deposed by Zhu Shizhou and Su Feng. Therefore, she would take seriously every word said by Zhu Shizhou, who had 1,000 connections with Su Feng, including the seemingly impossible words that Zhu Shizhou said now. But when you think about it, it is very heart-shaking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Minister N asserted, vowing, with a sneer on his lips. Why does Minister N think it's impossible? What did your father talk about with Su Feng? Why did your father die? Why did Su Feng dump you without any regrets? There must be a reasonable reason behind all these questions. Don't you think so in your heart? Zhu Shizhou said in a deep voice. This made Minister N's thoughts return to the past. In fact, what Zhu Shizhou said was not wrong at all. It was precisely because she didn't believe that Su Feng would be so heartless, and didn't believe that Su Feng killed her father, that she had been waiting for Su Feng to give her an explanation for so many years. But her father's death has always made it impossible for her to face up to the relationship between herself and Su Feng. She didn't dare to admit that she still loved the bastard who dumped her without saying a word or leaving any explanation. She didn't even dare to believe that Su Feng had feelings for her. She told herself for so many years that the words and things Su Feng said and did when they were together, as well as the smile he showed to her, were all acting full of lies. Now Zhu Shizhou suddenly told her that Su Feng deliberately distanced himself from her because he loved her and wanted to protect her, and he was unwilling to tell her the truth about her father's death. How could she accept such a rash explanation? Minister N was furious and wanted to end the conversation directly, but the faint but stubborn hope deep in her heart made her hesitate. Admit it. You actually think so too. But you have been deceiving yourself and don't want to believe it. Your pheromones are all messed up, Zhu Shizhou said lightly, giving the woman the final blow. Minister N suddenly realized that her pheromones were disordered due to the violent emotional fluctuations. After sorting out the pheromones a little, she exhaled. I don't know why you came here, and you have to stir up my emotions. But I can tell you clearly that you have no way to compete with Su Feng at present. If you want to get information from me to change or shake his mind, you might as well hope that God will destroy all the alien insects in the world in an instant. Zhu Shizhou said coldly. I don't think so. Hee. Your confidence now is really ridiculous in my eyes. Because you don't understand him. At this time, Minister N's words suddenly stopped, and his eyes stared at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou looked at Minister N without saying a word, and the whole courtyard fell into dead silence for a while. Minister Wu felt something was wrong, and after a while he asked aloud, What are you doing? He suspected that Zhu Shizhou was secretly communicating with this woman in a way that he couldn't understand. Otherwise, why would they stop talking? And it was obvious that a trace of shock appeared on Minister N's face. I see. Minister N let out a long breath, ignored Minister Wu's suspicious questioning, and looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply. It seems that I underestimated you. What? What happened? Minister Wu was confused. In this case, I finally have some confidence, Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly, and stood up directly from his seat, because he had already got the answer he wanted. Wait, what did you do just now? Minister Wu immediately stopped Zhu Shizhou, who wanted to leave, and said solemnly. Zhu Shizhou was at a loss. What's wrong? Haven't I been talking to Minister and under your gaze? Minister Wu was speechless. Minister and took a sip of tea at this time and said, Don't make a fuss. The people in the Armed Defense Department are the most neurotic. They are suspicious all day long and all have paranoid delusions. Minister Wu was very sure at this time that there must have been some details that he didn't notice just now. These two guys from the command center used some special way to communicate. And the content of the communication must involve that man. Minister and laughed and said, Don't worry. A conversation can't change anything at all. Instead of trying to figure out something you don't know, it's better to see what he will do next. Zhu Shizhou left neatly. Minister Wu frowned. Looked at Minister and who was drinking tea with a calm expression again and again. Snorted coldly. And then left. Minister and was thinking to himself while sipping tea. Su Feng. This is the first time that your plan has been seen through before it actually started. The chess piece you chose is now beyond your control. I just don't know whether he can stop you. Is it really as Minister and Minister Wu said, that a conversation can't change anything at all? No. In fact, the change is still very big. This is because Zhu Shizhou has confirmed a little bit of Su Feng's real plan. And Minister and is also aware of it. In addition, he has verified his speculation about Su Feng's plan. Zhu Shizhou came to see Minister in this time. And he had long expected that Minister Wu would monitor the whole process. So the possibility of him getting useful information from Minister and is very small. Not to mention that Minister and is wary of him. So his fundamental purpose is actually to confirm whether his speculation about Su Feng's plan is correct. This is also the core of his plan after leaving Illuminiscen. If his guess about Su Feng's plan is wrong, then it is conceivable how he will be played by Su Feng after he deviates from the course. So he must ensure that his guess is correct. Su Feng's plan needs to rely on the Continental Annihilation Weapon to be realized. So this plan must not be Su Feng's arbitrary decision, but needs to be approved by the Black Soldier Organization. According to his guess, Su Feng probably proposed this plan as an alternative plan on the surface, and then passed the review of the Black Soldier Organization. Under this premise, Zhu Shizhou wanted to confirm whether his guess was correct. And the only way was to find a senior figure who might know the content of the plan. Zhu Shizhou has only been in contact with the highest level of the minister so far. Before coming, he was not sure whether Minister and the former head of the headquarters knew the alternative plan proposed by Su Feng. So he just tried his best. Fortunately, Minister and did know and responded to his ability to guess the plan without any clues. Zhu Shizhou fully opened his perception from the moment he entered the courtyard and met Minister and the sensitivity of his pheromone perception may be far beyond the imagination of many people. But as a minister-level figure, it is not so easy to reveal pheromone flaws. If you want to use pheromone perception to sense Minister N's emotions, you have to make him waver first. So Zhu Shizhou brought out the killer weapon, Su Feng's love. The method is simple and easy to use. As a result, Minister N fell into pheromone disorder due to chaotic emotions. Then, he took advantage of the victory, and used the frequency of blinking and cryptography to convey information without Minister Wu noticing at all. In a short time, he revealed Su Feng's real plan to Minister N. Minister N was in a state of excitement at that time. After realizing that there was something fishy about the frequency of Zhu Shizhou's blinking at her, he subconsciously interpreted what Zhu Shizhou wanted to convey. At that moment, the emotion she showed could not be disguised, and the shock and fear were successfully captured by him. At this point, Zhu Shizhou confirmed that his speculation was correct. Su Feng's real plan was indeed as he thought, using America as bait to attract the alien insects on the entire Earth and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. In the above entire trial process, if Minister N was not so proficient in cryptography, or was a little slow to react, or did not care so much about Su Feng, his trial would not have succeeded. But he was right in the end. Minister N is indeed a ministerial figure. The moment she revealed the flaw, she realized what mistake she had made. This plan was an absolutely confidential plan open only to a few senior people. Zhu Shizhou should not have known it. But he knew it. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou had guessed it himself. And the purpose of this trip was to confirm it with her. But she revealed an irreparable flaw. Although it was only a momentary flaw, she could see from Zhu Shizhou's action of getting up that he succeeded. At that moment, she felt like she had met another Su Feng. After realizing that the result was irreversible, she was relieved. Anyway, she had tried her best. and the result might not be bad. In fact, her mentality started from knowing that Su Feng had proposed a plan to the organization. At that time, she cast the only vote against Su Feng's plan at the high-level discussion meeting. In other words, although she knew Su Feng's backup plan, she did not agree with it. Unfortunately, her opposition was invalid, and Su Feng's plan was passed with a high vote. As the head of the command center, she was powerless to change anything, so she could only put aside her inner uneasiness for the time being. From the moment she cast her vote against the proposal, she knew that she had become a thorn in the eyes of the radicals. Sure enough, she was removed from her position, and a talent recommended by Su Feng took over her position as the head of the command center. No one in the upper echelons spoke up for her. Other upper echelons thought it was just a backup plan. But she knew Su Feng's character well, and had long realized that it was wrong. This plan would definitely become the first choice that the organization had to choose under Su Feng's operation. It was not until she was removed from her position that she really started to play badly, because she knew that no one could stop Su Feng. Even Zhu Shizhou, who was favored by everyone, was just a pitiful pawn played by Su Feng in her eyes. She still thought so until Zhu Shizhou came to visit. But a brief conversation made her start to look forward to it. Zhu Shizhou, perhaps only you are qualified to be Su Feng's opponent. Chapter 680 Women's Clothing. Sally Valencia. Zhu Shizhou did not stay in Illumination for too long, because he received his first mission as a formal elite black soldier. New York, USA. This is where he is going. At this moment, he is in a sailing submarine, departing from the Pacific Ocean on a submarine. All the black soldiers sent by various departments are responsible for transportation. The only goal of this submarine is to safely send him to an ordinary cruise ship wandering near Manhattan Beach, USA. After that, he will land on Manhattan Beach by cruise ship and take a plane directly to New York under a disguised identity. The whole sailing process is simple and clear. In New York, his teammate, Da Vinci, who brought him into the elite black soldier team before, will be waiting to pick him up at the airport. After meeting him, he will explain all the details of the entire mission to him. Instead of being a black soldier, you disguised yourself as an ordinary person to perform the mission? Yes. When you graduate from the trainee and become a black soldier, you automatically abandon your original identity. Every time you go on a mission, you need to arrange your identity according to the content of your mission. This mission requires you to disguise yourself as an ordinary person. Have you read the identity information given to you? The voice coming from the phone was very faint, with a sense of rigidity unique to elite black soldiers. The teammate Da Vinci, who was about to meet him in a few days, was on the other end of the phone. Although the real mission content needs to be told to him after meeting, Da Vinci has already prepared a corresponding disguise identity for Zhu Shizhou. In the room, Zhu Shizhou grabbed the paper materials in his hand and wrinkled the stack of papers. After taking a deep breath, he barely stabilized his voice and said in a deep voice, "I have read it, but I feel something is wrong. The identity information prepared for me seems to be wrong. Please reconfirm it." Da Vinci was silent for a while, as if he was reconfirming whether the information he submitted to Illumination was correct. About 2 minutes later, Da Vinci replied, "No, I just confirmed that the identity information I submitted was correct. I don't understand what problem you have." "Problem? It's a big problem," Zhu Shizhou complained madly in his heart. But his voice was still steady. "The question is, are you serious? You want me to disguise myself as a woman to perform the mission?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Da Vinci was puzzled. "That's right." At this moment, Zhu Shizhou got a female profile. Sally Valencia, a young female president of a female luxury cosmetics company who is only 25 years old, is worth $2 billion US. She usually lives a low-key life and rarely appears in the eyes of outsiders and the media. But it is said that she is young and beautiful, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and is a mixed race of the East and the West. In fact, this is a fake identity arranged by the Black Soldier Organization in the outside world for the Black Soldier Organization to prepare for missions at any time. Although it is a fake identity, except for the non-existent Sally Valencia herself, everything else is real, including the cosmetics company under his name, which is indeed in operation. After Zhu Shizhou roughly read the information, his desire to complain soared. This task asked him, a grown man, to disguise himself as a woman, and I don't know what he was thinking. But at this time, He was playing an elite black soldier who was wiped out by emotions. So he could only protest and complain in other ways. I have never disguised myself as a woman. I think I will have flaws in the disguise process. I apply for a change of identity. It cannot be changed because all the preparatory work for the task has been prepared. I haven't told you that this task was originally prepared for Thorns. But because Thorns was recently suspected of colluding with the rebel faction by unknown scoundrels, it was temporarily marginalized. So you were forced to take over the task. Thorn. Well, this is his fault. Because of the trip to Papua New Guinea, Thorn was suspected of colluding with the rebel faction. Although the suspicion was cleared in the end, she was still marginalized. That is, the tasks that should have been assigned to her were assigned to other elite black soldiers. And Thorn herself was temporarily left in elimination. Perhaps she will gradually resume her mission after a while. Zhu Shurjiu held his forehead and said, I see. But the organization really doesn't consider giving me a fake identity again? It's too hasty. I still think it's too risky for a man to play a woman. No. Time is too tight. Preparing a new identity for you means that all our previous arrangements have been in vain. And you don't have to worry about not disguising yourself. There is a professional camouflage master in the submarine you are in now. He is a black soldier from the support department. He is prepared for you and is responsible for training your professional camouflage personnel, including helping you disguise yourself. He is fully responsible. Zhu Shurjiu was speechless. To be honest, he had taken a great risk by making an excuse to refute. If he continued to resist, he might be seen to still have feelings. So he finally compromised. Da Vinci said lightly, try to get familiar with your new identity in the next few days. I think this should be a piece of cake for you. An all-round genius. After saying that, Da Vinci hung up the phone. Zhu Shurjiu continued to look through the information in the room for a while, putting aside other things, since it was originally a task for the elite black soldier Thorn to perform. Its difficulty should also be at the elite black soldier level. The difference between elite black soldiers and ordinary black soldiers is that elite black soldiers have extremely strong pheromone dominance. Zhu Shurjiu is confident that his pheromones can disguise him as an ordinary woman, and he will not reveal any flaws even if he faces an elite black soldier. This is probably the source of Da Vinci's confidence in him. Then what he needs to do next is to adjust his voice, accent, breathing, expression, movement, appearance, body shape, a series of appearance factors to the extent that they match the information. The organization also thoughtfully prepared a black soldier from the support department responsible for emergency training for him. It was really thoughtful. Zhu Shurjiu gritted his teeth for a while before he pressed the dedicated communication channel connecting him to other black soldiers in the submarine and resumed his expressionless posture. 2 days later, under the blue sky, sunny beach, a cruise ship slowly approached the coastline. The cruise ship was full of handsome men and beautiful women, including Hollywood star actors and male and female models, who often appeared in fashion magazines. The 7-day parade of this cruise ship has done enough publicity work in the society. Many reporters also wandered on this cruise ship and took pictures of gossip as news materials. In the dim bar on the cruise ship, a reporter with a camera hanging around his neck was drunk. Hey, man, the ship has docked. Stop drinking. It's time to get off the ship. A man who was obviously also a reporter sat next to him and shook his shoulders, trying to wake up the drunk's thoughts. However, the drunk reporter sobbed and cried out in a drunken state, I hate that bitch Sally Valencia. Woohoo. The man was helpless. Sally Valencia was the owner of this cruise ship. She invited various celebrities in the fashion industry to take a 7-day cruise on the cruise ship for the purpose of advertising her cosmetics. This should have been a simple tour arranged by an ordinary capitalist. But the people gathered were all handsome men and beautiful women. Sparks collided between the handsome men and beautiful women. And it was inevitable that some things that were popular would happen. Just 1 day ago, Alan, a fellow journalist he had just met, was still excitedly talking about the interesting stories of his favorite Hollywood pure actress Evelyn Flores. As a result, a day later, a photo of Evelyn kissing a male model from nowhere in the corridor was taken. Although this photo has great news value, Alan was still hit hard. He got drunk because he couldn't bear this huge blow. During the drunken talk, Alan hated Sally Valencia, the female president who organized this cruise. In his opinion, if Sally Valencia hadn't organized this cruise, his pure goddess would not have slept with a wild man. By the way, these reporters wanted to interview Sally Valencia, who was elusive from the first day they boarded the ship. But strangely, no one had seen this female president, which made a group of reporters sigh that the information confidentiality work was too good. However, these reporters had a hunch that the ship would dock today, and they would definitely be able to see this female president with a lot of news materials in hand. They should always interview the real owner at the end. Wake up now. If you don't wake up, I'm afraid you will miss the opportunity to interview Sally Valencia. The drunk reporter finally reacted, stood up indignantly, and burped, yes. Sally Valencia. I want to see her. She ruined my dream. Alan was helped out of the bar, out of the cabin, and all the way to the deck. The dazzling sunlight made Alan squint his eyes. At this time, a group of handsome men and beautiful women gathered on the same floor, and in front of the deck was a temporary podium. Alan also saw Evelyn standing in the crowd with a pure look on her face. He was still drunk. His eyes widened and he spat on the ground. Bah! What are you pretending to be? A bitch. The first thing I will do after getting off the boat is to expose you. At this time, a cold and graceful voice came from behind. Sir, it's better not to spit on the deck. Huh? Who are you? None of your business. Alan turned his head in a bad mood, but his voice stopped abruptly, like a dog with a stuck throat and unable to make a sound. But his throat was safe and sound, and no one stopped him from saying the second half of the sentence. It was not other reasons that made his voice stop, but the beauty of the person behind him. The visitor wore a wide-brimmed sun hat, and his bright white blonde hair swayed gently under the hat with the sea breeze, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, piercing the dim morning glow. The light of the beautiful long hair was enough to make his dream goddess Evelyn jealous. The white and flawless skin was shining under such elegant and slightly curly long hair. What made Alan even more speechless was the woman's face of mixed Eastern and Western blood, with a mostly Oriental exotic style, and her blue eyes were as intoxicating as talking stars under her slightly heroic eyebrows. These eyes made her whole face softer, and below was a pair of thin red lips that were slightly pursed, as red as a rose in full bloom. The woman said a few more words, and her cold voice was as clear as a spring in the mountains. Alan's drowsy brain could not understand the few words the woman said, until the woman shook her head and walked forward. Alan did not come back to his senses. Oh my God, who is she? So beautiful. Alan looked at the woman's back foolishly and murmured. The woman's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Many people, like Alan, were amazed by the woman's beauty. At this time, the woman Sally Valencia, or more accurately Ju Sergio, walked to the front of the deck with a smile and stepped onto the podium prepared for her. At this time, someone finally realized her identity, and people kept exclaiming in low voices. Ju Sergio smiled at the people below, took a glass of champagne handed over by the waiter, and his clear voice spread throughout the deck through the microphone. Hello everyone. I am Sally Valencia, the organizer of this 7-day cruise at sea. This voyage ends here. I hope everyone has had a pleasant 7 days. Let's toast together. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone cheered and raised champagne, and the already pleasant atmosphere reached a climax. Alan was stunned by the cheers. A friend beside him pushed him and said, Hey, come back to your senses. What's wrong with you? Alan turned around and said to his friend beside him seriously, I was wrong. Sally Valencia is not a bitch. She is my new goddess. Chapter 681 The Hijacking to Come. After landing on the shore smoothly and appearing in front of everyone for the first time as Sally Valencia, Ju Sergio quickly got off the ship. During the time she was traveling to the United States, her every move was strictly trained. Except for her height, her appearance was performed. A thorough disguise, with her hair, skin, face, chest and buttocks all made of simulated materials fitted to the skin or modified with makeup. He was not released until it was confirmed that the disguise was perfect. The result of the first appearance was perfect, and no one could see through his disguise, until he got on the plane to New York. Ju Sergio was slightly relieved, sitting in the semi-enclosed box of the first-class cabin. Ju Sergio recalled that he had boarded the cruise ship to Illumination according to Su Feng's arrangement. The scene at this time vaguely overlapped with the scene that he didn't want to recall at the beginning. Haha. What am I thinking? That kind of thing happened once. That's enough. How could it happen a second time by such a coincidence? Ju Sergio laughed at himself. And just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for the plane to take off, the phone in his bag suddenly vibrated. With his current hearing ability, Zhu Shurjiu easily caught the slight sound of the phone vibrating in his bag. At this moment, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Who else could contact him now except Da Vinci? With that bad premonition, he took out his phone from his bag, and the caller ID was Da Vinci. Hello? Zhu Shurjiu communicated with Da Vinci in English. Da Vinci, there are an unknown number of hostile organizations on the plane you are on, and there is a bomb somewhere on the plane. Please find all the enemies and safely dismantle the bomb. Zhu Shurjiu froze. Oh, this is really interesting. After a while, he smiled faintly, but he was cursing in his heart. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. He was on the plane, and the organization told him that there were hostile organization members on the plane, and there were bombs. He encountered this 1 in a million probability, and he believed it was a coincidence? Besides, since the organization arranged for him to take this plane and knew clearly what would happen, he didn't believe that the organization didn't prepare in advance. Zhu Shurjiu said softly, Dear, I don't like surprises. Did you prepare this for me? The soft tone made people know that this was a woman talking about romance with her beloved. But Da Vinci would not misunderstand. The hostile organization members are real, and the bomb on the plane is also real. But there are our people on the plane. Our people have already investigated everything and are ready to dismantle the bomb and subdue the criminals. But if they are allowed to do it, it will definitely cause chaos. So I want you to solve everything as quietly as possible. You can think of this as a test of your ability. Zhu Shurjiu said coquettishly. What a bummer. What is the gift? You should at least reveal a little bit. Since it is a test, Da Vinci should test it thoroughly. I will not tell you the answer. You need to find out everything by yourself. If you cannot solve this air crisis before those criminals are ready to act, I will submit an application to the organization to let you go home or assign you other tasks. In short, there is no danger to your life. Even if he failed, Da Vinci's people would let the plane land safely. Zhu Shurjiu sneered. He knew that Da Vinci must let him take the first class of the plane instead of sending a private plane to pick him up. It was probably for this test. This test was no difficulty for him. If he wanted, he only needed to sleep well on the plane, and then wait for the gangsters to take action, and the people of the Black Soldier organization to subdue the gangsters. He would know the identity of the gangsters, and afterward, as long as he asked where the bomb was, all the answers would be clear. However, Zhu Shurjiu didn't want to die if he could. Since Da Vinci wanted to test him, he would complete it beautifully for him to see. Only by showing his ability can he be reused, quickly gain merit, and quickly improve his status. At the same time, Da Vinci's cautious attitude of testing his ability can also be seen. The subsequent tasks in New York may be quite important. Zhu Shurjiu doesn't want to miss some important tasks in disgrace after failure. Well, I roughly know. The plane is about to take off. Honey, do you have anything else to tell me? It is especially important to remind you that the other 15 people in the first-class cabin with you are a very important status. Even if any one of them dies, it will cause a media sensation. If you have the energy to spare, then protect them while resolving the crisis. I know. The conversation between the two ends here. If an uninformed person hears the conversation process of Zhu Shurjiu just now, he will probably think that the person on the other end of the phone is preparing a romantic surprise for her. After Zhu Shurjiu hung up the phone, he put his phone back into his bag with a relaxed look, and took out a book from his bag and pretended to read it. But in fact, he had quietly dispersed his pheromones until they were so thin that ordinary black soldiers could not easily perceive them, and spread them to the entire plane. First of all, the known information is that there are enemies and bombs on this plane. There are a total of 297 passengers on this plane, including him in the first-class cabin, 90 passengers in the business class, and 191 passengers in the economy class. This is all the information he knows now. The plane has not taken off yet, and all passengers are boarding one after another. When he stood up and looked back at the corridor, he could see that there were men, women, old people, children, all kinds of people queuing up in the business class at the back. He did not have a passenger list on hand, so he could only observe and record the information of the passengers by simple visual observation. At first glance, there were mostly men. When he wanted to look for a while, a stewardess blocked his view. Hello, miss. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhu Shurjiu then retracted his gaze, raised his head slightly, and shook his head at the stewardess. No, There's nothing I can help you with. I just saw a familiar friend of mine in the business class behind me, and I wanted to say hello. But forget it. I'm a little thirsty. Give me a bottle of ordinary mineral water. His movements and expressions were very natural. In fact, when he fully released his pheromone perception, he had already sensed that the stewardess was approaching this side. And the lie came out naturally without any trace of performance. After the stewardess left, Ju Sergio did not look back. After all, once or twice was fine. But he was a beautiful woman now. And if he did it too many times, it would always attract attention. The stewardess brought mineral water, and Ju Sergio opened it and took a sip. It was non-toxic. He was so vigilant for a reason. Da Vinci did not tell him the true identity of the gangster. That is, the crew members were all suspects. If he was a gangster, the best way to successfully bring the bomb on the plane quietly was to sneak into the crew members. And there would be plenty of opportunities to install the bomb. And if the gangster really succeeded in sneaking into the crew members and disguised himself as a stewardess, he could wander around the 3 cabins of the plane during the flight without attracting attention. And it would be the easiest to approach and control the captain. More importantly, generally speaking, the gangsters need multiple accomplices arranged in advance in each cabin to hijack the plane, so that they can take over and control each cabin at the same time. The most natural way for the gangsters to communicate with each other is not to make a phone call, but to communicate information to each other through the stewardess, who can move flexibly. This is also the reason why many hijacking TV dramas usually have undercover crew members. In some extreme TV dramas, even the co-pilot is an undercover. Ju Sergio was not nervous at all and sipped mineral water. First of all, he needed to determine whether there were criminals among the crew members. He just deliberately attracted a flight attendant to come over and ask about the situation. In fact, he wanted to observe the physical condition of the flight attendant at close range. You know, the close-range perception of the elite black soldier level is enough to detect any abnormality in an unsuspecting person. A person's physical state usually reflects his or her mental state in subtle ways. If the flight attendant he just met was a gangster, unless he or she was a vicious person who really took hijacking as a daily routine, he or she would definitely have emotions such as nervousness, fear, and confusion. Even if it was too small, it would be easy for him to sense abnormalities now. However, in his perception, the flight attendant was very natural, and there was no other abnormality except the normal nervousness when talking to a big shot. One was excluded. Ju Sergio screwed on the bottle cap and began to close his eyes and rest. He could use a similar method to sense the emotions of everyone on the plane from a distance, so as to accurately find the abnormal person. But the premise was that his approach would not attract the attention of the gangster, and now there was a problem. He didn't know whether the gangster was an ordinary person or a black soldier-level strongman who could control his own pheromones. While Ju Sergio was thinking, the plane broadcast sounded, reminding passengers that the plane was about to take off. Chapter 682, The Non-Existent Necklace. Taken the bait. Ju Sergio would not easily regard the criminals as ordinary people who could not even control pheromones. After all, those who were related to the Black Soldier organization were basically not simple. After the plane took off, after a not-so-long climb, the plane began to run smoothly. Next, he would have 5 to 6 hours of flight time to resolve this air crisis. But theoretically, the criminals could attack the plane at any time during the flight, so the actual time left for him would be a little shorter. At this time, the first-class cabin was full, with a total of 16 people including him. Both men and women were middle-aged and older. The oldest one was already in his 50s or 60s, with short white hair and wearing a dark blue expensive suit. He sat in the next seat across the aisle from him. What was the purpose of the criminals? Da Vinci specifically stated that it was best to protect the passengers in the first-class cabin, indicating that the passengers in the first-class cabin might be one of the criminals' targets. Of course, this could also be a smoke bomb. However, if we think about it further, apart from the crew members who can move freely, if there is anyone who can attack the first-class passengers in a short time at a close distance, then the answer is most likely the first-class passengers. As long as the criminal is a first-class passenger, he can quickly take control of the first-class cabin, and he can observe the activities of the crew members in the first-class cabin and pay attention to the movements of other passengers to choose the best time to launch an attack. Ju Sergio just thought about it, and felt that it would be quite convenient for the criminal to disguise himself as a first-class passenger. So he planned to test them one by one. He started with the white-haired old man, who was separated from him by an aisle. It was unlikely that the white-haired old man was a gangster, because Zhu Shizhou noticed that his hand holding the bottle was shaking slightly when he was drinking water. This was not because of nervousness or fear, but because he was old and looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. It might just be because he was well-maintained, and maybe he was older. Before boarding the plane, Da Vinci did not tell him the information of other passengers in the first-class cabin, so Zhu Shizhou could only rely on observation, preliminarily judging that the old man was not a black soldier-level strongman who could control pheromones. Zhu Shizhou boldly spread the pheromones in the direction of the old man little by little to sense, and Zhu Shizhou did not turn his head to look at it during the period. The same method can also be used on other passengers in the first-class cabin. Observe first, then use pheromones to sense. However, due to the perspective, Zhu Shizhou could not see the situation of other passengers in the first-class cabin. So Zhu Shizhou chose to get up and go to the toilet. He knew that the toilet entrance was in front, but he deliberately walked to the back. He pretended to react after a while and turned around. But in fact, he had already looked at all the passengers in the back half in just a few seconds. Every passenger looked very natural, and he didn't find anything unusual after scanning with pheromones. He turned around and went to the toilet. When he returned, he spent a few seconds to confirm the situation of the passengers in the front half of the first-class cabin. There was still nothing unusual. When he returned to his seat, Zhu Shizhou frowned slightly. Did I guess wrong? All the passengers in the first-class cabin were just ordinary people. Zhu Shizhou thought for a moment and pressed the service bell. Soon, a stewardess with black hair and blue eyes came over. She was not the same stewardess who had brought him water before. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? Zhu Shizhou pretended to be distressed and pointed to his fair and slender neck. Excuse me. I went to the toilet in the economy class when I boarded the plane. I just found that one of my necklaces fell off. I don't know where it fell. It may be in the economy class. Can you help me find it? The stewardess immediately said. Okay. I will arrange someone to send you a broadcast notification immediately. Can you describe the specific image of your necklace? Light gold. Zhu Shizhou made up a few random words. If this stewardess is a gangster, then all special situations on the plane will alert the other party, including what he said going to the toilet in the economy class. This means that if the owner of the necklace wants to find the necklace, he must go through the business class directly to the economy class, which is an extremely unstable factor for the gangster who is about to launch an attack. However, Zhu Shizhou did not make this request at the first time, because he had another purpose, which was to attract the criminals to come to the first-class cabin, assuming that there were really no other criminals in the first-class cabin, and the criminals were in the business class and economy class. Then if the criminals wanted to hold or harm the passengers in the first-class cabin, they would need an opportunity or an excuse to come to the first-class cabin. Zhu Shizhou gave the criminals a powerful excuse. After the broadcast was issued, the criminals could use the excuse of finding the necklace and come to the first-class cabin in person. Zhu Shizhou's description of the necklace was quite general, such as a light gold, slender necklace. It seemed to have a lot of details, but it was not convincing. 80% of the female necklaces fit his description. Finally, in order to prevent the criminals from being alert, Zhu Shizhou said to the flight attendant, "This necklace is quite valuable, so I hope you don't mention that I lost it when you broadcast the announcement. Not to mention that I was in the first-class cabin. If anyone finds the necklace, just bring the person here. I want to thank the other party in person." The flight attendant was not surprised and agreed. Okay, Mississippi. The flight attendant was also ruled out of suspicion. Close-range pheromone perception is really a useful killer move. In other words, his pheromones have been strong to a certain level, and ordinary elite black soldiers may not be able to perceive better than him. Soon, a broadcast sounded on the plane, saying that a female passenger had unfortunately lost a lady's necklace, and asked passengers to look for the necklace on the floor at their feet, and briefly describe the appearance of the necklace. Of course, most passengers would not care about this broadcast, and most of them would forget it after hearing it. The ones who would care would be the criminals, who would be alert to the slightest disturbance. Before a big operation is launched, the criminals would not want to see any complications, and they would definitely pay attention to this broadcast. After waiting for half an hour, nothing happened. Zhu Shizhou decided to go to the economy class and business class to check in person. So he called the stewardess again. "Have you found my necklace?" The stewardess apologized. "No, We have already broadcasted it on the plane and arranged for other flight attendants to look for it. But we couldn't find it. Of course, it is impossible to find it. If you really find it, it would be a ghost. Zhu Shizhou looked worried. Is that so? This necklace is very important to me. I want to go and look for it myself. Okay. I'll go with you. Zhu Shizhou left his bag on the seat and set a small trap. If the criminals were really alert enough and arranged for someone in the first-class cabin, someone might come to rummage through his bag while he was away. His bag looked just randomly placed. But in fact, he had already memorized all the details of the bag. If someone really moved his bag, he would be able to find it at a glance when he came back. In short, fish first to see if there will be any stupid fish hooked. Zhu Shizhou followed the stewardess out of the first-class cabin and went to the business class first. Some passengers in the business class were indifferent. Some closed their eyes and slept. And some played with their mobile phones. Most of the passengers looked up and took a look. And then, they were amazed by Zhu Shizhou's appearance. Some male passengers also enthusiastically asked the stewardess what they were looking for. And they could also help find it. Zhu Shizhou. He was a little tired and couldn't help but complain about Da Vinci. Why did he have to give him such a striking appearance? Couldn't he have a more ordinary appearance? While searching for the necklace in the business class, Zhu Shizhou did find a few suspicious people. He didn't do anything for the time being. After observing them secretly, he just remembered them for the time being. The search in the business class was fruitless, and Zhu Shizhou followed the flight attendant to the economy class with more people. Compared with the business class, there were more passengers in the economy class, and they looked more harmless. There were many families traveling in groups in the economy class, and they also brought children. Zhu Shizhou immediately ruled out these suspects. After searching for a while, he still didn't find his non-existent necklace. But he did find a wallet that another passenger accidentally dropped next to the toilet. Zhu Shizhou naturally pretended to go into the toilet and search for it, but still found nothing. Alas, it seems that it might not have fallen in the plane. On the way back to the first-class cabin, Zhu Shizhou silently sorted out the list of several passengers he had suspected in his mind, and said to the stewardess beside him. The stewardess hesitated for a moment and said, "If you insist on looking for it, we can help you contact the police and check the luggage of the passengers after getting off the plane." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "That's not necessary. After all, it's just a necklace. Although it's important, it's not necessary to make such a big fuss." He could understand the stewardess's thoughts. It was nothing more than his public identity that made this non-existent necklace suddenly become extremely valuable. Although he did not say the price. How expensive would the valuable necklace mentioned by Sally Valencia, who is worth $2 billion be? If we only talk about the price, the stewardess thinks that even if she picked up the necklace, she may not take the initiative to hand it over. Zhu Shizhou dispelled the stewardess's idea, returned to his seat, and glanced at the shoulder bag inadvertently. His face was not the slightest bit rippled. "Well, very good. It has been touched." Chapter 683 Flight Attendant. Robber. The bag had been moved. Although the change was very subtle, he still noticed it. Who was it? Someone from the Black Soldier organization? Or a flight attendant? Or a gangster? Zhu Shizhou did not shout, but used all his 5 senses, not knowing whether there were any Black Soldier-level strongmen on this plane. Zhu Shizhou did not dare to use pheromones to track the suspect at will, so his way of chasing the suspect was quite primitive, and he used the sense of smell of the elite Black Soldier level. Although it was not as powerful as the experimental subject with extraordinary sense of smell in the Dark Palace, it was enough for the moment. Before leaving his seat, he deliberately applied perfume on the outer surface of the bag. If someone touched his bag without paying attention, the smell of perfume would definitely be left on his fingers. One thing that can be made clear is that the person who moved his bag did not know that he was an elite Black Soldier, and even probably just thought that he was just an ordinary person. So he came forward so blatantly to rummage through her bag. So the other party did not expect that he would use his super-sensitive sense of smell to track. The smell of perfume seemed to leave a special invisible path in the air, with one end being her shoulder bag and the other end connected to the front. The farther she went, the fainter it became, and finally settled on a stewardess. The stewardess standing at the front of the first-class cabin was wearing a flight attendant uniform similar to the other stewardesses, but in a different color. This stewardess was the chief stewardess. Zhu Shizhou rang the service bell. The stewardess, who had accompanied Zhu Shizhou through the 3 cabins, returned. And Zhu Shurjiu said indifferently, "Let your chief stewardess come over." The stewardess responded timidly, and then went to call the chief stewardess. The flight attendant frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say she didn't pursue it?" After searching for a while, and not finding it. "What does she want to do?" The flight attendant also smiled bitterly. Even if Zhu Shurjiu didn't fully release his five senses, he could hear this whispered question clearly. Not to mention that Zhu Shurjiu was now fully releasing his five senses. And the conversation was clearly transmitted to Zhu Shurjiu's ears, without missing a word. The flight attendant obediently came to Zhu Shurjiu's side, still with a respectful face on the surface. "Miss, please ask." Zhu Shurjiu motioned the other party to come closer, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "My necklace is not lost, but stolen." The flight attendant was surprised. Zhu Shurjiu added, "But I don't want to cause a commotion, which would be embarrassing for me. So I hope you can help me communicate with the men who are suspected of being thieves and ask them to return my necklace." The flight attendant said solemnly, "I will call the flight attendant." "Wait, I'm not sure if they are really thieves. So if I can't find the necklace from them, it will be even more embarrassing for me. I hope you flight attendants can communicate with them directly." The flight attendant hesitated for a while and nodded, asking, "Do you remember their seat numbers? We will arrange someone to ask them." "The passengers on the right side of the window, in the third row of business class. Row 9. Zhu Shurjiu pretended to try to recall and reported his suspect list. At the same time, he began to observe the flight attendant's micro-expressions and pheromone changes. If the flight attendant really had contact with the criminals, he should have reacted to the list he reported. Sure enough, the flight attendant had a clear reaction to the seat numbers of several specific passengers. Ordinary people could not see anything. But Zhu Shurjiu, through close observation and perception, immediately saw through the panic that the flight attendant wanted to hide. The flight attendant still looked respectful and asked, "Excuse me, why do you think they are thieves?" Zhu Shurjiu said confidently, "Because they look flustered and suspicious." "Of course not, but it is enough as an excuse." After walking around the business class and economy class, he had a list of suspects. But after all, it was just the result of observation. The pheromones he used cautiously at the time were just a quick sweep, so he was not sure about his speculation. However, now with the reaction of the flight attendant as a basis for judgment, the speculation has become reliable. The pheromones of these passengers reported by him clearly have the smell of nervousness, fear and vigilance. Now Zhu Shurjiu initially judged that the flight attendant was an insider, and there were several criminals among the passengers, 2 criminals in the business class, and 3 criminals in the economy class, and they were all ordinary people without exception. There were no black soldier-level strongmen. He walked through the 3 cabins and thought that except for the captain and co-pilot whom he had never met, the pheromones of all the others on the plane were only at the level of ordinary people. The reason why he still did not release the pheromone to scan with all his strength after the initial judgment was that there might still be strong people who could hide from his pheromone perception. After all, Da Vinci said that there were people from the Black Soldier organization on this plane, and they were ready to go at any time to stop the gangsters from bombing the plane. But Zhu Shurjiu did not find their figures in his perception. So either the people Da Vinci prepared were also ordinary people, or they deceived his pheromone perception. It is precisely because of the possibility of the latter that Zhu Shurjiu did not dare to confidently say that his pheromone perception was accurate, and did not dare to fully release his pheromone perception. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the flight attendant. Since Zhu Shurjiu reported the list of criminals he suspected, the flight attendant was a little at a loss, and stood there hesitant for more than half a minute. Zhu Shurjiu asked, "What's wrong? Is it difficult to implement?" The flight attendant stammered, "Isn't this not good? After all, if there is no reason to suspect, don't worry. I will compensate them. If the suspicion is wrong, I am willing to give each of them a compensation of $100,000. I believe that after you tell them this condition, they will be more eager to agree than you." The flight attendant had no reason to refuse now, and agreed with a wry smile. The white-haired old man who was across the aisle from Zhu Shurjiu witnessed the whole process. After the flight attendant left, he smiled at Zhu Shurjiu and said, "It seems that this necklace is very important to you." Zhu Shurjiu smiled and replied, "Yes, it is probably more important than my life." The white-haired old man said, "Nothing in this world is more important than your own life. Being able to live is the most important thing." Perhaps he just spoke out of emotion. After saying this, The white-haired old man did not recognize Zhu Shurjio's meaning and closed his eyes and stopped talking. Zhu Shurjio asked the thieves to pay a compensation of 100,000 US dollars to each person, which was nothing in his eyes. The passengers in this first-class cabin were either rich or noble, and 100,000 US dollars was not much different from 10 US dollars in their eyes. The departing flight attendant did not immediately look for the passengers on the suspect list, but first came to the lounge and wrote a few notes while no one was around, cursing as she wrote. "Damn it! Before takeoff, you told me that you were professionals and would never reveal any flaws. As a result, you panicked and made people suspicious when someone went to find a necklace. I am really unlucky to choose to cooperate with you." After writing the note, the flight attendant cursed and put it away in her palm, so that she could easily convey information to the robbers' accomplices in the business class and economy class. The ins and outs of this hijacking operation are actually very simple. It is nothing more than the robbers threatening her to let her, the flight attendant, cooperate with the robbers to hijack the plane, targeting the guests in the first-class cabin. As long as these guests get on the plane, their lives and deaths will be controlled by them. And during the voyage, they will ask the guests in the first-class cabin to contact their families to prepare a large amount of ransom. Otherwise, they will blow up the plane and let the passengers on the entire plane be buried with them. Such a crazy plan naturally cannot be done without the help of the flight attendant. The robbers promised to give her a share of the profits as a reward. The flight attendant was forced to agree by half coercion and half temptation. She thought the other party had a large number of people and looked very professional. Unexpectedly, she was exposed as soon as she got on the plane. The robbers were mistaken for thieves. If she hadn't been unable to get off the plane now, she would definitely say "hack you" to the robbers. The flight attendant left the lounge and smiled at Sally Valencia, a woman in the first-class cabin. She turned around and went to the business class to find the robbers. When the robbers received the note from the flight attendant, they were stunned. "TF? We are considered thieves?" They felt deeply that their professionalism was questioned. Chapter 684. Should I poison or not? There is an insult in this world. That is, when you are doing something you think is very noble, you are looked down upon for no reason. The robbers also have their own dignity. They are clearly planning a billion-dollar business, but they are misunderstood as weaklings who can only steal. What's more important is that they originally thought that their disguise was perfect, thinking that anyone who saw them would think that they were just ordinary passengers. But they were strangely seen through at a glance and accurately picked out by an ordinary woman from hundreds of passengers. This is no longer a question of insult or not. The robbers were somewhat angry and embarrassed when facing the resentful and contemptuous eyes of the flight attendant. "This is not our problem. I suspect that the woman has discovered something." A robber flight attendant only knew that his pseudonym was Jack. While pretending to go to the bathroom, he whispered to the flight attendant at the aisle between the business class and the economy class. The flight attendant complained, "Stop talking about these useless things. I thought you were professionals. Aren't you international bandits?" But your disguise was exposed in an instant. Also, did you really not steal the woman's necklace? If you did, then hand it over quickly. Otherwise it will have a big impact on the plan if the matter gets out of hand. Jack said angrily. "Bullshit. I said we didn't steal the necklace. And my team will never do such a tasteless thing. It's just a necklace, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the money we will get if the plan succeeds." "Really?" The flight attendant did not comment, but the suspicion in his eyes never dissipated, and Jack was furious again. "Anyway, there is definitely something wrong with that woman." Jack paced back and forth, biting his nails and muttering. "Even if he is a super detective, it is impossible to lock us in such a short time without doing anything. So I am more inclined to believe that the woman's search for the necklace is just an excuse. She may have learned about our hijacking plan and rushed here." The flight attendant almost laughed when she heard this. She looked at Jack with more contempt. "Agent, you are really joking. Are you saying that a super rich man worth $2 billion is an agent?" Jack also knew that his idea was unreliable, but he couldn't figure out how the woman found out their identities. However, sometimes it is better to give up thinking about things that you can't figure out. For now, the only way is... Jack's eyes revealed a fierceness, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck in front of the flight attendant. The flight attendant was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. It was at this moment that she remembered that the man in front of her was a vicious criminal gang, plotting a huge fortune of billions of dollars. She hurriedly said, "Wait, this is different from what we agreed before. I didn't hear that anyone would be killed before." Jack snorted coldly, stared at the flight attendant coldly, and said word by word, "That's because according to our original plan, there was no need to kill anyone. But now the plan has changed. I advise you not to let me find out that you are actually being clever." The flight attendant was stunned and sweated even more. She realized that Jack was suspicious of her. In this criminal operation, she was the only outsider of the team. And it was too weird that Jack and his entire gang were caught. It was as if someone had revealed the truth. If she didn't know that she really did nothing, the flight attendant would even doubt herself. The flight attendant hurriedly explained, "No, it's not me. You know me. If it was me, I helped you install the bomb on board to cover up the traces of the crime. If it was exposed, not only would my life be ruined, but even my family would be killed by you. How could I do such a stupid thing? Of course I know it's not you. Otherwise I wouldn't discuss killing that woman with you now. But everything is possible. And you are still a suspect. So I need your pledge of allegiance." Pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance? I have helped you so much. Jack ignored the flight attendant's pleading eyes and said, "I have a packet of poison here. I want you to add poison to the woman's food when she eats." "You are crazy. I will definitely be exposed if that happens." "Uh-huh. How long do you think you can keep the fact that you assisted us in the hijacking secret?" "Don't worry. When the time comes, people in our team will pretend to be doctors and take the initiative to ask for a checkup after the incident. At that time, you only need to cooperate with us again. And my people will make a false diagnosis and make up an excuse of myocardial infarction to cover it up," Jack said quickly. He had been talking to the flight attendant for too long and had begun to attract the attention of some passengers. He wanted to end the conversation. "After killing that woman, we can start the hijacking plan. The poison is for you. Take it." The flight attendant was forced to take the poison from Jack, and her hand trembled, and she almost couldn't hold it steady. "Do you really want to kill someone?" Jack returned to his seat. The flight attendant didn't have time to think about it. He stuffed the poison into his arms and returned to the first-class cabin with a forced smile. It was at this time that she remembered that she had not yet asked Jack and the others how to deal with the necklace. However, Jack and the others would not covet the mere $100,000. What they wanted to do was not to attract too much attention before the plan started. "Anyway, let's just deal with it for now." The flight attendant returned to Zhu Sergio's side. Zhu Sergio was reading quietly at this time. When he noticed the arrival of the flight attendant, he looked up and smiled sweetly. "How is it going?" The flight attendant trembled slightly. "Well, I'm sorry, Miss Sally. They don't want to be checked. I think we should wait until the plane lands." Zhu Sergio shook his head. "That won't work. After the plane lands, they can secretly dispose of my necklace during the 5-hour flight. We have already alerted them. Alas, what should I do now?" The flight attendant cursed a few words in her heart. It was just a necklace. She knew she couldn't afford it. But it didn't stop her from thinking that Sally was making a fuss. If she was as rich as Sally, she could have as many necklaces as she wanted. And she wouldn't feel bad if the necklace was lost. She didn't understand why someone as rich as Sally would care so much about a necklace. "Miss Sally." The flight attendant wanted to struggle a few more times. Sally shook her head and said, "I know it's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me for not keeping an eye on my belongings. But that necklace means a lot to me. It's a relic left to me by my mother. Whenever I feel lost, that necklace will give me guidance." "Miss Flight Attendant, you have someone you love, right? If you have someone you love, you should understand how I feel." The flight attendant looked at Sally's clean eyes and subconsciously touched the poison hidden in her chest. "Miss Sally, but there is no good way now. No matter how I persuade them, they are unwilling to accept the examination. Alas." Zhu Sergio sighed. "Sometimes, you always know how to cherish something after you lose it. If my mother knew that I lost the relic she left for me, she would definitely be very disappointed." The flight attendant opened her mouth, and her heart seemed to be touched. "I think it shouldn't be. It's just a necklace." The flight attendant thought of her mother. If her mother knew that she was helping a criminal gang to commit a shocking crime and was about to end an innocent life, would her mother be disappointed? At this moment, the flight attendant felt a strong sense of regret, and she suddenly had an urge to confess everything. But her reason made her hold back. Zhu Sergio looked at the flight attendant inexplicably and retracted the pheromone tentacles that were reaching out to the flight attendant. The technique he used was called pheromone induction. which was to use his own pheromones to affect the pheromones of ordinary people, and use pheromones to adjust and stimulate the other party's emotions. He just gently inserted the pheromones into the flight attendant's pheromones, inducing the flight attendant's regret, and re-stimulating and amplifying the flight attendant's few moral senses and guilt. Zhu Shizhou tried it for the first time. Before trying it, he didn't know whether it would succeed. Now it seems to be effective. It would be good if it works. This woman will be his breakthrough. Judging from the reaction of this woman, the list of criminals is probably correct. So the next thing to confirm is the location of the bomb. In the previous inference, Zhu Shizhou believed that the easiest way to install the bomb on the plane is to plant an insider among the crew members. This insider must be very familiar with the location of the plane in order to quickly and covertly complete the installation of the bomb. Zhu Shizhou believes that the flight attendant is such a role and is very likely to know the location of the bomb. He has only two tasks. One is to deal with the criminals, and the other is to deal with the bomb. He gave the flight attendant a chance. As long as the flight attendant confessed everything to him, it could be regarded as a return to the right path. Maybe he could get a lighter sentence in the end. Next, it depends on the flight attendant's choice. Add fuel to the fire. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the flight attendant's chest and said, "Forget it. Put the necklace aside for now, and prepare a lunch for me. I didn't eat anything before I got on the plane, and now I'm a little hungry." The flight attendant's face changed slightly. She didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. She was in a dilemma for a while. Should she poison him? Chapter 685. The Confession of the Flight Attendant. The lunch prepared for Sally Valencia was steak. The flight attendant was not struggling with how well the steak should be cooked, but whether to sprinkle the poison on the steak, add the poison to the juice, or simply poison the knife and fork. There are many ways to poison, and each one can kill someone. But this was the first time the flight attendant tried to kill someone. When she thought about her hands being stained with blood, she couldn't stop trembling all over. Even in the kitchen, she took out the poison and put it on top of the steak. When she was about to pour it out, she trembled and took the poison back. After a full 10 minutes, the flight attendant collapsed and sat on the floor of the kitchen, her face pale. Zhu Shizhou's pheromone-induced emotional riot was a killing spree. The flight attendant was already in a state of high tension. His pheromone induced a hole for the flight attendant to vent her emotions. So the emotions that this woman had barely suppressed in her heart all poured out like a flood. Like a faucet with a damaged valve. The surge of emotions could not be stopped at all. No. No. The flight attendant held her head and whispered to herself, her face painful. And the hand holding the poison could not open the seal of the poison. Outside the closed kitchen, a crew member heard the movement and knocked on the kitchen door. "Sister Bella, what happened?" "No. Nothing. I just sprained my foot." The flight attendant Bella responded casually, then gritted her teeth, and finally opened the seal of the poison. Applied the poison on the surface of the steak, added a little to the juice, and used the last bit on the knife and fork. No need to make the tangled three choices. Now the food, drinks and utensils on the plate are all covered with poison. Bella didn't know how toxic the poison was. Anyway, Jack said that eating it would kill her, and there was no cure. She didn't have the courage to ask, because she was worried that if she asked too much, Jack would use the poison on her. Pushing the dining cart slowly out of the kitchen, Bella finally came to Zhu Shizhou's seat. "Miss Valencia, this is the steak you asked for." No. Sorry." Because she was too nervous, Bella almost hit the juice when she picked up the steak plate. Her expression was tense for a moment, as if she was trying to control something, and her hand holding the plate was shaking slightly. "Thank you." Zhu Shizhou glanced at Bella with a little meaning, picked up the knife and fork, and cut the steak elegantly. He could naturally feel the scattered pheromones emanating from Bella's body. The emotions contained in the pheromones were as rich as an overturned seasoning bottle, and the most noticeable one was her strong fear. "If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place?" Zhu Shizhou cut the steak, stabbed one of the pieces with a fork, and opened his cherry lips to put it in his mouth. "Wait a minute." Bella, who had been waiting nervously, finally couldn't help but call out to Zhu Shizhou. At this moment, Bella's heartbeat frequency, like a rapid drum, finally reached its peak. Zhu Shizhou put down the knife and fork, pretending to be at a loss. "What's wrong?" "I suddenly remembered that this steak seems to have been stored for a long time. I'm worried that the meat is not fresh enough." Bella answered incoherently, at a loss, and even stepped forward and pressed Zhu Shizhou's hand very rudely. snatching the knife and fork from his hand. Zhu Shurjiu also retracted his pheromone tentacles at this time. Yes, he made another move. Using pheromones to mobilize the emotions of an ordinary person was easier than he thought. The first time is a second time. And he has mastered this technique even though it was only the second time he tried to do it. Compared with his physical talent, Zhu Shurjiu found that his talent in controlling pheromones was simply terrifying. What's more amazing is that people who were influenced by his pheromones could not realize that there was anything unnatural. And they would only think that everything was under their own subjective will. Bella is like this now. She didn't know that this was the result of Zhu Shurjiu's influence. She still thought that she had a guilty conscience, and the guilt prevented her from continuing to act. Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be shocked, and then turned his shock into anger. I've taken so many flights, but I've never met such a rude flight attendant. Miss Bella, don't you think you should apologize for your rude behavior? Bella's mind was a mess now, and her emotions were scattered. She was happy that she had saved a life, regretted that the poisoning operation failed, and was afraid of facing Jack and others in the future. As for being scolded by Zhu Shurjiu at the moment, this should have been a terrifying thing for a flight attendant. But in her eyes, it became a trivial matter. Bella smiled bitterly, breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I'm really sorry. I just remembered the quality of the steak now. I'll prepare a new steak for you right away. Although Zhu Shurjiu didn't eat a bite, he still wiped his mouth, and his expression was still angry. No need. I just want you to give me an explanation. In my opinion, your professional quality is shockingly poor. Bella was speechless, accepting Zhu Shurjiu's angry rebuke. As he spoke, Zhu Shurjiu picked up the juice again, with a straw inserted in it. Bella's eyebrows jumped. Her heartbeat soared to 180 miles per hour again, and she quickly reached out to pull Zhu Shurjiu's hand holding the juice. Before she could drink a mouthful of the juice, it immediately spilled all over Zhu Shurjiu's dress, leaving a pool of orange-yellow marks on the dress. Sorry. 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 I really didn't mean it. I accidentally. Bella's face flushed, and she explained in embarrassment and panic. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Bella speechlessly. Although this was the result of his guidance. You call reaching out and pouring juice on me accidentally? The other passengers in the first-class cabin had actually been paying attention to the situation here for a long time. Whether Zhu Shurjiu was looking for the necklace or was interrupted by the chief steward while eating, they were just watching silently and had no intention of speaking out. But now, they really couldn't help it. In their elegant upper class, it is rare to encounter such a ridiculous scene. Oh my God! What are you doing? What did I see? Rude. Disrespectful. It's unbelievable. I just watched for a long time. You said it was accidental, but it was 100% intentional. Your acting is too poor. You stretched out your hand and overturned the glass of juice. Do you still want to play innocent? The gentlemen in the first-class cabin were furious at this scene, and for a while the whole first-class cabin was full of complaints. But in fact, this was also the result of Zhu Shurjiu's pheromone. After carefully confirming that all the passengers in the first-class cabin were ordinary people, he spread pheromones and ignited their anger at the right time. Bella was already at a loss, and now she didn't know how to defend herself, because her actions just now didn't look like carelessness at all. Perhaps in the eyes of other passengers, her behavior was a naked revenge for being bothered to find the necklace. The passengers' anger went straight to Bella, and the obvious anger made these superiors, who were already in high positions, look more powerful. Bella's mind was blank amid the condemnation of the superiors. However, at this time, Sally Valencia, who should have been the most angry, this poor woman who was blatantly bullied by the flight attendant, gradually calmed down, sighed, stood up, and held the flight attendant's hand. Let's go to the bathroom and clean the juice off my body first. Bella had no time to think more. Amid the complaints of the passengers, she walked through the aisle and was taken directly to the bathroom. It was also at this time that Bella came back to her senses. Her face was as pale as paper. Looking back on everything she had done, Bella was desperate and wanted to punch herself. She felt that everything that had just happened was like a dream. She couldn't imagine how stupid she had done. Hadn't she already decided to poison? She had already put the poison in front of the target, and it was about to succeed. But she suddenly regretted it? Bella almost couldn't stand when she thought of this. But now she had to face Sally Valencia, who was embarrassed by her. She didn't dare to think how angry the other party would be. I'm sorry, Miss Valencia. What happened? I think you look very uncomfortable. However, to her surprise, the gorgeous and elegant woman in front of her sighed, cast a warm look at her with concern, and cared about her body. Bella froze. Sergio pretended to be helpless and said, "If it's because I asked you to find the necklace and made you embarrassed, then I apologize to you." Bella's eyes were wet. What a kind woman. She almost killed her. At this moment, Bella, who felt cared for, even wanted to throw herself into the arms of the woman in front of her and cry loudly. "No, it's not like that." Bella's lips trembled, and after struggling for a long time, she said tremblingly, Actually, after a long time, there was no actually. And Bella's last remaining reason prevented her from continuing to confess. However, how could Sergio, who was well prepared and in control of everything, miss such a good opportunity? He continued to deepen the influence of pheromones, and gave a defense-breaking blow. Sergio patted Bella on the shoulder and smiled gently. "It's okay if you don't want to say it. You should take a rest. But if you need any help, you can come to me at any time." At this moment, Bella finally couldn't hold it back. She leaned back dejectedly, leaned against the toilet door, and collapsed to the ground, unable to help crying softly. "No, it's all my fault. It's my fault. Miss Valencia, I just brought you a steak, and I poisoned it." From a perspective that Bella couldn't see, Sergio's mouth curled up and smiled with relief. His tone was very shocked. "What did you say?" Bella covered her face and cried, sobbing and speaking intermittently. It all started a week ago. Chapter 686. The bomb has been dismantled. A month ago, Bella's life as a flight attendant changed. Her 8-year-old daughter, who was in elementary school, disappeared on the way home from school. Her home is only a few hundred meters away from her daughter's private elementary school. The distance from the elementary school to her home is just across a road and turn a corner. The road is full of surveillance cameras and the traffic is moderate, so it can be said that there is no danger at all. Because of this, her daughter, who is usually independent, usually goes to and from school by herself. Before the incident, no one expected her daughter to disappear. But the fact is that her daughter seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. She disappeared without a trace after going to school on an ordinary morning. After calling the police at that time, the police searched the school and the surrounding areas, retrieved surveillance and questioned pedestrians on the street. After a series of operations, they confirmed that her daughter disappeared during the school hours. The school monitoring teacher said that once school was over, the sensible Alyssa would leave obediently and say hello to the teacher before leaving. That day was no exception. But strangely, by checking the surveillance cameras around the school, the police confirmed that Alyssa did not appear on the way home from school, and even did not appear at the school gate. So according to the police's initial speculation, there are two possibilities for Alyssa's whereabouts. The first possibility is that Alyssa is still somewhere in the school, and the second possibility is that Alyssa was abducted by criminals from the other side of the school over the wall. But both possibilities seem unreliable. The police searched the entire school, and every corner was carefully searched. They even opened the sewer pipes in the most classic toilet of homicide cases to go. After checking carefully, no trace of Alyssa was found. It would be even more absurd to say that the criminals took Alyssa away from the surveillance at the school gate and climbed over the wall to leave. Alyssa disappeared at the time when school was over, and the flow of people was relatively the highest in the day. If she wanted to climb over the wall, she would definitely attract the attention of passers-by. Although Alyssa was 8 years old, she was already 140 centimeters tall. No matter how she concealed her height, she could not be taken out of the school quietly, let alone climb over the wall during the time when the flow of people was the highest. After a week of investigation, the police investigation progress came to a standstill. At that time, Bella collapsed and cried all day long. Then, incredible, things took a turn for the better. After a week of disappearance, Alyssa came back. Yes, it was so bizarre that the police did not find any trace of Alyssa. But she came back safe and sound, and she seemed to be unharmed. One afternoon, she knocked on her door. The police were also surprised when they found out, and naturally questioned Alyssa afterwards. Alyssa said that when she went to the toilet, her eyes suddenly went black, and she knew nothing afterwards. When she woke up, she was in a small closed room. Every day, someone brought her food regularly through a small window. She didn't know where she was, who kidnapped her, and she didn't know how she got out. After a week, her eyes went black and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was in the school toilet. Then Alyssa hurriedly fled back home. The child thinking and narration were quite confusing, and the police only sorted out the facts after a long time of questioning. However, after sorting out the facts, the police were even more confused. What did the kidnappers do in the whole incident? Bella said that she had never received any information from the kidnappers, and no one had extorted money from her. After examination, Alyssa's body was not harmed, except for being kidnapped for a week. Nothing seemed to have happened. After following up for about a week, the police finally stopped the investigation of the case, and just told Bella to contact the police in time if there was any follow-up. If it ended here, Bella would naturally not take the criminal path of cooperating with the robbers as an insider. When she thought everything was calm, she suddenly received a text message. The other party admitted that they were the murderers of the kidnapping case, and said that since they could do it once, they could do it a second time. They threatened Bella not to notify the police. Otherwise her daughter would disappear completely next time. Not only her daughter, but also her husband, father and mother might suffer. Bella did not dare to disobey, did not notify the police, and hurriedly asked what the other party wanted to do. Then a group of robbers came to me and explained their hijacking plan to me, and asked me to install a bomb on the plane. The sneaky passengers you saw when you were looking for the necklace were the criminal gang of the hijacking plan. In order to prevent any complications, they also tested whether I had betrayed them. So they asked me to poison you as a token of my loyalty. Sergio squatted down and gently patted Bella's back while listening to Bella's intermittent account of the whole incident. After listening, Sergio pondered and said, in other words, their goal is only money. Not to blow up the plane? They also have accomplices on the ground. Yes. If not, Bella would have taken the robbers to their deaths for her family. Bella actually still concealed something. She only confessed the part about the robbers threatening her, but not the part about the robbers promising to give her money. But it doesn't matter. The first problem to be solved now is, so, where did you install the bomb? Bella broke the jar and said frankly, in the cockpit, under the seats of the captain and co-pilot. According to them, the power of the bomb explosion is enough to destroy the entire nose of the plane. Cockpit. To be cautious, Sergio asked, is it possible that they only let you install the bomb in the cockpit, but there are actually bombs in other places? Bella was surprised at Sergio's calmness. She did not see a trace of fear on Sergio's face. Bella shook her head quickly. I did the final inspection. There should be only the bombs installed by me on the plane. Before takeoff, it must be cleaned and inspected as a whole. I secretly installed the bombs during the final inspection. That is to say, if they use the same method to threaten your other crew members, other crew members will also have the opportunity to install bombs in other parts of the plane? Bella was speechless. She was originally coerced and lured in. In fact, she didn't know whether the robbers bribed other flight attendants as insiders. Bella thought about it and smiled bitterly. It is indeed possible that you said. In short, we need to remove the bomb in the cockpit first. Bella shook her head and said, that's not a bomb that can be easily dismantled. Sergio actually had no knowledge of bomb disposal. But that didn't stop him from telling Da Vinci the location of the bomb first. So Sergio called Da Vinci in front of Bella. Miss Sally Valencia. What's the matter? Da Vinci's tone was still acting like a real person, but he didn't know what role he was playing. Sergio said, the bomb is in the cockpit, under the seats of the captain and co-pilot. Da Vinci said the answer was correct. Can you arrange someone to dismantle it? The captain or the co-pilot? Since Da Vinci was confident that he could play this test game, it proved that Da Vinci's people were sure to dismantle the bomb. If they wanted to strictly ensure that the bomb could not explode, it would be best to monitor the bomb at all times. The captain and co-pilot in the cockpit at this time were most likely people arranged by Da Vinci. Sergio even suspected that the bomb had actually been dismantled. Sure enough, the next moment, Da Vinci replied, don't worry about the bomb in the cockpit. I have arranged for someone to remove it. Sergio's heart moved. From what you said, it seems that there are bombs in other places? Maybe there are. Or maybe not. Da Vinci answered very experienced. Of course, he couldn't tell him the answer before the test was over. Sergio was relieved. Now he didn't have to worry about the plane being blown up. The bomb in the cockpit was removed. If there were bombs in other places, it would probably be the same. It's just that the robbers and Bella were kept in the dark. Hang up the phone. Zhu Shurjo smiled at Bella. Don't worry. The bomb in the cockpit has been removed. Bella looked up at him in shock. Miss Shashali, who are you? Zhu Shurjo replied. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that we have to secretly get rid of those whimsical robbers. But before that, we have to confirm whether there are other accomplices among all the crew members that you don't know about. As the chief flight attendant, you should be able to call all the crew members except the captain and the co-pilot. Right? Chapter 687, Pheromone Field. At Zhu Shurjo's request, the flight attendant Bella knew that she could not turn back and could only make up for her mistakes. Although she didn't know how Zhu Shurjo could identify whether there were traitors among the other flight attendants, she still followed Zhu Shurjo's instructions and called the other flight attendants over. This one is not. No. This one is not either. This one is also safe. All the flight attendants went into the bathroom one by one. And Zhu Shurjo also used pheromones to scan these flight attendants one by one. Each flight attendant was an ordinary person. And there was no abnormality in the emotions revealed by their own pheromones. Their breathing, heartbeat, and eyes were all in line with the level of an ordinary person. During this period, Zhu Shurjo also asked a few simple questions and used pheromones to mobilize emotions. But no problems were found. All flight attendants are safe. It seems that only you are the traitor. After sending away the other flight attendants, who felt puzzled, Zhu Shurjo said to Bella. Bella was confused and hesitated. What method did you use to confirm that they are not suspected? In Bella's opinion, what Sally Valencia has done so far has exceeded the ability of an ordinary rich man. And she is trying to solve the whole case alone. No, it should not be alone. Bella remembered that Sally called someone and confirmed that she actually had help behind the scenes. This made Sally look even more mysterious. Zhu Shurjo replied. It's just a simple interrogation technique. Let's get back to the topic. Did the robbers say what actions they would take if you succeeded in poisoning? Bella said cautiously. They said that after I make the announcement, someone in their gang will volunteer to disguise themselves as a doctor to diagnose you and declare your cause of death as sudden death from myocardial infarction. After that, in order to prevent changes, a hijacking operation will be launched. Zhu Shurjo asked. Their hijacking weapons should not only be bombs. Right? If there are only bombs, although the deterrent power is sufficient, it cannot guarantee that they can maintain force in front of a group of passengers. So Zhu Shurjo suspects that the criminals are likely to have guns hidden on them. And guns are something that the flight attendant can secretly install bombs on the plane. So it is not surprising that they can bring guns in. As long as the flight attendant hides them somewhere in the plane in advance and then delivers them to the criminals one by one, the criminals can launch a hijacking operation. Zhu Shurjo thought so. However, Bella shook her head and said, I don't know. All I did was bring the bomb into the plane. They must have weapons. I don't know how they got past the security check. Maybe the security checkers themselves are their people. At least this speculation is better than treating them as thieves who pose no threat, regardless of whether they have guns or not. We must first assume that they have guns and then act based on that. Bella was worried that her confession would make things worse. So she looked at Zhu Shurjo, who was lost in thought, and asked worriedly, Miss Sally, what are you going to do? Zhu Shurjo replied, We can't just deal with the criminals one by one, because the criminals are distributed in the business class and economy class. Even if I can quickly deal with the criminals in the business class, there is no way to guarantee that the criminals in the economy class will not take hostages when they hear the noise. In addition, from the fact that they didn't tell you more information, it seems that they never really trusted you. So the information you know may be false. For example, they may have two plans: asking you to install the bomb and carrying the bomb on the plane themselves. Bella was also confused and anxiety. And then she realized that if they really brought the weapon on the plane successfully, then the bomb could naturally be brought on the plane. Ah? What should we do then? Zhu Shurjo said lightly. It's very simple. Just let these criminals fall into a situation where they can't counterattack together. Ah? But I don't understand how to do it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. But there is only one thing you need to do. My next action may be a bit intense. You just need to lead the flight attendants to calm the passengers' emotions at the right time, just as the criminals deliberately concealed the important part. Zhu Shurjo also concealed what he was going to do from Bella. But it was not because he didn't trust Bella, but because what he was going to do might be a little difficult for an ordinary person to understand. Zhu Shizhou left the toilet and returned to his seat. The white-haired old man who was across the aisle from him noticed him coming back and glanced at the juice marks on his body that he had wiped off hastily, but not completely. Your marks are still very obvious. If you don't mind, I have a coat here. No. Thank you. The old man looked quite gentlemanly. But Zhu Shizhou still rejected the old man's kindness. The old man was not embarrassed by being rejected, and smiled at Zhu Shizhou. It seems that so many flight attendants have gone over, but failed to solve your problem. The old man was talking about the flight attendants queuing to enter the toilet. Zhu Shizhou was checking their suspicion. Everyone was not blind, and could see the scene. Zhu Shizhou replied with a little distress. That's because I wanted them to borrow a piece of clothing. But I found that the size of their clothes was not suitable for me. Zhu Shizhou's current appearance is that of an exceptionally tall woman. And the tallest stewardess on this plane is only as tall as his neck. The excuse is very reasonable. And it also involves the privacy of women's clothing. The gentlemanly white-haired old man smiled, and said nothing more. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be nothing, and closed his eyes in his seat. The flight attendant walked out of the toilet, and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a very puzzled look when he passed by Zhu Shizhou. Is this the way Miss Sally said to deal with the criminals? No matter how you look at it, it's just closing your eyes to rest. Bella thought of the phone call Miss Sally made in the toilet before. She thought she should have handed the matter over to others. But no matter how Bella thought about it, she would never think of Zhu Shizhou's real purpose. What Zhu Shizhou had to do was very simple. He used pheromones to cover the entire business class and economy class, creating a pheromone field that could cover most of the plane, and then used his powerful high-density pheromones to suddenly press the pheromones on the ordinary robbers. In this way, he could basically suppress a group of robbers scattered in different seats almost at the same time. However, there was a problem. There were hundreds of passengers on the entire plane, which would cause serious interference to his pheromone field. In the field created after the pheromone explosion, any pheromone abnormality will be magnified. Now all passengers are in the same confined space, and the pheromones cannot escape. The pheromones unconsciously emitted by hundreds of passengers are blocked in this space, forming a chaotic pheromone field. And Zhu Shizhou's pheromone field will be affected by this pheromone field, thus affecting the accuracy. To put it more simply, he will accidentally hurt other passengers. Although he can lock the robber under his best control, he cannot guarantee that the small group of passengers around the robber will not be affected. As for other passengers who are closer to the robber, they will probably feel a slight palpitation. It's not that he didn't think of this method before, but if he did so, the risk of accidental injury is not small. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether there were passengers with heart problems among all the passengers. Once stimulated by his pheromones, there is also a possibility of death on the spot. However, after thinking it over again and again, Zhu Shizhou decided to give it a try. Zhu Shizhou's pheromones exploded with his eyes closed. This time, the pheromone burst was silent. In the first-class cabin with fewer people, Zhu Shizhou was still able to maintain a high degree of accuracy, without affecting other passengers at all. The pheromone spread all the way back, spreading like wild grass growing wildly, gradually covering the back half of the plane. Pheromone field. Unfold. Chapter 688 Panic caused by pheromones. Damn. I don't know how that bitch is doing now. If she is exposed because of this little thing, it would be too inexplicable. Jack, the leader of the robber gang, gritted his teeth and looked uncertain. The passengers beside him were a little confused. Hey, brother, you don't look good. Do you need me to call the flight attendant for you? Jack snorted unhappily and did not answer the passenger, because in his eyes, the passenger was just a weak, pitiful and helpless hostage after he started the hijacking operation. If he had to choose someone as a warning to others, the passenger next to him would be the first to bear the brunt. He had a SIG-552 short assault rifle in his luggage bag. If the rich Sally Valencia, who identified him as a thief, insisted on checking his luggage bag, then the rifle in his bag would definitely not be hidden. Their hijacking plan is strictly arranged, such as the flight route of the aircraft, the reaction time of the anti-terrorist organization, the response of the ground combat personnel, and the escape route, the designated landing place. Everything is supported by precise calculations, so choosing a suitable hijacking time is more important. Launching the hijacking plan at a different hijacking time will cause a huge change in the original plan. Their hijacking gang has prepared a private airport runway in the wild, and it is expected to launch the hijacking plan 2 hours after the plane flies. so that the rich people can prepare the money within an hour, and let the rich people command the people on the ground to send the money to the designated location. At the same time, the gang members on the ground will flee from the police with the money, and their air team will force the captain to park the plane on the airport runway they prepared in advance during this period. And after they get off the plane, they will take the helicopter prepared in advance at the airport to escape. The private airport they prepared in advance has inconvenient transportation around it. It will take at least half an hour for the nearest police helicopter to arrive in a straight line. By then, they will have no idea where to escape. Coupled with the bomb threat, it is enough to shake off the police's surveillance. This is their complete hijacking plan. Now the plane has taken off for less than an hour, and there is still an hour left before the original launch plan. If they are forced to launch the hijacking plan now, the plane will be a long way from the private airport they prepared. At the same time, it will also cause the police to have a lot of time to analyze and prepare. In the end, these robbers will have to gamble on whether the police are fully prepared. That will pose a huge threat to them. Jack will never allow such a thing to happen. And more importantly, that Sally Valencia is so creepy. Jack can't figure out why his people will be exposed because of inadequate disguise. So Jack is very suspicious whether the reason for their exposure is really just because of a necklace. It's been almost 20 minutes. Hasn't she succeeded yet? Jack was a little irritated, got up and walked into the bathroom, and took out a pair of Bluetooth headphones from his arms, and successfully contacted other gang members. Hey, Taylor, go to the first-class cabin and see what's going on. There was a rustling sound, and Taylor said, well, should I go? For what reason? Damn. Stupid teammates. Jack cursed in his heart and said very impolitely, do you still need me to help you think? Tell other teammates to take up the toilets in business class and economy class. And you just asked to go to the first-class cabin to use the toilet. That's it. Taylor O. Okay. Generally speaking, business class and economy class passengers cannot go to first class during the flight. But who told them to have a purser as an insider? Then I'll go to the bathroom. Me too. The two teammates responded one after another, and Jack's expression eased a little, and he opened the toilet door and was about to step out. It was at this time that the accident suddenly happened. Without any warning, a muffled sound of something falling to the ground suddenly sounded in the headset, followed by the exclamations of a group of passengers. What's wrong? What happened? Someone fainted. Steward. Steward. What's going on? Why do I feel a little stuffy in my chest? Now that you mention it, I seem to be a little dizzy too. There was a noisy discussion in the headset, and Jack walked out of the business class toilet with a stunned look on his face. He saw Taylor lying on the ground in the corridor. A group of passengers were talking around him, but no one was willing to help him up. Jack felt panic for no reason and subconsciously cast his eyes on the other two teammates in the business class. He found that it was not only Taylor who fainted on the spot. When he cast his eyes on the other two teammates sitting in the seats, he found that the two teammates also looked miserable. The most serious one was twitching all over, like he had epilepsy, causing other passengers to leave their seats in a panic, fearing that they would be infected with some strange infectious disease. The three teammates in the business class all showed abnormalities almost at the same time, which made Jack, who was already highly nervous and suspicious, feel a little uneasy. At this moment, there was a commotion in the economy class. What's wrong? What happened? Staff. Steward. Even the passengers' exclamations were similar, and Jack could guess what happened without turning his head. There were two other teammates in the economy class. At this moment, Jack didn't dare to think about how weird it would be if there was really something wrong with his two teammates. Yes, weird. Jack could only use this word to describe it at the moment. Jack subconsciously took a small step back, and the next second, he finally realized why his teammates had all become abnormal. Because he had encountered the same situation as his teammates. An inexplicable palpitation came from all directions, as if it was going to drill into every pore of his body. And the chill from head to toe suddenly descended on his head with a huge terror. The air seemed to be solidified, and all the noise seemed to be moving away from him at this moment. His lungs suddenly stopped expanding and contracting, and stopped breathing. The word stop may not be accurate. To be more precise, his body held its breath involuntarily. Jack now felt as if he was being stared at by a huge and ferocious beast. Human instinct controlled his body to minimize his presence as much as possible, and even held his breath, just to reduce this great terror a little. It seemed that he was the only one left in the world, as if he had stepped into a lonely and cold abyss. His whole body became extremely heavy at this moment. But he couldn't stop trembling. Soon, a passenger noticed Jack's appearance. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" No one dared to approach Jack, because they found that Jack had a hideous face. His eyes were bulging. His whole face was red. He clenched his teeth as if he was enduring pain, and his eyes were out of focus. Although his eyes were looking forward, he was not looking at anything. The passengers became more agitated, and many passengers also showed abnormalities one after another, not knowing whether it was a psychological effect. "Oh no! What's going on? Why do I feel a little chest tightness? Mom, I feel like vomiting. Steward, give me a plastic bag. I feel like vomiting. It's so cold. Is the air conditioning temperature too low?" The passengers all felt an indescribable sense of depression, which permeated the air and filled every corner. Some passengers even looked at the windows of the plane and had an urge to open the windows to get some fresh air. They were like they all suffered from claustrophobia and showed different degrees of abnormality. The situation in business class and economy class was similar. There were more people in economy class than in business class, and the commotion was bigger. Atmosphere was something that would quietly change with the mood of most people. An inexplicable panic descended on the hearts of the passengers. First class. Bella was feeling uneasy at this time, and saw a flight attendant quickly coming from the business class. Sergio still closed his eyes, and tried his best to control the pheromone. The too precise control made him sweat a little. The flight attendant quickly walked to Bella and whispered to her. And Bella looked at Sergio, who was resting with his eyes closed in surprise, with a look of confusion and shock on her face. "Did you do this, Miss Sally Valencia?" Chapter 689. The Mastermind? There are 90 passengers in business class and 191 passengers in economy class. A total of 281 people. The pheromones produced in a confined space are enough to form a chaotic swamp, making all those who want to spy return empty-handed. Sergio also felt that his ability to control pheromones was already quite high, so he dared to try it. But after trying it, he found that he still underestimated the difficulty. Every moment, every minute, every second, the passengers' pheromones are changing, and the changing pheromones are accumulated in the confined space and difficult to disperse, which makes it impossible to figure out the context of pheromone changes. Therefore, what Sergio can do is to concentrate on adjusting his pheromones according to the chaotic pheromone changes. The unit of real-time adjustment is calculated in milliseconds. It takes 2 to 3 seconds to activate pheromones to stun a robber. In order to avoid affecting innocent people, Sergio has to adjust 1 to 2,000 times to keep the pheromone stable on the same person. Although Sergio now has the reaction speed of a black soldier, the difficulty is still frighteningly high. And there is another difficulty. In order to prevent other robbers from having doubts and reacting to stress, he needs to complete the pheromone oppression of all robbers in a very short time. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Sergio completed nearly 10,000 pheromone adjustments. This is not something that ordinary elite black soldiers can do. I am afraid that even if Da Vinci guessed, he would not have guessed that he could do such an outrageous feat. His pheromone strength is a power beyond ordinary cognition. When Bella walked quickly towards the business class and economy class, Sergio happened to open his eyes and let out a long breath. Sergio opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. The operation just now was still very damaging to his brain. Sergio ignored Bella's inquiring eyes, picked up a bottle of water, and drank a bottle of water. At the same time, he ended his pheromone burst and removed the pheromone field covering the back half of the plane. 3 passengers in the business class and 2 passengers in the economy class fainted, suspected of having difficulty breathing and shock symptoms, but not in danger of life. This was the preliminary diagnosis of the flight attendants. In order to comfort the other passengers, the flight attendants carried the fainted passengers into the lounge. It took a long time for the panic of the other passengers to subside. Before removing the field, Sergio tried to adjust the pheromone to a neutral, peaceful and comfortable feeling. But he still failed to reverse the panic he had created before. So the next step was the job of the flight attendants. How to comfort a group of panicked passengers is exactly the expertise of the flight attendants. Bella was still a little dazed when she returned to the first-class cabin, because she had no idea what had happened. To be on the safe side, Bella still asked Sergio, "Miss Sally, the problem of the lost necklace you mentioned earlier has been solved." Do you want to go and check it out in person? Zhu Shurjiu certainly understood Bella's words. The problem of the lost necklace obviously referred to the robbers. The turmoil in the business and economy classes did not affect the passengers in the first-class cabin at all. Zhu Shurjiu nodded happily. Then I'll go and check it out in person. Then Bella took Zhu Shurjiu out of the first-class cabin. When he entered the business-class cabin, Zhu Shurjiu saw a group of panicked passengers, some of whom were vomiting, some were protesting, some were pale and silent, and some children with fragile psychological qualities even cried helplessly in their seats. And no matter how they were comforted, they didn't get better. Mom, I'm scared. I'm scared. Wow. This must be some kind of infectious disease. I want to get off the plane. I want to get off the plane. Transfer to another airport. This is too scary. Stewardess, I want another bottle of water. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head and his pheromones burst out again. But this time, he didn't deliberately let the pheromones oppress the passengers, but radiated reassuring pheromones with him as the center. After all, adjusting the atmosphere of the passengers in the first-class cabin was not as effective as adjusting it on the spot. A group of noisy passengers quickly became quiet, and they all subconsciously noticed Zhu Shurjiu, who appeared in the business class. Zhu Shurjiu curled his lips helplessly. Although the adjustment he made on the spot was very effective, the risk was that he would become more noticeable. The flight attendants were anxiously trying to appease the passengers, but for some reason, the passengers suddenly became quiet, which surprised the flight attendants. Zhu Shurjiu was led forward by Bella. It seemed that Zhu Shurjiu did nothing, but the atmosphere in the business class quietly changed for the better. The same was true for the economy class. Zhu Shurjiu went through the panic solution of pheromone distribution. After 2 cabins, Zhu Shurjiu's use of pheromones was not so precise. He just spread pheromones that ordinary people could accept without thinking about it on a large scale. And there was no need for precise adjustment. Bella was unaware of what Zhu Shurjiu had done. She took Zhu Shurjiu to the lounge for flight attendants, where the robbers were in a coma. Zhu Shurjiu didn't say anything extra. The problem caused by pheromones could naturally be solved with pheromones. He forcefully directed the pheromones toward Jack, who Bella had pointed out as the suspected leader of the gang. Soon, Jack woke up from his fear. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt his collar being pulled up. CK. Jack's reaction was very professional. He didn't wonder what happened at the first moment. Instead, he realized that he was caught the moment he woke up. He cursed subconsciously and punched forward. However, this speed was too slow for Zhu Shurjiu now. Not only was it slow, but the power of his fist was too weak. Zhu Shurjiu grabbed Jack's fist with one hand, twisted it gently, and with a click, Jack's arm drooped down. With a serious dislocation, Jack wanted to scream, but before he could make a sound, Zhu Shurjiu picked up a pillow and smothered it on his face, and his screams turned into miserable sobs. When Jack began to struggle all over his body, Zhu Shurjiu punched Jack's abdomen and ribs 3 times in a row, and finally Jack was left with only a faint gasp. Bella was shocked to see it from the side. It only took a few seconds for Zhu Shurjiu to violently subdue Jack. This is an adult man, and a professional and vicious robber. How could he be subdued by a woman who looked weak and boneless? Bella stood there blankly, as if she suspected that what she saw was a dream. After a while, Zhu Shurjiu took away the pillow that was suffocating Jack's face and asked, "Are you awake now?" Jack's eyes were filled with shock, resentment, fear and pain. Hearing Zhu Shurjiu's indifferent question, he nodded quickly, fearing that this cruel woman would do something to him again. He had already felt that his ribs should be broken, and there was still severe pain in his abdomen. "Now I ask you to answer." Zhu Shurjiu threw him on the bed and held one of his fingers with one hand. "If I find out that you are lying, I will break your fingers. Lie once and break one." Jack hesitated, and Zhu Shurjiu slowly exerted force, which made Jack have no time to react at all. He shouted madly, "I cooperate. I cooperate. Damn. Don't use force." Zhu Shurjiu didn't care about Jack's dirty words and asked the first question. "Was your hijacking directed by someone?" Jack was startled and looked at Bella beside him. Then he turned his gaze to Zhu Shurjiu, shaking his head like a rattle. "What do you mean by someone instructing you?" Crack. Ah. Jack had just shouted when Zhu Shurjiu covered his face with a pillow. Jack groaned in pain and was going crazy in his heart. This woman was definitely prepared. She broke his finger without hesitation and looked very sure of the answer. Zhu Shizhou took away the pillow, still expressionless, and asked lightly, "Did someone instruct you?" Jack gritted his teeth and blushed, and didn't say anything until Zhu Shizhou held his second finger. He hurriedly shouted in panic, "Yes, yes, yes! Someone instructs me. I didn't plan to hijack the plane at all. Someone told me to do it." Chapter 690, Unqualified. Change of concept. Zhu Shizhou was not surprised by this result, but cursed Da Vinci in his heart. He had long suspected that the whole hijacking plan was done by Da Vinci. In fact, there were no real robbers. Jack and others might just be hijackers that Da Vinci found from nowhere. It was just that Jack himself thought he was a robber. In fact, this scene was a performance specially prepared by Da Vinci for him. In order to confirm his guess, Zhu Shizhou asked again, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Jack swallowed his saliva, looked at the second finger that was pinched, and pulled the corner of his mouth dejectedly. "In fact, our gang is just an ordinary international thief. This hijacking is the first time. The real cause of this hijacking is that a group of mysterious people found them. The mysterious man initially sent a message to the hacker and their team, and also attached a series of evidence of their team's crimes. He even took several photos of the place where they were hiding and sent them. It was obvious that the other party knew everything about them. Jack and his friends were scared and wanted to figure out what the other party meant. After some friendly negotiations, which were actually quite fierce counterattacks and confrontations, the mysterious man sent them a threat, asking them to arrange a hijacking plan. And the target was the current flight. The general plan was given to Jack, who asked them to supplement it. And the mysterious man was responsible for handling the parts that Jack's gang could not handle. For example, Jack and his friends proposed to plant an insider among the flight attendants. The plan was to kidnap the daughter of the flight attendant Bella to announce the strength and threat of their gang, and then let Bella be the insider to install a bomb on the plane. But their gang couldn't kidnap Bella's daughter silently. After telling the mysterious man about this difficulty, they learned about Bella's daughter's disappearance from the news soon after. Jack and his gang were shocked and frightened, and they were more convinced of the mysterious man's strength. For example, Jack and his gang wanted to know the flight path clearly, and wanted a private airport where they could land. These mysterious people helped them get it all without saying a word. Needless to say, Jack's ability to bring guns on the plane was also done by the mysterious man. The mysterious man only asked them to go through normal security checks, and they actually succeeded in bringing guns on the plane. Jack described the mysterious man in one word: supernatural power. After telling the whole story, Jack started to cry out. "I don't know how they did it. Anyway, everything is caused by them. Our gang is also a victim. Damn it. I didn't want to hijack the plane. I usually do transnational theft of cultural relics. It's because that mysterious man got hold of our gang's handle. Haha. The first hijacking failed as expected. But since I was caught, I have nothing to hide. Even if you want to hand us over to the police, I will say the same thing. I'm just an accomplice. An accomplice." Zhu Shizhou let go of Jack, and the huge pheromone pressed towards Jack again, and said coldly, "Whether you are an accomplice or not, let the police decide. Anyway, my work has been completed." Jack still wanted to struggle, but his body still couldn't bear Zhu Shizhou's unilateral pheromone pressure, and the whole person fainted again. Zhu Shizhou turned around and said to Bella, "They won't wake up for a while. If you have sleeping pills, feed them one by one, tie them up, and hand them over to the police after getting off the plane." Bella nodded blankly. Zhu Shizhou left the flight attendant lounge and returned to the first-class cabin. After returning to the first-class cabin, Zhu Shizhou called Da Vinci. "Prophet, have you solved it?" Zhu Shizhou didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Did you instruct all this?" Da Vinci said, "It seems that you haven't solved it yet." Zhu Shizhou asked, "What do you mean?" "I admit that this hijacking itself was done by me threatening Jack and others. But this is not the end. Prophet, I never said that the hijackers were only Jack and others." "What?" Zhu Shizhou was stunned. And then he heard a scream from the passengers in the business class behind. Zhu Shizhou didn't look back to check the situation, and heard Da Vinci on the phone say that you failed. "Prophet, when you arrive in New York, I will apply to the organization to change teammates. You are not yet capable of taking on this mission." "Wait, I don't understand," Zhu Shizhou replied with a sullen face. Da Vinci did not hide it, and said that perhaps you have never noticed that there are some rats from the sewer organization on this plane. Which means that their pheromone disguise has successfully deceived your pheromone perception. In addition, there are also black soldiers belonging to my team on this plane. Their pheromone disguise has also successfully deceived you. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. You can go to the business class now and take a look. My people probably have successfully dealt with those rats. Zhu Shurjiu, who didn't believe in evil, left the first-class cabin and came to the business class. Sure enough, several passengers in casual clothes and expressionless faces pressed several passengers who were shouting and screaming to the ground, making them unable to move. And several guns fell to the ground beside them. Da Vinci's voice was still ringing in my ears. From the beginning, the robbers I prepared were just a cover to test you. In fact, there was another wave of robbers. That is, the rats of the sewer organization. They didn't know each other's existence. But the rats in the sewer could detect the abnormal pheromone. Your previous behavior of spreading pheromones to most of the plane was too reckless. They noticed your existence. In this test, if you only found Jack and others, it means that you can only solve the crisis created by ordinary people. This is the level of ordinary black soldiers. If you can find those rats, then I will feel at ease to let you participate in the next mission, because the people we need to deal with in the next mission in the United States are those rats who are running around. If you can't even find these 2 or 3 rats on the plane, then the answer is obvious. You are incompetent. Profit. Ability. It seems that my pheromone perception is not as good as I thought. Zhu Shurjiu was relieved. Or is their camouflage ability really that high? When you are outside, your opponent is no longer the unarmed experimental subject prepared by the organization for you. The rats of the sewer organization have many tricks. For example, you must not know that they have developed a drug that can perfectly disguise as ordinary people's pheromones, as long as you inject it before boarding the plane. Even if the alien insects come, they will only treat them as ordinary food. I believe your pheromone perception is fine, but your observation, attention, inference and prevention abilities are all substandard. Zhu Shurjiu finally understood everything now. He made a mistake. He thought the test started suddenly after he boarded the plane. In fact, the test had already started before boarding the plane. As a qualified black soldier, he should collect all the information as much as possible before doing the disguise mission, including identifying whether each passenger is dangerous. This is not his job alone. He believes that if he could go back to before boarding the plane and ask Da Vinci at that time, Da Vinci would definitely deliver the information to him in a short time. But he didn't. The only information he knew was the basic information that Da Vinci explained to him. He got on the plane, took the plane to New York, and got off the plane. That's all he knew. If he got the information of all the passengers in advance, he could lock every passenger in the terminal hall based on the information. Observe the passengers, and carefully identify and judge whether they have any abnormalities. Instead of waiting for the pheromone to become chaotic in the confined space after boarding the plane and then responding to the hijacking incident unprepared. I see. Zhu Shurjiu murmured softly. Is it difficult to think about everything and take precautions in advance? It's not difficult. The difficult part is to think of all this in advance. To put it bluntly, although Zhu Shurjiu's body has been upgraded to the black soldier level, his way of thinking has not changed, and he is still in the naive student stage. Zhu Shurjiu sincerely said to the phone, I learned. Da Vinci, you really taught me a good lesson. Thank you. Da Vinci, huh? Zhu Shurjiu did not remember the rat that was subdued in the business class. Nor did he try to go to the economy class to find out, although he knew that there must be rat in the economy class, and Da Vinci's people must have subdued the rat. As long as he took a look, he could know the answer to the test paper in advance. But Zhu Shurjiu still did not do so. Zhu Shurjiu committed suicide again. But this time, he committed suicide with conviction. Chapter 691, Reasoning in Advance. Da Vinci is silent. Time goes back to the night before the flight. Zhu Shurjiu, who is on the cruise ship, suddenly loses focus. It is now evening in the United States, and Zhu Shurjiu recalls what he is doing at this time. I am still on the cruise ship, and I have not yet dressed up as Sally Valencia. I have to wait until tomorrow morning to disguise myself as Sally and appear on the deck for the first time in front of the media reporters. He did not get any information in the last week, although Da Vinci said that he would not be involved in the next mission when he announced that his test failed. He still revealed several key intelligence and clearly told him that the people we need to deal with in the next mission in the United States are those rats running around. Then his identity as Sally Valencia may not be that simple. Recalling Da Vinci's step-by-step arrangements, Zhu Sergio felt that he had already grasped the clues of this mission. Da Vinci arranged a grand cruise tour, invited handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry and journalist friends, and then let him, disguised as the organizer, appear in front of the media. Obviously, he had ulterior motives. Is he trying to use this identity to attract those unsuspecting rats? Zhu Sergio muttered to himself. If this conjecture is correct, then the test on the plane can be traced. Da Vinci also said at the end that the rats in the sewer have a drug that can disguise their own pheromones, which can deceive his pheromone perception. And there are various small tricks that emerge one after another. The test on the plane was to test whether he could distinguish the existence of rats from the crowd. This was probably also a preparation for the subsequent missions of Sally Valencia. As a character who attracts rats, he must have the ability to distinguish rats. Otherwise, he will be deceived as soon as he meets them. Wouldn't he be fooled in the subsequent missions? The purpose of the hijacking test is this. The United States is really in a troubled time now. Zhu Sergio sighed. Not only are there rats running around in the United States now, but there is also a Bugman research program. And the core of Su Feng's plan is also in the United States. He dared to guarantee that the United States is currently the place with the most intense undercurrents in the world. Su Feng's subsequent core plans are all centered around the United States. Zhu Sergio can't guarantee that this mission is not directed by Su Feng behind the scenes. If he didn't have the ability to rewind, the first mission after graduating from Illumination would be frustrated before it even started. But fortunately, he has a cheat. Sitting alone in the cruise room, the celebrities and beauties outside were still playing around on the cruise ship. The lively scene was in sharp contrast to the quiet atmosphere in this room. Zhu Sergio called Da Vinci. Prophet. What's the matter? Zhu Sergio said. I need the information of all the passengers on the same flight with me tomorrow. Da Vinci was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, obviously not expecting it. What's wrong? Is there any difficulty? No difficulty. In 10 minutes, the basic information of all passengers will be delivered to you. If you need more detailed information, you can ask me at any time. Zhu Sergio sneered secretly. Da Vinci, you must be sweating all over. You didn't expect me to make relevant preparations in advance? 10 minutes later, Zhu Sergio's door was knocked. A woman in a waiter's uniform handed the documents to him and left. After closing the door, Zhu Sergio opened the documents without stopping. First, he found the identity information of Jack and his gang members and the basic information of hundreds of passengers. Zhu Sergio didn't know whether the identity registered in the identity information was true or false. After looking at it for a while, Zhu Sergio turned his attention to the identity information of other passengers. Among the other passengers, there were an unknown number of rats. Although Zhu Sergio did not intend to cheat, he inevitably saw the faces of the subdued rats when he finally entered the business class. After flipping through the information for a while, Zhu Sergio looked at the information of one of the passengers and whispered, "Found it. Jesse Mark. Male. 30 years old. An employee of an ST supermarket in downtown Los Angeles." He looked like an ordinary American citizen. The only unusual thing about his resume was that he had been in a car accident and his calf was almost at risk of amputation. However, after the superb medical skills, his calf was saved and recovered well. Zhu Sergio confirmed the photo and found that it was indeed the subdued rat he saw in the business class. You can't tell anything just by looking at the information. Either these are all forged identity information, or the rat replaced Jesse Mark's identity and boarded the plane. Zhu Sergio knew very well that he couldn't tell anything just by looking at the information. The Black Soldier organization could only provide some basic information now. If he asked the organization for more detailed information, it would probably be possible, but it might take more time. Zhu Sergio spent about half an hour memorizing the information of the 296 passengers except him. If Luo Suyi were to come, it probably wouldn't take even a minute. He curled his lips, and once again envied Luo Suyi's super memory ability. Putting down the information, Zhu Sergio called Da Vinci again. Da Vinci seemed to have expected Zhu Sergio to call, and said it concisely. I need the information of all the crew members on the plane. Did you find anything unusual? Zhu Sergio would not expose Da Vinci's tricks right now, because there was nothing unusual in the information. So he answered tentatively, No. But in order to ensure that there is no abnormality, I still need the information of the crew members. There are not many crew members, so I hope the information can be more detailed. It would be even better if you can provide the investigation information of the crew members in recent months. Zhu Shizhou said this intentionally, with the purpose of making Da Vinci reveal himself. He did not believe that Da Vinci would deliberately conceal the kidnapping of Bella's daughter. Sure enough, after a short silence, Da Vinci suddenly asked, "Did you find anything?" Zhu Shizhou replied calmly, "My identity is Sally Valencia, worth $2 billion. I don't take a private plane to New York, but a public flight. There must be a reason for this. On the surface, it's because I don't have a private plane in Los Angeles. And I bought this flight because the company had an emergency and needed to rush back to New York. But in fact it was just an arrangement by the organization. If the organization is willing, I am sure I can fly to New York in the fastest and safest way without ordering a ticket, which is fast and time-saving. However, the organization did not let me do so. And the reason could only be that they had other plans for letting me take this flight. But seeing that we are about to take off tomorrow, you still haven't told me what work you are going to assign to me. I feel something is wrong," Zhu Shizhou said bluntly in a straightforward tone. "I have been thinking about it for a while. This task was originally done by Jingji, and now it is immediately handed over to me, a new graduate. Even if the organization trusts me, will you, Da Vinci, trust me easily? So I am more inclined to believe that something must happen on the plane I am going to take tomorrow. Perhaps a test of me, or perhaps something else. In short, it is better to be cautious. And I hope to be more fully prepared." After he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the phone. Da Vinci was speechless after hearing Zhu Shizhou's frank confession. Da Vinci had never expected Zhu Shizhou to speculate to this extent from a small flight arrangement. Should he be said to be suspicious, or should he be praised for his vigilance? In short, Zhu Shizhou's persecution-like remarks hit the mark, leaving the unprepared Da Vinci unsure whether to admit it or to brush it off. The scene froze for a moment. Zhu Shizhou was also waiting for Da Vinci's answer with interest. "Come on. Just admit it. As long as you admit it, we won't play the game tomorrow. Let me fly to New York in peace." Chapter 692 Scout, All Exposed. After a long silence, Da Vinci finally chose to avoid talking about Zhu Shizhou's speculation. "The crew's information will be given to you later. It's not Da Vinci's fault for avoiding talking about it. It's because Da Vinci saw Zhu Shizhou's sharp intuition and terrifying reasoning ability. He was worried that he would make more mistakes if he said more. Obviously, Da Vinci still wanted to continue playing with the test prepared for tomorrow." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "Okay. Although your attitude is actually no different from admitting it. But you can do the test if you want. I don't think you are bored enough to give me a bloody hijacking test. Right, Da Vinci? The test was actually prepared a month ago, because it was expected that Thorne would be absent from the mission. Any elite black soldier who would replace Thorne would have to go through Da Vinci's test. However, Da Vinci did not expect that the person who would replace Thorne would be Zhu Shizhou, the most talented student in history. If he had known that it was Zhu Shizhou, he would not have prepared a hijacking plan, but would have used another targeted test instead. He had originally thought that if Zhu Shizhou could not detect it, then the plan would proceed as usual. Now it seems that Zhu Shizhou is worthy of being Zhu Shizhou, and the entire test has been half-wasted. However, Jack and the others were just a cover, and the real target was those rats. Zhu Shizhou could guess that he had prepared a test for him, but he could never guess that rats would also appear on the flight. So, the plan would proceed as usual. Da Vinci answered ambiguously that there was indeed a test for you. But I advise you not to take it lightly just because you noticed the clues. The test is not that simple. Really. Zhu Shizhou did not expose it on the spot. After all, it was a bit far-fetched to infer that Da Vinci wanted to test him based on the existing clues. Da Vinci could still fool him by thinking that he had a keen intuition. But if he could predict the existence of the rat in advance, then Da Vinci might suspect that someone had leaked the secret to him. Zhu Shizhou was not prepared to shock the world now. Da Vinci's trust had to be gained little by little. In the subsequent tasks, he would have plenty of opportunities to show his ability. Come on. I hope it won't be so boring. Zhu Shizhou's answer sounded arrogant, but Da Vinci did not refute it. After all, in his opinion, Zhu Shizhou was qualified. Hang up the phone. Soon, the information of the crew members was delivered to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou stayed on Bella's information for a long time. and deliberately looked through the information of the captain and co-pilot. For the third time tonight, Zhu Sergio called Da Vinci. Da Vinci's voice was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Bella? The flight attendant. Is she the insider in the crew you prepared? The investigation data is too obvious. Her daughter disappeared a month ago. The kidnapping method was not even discovered by the police. It was also reported in the news media. But her daughter was soon found again. The flight attendant involved in such a bizarre incident happened to be in charge of the flight I was about to take. I don't believe there would be such a coincidence. Even Da Vinci, who was mentally prepared, now suspected that Zhu Sergio had peeked at the script. What happened to this intuition that was so sharp that it seemed to see through everything? Speak, Da Vinci. Why are you silent? Is the signal bad? Zhu Sergio pretended not to know. Da Vinci said after a long while. What else did you find? Say it all at once. The identity of the co-pilot is a bit strange. He has only started flying as a co-pilot in the past month. This overlaps with the disappearance of the flight attendant's daughter a month ago. Da Vinci said stiffly. Is there anything else? If not, hang up. You can explore the answer you want to know tomorrow. No more communication. If you continue to communicate, all the test contents will be guessed. Zhu Sergio finished pretending to be okay. After hanging up the phone, he confirmed his performance, which should have given Da Vinci a little genius shock. In order to rise quickly, he must show enough ability. As the first mission, he performed as an elite black soldier. He just wanted to be perfect. As long as his performance was excellent and impeccable enough, he would naturally be able to take on more and heavier tasks. The next day, Zhu Sergio got up on time and accepted the disguise. Just like last week, she showed her face on the deck, and reporters snapped photos. Soon, Sally Valencia's figure would appear in the media. He took a car to the airport. In the waiting hall, Zhu Sergio's mind flashed with the information of passengers, and the photos above clearly appeared in his mind after a night of memory. He did not go to the waiting hall where the first-class passengers should go, but came to the ordinary waiting hall, where thousands of business class and economy class passengers from various flights gathered. If he tried his best to release pheromones now, he might not be able to fill 1/10 of the space in the waiting hall. Fortunately, because the space in the waiting hall is large, the pheromone density is much lower than the pheromone density of passengers on the plane in the air. The passengers' pheromones were in chaos in the waiting hall, but they would not affect Zhu Sergio's high-density pheromones. Zhu Sergio spread his pheromones around the entrance from the moment he entered the waiting hall, forming a circle with a radius of 50 meters with himself as the center, and then stepped forward boldly. He whispered in his mouth, "No! No! This one is not either. No! No!" At this time, the scout who was secretly observing Zhu Sergio reported Zhu Sergio's current situation to Da Vinci. He released pheromones and began to walk around the waiting hall. What did Da Vinci want to do? The scout replied, "It seems that he wants to scan all the passengers in the entire waiting hall for pheromone anomalies." The scout stopped talking halfway because he found that his answer from a logical and objective perspective was quite unreasonable, at least beyond his imagination. Da Vinci said it was impossible. Those mice aside, even if the robbers under my control had pheromones leaked, it would be extremely difficult for him to find pheromone abnormalities among thousands of passengers during the waiting period. I don't believe he can do it. Jack and his men are ordinary thieves with strong psychological qualities. But no matter how strong their psychological qualities are, they are still ordinary people. And they will feel a little hesitant and nervous because of the upcoming hijacking. And the pheromones emitted by this kind of nervousness are no different from the nervous pheromones of ordinary people when they take a plane for the first time. There are countless passengers in the waiting hall who are nervous for various reasons. Da Vinci doesn't believe Zhu Sergio can tell them apart. If the person who is doing this stupid thing was not Zhu Sergio, the guy who was described as the strongest genius, Da Vinci would probably deny the tiny possibility at the first time. The scout was silent for a while, and then said, "Captain, I'll transmit the view to you in real time." The prophet approached our chess piece number 1. Chess piece number 1 refers to Jack, the leader of the robber gang. Da Vinci. The scout transmitted the picture to Da Vinci in New York, and then said, "He took a photo, and his movements were very small and hidden. He is now approaching chess piece number 2. He took a photo again. Chess piece number 3 was also photographed. Wait, it's too fast. Chess pieces number 4 and number 5 are also exposed. How did he do it? I don't understand. All exposed. Captain, Da Vinci said at this time. I know. The Prophet sent all the photos to me. Da Vinci in New York received a message from Zhu Sergio. These people are all problematic. They haven't boarded the plane yet. Can you get rid of them quietly? Their respective positions are. Chapter 693, Perfect Handling Method. The action was so quick that Da Vinci simply couldn't understand how Zhu Sergio did it. So he simply took the initiative to call Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio did not deliberately cover his voice at this time. He found a corner with fewer people in the noisy waiting hall and answered the phone with a smile. What's wrong? Chief Da Vinci? Da Vinci. I'm not your chief. Tell me first. How did you do it? Zhu Sergio smiled and said. No. You answer me first. Am I right? Absolutely correct. It seems that I am lucky. And what you prepared for me is indeed an old-fashioned hijacking trick, which does not seem to be difficult. Da Vinci was despised. But he did not get angry. So can you answer me? How did you do it? Zhu Sergio's answer was quite plain and unpretentious. It's very simple. Just scan them one by one. Their pheromones contain a little malice. Well, you may not understand what I said. In short, they are still quite obvious in my eyes. Hearing Zhu Sergio's answer. At this moment, Da Vinci felt the huge gap between geniuses and ordinary people, compared with the students who cannot become black soldiers. Black soldiers are unattainable geniuses. Elite black soldiers are geniuses among black soldiers. They are superior to black soldiers, but above the elite black soldiers, except for the top few. Da Vinci believes that the gap between elite black soldiers is very small. Even if Zhu Sergio was a genius and became an elite black soldier right after graduation, he shouldn't have jumped to the top batch right away. Right? Da Vinci believed that he and Zhu Sergio should be in the same class. But now Zhu Sergio's answer seemed to tell him that the gap between people could not be described by common sense. Da Vinci imagined that he could identify the existence of Jack and others according to Zhu Sergio's method. Without knowing it, he would not be able to identify the abnormality of Jack and others. Zhu Sergio, Prophet, could he do this? Da Vinci silently gave Zhu Sergio a high score for his pheromone level in his heart. At least at his level. He could not understand Zhu Sergio's pheromone perception. However, what Da Vinci did not know was that he did not really identify the malice in Jack and others' pheromones from the vast sea of people. He just remembered Jack and others' pheromones in the previous round. Remember the previous round? And it is much easier to find the corresponding pheromones in this round. That's all. Zhu Sergio continued. You haven't answered me yet. Can you send someone to secretly deal with them in advance? Da Vinci came back to his senses and said yes. Zhu Sergio raised his eyebrows. Sure enough. In fact, this test is to test my observation, attention, reasoning and prevention ability. Right? If I don't ask anything and don't ask anything, will you wait until I get on the plane to remind me that someone is going to hijack the plane? Seeing that his thoughts were all guessed, Da Vinci also answered frankly that it was right. Be frugal with words. The test has been wasted for more than half. And the remaining half is those mice. Until now, Zhu Sergio has not found any clues. He doesn't want to alert Zhu Sergio because of his words. Zhu Sergio smiled and looked in the direction of Jack and others. The people arranged by Da Vinci acted quickly. They silently arranged people to sit next to Jack and others. After saying a few words to Jack and others, they took Jack and others away. He continued to say to Da Vinci, Let me guess. There won't be any bombs on the plane. Right? Can I apply for you to check the plane? Da Vinci answered yes. The results will be out in 10 minutes. This test simulates the normal process of executing the mission. During the execution of the mission, Zhu Sergio has the right to make any reasonable request to the organization within the scope of the mission, including a series of auxiliary work such as intelligence support, arm deployment, reconnaissance arrangements. As long as the organization can do it, it will try its best to meet it. So it is reasonable for Zhu Sergio to arrange someone to check the plane. 10 minutes later, the inspection results came out. Zhu Sergio suspected that they actually didn't check it at all, or just did the inspection work that had been done once again. 3 bombs, located in the central fuel tank of the cockpit engine. A total of 3 bombs. Now they have been removed. No abnormalities in the rest. 3 bombs? Zhu Sergio's eyes lit up a little when he heard it. And finally there was something he didn't know last week. As far as he knew, Bella had put 1 bomb in the cockpit. So would the other 2 be put by Jack and his team? No, they wouldn't. According to Jack and his team, the bombs were easily brought on board with guns and an insider. The hijacking plan was perfect. Bombs were installed in the most important cockpit. Would they go to the trouble of installing more bombs? Wouldn't that be superfluous and increase the risk of exposure? In addition, the chief steward probably couldn't install bombs on the engine and central fuel tank. So the other two were installed by those rats. Da Vinci, you are too cruel. You actually put 3 bombs. Zhu Shizhou said very naturally. Da Vinci did not speak. And Zhu Shizhou changed the subject again. By the way, for a mere hijacking, do you need 3 bombs as a deterrent? Da Vinci said lightly. Do you have anything else to say? If not, hang up. I don't have time to chat with you. Nothing. I just feel a little strange. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. I doubt that your preparations are not just for these guys I just found out. What did Da Vinci say? I've thought about it. I am an elite black soldier after all. The test you arranged for me must be at least the level of thorns. Are these ordinary people really qualified? Or are they just a cover? And the real test is actually something else? Da Vinci was completely speechless and numb now. He felt that whether he answered or not, Zhu Shizhou already had the answer in his heart. So Da Vinci asked, So what do you think? My opponent should be at least a black soldier level warrior. If I'm not mistaken, I can only pass your test if I can defeat them. There is nothing to hide now. Da Vinci praised calmly. That's completely right. Zhu Shizhou's current performance has completely exceeded his expectations. So perfect that there is no flaw to be found. He is now curious about how Zhu Shizhou will identify those black soldier level rats. Maybe his people don't need to take action. Zhu Shizhou can solve it quietly by himself. Da Vinci asked. So do you have a confirmed list now? Maybe it can be solved before they get on the plane. Zhu Shizhou was well prepared for this. And smiled slightly. The bomb on the plane has been removed. Even if these black soldier level strongmen want to threaten with bombs, it will not work. I just need to wait for them to jump out. And it will be solved naturally. So I want to apply for the Black Soldier Organization to send people to disguise themselves as Jack and others to fill the vacancies. And when the mice jump out to hijack the plane, they will all be subdued in one go. At this point, all arrangements have been made. The impending danger has been strangled in the cradle. And preventive measures have been taken in advance. This test was judged by Da Vinci. And he could only praise it as perfect. Chapter 694 Mission, Rat Extermination. The plane took off. Zhu Shizhou finally returned to the terminal, and entered the first-class cabin of the plane through the special aisle. He knew that he still had a misunderstanding after the last week. That is, he didn't know that the rats had a drug that could disguise their pheromones to the level of ordinary people. So he naturally went in the 3 cabins, and finally determined that everyone was an ordinary person. Although he knew this information in this week, he only deployed force in the business class and economy class. But the first-class cabin had no defense. The black soldier-level strongmen in the business class and economy class could disguise themselves as ordinary people to avoid his pheromone scans. So what about the passengers in the first-class cabin? Will there be black soldier-level strongmen who can avoid his scans? Therefore, the last item of the preventive measures that Zhu Shizhou made in advance was that he must stay in the first-class cabin all the time and cannot leave. Even if he wanted to go to the business class and economy class to deal with the rats. Because that would give the enemies who might exist in the first-class cabin a chance. Because of this, Zhu Shizhou handed over the task of solving the rat problem in business class and economy class to the organization. He believed that Da Vinci could make the arrangements. After all, even without his arrangements, Da Vinci's people secretly inserted into business class and economy class could perfectly solve the rat problem. He believed that as long as the rats in business class and economy class were solved, even if there were rats in first class, they would probably not be stupid enough to jump out. Should it be like this? With uncertainty, the plane flew. About an hour. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. There were no twists and turns this time. And he did not actively release pheromones to cover the business class and economy class. So at the time of the incident in the previous round, there was still no movement in this round. In other words, in the previous round, it was indeed his action of releasing pheromones that affected the mice, prompting the mice to launch the plan in advance. But they were subdued by the black soldiers in the dark. Zhu Shizhou seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. But in fact, he was fully releasing his 5 senses and concentrating all his energy in the entire first-class cabin, paying attention to all the movements of the 15 passengers except him. In the second hour, There was a commotion in the business class and economy class, and the flight attendant Bella walked towards the business class with a nervous look. Obviously, Bella thought Jack and his men had launched a hijacking operation. However, the truth may surprise her. The hijackers were not Jack and others, but some strangers whom she had never seen, knew or understood. Even in her eyes, Jack and others may become heroes who stop the robbers from committing crimes. All this may seem incredible to Bella. However, these are the key points. The key point is, are there any rats among these first-class passengers? According to Zhu Shizhou's judgment, the time for the rats to launch the hijacking action should be agreed upon. So if the rats in the first-class cabin see that the business class and economy class have not moved, they will probably be suspicious, suppress their impulse, and observe the situation silently. If there are secret means of communication between them, it is estimated that the passengers in the first-class cabin will be even more afraid. Zhu Shizhou waited quietly in the first-class cabin, after a long time, until Bella returned to the first-class cabin with a pale face. The passengers in the first-class cabin still did not have any abnormalities. In this week, Bella did not confess everything to him emotionally under the induction of his pheromones. So there was no situation of making up for her mistakes. And no one proved that Bella had the intention to repent. So she would become an accomplice. Zhu Shizhou did not interfere at all. Zhu Shizhou no longer cared about the follow-up. What he cared about now was whether the plane could arrive in New York smoothly. The 5-hour flight was over. During the flight, Zhu Shizhou did not even go to the business class once, but just sat quietly in his seat until the plane arrived safely in New York. And then he left the aisle leisurely. Outside the airport, several high-end black cars were lined up. And at the exit, there were several strong bodyguards in suits. When they saw Zhu Shizhou, they walked up with a solemn expression. Zhu Shizhou also received Da Vinci's simple instructions to get in the car. Zhu Shizhou pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "This is quite a big deal." Da Vinci replied that after all, Sally Valencia's territory is in New York, and you have to get used to the scene of rich people traveling. Otherwise it is easy to reveal flaws. The black-clad bodyguards surrounded Zhu Shizhou and got into a car. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Zhu Shizhou looked at the driver. The driver was also wearing a solemn suit, and his expression and posture were impeccable. Zhu Shizhou met the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror and asked tentatively, "Da Vinci?" Sure enough, the driver nodded. "It's me." Zhu Shizhou immediately adjusted his mentality. From now on, he will not show his extra emotions to avoid being seen through. "Are you satisfied with this test?" Da Vinci nodded. "You performed almost perfectly. Not only did you see through Jack and others in advance that they were the robbers I prepared, you also dismantled the bomb in advance, and prepared people to deal with the rats and stop the rats hijacking." Zhu Shizhou noticed the word almost perfect that Da Vinci said. That is to say, there are still imperfections. Zhu Shizhou recalled the information he got last week. Could it be that there were other rats in the first-class cabin? Or was there something else he didn't notice? Da Vinci said, "Rats don't necessarily refer to combatants." Zhu Shizhou was stunned. Indeed, he had inertial thinking and thought that the rats on the plane were all black soldier-level strongmen injected with pheromone camouflage agents. But what if some rats themselves were not combatants? Some passengers in the first-class cabin? Da Vinci, the United States is not our territory. Even our black soldier organization has to undergo many restrictions when conducting activities in the United States. Because of this, the power of rats in the United States is extremely rampant. The roots of various large and small organizations are entrenched in the United States, and they have won the support of many officials, entrepreneurs, and ordinary people. On the plane you took, the old man sitting next to you was a supporter of rats, and he was ready to play the role of an insider among the hostages in this hijacking operation. Zhu Shizhou was stunned, recalling the old man's performance before and after, and the pheromones he sensed from the old man. He couldn't remember what was abnormal about the old man. "It seems you didn't notice." "Yes." Zhu Shizhou sighed, and then a light bulb suddenly flashed in his head, and he thought of another detail that he had overlooked before. What's the matter with the flight attendant Bella? Is she really just a member of the robbers? He suddenly remembered that the reason he caught the flight attendant Bella in the last week was because after he left the first-class cabin, Bella came over to rummage through his bag and got stained with the perfume he deliberately left on the bag. But now that he thought about it, Bella had no reason to rummage through his bag. During the time when he left the first-class cabin, what did Bella want to find out from his bag? Now thinking back, Zhu Sergio felt a little abnormal. So he asked this question. Da Vinci replied, "Oh, did you see the problem with Bella?" The two were naturally not talking about Bella's identity as the robber's insider. Zhu Sergio had seen through this problem the night before, and now they were talking about Bella's other identities. Da Vinci admitted, "Bella is a member of the peripheral group of our Black Soldier organization." Zhu Sergio was slightly surprised. She is just an ordinary person without pheromones, so she can only be a peripheral member. There is also a promotion system for peripheral members from low to high levels, because of different benefits. If you meet the promotion standards, you need to prepare a special assessment procedure. Zhu Sergio was speechless for a while. He had a reason for Bella to rummage through his bag when he was not around in the last week. He asked, "Isn't her assessment about helping me stop the hijackers from hijacking the plane?" Da Vinci said, "The assessment we gave Bella is to let her disguise her identity throughout the whole process. Find the members of the Black Soldier organization from the passengers, and help the Black Soldier organization to deal with Jack and others. As an ordinary person, she only needs to help solve the crisis of ordinary people to be considered successful." Zhu Sergio silently said sorry to Bella in his heart, because Bella failed the assessment before it even started. He didn't give Bella any room to perform. Bella in the last week might have passed the assessment. After a moment of silence, Zhu Sergio pretended to be indifferent and said, "I see. So now, can you tell me what my subsequent mission is in New York?" Da Vinci said indifferently, "Our subsequent mission is only one: to eliminate the rats in the United States in the shortest possible time. The mission is called Rat Extermination Operation." At this time, Zhu Sergio's eyes flashed. Eliminate rats in the United States. Is this an order specially issued by Su Feng to prevent these rats from affecting the subsequent American insect plan? Chapter 695 Details of the Rat Extermination Operation. In the United States, various forces are intertwined, and rats hide in society under different identities. Their enemies are our black soldiers. Once they hear the name of our black soldiers, they will run away as fast as possible, which is even more sensitive than rats in the sewers. So we often need to give them a thundering blow when they are caught off guard. The problem now is that if a rat force is destroyed by us, then the rats of other forces will be in a panic and dare not show their heads, which will greatly hinder the extermination work. Therefore, our task is to appear as ordinary people. Try to lure a large number of rats of different forces into the trap at one time, and then investigate their bases and destroy them one by one. In a room in a suburban villa, Da Vinci explained the basic situation of the next task to Zhu Sergio. Between the two of them was a map of New York, spread out on the table, with all kinds of dazzling signs on it. The signs formed a huge and intricate network on the map. Zhu Sergio had been looking at it for a while, in conjunction with the mission content mentioned by Da Vinci. Zhu Sergio had many questions to ask. What are the marks on these maps? Da Vinci, these are the residences of the suspected rat high-level figures we investigated. I have marked the rats of different forces with different colors. You should be able to see from the map that the map is full of different forces with large and small colors, which shows how rampant the rats are in the United States. Zhu Sergio thought of the rats he first encountered, which was on the cruise ship he met on the way to the Ilminison training base. The leader was a man named Xuen, who blew up the entire cruise ship in order to destroy the talent pool of the Black Soldier organization, leaving him with an extremely bad impression. He frowned. Will the United States not care? Logically speaking, the American rats should be solved by the United States. Why should we, the Black Soldier organization, intervene? Da Vinci said. After all, the United States advocates so-called freedom. Rats can hardly move and develop in our country, but they grow freely in the United States. From the white to the black, from top to bottom, there are rats. They have large-scale armed forces and economic power to develop themselves. And finally, they are named gangs. Do you want to expect the US government to control gangs with a large number of guns? Impossible. It will cause large-scale riots, and the United States can't bear it. There is probably another reason. Zhu Sergio thought silently that the United States is now in full swing of insect research and probably has no energy to care about the rats. Zhu Sergio glanced at Da Vinci. Da Vinci didn't tell him this. Was it because he didn't know? Or was he hiding it on purpose? In short, after years of planning by our organization, the organization has arranged many people to sneak into various rat forces, and many have already climbed to high positions, waiting for them to play a greater role. Zhu Sergio looked strange. These rats probably thought they were hiding well, but they never thought that they would be quietly infiltrated by the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shurjiu had no mercy or hesitation, and asked, "So what role do I need to play?" "Your mission is to use your current disguise as Sally Valencia to attract the arrival of those rats." Da Vinci opened the box that he had prepared early in the morning and placed it in front of Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu took a look and found that the box was full of information. "What is this?" He picked it up and saw that it was information about men, women, old and young. Just a glance at it showed that there were about hundreds of people. It was overwhelming. But now Zhu Shurjiu's character setting was to erase emotions. So naturally, he would not show a distressed expression. He just glanced at it lightly and put the information back into the box. "We have completed all the preparations. There will be a charity dinner in 3 days. The charity dinner will bring together many well-known figures from all walks of life. They have one thing in common. That is, they are rich. And it is precisely because they are rich that many of them have become the helpers of the rats. I need you to contact them as Sally Valencia and enter their circle. According to the intelligence passed by the people, we arranged to join the rat organization. Although the rats of various forces in the United States are fighting each other, they are united in their opposition to the Black Soldier organization. They even formed an alliance to guarantee logistics funds and jointly fight against the Black Soldiers. Called the Morning Bell Alliance. The people of the Morning Bell Alliance will most likely contact these wealthy people at the charity dinner in 3 days and try to obtain their financial support." At this point, Zhu Shurjiu already understood what Da Vinci wanted him to do. The Morning Bell Alliance would win over the wealthy to give them financial support. So Da Vinci asked him to pretend to be an ignorant wealthy person and first contact those wealthy people who have already surrendered to the rats, so as to attract the people of the Morning Bell Alliance to take the bait. Zhu Shurjiu pondered and asked, "Morning Bell Alliance. If I succeed in attracting them to contact me, is the next step to obtain intelligence from them about various forces?" "That's almost inevitable." Da Vinci nodded. The Morning Bell Alliance is composed of several powerful rat organizations. These rat organizations have agreed to divide the funds obtained from the rich according to the agreed ratio. If you don't have enough money, you may only be able to contact the core circles of 1 or 2 organizations. But if you are an obvious sucker, then you will probably be very popular in the Morning Bell Alliance, and you will be exposed to more core intelligence. So she is supposed to act like a sucker at the charity dinner? But the question is, will the core intelligence of these rat organizations be easily handed over to an ordinary rich man like me? Da Vinci shook his head. "You may not realize your identity, nor the plight of the rats, and even less the powerful deployment of our Black Soldier organization. First of all, you are not an ordinary rich man. You are a very rich man. Secondly, the rats are very poor, but they have to study various projects. They need money more than you think. Finally, after years of operation, there is almost no trace of the Black Soldier organization in the United States, which makes those rats increasingly rampant. Even in the comfortable development, gradually lost vigilance. Zhu Shurjiu was still very cautious. But this is not enough to prove that they will let me access the core intelligence." Da Vinci nodded approvingly and replied, "We have had successful cases before. It is not the first time that we have pretended to be rich to attract the Morning Bell Alliance. Facts have proved that the quality of these rats is quite worrying. Not only did we successfully plant a lot of undercovers, but the core intelligence we got was also constantly leaked. However, it was always a small fight before, and the core intelligence obtained was not enough to destroy the rats in New York. This time is the final battle of the rat extermination operation." After hearing this, Zhu Shurjiu felt relieved. This evening, Da Vinci explained in detail the details that needed to be paid attention to. To be honest, Da Vinci originally did not want Zhu Shurjiu, a rookie, to perform the mission, because being able to become an elite black soldier right after graduation only shows that Zhu Shurjiu has a strong talent. But it does not mean that Zhu Shurjiu can be comparable to an elite black soldier when performing the mission. After all, the mission is to consider the quality of a black soldier from many aspects. And Zhu Shurjiu is performing such an important mission for the first time, which is really hard to trust completely. However, Zhu Shurjiu's performance in the hijacking test was impeccable. So Da Vinci reluctantly agreed to let Zhu Shurjiu take over the task of thorns. "I hope you can live up to the expectations of the organization." Before leaving, Da Vinci glanced at Zhu Shurjiu, who was carefully memorizing the character information, and thought to himself. After leaving Zhu Shurjiu's room, Da Vinci called the captain of the elite black soldier team. Captain, the Prophet is in place, and the plan will be carried out normally in 3 days. Understood. Then the New York rat extermination operation will be handed over to you and the Prophet. Received. The rat extermination operation is not only aimed at New York where they are, but the entire United States. Da Vinci didn't know why the organization suddenly announced such a fierce mission. It was like reshuffling the underground world of the United States. I don't know how much turmoil it will cause. He is just an elite black soldier. All he can do is obey the arrangements of his superiors. Chapter 696 Xuan. Lu Jing. And Du Fei appear again. The day before the charity dinner. An underground bar somewhere in New York. The surrounding area is dim and intoxicating. Waiters and drinkers shuttle between the booths. They talk loudly in the enchanting jazz piano music and the tempting aroma of wine lingering in the air. They laugh and indulge without hesitation. And people can see the decadent atmosphere everywhere at a glance. Do you have to meet here? When Lu Jing stepped into the bar and sat down in a booth, she complained to the man opposite. The man was wearing a full-body windbreaker, curled up on the sofa, with a haggard face, unshaven beard, hazy eyes, and extremely decadent and sloppy. When he saw his partner, he just looked up at him, then smiled and said, "It doesn't matter where you are. In the United States, you don't have to worry about the invasion of black soldiers. It's just that I can relax more in the bar." Lu Jing was silent for a while and sighed. What does the psychiatrist say? It's the same rhetoric. I need at least half a year of uninterrupted weekly treatment. And I have to take medicine on time during this period. But don't worry. I'm fine. But I still have nightmares every night. Lu Jing stared at the man with pity. You still say that you are fine? I'm really worried that one day you will suddenly lose your mind. I'm not that fragile. The man answered decisively. I still want to see the scene of humans successfully saving the world. But I won't die so easily. Xuan. Lu Jing sighed. You should let go of what happened back then. You know, it wasn't your fault. It was Jing Xian who decided to bomb the cruise ship. And it was the organization's leaders who agreed to the bombing tactics. It had nothing to do with you. Why can't you get over it? And in the end, most people on the ship were rescued by the Black Soldier organization. You don't have to carry everything on your back. It's time to let it go. I know. I know. Xuan raised the wine glass in front of him and took a sip of the strong liquor. But this is not something I can control. From that day on, I was awakened by nightmares about explosions every night. And I couldn't fall asleep the whole night after waking up. I have been thinking about one thing. Lu Jing. Is everything our organization does right? Lu Jing's expression became serious. You are shaken. Xuan smiled bitterly. Yes, I am shaken. I have experienced countless times of self-torture and mental exhaustion, and began to doubt the justice of the organization. I don't even know if I can hold on. Xuan. Lu Jing pressed Xuan's shoulders with both hands. Don't continue. I think your current state is very wrong. I will apply to the organization to change the person in charge. Let me be in charge of tomorrow's charity dinner. Xuan finally became a little sober when he heard the word charity dinner. He forced a smile and pushed away Lu Jing's hand. Sorry. Just treat me as talking nonsense just now. After saying that, Xuan took another sip of wine. But his drunken eyes became sharp again. And even his original sloppy temperament was swept away. Lu Jing was slightly surprised. You didn't expect it? I was just pretending, Xuan said with a smile. It is precisely because tomorrow's charity dinner is very important and can't afford to make mistakes. So I must confirm the quality and determination of the people who will attend the dinner with me. Lu Jing. I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a very good talent. Your performance is qualified. Lu Jing was not convinced by Xuan's performance. She saw through the decadence and confusion hidden under the calm expression of Xuan, her partner for many years. However, Lu Jing did not expose Xuan at this time, but looked at this man with a little heartache, allowing him to continue his strong disguise. Let's talk about tomorrow's charity dinner, Lu Jing said, then took out a document from her bag, put it on the table, and slid it toward Xuan. I have sorted out the list, including 3 5-star targets, 8 4-star targets, 19 3-star targets. Xuan took the document and flipped through it. The information about Sally Valencia seems very brief, because she attaches great importance to privacy. In the past, we found that she rarely appears in the public eye. Moreover, as a billionaire with a net worth of $2 billion, The security forces around her are airtight, and it is difficult for our people to arrange in. Xuan frowned. How could you include her in the 5-star target? The less you know about the target, the more difficult it is to capture it. Can you really win her over successfully? Everything depends on human efforts, Lu Jing said. A few days ago, she invited celebrities and models from the entertainment industry to hold a Saturday tour. This incident was rarely reported in the newspaper. This is also her most recent appearance in the public eye. Xuan now gets a headache whenever he hears the word cruise. He rubbed his temples. Why is Sally Valencia, who has always been low-key, suddenly so high-profile? Lu Jing said. After investigation, she has plans to enter the entertainment industry in recent years, and has made sufficient preparations for this. This high-profile appearance in the public eye is also related to her next big move. She plans to acquire a film and television company. According to economists' analysis, after acquiring the film and television company, her net worth will soar to $3 billion in the next 2 to 3 years. It seems that there is no problem with her identity, Xuan judged very calmly. Although the United States is a vacuum zone for the Black Soldier Organization, it is hard to guarantee that the Black Soldier Organization has no power in the United States. So these rats must undergo strict investigations before taking action, and can only make contact after initially confirming that there is no abnormality. Sally Valencia's plan to enter the entertainment industry was not a hasty decision made recently, but had been in motion for several years. It was impossible that this woman had been deploying for many years just to lure them in. Right? She's fine. Next one. As a member of the Morning Bell Alliance participating in the charity dinner, Xuan's first task was to review each of the wealthy people they were about to attract. Sally Valencia was let go lightly. Oh, by the way, Lu Jing suddenly seemed to remember something at this time, and said to Xuan, the organization finally decided that our protection personnel this time would be Du Fei. You should have received the notice. Right? That woman. Xuan's expression suddenly became complicated. I have received the notice. But can that woman really be trusted? You know, she was originally a member of the Black Soldiers. After the review, the organization believes that she is fine? Don't continue to investigate? Lu Jing smiled and said, you know this, right? She was forced to inject the secondary Black Soldier potion from the beginning. And more importantly, she was forced to join the Black Soldier organization. After her emotional blockage was lifted, she was no different from ordinary people except for her stronger physical fitness. And after persuasion, she successfully joined our organization. The organization also wanted to see her ability this time. Will you really not mess up? Xuan muttered, but did not continue to object. To be honest, he actually didn't believe that woman a little. After the cruise ship exploded that day, their team found Du Fei during the evacuation process. And after a battle, they successfully captured the other party. According to their previous experience, captured Black soldiers generally commit suicide in a fierce manner to prevent leaking intelligence. But Du Fei, that woman, did not do that. She was captured honestly. And then after they helped her lift the emotional blockage, she poured out all the causes and consequences of what happened to her like pouring beans. The organization temporarily imprisoned her. Later, after observing and probing the conversation, and even letting Du Fei do several missions, the organization finally confirmed that Du Fei was a high-quality talent, incorporated her into the armed forces, and extracted the remaining secondary Black Soldier potion in her body through experiments, and made a potion that can improve human quality. So far, the organization has 80% trust in her. But Xuan always felt a little uneasy. Can this woman really stand by them? Chapter 697 Sally Valencia has entered the scene. This is a great opportunity. At night, Du Fei stood by the window with a cold face. There was a small rifle on the bed behind her. She looked sharply at the bright lights and nightlife outside the hotel window. The hustle and bustle of the neon lights made her mind shaken. No one knew how excited she was now. Sister Du is worthy of being a former Black soldier. She is still observing the surrounding environment tomorrow so seriously. Aren't you talking nonsense? This security is the first time Sister Du has led the team. Of course, she must ensure that everything is foolproof in advance. Don't think that Sister Du is just looking down at the street scene from above. In fact, she may have calculated the evacuation route and combat environment when danger comes, and may even simulate the scene of fighting with the enemy in her mind. Sister Du is worthy of being. The muttering of the team members behind her made Du Fei twitch the corners of her mouth. What do you mean by observing tomorrow's combat environment? Du Fei wanted to laugh when she heard this. She was not doing such a stupid thing. She stared out the window with a cold face, just to prevent her teammates from discovering the flaws on her face when she was thinking. She, Du Fei, wanted to escape tomorrow. If she told this to other teammates, these seemingly kind teammates would probably draw their guns and kill her immediately. However, this is the fact. Du Fei recalled her magnificent life and felt that her life had been completely changed since she met Zhu Shizhou that day. She didn't know what went wrong. She was suddenly caught in a dark interrogation room with Zhu Shizhou, and was inexplicably injected with black soldier potion and forced onto the cruise ship. Later, the cruise ship exploded. She originally wanted to escape, but she was entangled by another mysterious organization and was forced to join the current organization. After joining the organization, Du Fei was thinking about escaping every moment, but she never had the chance. Every day, she was either forced to accept various harsh exercises, or her body was studied as an experimental subject, and her body was injected with various unknown drugs. Although she could often feel the envious gazes of other fighters, she was not envious of her situation at all, and others called her a former black soldier, and she didn't know what was going on. She had no idea how strong her body was now, but she just heard from others that she had the strength of a black soldier. So what on earth is a black soldier? She wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. And she was trembling and didn't dare to say much. So that she, who was originally lively by nature, became an extremely cold iceberg in the eyes of others. What's more outrageous is that as a black soldier-level strongman who has been injected with various drugs by the organization, she often practices with fighters in the organization. Some fighters who were originally quite dissatisfied with her were convinced by her after a battle. And even some crazy people who were extremely fanatical about fighting became her fans. In the past 2 months, she has been staying in the organization. However, her forbearance was not in vain. She finally got the chance. 2 months of disguise made her gain the trust of the organization. And the organization finally gave her an assignment. The mission location is New York. The United States? That's right. It is tomorrow's charity dinner. And she is responsible for the safety of Xuan and others as a combatant. Although the mission location is far away in the United States, it is at least the first time to go out after being imprisoned for 2 months. When she learned about this mission, she realized that this was a great opportunity. A great opportunity to escape. At this moment, Du Fei, standing in front of the French window of the hotel, looked out the window with a longing for freedom, and looked out the window affectionately. When she turned around, her face had returned to its grim look. Song Zimingwei, you two will be on guard tonight. Kong Fan and Shiru, you will do the last spot check today. I need to conserve my energy tonight to prepare for the charity dinner tomorrow. The rest of the team members stopped chatting and answered yes, with a solemn look. Then Du Fei turned and entered the master bedroom of the suite and locked the door. After locking the door, Du Fei's expression suddenly collapsed, and he lazily fell on the bed. To be honest, the benefits of being a captain are also obvious. At least you can use your power for personal gain, and you have legitimate and sufficient reasons to let others work while you rest. Find a chance to escape tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, it depends on tomorrow. Hee hee. Du Fei laughed secretly in the quilt on the bed. Her heart was filled with expectations for tomorrow. The next night, Zhu Shizhou confirmed his clothes and let the makeup team prepared by Da Vinci make the final treatment of his disguise. Everything is perfect. Let's go. Lord Prophet. The middle-aged man in the butler's uniform is an ordinary black soldier. His face is fake, but his expression, manner and tone are quite in line with the elegance of an ordinary rich butler. Zhu Shizhou got up from the chair and smiled slightly. Mr. Fred, please call me Sally Valencia from now on. Fred smiled slightly. Okay, Miss Valencia. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes and felt it for a while, then said, your pheromones need to be adjusted again. Fred said, not all black soldiers are as talented as you. Miss Valencia, your pheromones can't detect any flaws even if alien insects come. But I'm just an ordinary black soldier, and this is the limit. In addition, the mice don't have super perception like you. That's right. Zhu Shizhou didn't ask too much. Since awakening the pheromones, Zhu Shizhou can feel that his perception and control of pheromones are slowly improving. Especially after each death, his control of pheromones will soar a little. So far, His control of pheromones has reached a level that ordinary black soldiers can't understand. When Fred was helping him disguise himself, he felt the pheromones emitted by an ordinary woman throughout the whole process, and couldn't see even the slightest flaw, while Zhu Shurjiu could easily sense the shortcomings of Fred's disguised pheromones. However, Fred's disguise should be considered perfect in the eyes of other mice. Right? Everything is ready. Zhu Shurjiu set off to the venue of the charity dinner. Grey Hotel. Tonight's charity dinner is hosted by Grey Hotel, which is supported by the Black Soldier Organization. Here, the Black Soldier Organization has set a trap, waiting for the unsuspecting Morning Bell Alliance to take the bait. Outside the hotel, there are countless eyes staring in the dark. When a slender figure entered the hotel with a butler, reports were heard from all directions in the dark. Report: Sally Valencia has entered. Chapter 698 Donation Fever. The most handsome guy in the whole venue. Zhu Shurjiu never thought that he would run into his mortal enemy at an unexpected time and in an unexpected place. It was like when he was about to enjoy a piece of extremely sweet cake. He found that the cake was not decorated with chocolate, but some disgusting filth. Although he hadn't tasted it yet, he could already feel the unexpected impact, which made his head daze for a moment. This is probably how he described the impact he was experiencing now. Why? Why is Xuan here? Zhu Shurjiu almost couldn't control his expression and looked at the entrance of the banquet hall, where the man who was welcomed in by the waiter as if nothing had happened, and the woman next to Xuan. Their faces Zhu Shurjiu would never forget for the rest of his life. Xuan and Lu Jing. Those two guys were the lunatics who appeared on the cruise ship and tried to recruit him. But after failing to recruit him, they suddenly decided to blow up the cruise ship. Xuan's team taught him a solid lesson. The charity dinner has not started yet, and now is the stage where wealthy people and reporters from all over the United States enter. Reporters must be there. Otherwise, how can they promote the charity of the wealthy? At this stage of the wealthy, money is already a jumping number, and the temptation of making millions of dollars is far less than that of becoming famous in society. Reporters who aim for first-hand news always arrive earlier than the main body. They will aim at one target after another in the preparation stage before the charity dinner begins, and initiate interviews with the wealthy in advance. Zhu Shurjiu had already entered the venue as Sally Valencia, and a group of reporters gathered around her like hungry dogs smelling meat, scrambling to interview her. Fortunately, Fred, who was a bodyguard and butler, blocked a group of reporters. Otherwise, Zhu Shurjiu would have been a bit overwhelmed. It was precisely because the reporters were evacuated that Zhu Shurjiu could take the time to observe the wealthy people around him calmly in the intervals between interviews, and carefully identify the eyes of each wealthy person. Sure enough, he found a few wealthy people with slightly strange expressions. When he found Xuan and Lu Jing, he was observing the wealthy people in the intervals. He just unconsciously glanced at the door, and their figures suddenly broke into his sight. Xuan and Lu Jing played the role of reporters, with press cards and cameras hanging around their necks. Ms. Valencia. Miss Valencia? The call of the reporter in front of him called back Zhu Shurjiu's attention. Zhu Shurjiu smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I've been busy these days, and haven't rested well. I was distracted for a while. What question did you ask just now? The reporter asked again with concern. I'm asking, Miss Valencia, do you have any intention on the direction of tonight's donations? Well, although all the donations tonight will be invested in the foundation and controlled by the foundation, if I am allowed to participate in the decision, I still hope that the foundation can invest the money in relief measures for veterans. I have seen many homeless people who were veterans on the street. He said a lot of words, and all he said now were words that were in line with Sally Valencia's personality, with the purpose of letting more people who were secretly observing her, people who know her, can understand her heart. The personality he is showing now is also strictly created by the psychological experts of the Black Soldier Organization, and it is the personality that is most likely to attract the Morning Bell Alliance. He is rich, kind, and has a broad mind. These 3 points alone are enough to attract the guys hiding in the dark. Zhu Shurjiu chatted with reporters here, while watching Xuan and Lu Jing find 2 other rich people in the venue, and start chatting and laughing. Didn't these 2 people see him? Or did they not come for Sally Valencia? Impossible. Zhu Shurjiu took a second to overturn these 2 possibilities, because there were the most reporters surrounding her in the entire hall. Normally, even if they were not curious, they would at least look in his direction. But Xuan and Lu Jing did not. They had not glanced in this direction since they entered the hall. It was obvious that they knew his current position, and knew that the person surrounded by reporters was Sally Valencia. Zhu Shizhou was almost certain that the wealthy people who were talking to Xuan and Lu Jing must be the supporters that the Morning Bell Alliance had already won over. Because Xuan and Lu Jing went straight to the two wealthy people after entering the venue. And they looked familiar with each other. Those who were not aware of this situation would naturally not feel anything unusual. But Zhu Shizhou, who knew Xuan and Lu Jing inside and out, had seen through their entry point. They would probably use the two wealthy people as a springboard to contact other wealthy people. In other words, if he wanted to contact Xuan and Lu Jing, he only needed to contact the two wealthy people. But even if I don't contact them, they will probably contact me, Zhu Shizhou thought to himself. While thinking, the charity dinner soon began. Charity dinner, to put it bluntly, is a banquet in the name of charity led by the hotel. The rich will be given a large number of chips at the beginning of the dinner. Each chip represents 100,000 US dollars. During the dinner, the rich can put any number of chips in the donation box with their own names. After the dinner, the charity donations are over. During this period, people eat and drink. And there is a symphony orchestra performing music on the stage. It is no different from a normal banquet, except that the people participating in the banquet are a little richer. Of course, the hotel is organized by the Black Soldier Organization. And Sally Valencia is also a fake identity of the Black Soldier Organization. The flow of money between the two has nothing to do with Zhu Shizhou. So at the beginning of the dinner, Zhu Shizhou said to Fred, "Put in 10 chips as the entrance fee." Soon, the broadcast sounded in the hall that Miss Sally Valencia donated 1 million US dollars. Vulgar. It's so vulgar. Vulgar but effective. The rich people in the hall all looked in the direction of Zhu Shizhou. What surprised them was not that the amount of money donated was too much, but that the donation speed was too fast. The dinner just started and 1 million US dollars was donated. You know, the dinner will last for 3 hours. Zhu Shizhou smiled, raised his glass, and nodded to the rich people who cast their eyes on him, and took a sip of wine. With Zhu Shizhou's lead, other rich people were not to be outdone, and followed Zhu Shizhou's heels, and began to scramble to donate. Mr. Jerry Ed donated 2 million US dollars. Arnold Alex donated 2.5 million US dollars. Black Bob donated. Broadcasts sounded one after another in the conference hall. Zhu Shizhou, the instigator, didn't care at all. Fred said on the side, "You have gained the most attention with the least cost. Miss Sally, you are very responsive." While speaking, Fred did not even move his lips. "Thank you for the compliment," Zhu Shizhou replied with a smile. Each of the later donors donated more than him, but he was the one who received the most attention among all of them. After about 10 minutes, the rich people present had more or less participated in the donation, and the broadcasting sound gradually became sparse. Zhu Shizhou saw that the situation was almost done, so he turned around and said to Fred, 10 chips. Donate again. Since you are looking for excitement, then carry it through to the end. At today's charity dinner, he, a fake rich man, must be the most handsome guy in the audience. What could be more eye-catching than his current behavior? First, donate 1 million US dollars at the beginning, and then donate another 1 million US dollars when everyone has donated almost everything. Although the routine is simple, it is very effective. In the side of the rich people, the broadcast sounded again. Miss Sally Valencia donated $1 million. Xuan and Lu Jing in the corner looked at each other. They had wanted to contact Sally Valencia later, but now it seemed that it would not work if they did not contact her in advance, because the wealthy people who supported the Morning Bell Alliance were also present. If Sally Valencia continued to lead the donation boom, then their wealthy people would also follow suit and invest their money in the donation. In the eyes of Xuan and Lu Jing, what was the difference between this and directly robbing their funds? This woman. Xuan frowned, and Lu Jing also frowned. Chapter 699, Rosedale Winston. Zhu Shizhou did it on purpose. Of course, he didn't care even if some wealthy people were a little unhappy. Many wealthy people looked at him puzzled, thinking that he didn't know the rules. Generally speaking, during the charity dinner, everyone enjoyed socializing and music while donating comfortably. This should be a slow and elegant process. As a result, Zhu Shizhou ruined the rhythm right from the start. Since someone donated, other wealthy people naturally didn't want to be outdone. Otherwise, when others had donated several times, they still hadn't donated a penny. It would be embarrassing or not. and it would be an insult to themselves. This was a follow-up behavior. Zhu Shurjiu became the first donor. And some wealthy people who were quick to respond wanted to be the second donor. And some wanted to be the third. Apart from anything else, Sally Valencia's name would definitely be reported in the media. She was the first donor. And this matter must be recorded. I don't know how many wealthy people secretly scolded this woman for being cunning. When Sally Valencia made her second donation, Xuan and Lu Jing had already decided to take countermeasures. The countermeasure they took was certainly not to foolishly go up and dissuade the woman, but to persuade her indirectly through other wealthy people. Rosdale Winston, male, 40 years old, is a real estate tycoon and one of their Morning Bell Alliance supporters. He has cooperated with the Morning Bell Alliance many times. When Xuan first entered the scene, he first contacted this man, which shows how close his relationship with the Morning Bell Alliance is. You want me to dissuade that lady? Rosdale is a very elegant middle-aged man, wearing a valuable dark blue suit and a custom-made gold watch. He looks luxurious and low-key, with a gentle and steady temperament. Just standing there can make people feel a friendly atmosphere. After listening to Xuan's suggestion, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xuan said helplessly, "You also know that the purpose of our alliance's participation in the charity dinner this time is to attract other wealthy people as research funds. If the lady is allowed to play recklessly, it will easily make other wealthy people dissatisfied and create great difficulties for our work of attracting them." Rosdale smiled and said, "That's right. I think everyone present must have a budget for donations before coming here. The lady's random donation rhythm will disrupt the plan." "That's it. So please." Rosdale nodded and sipped the red wine elegantly. "I will help. But I can't guarantee success. It can be seen that the lady came here to attract the attention of the whole audience. She may also have her own plan." Xuan was a little helpless, and could only let Rosdale try first. If it didn't work, they might have to take other measures. Rosdale set off to Zhu Shurjiu. Fred, who is responsible for observing Zhu Shurjiu, gently reminded Zhu Shurjiu. "Rosdale Winston is here." Zhu Shurjiu's smiling expression did not change, but a face and information about Rosdale Winston automatically appeared in his mind. He remembered all of this clearly before he set off for the dinner. So he also knew who the rich people Xuan and Lu Jing had found when they first entered the venue. Rosdale was the rich man Xuan contacted. "The Morning Bell Alliance can't help it. They are more impatient than I thought," Zhu Shurjiu whispered to himself. Fred was silent, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, because he didn't see any trace of the Morning Bell Alliance in Rosdale. And Zhu Shurjiu had never even contacted Rosdale. Why could he conclude that Rosdale was a member of the Morning Bell Alliance? You know, this mission is forbidden to use pheromone perception, and they have to disguise themselves as ordinary people throughout the whole process. So they have to use the most primitive observation to determine which are the rats of the Morning Bell Alliance. To be honest, Fred couldn't judge. At least there are few clues at present. So he couldn't judge. But the prophet next to him had already noticed something. Although he didn't know how he judged, Fred could only praise him. It's worthy of being an elite black soldier. But Zhu Shurjiu naturally wouldn't explain the reason to him. Rosdale came straight to Zhu Shurjiu and stood still. The second wave of donations was still echoing in the hall. "Miss Valencia." "Right." Rosdale smiled and said hello, then introduced himself. "My name is Rosdale Winston." Zhu Shurjiu looked at Rosdale with surprise and confusion, as if he had no idea, and stretched out his hand. "Hello." The two shook hands. Ordinary people. No. Judging from the muscle reaction, they should be stronger than ordinary people. Zhu Shurjiu pinched Rosdale's palm while shaking hands with Rosdale and judged this. People's muscle reactions will not lie. In response to direct pressure from the outside world, people's muscles will react subconsciously. Ordinary people's muscle reactions will appear loose, while the muscle reactions of strong people will be more condensed, no matter how they disguise themselves. Zero-distance direct contact is enough for the sensitive strong people to judge enough information. In Rosdale's understanding, he only felt that the woman in front of him, who looked so young that she didn't seem to belong to the rich social circle, had pinched him secretly while shaking hands with him, as if she was seducing him. Sally Valencia's appearance was very beautiful, which was also deliberately done by the Black Soldier organization. As long as a normal person faced this beautiful face, he would subconsciously relax his vigilance. Rosdale also relaxed his vigilance. While retracting his hand, he secretly rubbed his palm, as if he was subconsciously nostalgic for the soft touch just now. Rosedale kept looking at the other party's cold expression, and felt a little ashamed of his thoughts, and even felt that being pinched was just an illusion. Ms. Valencia, I heard that you are in the cosmetics business. He forgot what he came for in a moment, and turned to chat with this beautiful lady. Sergio smiled and said, I can't compare to you. A real estate tycoon. It's just a small fight. Our Rosedale was slightly surprised. You know me? When he came, he just introduced himself by name, but didn't say that he was in the real estate industry. Sergio's expression did not change. You know me too, don't you? Rosedale smiled, and naturally would not admit that the other party's information was temporarily given to him by the Mooring Bell Alliance. He guessed that the other party knew him because he had seen him in the media, so he didn't dwell on this point and changed the subject. Ms. Valencia, you are very famous in the cosmetics industry. My sister has also recently intended to enter the cosmetics industry. I don't know much about the cosmetics industry. I wonder if there is anything I need to pay attention to in this regard. Sister? Where did your sister come from? Sergio, who had read Rosedale's information a long time ago, was a little speechless. He knew very well that this guy had no sister, at least no biological sister. So the sister he mentioned was either made up by the other party, or a distant sister who was not very familiar with him. However, Sergio did not expose the other party, and smiled and said, There are too many things to pay attention to. We can add a contact method first. When you contact me in the future, I can teach your sister, or bring her to visit my company one day. That's great. The atmosphere of the two people's chat was quite harmonious, which made Xuan and Lu Jing, who had been watching this side, a little confused. Xuan, did Rosedale ask that woman to postpone the pace of donations? Lu Jing looked at the distance with contempt and shook her head no hope. You can tell at a glance that the old man was bewitched by that woman. Sure enough, when Rosedale returned contentedly, facing the slightly questioning gazes of the two, he was not embarrassed, and smiled slightly, and said as a gentleman, I can't rudely make an elegant and beautiful lady look unhappy. That would be too ungentlemanly. But having said that, I think you can already contact her. She is a very considerate and gentle woman, and a very high-quality contact object. Xuan Lu Jing. Chapter 700, Pray Who Thinks He Is the Hunter. Xuan and Lu Jing did not comment on Rosedale's statement, but what they can be sure of is that Sally Valencia is quite resourceful. Xuan said, There is no other way. After all, she is a big fish. Let others contact Sally Valencia first, and conduct further tests. According to convention, she can be given some benefits. The benefits he mentioned naturally did not refer to money, but super technological products beyond the scope of ordinary people's cognition. After a long period of development, although these rat organizations have been struggling to survive under the persecution of the Black Soldier organization, they still insist on researching various technological products, from cutting-edge weapons to biotechnology, all-encompassing and all-inclusive. At the same time, they are also accustomed to recruiting talents and gathering geniuses with scientific research talents from all over the world to break through one technological problem after another, so that their technological level in secret has far exceeded the current social technological level. The technological products they have researched, even if they are thrown into society at random, will cause great turmoil. But they knew they couldn't do that, because the Black Soldier organization was always suppressing them. If they dared to reveal a little bit of information, the Black Soldier organization would quickly find them and give them a heavy blow. So the timid mice chose another way to use these supertech products. That is, appropriately release some supertech products as bait to exchange enough benefits from the right people. Take Rosedale, who has become one of them. For example, Xuan only released the lowest-end physical enhancement potion in the organization. This potion is also effective for ordinary people, and some people who are not very healthy will feel more obvious effects after injecting the potion. Rosedale is one of them. More than a year ago, Rosedale, who was in poor health due to long-term physical weakness, was targeted by them. After the organization found Rosedale, they injected Rosedale with a physical enhancement drug, and the effect was immediate. Rosedale's body, which was originally hollowed out by alcohol and sex, regained the vitality of a young man. In Rosedale's words, he felt youth again. Then this rich man became one of the reserve economic forces of their organization. For other rich people, the organization can also use various similar methods. For example, to deal with some elderly targets, The Supertech product they take out can be longevity pills. One pill can slowly restore the vitality of old and lifeless cells and extend the lifespan for a certain period of time. If taken for a long time, it can even extend the life of an old man who was diagnosed by the doctor as having a lifespan of less than 1 year by 4 to 5 years. This is already a very remarkable achievement. With the longevity pills, they can control a large number of elderly rich people. For example, to deal with women, this is also the method that Xuan and others are going to use to deal with Sally Valencia. What do women usually fear the most? Is it a short lifespan? No. It turns out that what they fear the most is getting old and ugly. The more beautiful women are, the more they worry that their beauty will disappear with the passage of time. So they spend a lot of money on makeup, beauty and fashion products every year. Xuan's organization has specially developed a Supertech product to solve women's problems. Beauty Needle. The name is quite straightforward. And the effect is also very simple to keep the skin young and tender. The effect of beauty injections is much better than 999,999 beauty products on the market. Not to mention long-term use. Just 2 or 3 injections in less than a week are enough to make a woman's skin look 10 years younger. Even if she doesn't wear makeup, she can look like she has turned on the beauty filter in real life. This kind of beauty product is simply the natural enemy of the makeup industry. And it also has a fatal temptation to women. Lu Jing is actually the actual user of beauty injections. She now appears in the hall as a reporter and looks inconspicuous because she wears makeup and deliberately makes her skin look a little worse. In fact, if she takes off her makeup, others will be surprised to find that she looks like a lively 17 or 18-year-old girl. No one thinks that Sally Valencia will refuse the temptation of beauty injections. Lu Jing also has no opinion on Xuan's decision. But we should be faster. It's not just us who are eyeing her. Other organizations are also ready to move. Lu Jing pouted in the direction of Sally Valencia. Xuan looked over and saw that 3 or 2 wealthy people had already begun to form a conversation circle around Sally Valencia. Sally Valencia would occasionally giggle during her conversations with the wealthy people, pretending to listen and occasionally responding, which made the wealthy people around her smile with genuine comfort. Just like the returning Rossdale, no one would feel bad for a beautiful, elegant and unique woman. Not to mention that all of these wealthy people were supporters of other forces in the Morning Bell Alliance. The Morning Bell Alliance is a very strange alliance. It is composed of mice from different forces. But they will fight for the interests of their own organizations when they work together. Compared with close comrades, they are more like competitors. After all, this is the territory of the United States. Xuan and his organization at most arranged 3 or 4 wealthy people as insiders at this charity dinner. Rossdale was charmed. So they arranged other wealthy people with more determined minds to contact Sally Valencia. For example, a female wealthy person who has used beauty needles. Let her talk about the existence of beauty needles and the effects of personal use in the process of contacting Sally Valencia, and lure people into the trap. This is not a lie. It can only be regarded as temptation. Zhu Sergio dealt with waves of wealthy people, and the smile on his face was almost stiff. The most important thing was that he was tired. On the one hand, he had to observe the other person's expression and movements, recall the other person's identity information, and find topics that the other person was interested in when talking to him. On the other hand, he had to try his best to control his own pheromones and keep his body pheromones at the level of Sally Valencia. It was not easy. After just 1 hour, he was almost numb. Fortunately, his pheromone control ability was also top-notch among the elite black soldiers, and he had not revealed any flaws so far. Among the rich people who talked to him, Zhu Sergio could easily judge which ones had ulterior motives and which ones were innocent, and locked out a list of them. This list was kept in his mind. Maybe some people were not even known to Da Vinci as members of the Morning Bell Alliance. However, Xuan, who attracted Zhu Sergio's attention the most, except for Rossdale, who came at the beginning, has been watching the changes since then, and no one knows what he is waiting for. Zhu Sergio listened to the radio, and the broadcast gradually became sparse. He said to Fred very familiarly, "Same as before. 10 chips. No. This time, 100 chips. 100 chips. 10 million US dollars. This is the 5th or 6th time he has led the donation boom. Many people have dropped out halfway, but many people continue to donate. However, in any case, They have already known and become accustomed to his donation style. This time, the donation is a little more, as the radio broadcasts that Miss Sally Valencia donated $10 million US. The voices in the entire hall have become much quieter. It's not that this amount of money is a lot. Such a small amount of money is a drop in the bucket for many wealthy people in the venue. But this is just a charity dinner. Many wealthy people just want to show up and go through the motions. In fact, there are really few who donate as generously as you, Sergio. In their opinion, it is enough to spend a few million to buy fame. And there is no need to spend more money in the competition of buying fame. Sergio calmly watched the situation on Shui and sighed with his peripheral vision. As soon as the broadcast came out, Shui and Lu Jing could not hold back. They looked in a certain direction and obviously decided to arrange someone. So Sergio pretended to be unaware and quickly and naturally glanced in a certain direction and saw a young woman in exquisite clothes and hip skirt walking towards him. She looked no more than 20 years old, but her eyes were quite mature when she smiled. Retracting his gaze, Sergio waited for the prey who thought he was a hunter to take the bait. Chapter 701 Pimp. Sergio didn't know what was going on, but he subconsciously saw such a contradictory style at first glance. Young and mature. As soon as the other party spoke, Sergio roughly guessed what was going on. Miss Sally. Can I call you that? Sergio pretended to be puzzled and looked at the woman who had come to her. You are? He didn't pretend to know the other party this time. After all, revealing a little flaw can easily make the other party lower their vigilance. If he showed that he knew the other party very well, people with a little more vigilance would subconsciously close the idea of sincere communication. The woman replied, I'm Anastasia Lopez, and I work in the women's clothing industry. Clothing industry? I don't know much about this. I work in the cosmetics industry. Miss Anna, it seems that we all serve women. Haha. It's easy to make money from women. But it's also hard to make money from women. 2 years ago, I was also keen on various cosmetics. The cosmetics under Miss Sally's brand are much more effective on the face than other products in the same industry. On the contrary, I, who work in the women's clothing industry, only buy a few pieces of clothes throughout the year. Sergio blinked. I'm about the same. I've studied a lot about cosmetics, but I don't use them much. By the way, Miss Anna, are you wearing makeup now? No matter how I look at you, I feel that your makeup effect is the same as your bare face. But it's very natural. And your skin looks both tender and shiny. This really touched Anna's heart. Isn't it just to be able to show off your skin condition in front of a real young beauty like today, when you spend so much money on the Morning Bell Alliance? Being praised by a beauty like Sally Valencia is more comfortable than being praised by some stinky men. Anna showed a reserved and mysterious smile on her face. Miss Sally, why don't you guess how old I am this year? Sergio thought he had taken the bait. In fact, from the perspective of observing the other party's movements and behavior, there are many details that reveal that Anna's age is not that young. If Sergio were to guess by feeling, he would guess that she is 35 years old or older, even if she looks only 20 years old. But in fact, Sergio knew the answer. After all, the information of every rich man present was imprinted in his mind. Sergio did not foolishly tell the other party's age. But honestly, said the other party's appearance age, I guess, around 22 or 23 years old. Should be 2 or 3 years younger than me? After saying this, Anna couldn't stop smiling brightly, and her reserve completely collapsed. She covered her mouth and smiled as she said the answer. Sure enough, I guessed wrong. In fact, I'm already 45 years old. What? Sergio pretended to be shocked. In fact, he was just repeating the emotion when he first saw Anna's information. When he first saw the photo on Anna's profile, Sergio suspected that the organization had used photos of her when she was young to fill in the numbers. After confirming that it was correct, he was also very surprised that the other party looked so young. She is already in her 40s. But she still looks like she is in her 20s. That's impossible. Your skin condition is definitely not that of a 45-year-old. Anna laughed. I don't need to joke about my age. And I won't say I am older for the sake of jokes. Sergio was still in a trance. And as if he suddenly thought of something, he smiled bitterly. Miss Anna, you said before that you were still using the cosmetics launched by my company 2 years ago. According to your skin condition, you don't need to use cosmetics at all. You only need to apply lipstick, and it will look like you are wearing makeup. On the contrary, Makeup will affect your skin condition. Anna shook her head. No, Miss Sally. I was not like this 2 years ago. The reason I am like this is because I have a secret weapon to stay young. Haha. It is not convenient to elaborate here. Let's add the contact information first. And we will talk about it after the dinner is over. Sergio pretended to be in deep thought for a moment. And then looked at Anna in confusion. Completely in line with the reaction of an ordinary person. If Sally Valencia didn't know anything, she would be surprised by the other party's initiative and invitation. Not to mention that there was a mysterious secret weapon in the conversation, which made people curious. Sergio exchanged contact information with Anna. But Anna did not lead directly, but changed the subject and chatted with Sergio for a few words. The reason I came to you is because I don't want you to waste your money on a charity dinner that is obviously a scam. Anna smiled and said, Miss Sally should rarely participate in charity activities? I don't think I have heard much about Miss Sally's charity reputation before. Sergio nodded. In the past, Sally Valencia was just an empty shell, so she naturally wouldn't use charity to expand her reputation. She was always a low-key existence in the rich world. What do you mean by pit? This hotel has held charity dinners before. But in the final analysis, this is just an advertisement for the hotel under the name of a charity dinner. And after our money is donated, it will be circulated to charitable foundations distributed throughout the United States. This distribution range is quite wide. But the problem is that some foundations are not well known. And the whereabouts of the money after it goes in are unknown. Maybe after a while, the foundation will transform into a legal company with its own registered capital. Anna talked to Sergio about some common charity donation routines. But in fact, she didn't know much about the foundation organization behind this hotel. And she was not even able to investigate more things with her power. But this did not prevent her from making up some lies to convince the other party. In a few words, Anna found that the woman in front of her showed a thoughtful expression, and knew that the other party had listened to her words, and smiled slightly. She was secretly pleased with herself that this was indeed a young fledgling, and it didn't look that hard to deceive. Of course, she wasn't going to lie about the beauty needle, because the Morning Bell Alliance's requirement was to convince the other party to come in and confirm the other party's intention. And the beauty needle was a must. The relationship between her and the Morning Bell Alliance was not simply that of supporter and supported. The more she did for the Morning Bell Alliance, the greater the benefits she would get from the alliance. The beauty needle was just the most basic thing that the Morning Bell Alliance could offer. She had used potions to enhance her physique and longevity pills to increase her lifespan. In her eyes, the Morning Bell Alliance was a mysterious, powerful and profound organization with too many things to tempt people. After living for most of her life, this mysterious other world had just unveiled a corner of its mystery to her. She was happy to do something for the Morning Bell Alliance. Anna chatted with Sergio for a few more words and left with a twist of her hips. After talking with Anna, Sergio also realized that he had entered the sight of the Morning Bell Alliance, especially attracted the attention of Schwen. The goal had been achieved and there was no need to attract the attention of others. In the second half of the charity dinner, Schwen was relieved that the donation rhythm had returned to normal again. Anna came over with lotus steps. Hey, handsome boy. I have completed the task you gave me. Are you free tonight? Come to my room and sit down. Schwen had a tense face and said coldly, We will contact you in a while. There will be no shortage of benefits. Yes, the attitude is so arrogant. Although these rich people are the economic nourishment of the mouse organization, there is plenty of nourishment, and they don't need to be nice to them. Besides, Schwen is just doing his job now. It is not a good thing to have an extra relationship with an ordinary person. Anna smiled jokingly. Oh, so boring. After the dinner, I made an appointment with dear Miss Sally to come to me. Are you sure you don't want to come to my room? Schwen was embarrassed and rolled his eyes. Don't joke if you are talking about business. I am talking about business. It's the same as always. Chat with her for a few words. If you confirm that she is harmless and willing to join, I will come on stage. Anna said resentfully. To be honest, the way you do things makes me look like a pimp. Chapter 702 The Effect of Beauty Needles. The charity dinner ended successfully. What made Du Fei dissatisfied was that she did not find a chance to appear this time. And not having a chance to appear meant that she had no chance to escape, which was really hard for her to accept. She thought that there would be enemies attacking at the charity dinner, and she only needed to attack during the enemy's attack. and then find an opportunity when no one dared to pay attention to her side to escape in the chaos. And she could fly away. But she did not expect that the charity dinner was so peaceful. When did the world become so peaceful? During the charity dinner. Du Fei could only take a group of team members to the hotel near the venue of the charity dinner, with a sniper rifle to watch the distance. But nothing unusual was found until the end. What's wrong with Sister Du? You look unusually irritable today. What else could it be? You know Sister Du's personality. She bullies those weaker than her every day under the pretext of exercise. Now she is probably disappointed because there is no battle. Who knows? Maybe it's her period. The team members were whispering. Du Fei, a black soldier-level warrior, could naturally hear them. The first few sentences were fine. She just listened to them. When she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but turn around and glared at everyone. The whispers disappeared instantly. Just then, the communication channel in the team sounded. Sister Du, it's team leader Shui. Du Fei sighed, shook his head, tried to get rid of the disappointment, and connected the communication. The big fish is in the bag. Get the net ready. Du Fei's expression was serious. Got it. The meaning of this secret code is also very simple. The big fish refers to Sally Valencia, who is also the main target of their operation. Already in the bag means that they are ready to talk to the other party. And asking them to prepare the net means that they, the combatants, should do the relevant guarding and alert work. Generally speaking, 2 to 3 members will guard Xuen and others, while the other members will be on guard near the place of conversation. Du Fei ended the communication and thought about it. She was still unwilling. If she continued to be on guard, who knew if there would be a chance to fight? If there was no chance to fight, it would just be a waste of time waiting for the opportunity to slip away. It would be better to go to Xuen and Lu Jing to see if she could find a chance to knock Xuen and Lu Jing unconscious, and then disappear in the blind spot of everyone's sight. Although Xuen and Lu Jing are also capable of fighting, their combat power is far inferior to her, who has the strength of a black soldier. If she really attacks, it will be no problem to knock them out. What's more important is to find a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Du Fei glanced at the team members and gave an order. I will be responsible for the escort work, and you will be responsible for vigilance. The team members had no objection. They didn't think there would be any accidents at this critical juncture, and they all replied understood. That night, Du Fei met with Xuen and Lu Jing. Xuen was surprised. Are you the only one? Yes. The rest of the people are on guard outside. Du Fei didn't want to expose her little thoughts at the critical moment. She glanced around and changed the subject. Is the meeting place you agreed to be here? This is the presidential suite of the high-rise hotel where the charity dinner is held. Du Fei feels a little tricky. He doesn't know if it will cause doubts and attention from his teammates after knocking out Xuen and Lu Jing and then coming out of the room openly. Before the escort work started, Du Fei was already thinking about how to escape. Xuen didn't know so many twists and turns, and pointed to the room next to him. We will go into this room later. Afterwards, our people will take Sally Valencia to the living room. When the time is right, we will come out and face each other face to face. Oh! Du Fei had no objection. Now she just wanted to escape. Not long after, several people heard the movement outside the door, walked into the suite calmly, and closed the door. In the living room, Zhu Sergio walked into the room and squinted slightly. The smell of 3 people. Pheromone perception cannot be used easily, but his sense of smell did not fail. Zhu Sergio glanced around and quickly located his eyes in the bedroom with the door closed next to him. He was sure that someone must be hiding in the bedroom and preparing to eavesdrop on his conversation with Anna. Anna did not show any abnormality. She came over and held Zhu Sergio's hand intimately and smiled at him. Come, sit here. After the charity dinner, Zhu Sergio and Anna went out for a long time together. On the surface, their relationship seemed much closer, and Zhu Sergio easily discovered a secret about Anna. This woman is a lesbian. During the shopping process, Anna would always peek at him when he was not paying attention, and cast ambiguous and seductive eyes at him from time to time, and even occasionally pretended to be unsteady and supported him and touched him. All signs indicate that Anastasia is quite sexually interested in Sally Valencia's body, including now when she pretended to be intimate and came to hold his hand. Zhu Sergio immediately felt his palm being gently scratched a few times. But before he could react, Anna stopped the action very measuredly, as if everything just now was just his illusion, Anna pulled Zhu Shizhou to sit on the sofa and started the conversation. The main topic of the two was naturally the secret weapon that Anna, who was in her 40s, could maintain her 20-year-old appearance when they talked at the dinner party. Sister Anna, are you serious? Is it because you injected a beauty injection that makes your whole person look like a rejuvenated person? Anna heard the beauty in front of her call her sister Anna affectionately, and her whole heart was itchy. I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Zhu Shizhou. This sounds like a victim who was deceived by a 3-no health product from nowhere, and tried his best to recommend the efficacy of the product to others. Anna was naturally very confident in the effect of the beauty injection. This long-standing confidence made it easy for her to ignore how suspicious her words looked. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou didn't speak for a long time, Anna was not a fool. She reacted, touched Zhu Shizhou's hand, and licked her lips. Sally, I know it may be difficult for you to believe what I said suddenly. So, I will let others try the injection in front of you first. While Zhu Shizhou was still confused, Anna had already made a phone call. Not long after, a woman in her 30s wearing a formal suit came in. This is my secretary, Aurora. Are under the light. Despite the makeup, Aurora's skin is obviously dull and blemish prone, and her facial muscles are slightly loose, which is normal skin for her age. Anna rummaged through her bag, took out the suspiciously packaged injection, and said to Aurora, "Take it and inject it." Aurora was stunned, and her expression suddenly became excited after taking the injection. Is this the beauty injection you use? Her expression was not false at all, because as a secretary, she personally handled several cooperation transactions between her boss and the Morning Bell Alliance, and she knew the existence of beauty injections. For a long time, she has watched her boss change from a 40-year-old to a 20-year-old. She has long coveted beauty injections, and is even more convinced of their effectiveness. Anna smiled and said, "It's a bargain for you. If it wasn't for showing the effect to Sister Sally, this injection wouldn't be wasted on you." Aurora didn't care about the boss's words, because she knew that the price offered by the Morning Bell Alliance to Anna was $10 million per injection. She nodded ecstatically. "Thank you, boss." In front of Zhu Shizhou, Aurora injected the beauty injection. Zhu Shizhou looked at the scene in front of him with deep meaning in his eyes. The super technological products developed by the Mouse organization are naturally very impactful to ordinary people, which means that they can easily control ordinary people in the upper class. Anyone can realize how terrible this power is, if it can be mastered. As Zhu Shizhou's mind surged, half an hour passed quietly. During this time, Aurora kept massaging her facial muscles to allow the facial components to absorb the drug. The effect of the first injection of Beauty Needle is the most obvious. If you want to continue beauty treatments, as long as you insist on injecting, your skin condition will sooner or later return to a younger state. Ordinary people can easily observe the changes in Aurora in the half hour before and after. When Aurora washed her face in the bathroom, she looked more than 5 years younger. Oh! This effect is amazing. 9 out of 10 shocks of Zhu Shizhou were pretended. And in fact, only 1 out of 10 of his surprise was real. Anna pinched Zhu Shizhou's hand and smiled ambiguously. "Do you want it? If you want, Sister will give you one." Chapter 703 Du Fei appears. Hotel fight. This Anna? She won't mess around in front of us, will she? Lu Jing listened to the noise outside the room with some annoyance. Knowing the nature of this female tycoon, she frowned for a while, fearing that Anna's attitude would scare away the target that was about to be caught with great difficulty. This is not a joke. When Lu Jing first met Anna, the female tycoon, she didn't know that she was a lesbian. She thought that she became a good friend with her because of her social attributes. Later, she found out that Anna was a lesbian, and her intimate actions with her during the communication process were actually taking advantage of her. For this matter alone, she was laughed at by her teammates for a long time. And then she deliberately distanced herself from Anna. She is now worried that Anna's intimate attitude towards Sally Valencia will alert the other party. Don't worry. You didn't find out Anna's sexual orientation at that time. Xuan on the side teased. You bastard. Lu Jing punched Xuan in the stomach, almost making him cry out in pain. Hiss you. Stop talking. It will be bad if you get noticed. Lu Jing stopped Xuan from refuting and glanced at Du Fei. Du Fei had no expression, as if he didn't laugh at her experience at all. Lu Jing's face looked a little better, because after hearing about this, She always felt that everyone looked at her strangely, especially the female members of the organization, who even avoided her for a while, as if they were worried about being infected by something bad. Du Fei heard about this for the first time, but he looked calm. Lu Jing thought that he was indeed a black soldier level strongman who came from the black soldiers. Little did she know that Du Fei was more eager to leave the organization. After all, she didn't believe that the organization let Lu Jing contact Anna without knowing anything at the time. She didn't want the organization to let her use the honey trap to seduce the target one day. Du Fei was thinking about when to attack Xuan and Lu Jing. At this moment, there was a sudden movement on the communication channel. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots. The faces of the three people changed instantly. Xuan, who was rubbing his stomach aggrievedly, also became much more serious. Report. A group of people have invaded the hotel with guns. There are 20 to 30 people in total, all wearing masks. But they are very agile and strong. Damn. The surrounding security forces have been wiped out. The charity dinner was full of wealthy people from various states in the United States. The security forces are mainly divided into two parts. One is the hotel security, and the other is the security prepared by each wealthy person. Under normal circumstances, even if they encounter ordinary criminals, they can repel the criminals. But what did Xuan and others hear? The security forces were wiped out in just 10 minutes? The only judgment is that the other party is not an ordinary person. Xuan instantly thought of the allies of the Morning Bell Alliance. He knew very well that the gap between the other forces of the Morning Bell Alliance and them was very serious. Didn't you see that he and Lu Jing had little contact with other rat organizations at the charity dinner? Xuan and Lu Jing were very low-key throughout the dinner. They thought that they were looking for their own targets with other allies, and they didn't interfere with each other. Could it be that someone couldn't help it and wanted to intercept Sally Valencia, who they were targeting? No, it was not necessarily for Sally Valencia. Xuan comforted himself in his heart and said calmly, "Where are the criminals now? They are already on the 18th floor. What should we do? Should we attack? The room they are in now is on the 23rd floor. In order to ensure safety, most of the other defense team members are concentrated on the 23rd floor. As long as Xuan gives an order, they will attack the criminals." Xuan said to the communication channel, "They are very likely not ordinary robbers, but sent by other organizations. If you can confirm that they are coming for us, then beat them back." The team members all responded in the communication channel. Received. While Xuan and others were still worried, the criminals had reached the 20th floor. Xuan guessed their target correctly. They were indeed heading for Anna and Sally Valencia on the 23rd floor, but Xuan guessed their identities wrongly. The person commanding this group of people is Da Vinci. They are all peripheral members of the Black Soldier organization, not to mention that they have experienced hundreds of battles. Their strength is close to the Black Soldier level. Generally speaking, if there is no accident, they can come and go freely in any armed group composed of ordinary people. Team A goes up the east staircase, and Team B goes around the west staircase. There are 3 marked points in total. Be careful when passing through the room. The ultimate goal is to have at least 5 people reach the target point. There is a high probability that there are Black Soldier level warriors at the target location. It is not required to kill the enemy, but to fight and retreat. Da Vinci gave combat intelligence and plans in the communication channels of all peripheral members. Although the peripheral members are not as strong as Black Soldier level warriors, their thinking patterns and personalities are extremely close to those of Black Soldiers. They automatically abandon unnecessary emotions and obey orders. When they arrived at the 22nd floor, the brigade split into 2 teams and went up the stairs from the east and west sides, destroying the surveillance in the corridor and stairwell. Xuan and his team were even more nervous. The defense team members in the monitoring room gave them extremely bad news. All the criminals were equipped with rifles, and the order was quite clear. From the surveillance, it can be judged that the criminals acted neatly, just like the strictness of the army. This has exceeded the concept of ordinary criminals. Xuan further confirmed that the other party was not an ordinary person, but the possibility that the other party was a Black Soldier was something Xuan had never thought about. Because if the other party was a Black Soldier, they would definitely not give them time to react. There was no other possibility. It could only be an alliance organization that wanted to compete for Sally Valencia. Too despicable. It was clearly agreed that it was all up to us to fight for it. How could we use force afterwards? And if there was a gunfight in the hotel, Wouldn't they be afraid of alarming the black soldiers with such sensitivity? A group of short-sighted bastards. Xuan almost couldn't hold back his voice. The battle seemed inevitable. On the 23rd floor, in the long corridor, two teams were going from the front and back stairs. They surrounded Anna from both sides, ensuring that anyone who came out of Anna's room in the middle would have no way to escape. Anna in the living room had no idea of the urgency of the situation. When she was about to talk to Sally, her new good sister, about life, ideals, and sexual orientation, her hand was about to put on Sally's soft waist. But the bedroom door suddenly opened. Xuan, Lu Jing and Du Fei, holding a rifle in broad daylight, walked out of the bedroom. Anna turned back and glared at him in dissatisfaction. You? It's obviously not your turn yet. Why are you so anxious? Before, it was Xuan who asked her to confirm that Sally Valencia could be won over and contacted, and asked her to test the other party. She has just started now. The night is long, and there is still plenty of time. But these guys have appeared first. At this time, the position of the sofa was facing the bedroom door. Xuan and others came out of the bedroom. Before Zhu Shizhou turned around, Xuan said directly, "There is no time, and the situation does not seem optimistic now. Miss Valencia, whether you believe it or not, a group of gangsters are rushing here now, and the target is suspected to be you." Zhu Shizhou heard Xuan's voice, smiled slightly in his heart, got up from the sofa, and slowly turned around with a hint of disguised surprise and uneasiness. "What's going on? Sister Anna? There are other sleeping in this room." The second half of the sentence was swallowed by Zhu Shizhou, because after turning around, he saw an old friend who he hadn't seen for a long time and shouldn't be here. Du Fei. It's Du Fei. Damn. Why is Du Fei here? At this moment, Zhu Shizhou admitted that his mind was blank for a moment. Zhu Shizhou's face finally couldn't hold it together. His thoughts were messy, and he stared at Du Fei, who was standing next to Xuan and Lu Jing with a cold expression. In fact, Zhu Shizhou reacted the moment he showed his shocked expression. But when he wanted to put away his expression, he realized that changing his expression in an instant might be strange. So he let the shock appear on his face. This shock was not false at all. It was really that the person who appeared here at this moment was far beyond his expectations. Du Fei shook the rifle in his hand expressionlessly, and the others were not surprised by Zhu Shizhou's expression now. Xuan also stepped forward to explain. "Don't worry. We are Miss Anna's bodyguards. Not bad people. This rifle is for self-defense. There is no time to explain more. Just now, we received a notice that there is a group of gangsters." Just then, a fierce gunshot came from outside the room, interrupting Xuan's words. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deafening in the quiet night, and even the chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the room was shaking. Xuan's heart tightened. Their people fought with the enemy. Chapter 704 at this point. We can only force our way out. Gunshot? What on earth is going on? Zhu Shizhou's body trembled with fear and panic. Of course, everything was pretended. This was part of the plan he had discussed with Da Vinci a long time ago. So he was naturally prepared. If he just joined the Morning Bell Alliance as an ordinary rich man who was recruited, then there was no guarantee that Xuan and others would reveal the core secrets to him. It would take time and money to cultivate trust. From Da Vinci's point of view, this was enough. But Zhu Shizhou was quite dissatisfied. He didn't have so much time to waste on the first task. So he proposed a more radical strategy, which was to play a show in front of the Morning Bell Alliance. Compared to gradually gaining their trust as an outsider who was recruited, being a victim involved in the incident could quickly increase the Morning Bell Alliance's trust in him. For example, Xuan and others originally planned to test him first, and then confirm to recruit him. Now that the enemy is coming, Xuan and others jumped out without any defense. As a confused little white rabbit in urgent need of protection, Xuan and others naturally let down their guard against her. Da Vinci was initially opposed to this radical plan. But as an elite black soldier, Zhu Shizhou had the right to make suggestions. So he finally submitted this suggestion. And the superior's reply was quite clear: just follow the prophet's suggestion. So Da Vinci said nothing more, and strictly followed the order. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou was very confident that if he wanted, he could instantly kill everyone on the scene without causing any alert reaction from them. Xuan, Lu Jing, and Du Fei even stood in front of him with their backs to him, concentrating on the movement outside the door. This shows that the plan was very successful, and Zhu Shizhou had quickly gained the trust of the three. However, the only thing he didn't expect in the whole plan was that the person who appeared in front of him was Du Fei. This old friend really made him feel very emotional. In the plan, he didn't explicitly ask Da Vinci's people to hold back. Although the people Da Vinci found were a group of ordinary, peripheral members, they were still quite fierce compared to the people of the rat organization. What if Du Fei was killed accidentally in the battle? Zhu Shizhou thought about this in his heart, and suddenly felt that his hand was grabbed by someone. It was Anna. This woman is still teasing him persistently. Don't worry. It's okay. I have sent a distress message to my private armed team, and they will be here soon. Turning around, Anna's face was actually full of panic, but she still pretended to be calm and comforted her sister Sally, who was terrified in her eyes. Well, I'm not afraid. Compared to these, I think it's better to call the police. No, you can't call the police. Xuan suddenly turned around and said. Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment. Why? Calling the police will easily arouse the desperate resistance of these criminals. If they originally just wanted to kidnap you, but were surrounded by the police, how do you know they won't kill you to the death? Yeah, you're right. Bullshit. Xuan didn't want to call the police just because he didn't want to attract the attention of the police. If it were in China, it would be easy to solve, because they are also affiliated with the official organization on the surface. But this is the United States, and the police are backed by the US government, and the US government will not care about their lives. Xuan even guessed that these rats dared to come here and might have already arranged the position of the police. Zhu Shizhou said again. But even if I don't call the police, other residents in the hotel will probably call the police. Xuan also reacted at this time and was shocked. Damn it! He thought to himself that he was really anxious, and he didn't react as fast as an ordinary woman. Sally Valencia was right. Now the battle has begun. Anyone who is not deaf in the hotel can hear the bright gunshots. Maybe some quick hands have already called the police. Then can they stay here foolishly and let the police come? If these invading rats really colluded with the police, they might even frame them as criminals who held Sally Valencia and Anastasia Lopez hostage. So it seems that their idea of staying in the room now is safe. But in fact it is the most dangerous idea. If they really continue to waste time, they will be caught in the trap in the end. Therefore, the most reasonable choice is to escape from the hotel before the police arrive. Xuan can think of it, and Lu Jing can naturally think of it. The only one who didn't expect it is probably Du Fei. Du Fei is now excited. The chaos has finally arrived, and she can finally escape in the chaos. As long as she does this first, then that, then this again, and finally that. Can't she escape? She has preset a lot of escape plans in her mind. She didn't think a group of ordinary people could threaten her. A black soldier level warrior. Ordinary people without pheromones have a huge gap with black soldier level warriors that is difficult to fill. Even if their physical fitness is close to that of black soldier level warriors, they can never compete with black soldier level warriors without pheromones. Just when Du Fei was secretly excited, Xuan suddenly said, At this point, we have no choice but to force our way out. Lu Jing sighed. Yes, it seems that this is the only way. Du Fei nodded quickly. That's right. Zhu Shizhou said calmly. I'll listen to you. Anna, the only one who didn't understand the situation, was quite surprised by everyone's remarks. Why did they say at this point, we can only force our way out? What are these people talking about? Shouldn't they stay in the room and wait for her private armed forces to come to rescue? Why does Sister Sally also look like she agrees? Am I the one who is weird? Am I the only one who doesn't understand the logic? Anna was confused and dumbfounded. Xuan and the others were not surprised by Anna's reaction. What should be surprising was Sally Valencia's reaction. It seems that Sally agreed because her mind was blank, and she was too scared to think. Xuan and the others came up with a set of excuses to explain Zhu Shizhou's reaction. It's too late to explain. Miss Anna, you have been working with us for many years. You should at least trust us a little. So you make your own choice. Do you want to stay here, or force your way out under our escort? Anna looked at Sister Sally, then at the other people, gritted her teeth. Although I don't know what's going on, I am willing to believe you. Okay. Thank you for your trust. Xuan responded very calmly, then took out a potion from his arms and stabbed it into his arm with a puff. Not only Xuan, but also Lu Jing, What are you doing? Anna asked. This potion can temporarily improve our combat effectiveness and force our combat effectiveness to break through the human body's limit. But the sequelae are quite serious. I didn't plan to use it. But for your safety, I will naturally go all out. Xuan sold a favor. Zhu Shizhou noticed Xuan's description. Breaking through the limit of the human body. Isn't that the black soldier level? In other words, Xuan and Lu Jing temporarily broke through to the black soldier level through a potion. Sure enough, what Da Vinci said was right. The rat organization has countless R&D products. He had never heard of this thing in the training base. He didn't know whether the black soldier organization was too disdainful to study it, or whether the rat organization really took a wild path that belonged to them in technology. Xuan naturally didn't know that his description made Zhu Shizhou have many associations. He felt better than ever before. Pheromones rose in his body little by little, and his perception of the outside world became clearer. When the gunshots outside the door slowed down a little, Xuan turned around and said to everyone, "Let's go now without further delay." Chapter 705 Gunfight in the Corridor. God of War Du Fei. Boom! In the corridor on the 23rd floor, there was a loud noise among the continuous gunshots. It was the sound of the wooden door of the hotel room shattering, along with the scene of the door being blown open and flying out. The gunshots in the corridor seemed to be paused for just 1 second. 1 second later, the gunshots sounded again. But this time the targets of the gunmen, who were in attack formation against the walls on both sides of the corridor, changed. They no longer attacked the enemies who raised their guns and shot out from time to time from other rooms, but turned to shoot in the direction of the target room, because they could clearly see that several people suddenly rushed out from the target room. Xuan and Lu Jing held rifles and faced the east staircase. Du Fei faced the west staircase alone, while Zhu Shizhou and Anna were protected in the center by 3 people. If you look closely, you can also see that Zhu Shizhou and Anna are each wearing a bulletproof vest. These 2 bulletproof vests were not prepared in advance, but were temporarily taken from Xuan and Lu Jing and put on them. Charge! Xuan shouted as soon as he rushed out of the room. The ubiquitous sense of danger reminded him that he was at risk of being shot at any time. The pheromone reached its peak and burst out the moment he led people out of the room. At the moment when Xuan's pheromone burst out, Zhu Shizhou glanced at Xuan. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, Xuan, Lu Jing, and Du Fei pulled the trigger almost at the same time. One person fell on the east and west sides, and Du Fei accurately hit the forehead of the west gunman with 1 shot, while the east gunman was shot in the chest and had the remaining strength to twitch when he fell. The 3 people fired 3 shots in total, but only 2 people fell. It was hard to tell who of Xuan and Lu Jing missed the enemy. Anyway, one of them must have a bad shooting skill. It's a long story, but in fact, all this happened in just half a second. Zhu Shizhou understood it with a glance. The escort circle formed by Xuan and others ran quickly towards the west. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou also quietly spread his pheromones. This is a safety measure for his own life and the life of Anna beside him. He knew that Da Vinci would not let those peripheral members hold back for the real effect. In other words, those peripheral members could easily hurt or kill him and Anna if they were not careful. Zhu Shizhou let the pheromones form an encirclement around himself and Anna, and all dangers that invaded this semi-encirclement would be clearly sensed by Zhu Shizhou. It can be said that as long as any one of Xuan and the other 2 swept the pheromone towards him, he would be exposed. But Zhu Shizhou boldly operated and found that there was nothing wrong with the 3. The gunfire suddenly stopped. During the sprint, the gunmen on the east and west sides hid in the corner and covered their bodies with the cover of the corner. But the 2 bodies remained in place. A wise judgment. Zhu Shizhou was not nervous at all. While running, he made a rational comment in his mind. The few people sprinted quickly for a distance. The gunmen who were forced to retreat and hide behind the corner began to show up again. However, Xuan and others happened to pass by the door of a room. It was the room where the guards arranged around the room were. Before Xuan and others rushed out of the room, he was shooting at the gunman. The team member shouted, "Team leader, this way." Du Fei cursed inwardly. Joining up with more guards meant that it would be more difficult for her to escape later. So before Xuan could respond, Du Fei quickly said, "No time to waste. We need to save time. No one can predict how fast the police will arrive. Let others stay in the room to cover us with firepower." Xuan originally wanted to hide in a room along the way to slow down for a while. But Du Fei's words made sense. He didn't think about it for a while and nodded. I'll listen to you. During the rapid communication, Du Fei fired another shot forward. But this shot did not hit the enemy. It only broke through the wall and smashed a few pieces of rubble. TSK. It's pretty fast. The gunman hiding in the corner in front of him poked his head out and retracted it. So fast that Du Fei couldn't grasp it. Continued to spread forward. Compared with the west side, which had temporarily stopped, the gunfire on the east side was more intense. Du Fei hoped that the gunman on the east side could be more powerful and kill Xuan and Lu Jing. But unfortunately the gunman on the east side did not show his head, but just stretched out his hand and fired a few shots at random, which did not pose any threat to Xuan and Lu Jing. In just a few seconds, several people actually escorted Anna and Zhu Shizhou to a position close to the stairs. The enemy's position is just right to shoot at the stairs. We need to kill the enemy first, Du Fei said quickly, and at the same time sensed the danger coming, and shouted without thinking too much. Squat down. Ordinary people would never react to this command. Zhu Shizhou also sensed the existence of danger, but in order to fit the character's setting, he stopped himself from squatting down. The next moment, he felt a pair of big hands pressing his shoulders and forcibly bringing him down. Naturally, the experienced Xuan and Lu Jing each held down his and Anna's shoulders and asked them to squat down. At this time, a man jumped out from the corner of the wall in front of them, lying horizontally in the air, holding a pistol in his hand, and fired several shots in their direction. Zhu Shizhou could almost feel the whistling of the bullets flying over his head, and his scalp was slightly numb. But he was very calm in his heart, and he explained in a very timely manner. Bang! In response to the other party's unexpected suicide attack on them, Du Fei didn't even aim, raised his hand and shot, hitting the other party's forehead. Another shot in the head. This shooting skill is good. Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised, and heard Du Fei shout lean against the wall. Xuan and Lu Jing pushed him and Anna hard again, forcibly pushing them to the side. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be unstable, and stumbled a few steps while pulling Anna's hand, and hit the wall. At the same time, two gunmen rushed out from the corner quickly, one on the left and one on the right, holding automatic rifles and pouring flames towards their original positions. Du Fei, who had predicted the future with pheromones, looked grim, took a step to the right, dodged the bullets, fired two bursts of shots forward, and then there were two sounds of falling to the ground, and the two gunmen died. It was at this time that an accident happened. When one of the gunmen died, his arm did not hold the gun down, and the muzzle deviated from the original track while he fell backwards, and the flames deviated towards the ceiling. Zhu Shizhou's pupil shrank slightly, and he pretended to be startled and pulled Anna's body towards him. Bang! Anna felt that there were pieces of gravel flying out from behind her head and splashing on her back. She turned her head and took a look, and was almost scared to death. Just now, a ricochet bullet hit the wall less than 1 centimeter behind her head. The bullet was deeply embedded in the wall, which was scary to look at. She didn't have time to sigh at her good luck. Xuan and Lu Jing, who were behind Anna, had their backs to her and were shooting towards the east staircase from time to time, so they didn't notice that she was almost hit by a ricochet bullet. The next moment, she heard Du Fei's voice. You escort Anna and Sally away from the stairs first, and I will be responsible for the fire cover. Hurry up. Du Fei's voice was unquestionable. At this time, Xuan and Lu Jing had shot and killed several gunmen on the east side in succession. For a time, the gunmen on the east side did not dare to show their heads and decisively followed Du Fei's arrangements. They had not considered the possibility that Du Fei could not defeat the enemy. And Xuan decisively said, You follow. Du Fei said lightly, Don't worry. Leave your back to me. Let's go! As soon as the voice fell, Du Fei rushed out of the corner with a few quick steps, pulled the trigger in the direction behind the corner, and flames poured out. Let's go! Xuan and Lu Jing grabbed Zhu Shizhou and Anna, who were frozen in fear, and almost dragged their bodies towards the stairs. And it was at this time that Zhu Shizhou cursed inwardly, because the more he rushed towards the stairs, the stronger the sense of danger in his heart. While Du Fei was shooting in the direction of the enemy, he was also constantly dodging the bullets fired by the enemy, moving around in a small area, and some of the bullets that did not hit Du Fei happened to be directed at the stairs. Xuan and the others did not realize the abnormality, but Zhu Shizhou also reacted quickly. The pheromone sensed the danger first, and pretended to lose balance by twisting his foot, and took Xuan's body, who was holding his arm, to other places. A bullet just passed through the middle of him and Xuan, causing a whistling sound, which made people sweat coldly on their backs. It was Xuan who was sweating coldly. He almost failed to dodge the shot just now. The pheromone was a warning, but the bullet was too fast, and his strength was temporarily improved, so he could not react. If it weren't for his good luck, Sally twisted her foot, and he would have been hit by the shot. But now there is no time to think and recall. Xuan pulled Zhu Shizhou and rushed down the stairs. Soon his figure disappeared on the 23rd floor. Xuan also shouted, "Du Fei! Get rid of them quickly." Du Fei slightly turned sideways, raised his hand and pulled the trigger, and his arm swung quickly, almost leaving an afterimage. In an instant, the three gunmen fell to the ground almost at the same time. A few ordinary gunmen posed no threat to her. Du Fei did it on purpose. She dodged and guided the enemy's gun muzzle, deliberately letting a bullet shoot in the direction of the stairs. But unfortunately, she failed to kill Xuan and Lu Jing. In this case, there was no need to keep the remaining enemies. Du Fei's eyes were fierce, and he rushed forward quickly. His legs quickly stepped on the floor and roared. The whole person rushed forward, so fast that it almost formed a broken line of lightning. This lightning also had a fiery red flame. The gunmen in front fell one after another, as if they had agreed. And the bullets they fired only helplessly cut through the air and left bullet marks on the surrounding walls, floors and ceilings. In just 5 seconds, all the remaining gunmen at the corner on the west side were shot and killed by Du Fei one by one. Solved. Oh, don't blame me. If you want to kill me, I can only kill you, Du Fei muttered, then turned and rushed down the stairs, catching up with Xuan and others. Chapter 706 How to Choose? Rushing out of the hotel. Xuan and others were not blocked on the way. In the understanding of Xuan and others, it should be because these rats decided to attack them in a hurry, so they did not entangle too many people, which enabled them to successfully escape from the hotel. But Zhu Shizhou knew that Da Vinci's goal had been achieved, and there was no need to make more sacrifices. These peripheral members were mercenaries developed by the Black Soldier Organization in the United States. They lived a life of blood and knives every day, and they didn't know when they would die. Now they died because of Zhu Shizhou's suggestion. Zhu Shizhou should feel guilty about this. But the fact is that Zhu Shizhou just sighed for a while, and forcibly dispelled his guilt. He walked out of the Dark Palace. And at that time, he had reshaped his psychology. He knew that all his actions after leaving Illumination might be heard by Su Feng. He needed to always play the role of a chess piece that had been successfully brainwashed by Su Feng. And he couldn't show Su Feng any extra emotions. And regarding the encounter with Du Fei today, he still needs to think carefully whether it is related to Su Feng. And there is no extra time to indulge in sentimentality and guilt. He forced himself to become rational again. After rushing out of the hotel with everyone, his expression still looked a little panicked. And the same was true for Anna beside him. Needless to say, the attitude he showed now was copied from Anna. Anna's reaction was purely the reaction of an ordinary person. He just copied her homework without thinking. Woo-woo-woo, a siren sounded in the distance. The police really came very quickly. Xuan and the others' expressions changed. There were not many pedestrians on the street in the middle of the night, so the sirens from afar were quite harsh. The few people started running again, this time along the street. Anna beside him was panting, and her legs became weak after running a few steps, and she collapsed directly on the ground. No, I can't run anymore. Anna looked like a 20-year-old girl, but her body was actually a 45-year-old middle-aged woman. Everything that happened today was too horrible, and they went down 23 floors of stairs in one breath. So it was normal for Anna to be exhausted. Zhu Shizhou was not going to copy Anna this time. He anxiously pulled Anna's hand and tried hard to pull her up. He gasped and looked very hard. No, Sister Anna. We must run now. Otherwise, Anna looked incomprehensible. I have wanted to ask since earlier. Why are we hiding from the police? And what is the gunfight tonight? Who is the other party? Is it for Sally? Xuan. We have cooperated for many years. But this has never happened before. A series of questions were asked, and Zhu Shizhou seemed to be struck by lightning, as if he finally realized something. Wait, cooperation. Sister Anna, didn't you say these people were your bodyguards before? From what you said, it seems not to be the case. Anna realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly closed her mouth. In fact, what Xuan and others did not realize was that during the escape, Zhu Shurjiu secretly used pheromones to affect Anna's emotions, giving her an outlet for her emotions, becoming extremely unstable, and speaking without thinking in excitement. Thanks to his experience on the plane, he learned the skill of using pheromones to mobilize the emotions of ordinary people. In response, Xuan picked up Anna in a princess hug and said, "Let's leave here first." Xuan felt that the situation was a bit tricky at the moment. They had not successfully tested Sally Valencia's attitude, but they had already involved her. Now they could only consider bringing Sally into the group. Although time was short, there was no better way, and they could not easily kill a top rich man to keep the secret. Several people started running along the street again until they ran across a street and saw a miscellaneous car parked on the side of the road. "Get in the car." The car door opened. Xuan sat in the driver's seat. Lu Jing sat in the co-pilot seat, and the remaining three sat in the back seat. Zhu Shurjiu was sandwiched between Du Fei and Anna. Only after getting in the car did Xuan and Lu Jing seem to be relieved and slowly started the car. Those allied rats would never be brave enough to fight with them on the street. Rats are rats because they only dare to hide in the sewers. Fighting in the hotel is the limit of their courage. But for the sake of safety, let's leave here first. Anna finally calmed down a little at this time and exhaled tremblingly. "So it's time to tell me what's going on." "They are coming for Miss Sally." Anna was not surprised by this. She invited Sally to her room today, and a gunfight broke out. The enemy's purpose was obvious. Only Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be terrified and confused. "What does this mean?" "Miss Sally, we can only be honest with you now. If I say that all the peaceful life you know now is just an illusion covering the crisis of world destruction, do you believe it?" This is an extremely suspenseful opening. But Zhu Shurjiu, who has almost guessed what Xuan and others will say, is slightly speechless. Just like when Xuan tried to win him over before. If Zhu Shurjiu is right, Xuan will fabricate their organization into the world's greatest salvation organization and discredit the Black Soldier organization. Sure enough, Xuan thought that the silent Zhu Shurjiu had been suppressed by him, and slowly uttered a very cliched rhetoric, which made Zhu Shurjiu miss the memory that had passed a long time ago. In Xuan's story, he did not describe the specific situation of the alien insects, but only said that there was a very powerful monster that could invade human society at any time and cause huge casualties to humans. Xuan focused on their active struggle against this monster. Halfway through the conversation, Anna couldn't help but say, "Sister Sally, just listen to what they said. Don't take it seriously. I don't believe it anyway." Xuan paused. Zhu Shurjiu also showed a suspicious look at the right time. For a successful person who has formed a mature worldview, everything Xuan said was like a fairy tale, which was really hard to accept. When Anna first came into contact with Xuan and others and heard this crazy story, she almost asked someone to drive Xuan and others away. Later, Xuan and others took out the beauty needle, which made Anna gradually start to support Xuan and others financially. But in fact, Anna never believed this story from beginning to end. A monster that invades the world? If there really is such a magical monster, why have I never encountered it in my life? Flying around the world by plane? Afterwards, she naturally conducted an investigation, but found nothing. For Anna, as long as Xuan and others can take out the beauty needle, she doesn't care about anything else. Xuan smiled and said, "Of course, I know that these are hard for you to believe, so I don't expect you to believe it. You just need to know that our organization is fighting for world peace. On the same front, the forces of each country are also different and competitive with each other. I'm afraid that what we encountered just now is another more radical organization," Zhu Shurjiu said. "So, their target is actually me? They are going to use this method to force me to support them?" Zhu Shurjiu's anger appeared, and his performance made Xuan and others very satisfied. Xuan felt that after the stupid operations of those colleagues, Sally became their supporter. It was almost a foregone conclusion. "Don't be impatient. Now is not the time to get angry. We will send you to our safe base in the United States. Miss Anna, they are not coming for you. Perhaps you can consider letting your private armed team pick you up." Anna hesitated. She knew that she was in a dangerous situation tonight that she should not have been involved in. If she retreated, those people would probably not continue to attack her. So leaving now was the best choice. But in this case, she would have to part ways with the beauty Sally. After some mature thinking, Anna gritted her teeth and finally chose to leave. She just coveted Sally Valencia's body, but she didn't want to die because of her. She was quite afraid of the gunfight tonight, and she didn't want to encounter similar things again. So about 10 minutes later, at an intersection, Anna's private armed team drove a convoy and met Shuai's car at an intersection, and Anna was let out of the car. Before leaving, Anna gave Zhu Sergio a note. "This is my private number. If you need help later, remember to call me." Zhu Sergio took the note and said reluctantly, "Sister Anna." Anna was in a trance for a while, and almost moved. She even had the urge to regret and return to the car. But in the end, reason played a role, and turned around and walked towards her own private armed team. Shuai didn't mean to let the two of them linger, and drove away directly with a foot on the accelerator. The air in the car suddenly became quiet. Shuai held the steering wheel and looked ahead, breaking the silence. "So what are you going to choose, Miss Sally?" Chapter 707, The Base at Brady Farm. How to choose? This question doesn't seem to be the key now, right? The key is that Miss Dufay and your team seems a little unstable. Zhu Sergio looked strange. He could feel that Dufay's muscles were tense beside him, as if she was about to be ejected from her seat in the next second. Even the hand holding the gun did not loosen, but raised and lowered several times. Her expression was visibly indecisive, as if she was struggling with some major decision. According to Zhu Sergio's judgment, Dufay now seemed to want to kill Shuai and Lu Jing suddenly, but she couldn't make up her mind. He didn't know if his judgment was right. He looked strange for a while and smiled. "I'm sorry. I can't say it now. My head is confused. Can you give me a night to think about it?" While speaking, Zhu Sergio smiled and hugged Dufay beside him, as if he wanted to find a support in fear. Dufay was startled and her expression suddenly changed. Abnormal. Zhu Sergio secretly grasped the artery on Dufay's neck, and a monstrous killing intent directly penetrated into all the pores of Dufay's body. At this moment, she seemed to have an illusion of a sea of blood and corpses in front of her eyes, as if she was about to be stabbed through the neck in the next moment. And the death intent enveloped her whole body. "You?" Dufay was shocked. Zhu Sergio hugged Dufay and said coquettishly, "Sister Dufay, I'm so scared. The gunfight just now really scared me." Zhu Sergio's perfect pheromone control blocked the pheromone in the close distance between the two. Shuai and Lu Jing, who were sitting in the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat, didn't realize what terrible thing had happened between Dufay and Zhu Sergio. Lu Jing turned her head to look at the two, then turned her head back with a strange look on her face, and shuddered. Sally Valencia hugged Dufay tightly like an octopus, and Dufay looked shocked as if she was frightened by this intimate behavior, and was hesitant to speak, as if asking her for help. Lu Jing shook her head and gave Dufay a helpless expression, feeling emotional in her heart. Another lesbian. Although she looks good, she can't accept it as a woman. "Sorry, Dufay. You just bear it alone." Lu Jing didn't dare to look at the back seat, for fear that she would be targeted by Sally, the lesbian. In the blind spot, where the two people in front of her didn't look, Dufay felt a chill all over her body. Zhu Sergio raised his head in her arms, and made silent mouth shapes. "If you move again, I will kill you." From the mouth shape, it was probably this sentence. Dufay didn't want to believe it rationally, but the pheromone told her frankly that the woman who was holding her now was definitely not a good person. The sense of danger conveyed to her made her have an illusion of being tied up and having no ability to resist. With a gun pointed at her head, and the other party's finger was on the trigger, and if he pulled the trigger again, he would kill her. She subconsciously thought that if she dared to say an extra word, the other party would kill her on the spot. Dufay had originally planned to sneak attack Shuai and Lu Jing, and just wanted to wait until the vehicle drove to a remote place in the suburbs before taking action. Unexpectedly, she encountered such a thing suddenly, and she was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Shuai and Lu Jing in front of them were still unaware. They thought that today's encounter had disrupted their plans. They just needed a night to think about what to do next. Why not just talk about it tomorrow? Thinking of this, Shuai said, "Okay, Miss Sally. We can give you a night to reply. We can only talk about it tomorrow. Where are you going to send me?" "Brady Farm. There is our security base there. You can be completely assured of your safety. This is definitely not kidnapping." But for your life's safety, I do not recommend that you contact the outside world by phone. We allow you to report your safety to your relatives and friends under our supervision. Brady Farm? Jew Sergio was slightly stunned. In the information about this mission given by Da Vinci, there is a base of the rat organization at this address. Why did Da Vinci know it? Of course, there is an undercover arranged by the Black Soldier organization in this rat base. Good guy. Xuen is going to take him to a base with an undercover of the Black Soldier organization. Isn't that like returning home? However, the identity of the undercover was confidential, and Da Vinci did not tell him. Even at his level as an elite black soldier, he did not know. Which shows how important this undercover is. Jew Sergio did not reveal his thoughts, but looked worried, and his acting skills were explosive. After all, he can perfectly control every muscle on his face, and even if a machine is used to observe his micro-expressions, there is no flaw. To be honest, I am now very suspicious of your intentions, Xuando said. It is normal to doubt us. But Miss Sally, you know, if we are kidnappers, your life is in our hands now, and we don't have to be so friendly to you. Jew Sergio thought for a moment and said, It seems so. Then I will trust you for the time being. It's best if you are willing to trust us. We can talk about anything tomorrow. You can try to accept and understand everything tonight. We have arrived at Brady Farm. We drove out of the city and arrived at a vast farm several dozen kilometers away. We passed by farmland and went more and more remote. If an ordinary person was taken to such a place by a stranger, he would have been scared to death. But Jew Sergio is Jew Sergio after all. Not only was he not scared to death, but he also looked calm. However, Xuen and Lu Jing saw through the other party's calmness at a glance. After all, they did not see Jew Sergio let go of Du Fei's body until they arrived at the destination. Du Fei was in a state of collapse now. This safe base at Brady Farm can be said to be a stronghold of their organization in the United States. Since it is a stronghold, there must be people stationed here. Du Fei has naturally been here before. She knows that there is more than one black soldier-level strongman in this stronghold. Her dream of escaping was shattered. Damn! It was all because of this woman. Sally Valencia. No. Was this woman really Sally Valencia? Even this was in doubt. The person who could use pheromones to threaten her with death must be a black soldier-level warrior. For such a person, even his current appearance might be fake. Du Fei wanted to cry, but had no tears. Until the vehicle drove into a manor, and finally stopped in front of a villa. Xuen and Lu Jing turned to Du Fei and said, Get out of the car. After that, the two got off the car first. Jew Sergio leaned close to Du Fei's ear and said meaningfully, Carry me off the car. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Du Fei smiled bitterly and got off the car, with a beautiful woman hugging her neck on her back. Sorry. My legs are weak and I can't walk. Let Miss Du carry me. Xuen and Lu Jing didn't feel strange, and nodded naturally. It's normal. We understand. Jew Sergio let Du Fei carry him, followed Xuen and Lu Jing to the gate of the villa, and asked, You must have prepared a room for me. Right? Your room is on the second floor. There are other people living here. All of them are from our organization. Both men and women. Just don't be scared when you see them later. Xuen answered while knocking on the door regularly. Dong dong da dong dong da dong dong da dong dong da dong dong da. After a while, the door slowly opened. Chapter 708 Du Fei. Long time no see. The person who opened the door was a young woman in her 20s, who was obviously relieved when she saw Xuen and the others. You are back safely. Where are the others? The news of the gunfight in the hotel must have spread to this base. Jew Sergio judged that he didn't know whether the undercover of the Black Soldier organization planted in this base knew the inside story. While Jew Sergio was thinking, Xuen replied, The others are still in the hotel, but they should be fine. After all, we have left with their target. They should retreat after we leave. It is meaningless to continue fighting. Is that so? The young woman nodded and made way for the villa. Jew Sergio and the others entered the villa. There were several sofas and coffee tables in the middle of the spacious living room. Several people were sitting around on the sofa discussing something. When they saw Xuen and the others return, they immediately stopped the discussion and cast their eyes on Xuen and the others, but did not stand up. Team leader Xue. One of them was a sturdy man who looked like a leader, saying, You shouldn't come here at this time. This will bring us trouble. And why did you bring an ordinary person back? This is not in line with the organization's rules and regulations. Xuan smiled bitterly and said, I had no choice. You should know what happened tonight. I don't know why those allies are so radical today. They are just crazy. After so many years of alliance, this is the first time such a thing has happened. Team Leader Ma, please make an exception and let us stay tonight. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Team Leader Ma smacked his lips, obviously looking unhappy. He glanced at Zhu Shizhou and the others, then turned his head and started discussing something with the other men and women sitting on the sofa. However, his voice was much lower. Even with Zhu Shizhou's current hearing ability, he could only vaguely hear words such as action, black soldiers, evacuation, encirclement and suppression, which made Zhu Shizhou think a lot. Obviously, Team Leader Ma's group was not on the same line as Xuan. This base was led by Team Leader Ma. From Team Leader Ma's attitude, it can be seen that he did not welcome Xuan's arrival, and there was a lot of disdain in his words. Xuan did not intend to introduce other people to Zhu Shizhou. Anyway, it was just a one-night stay, so there was no need to introduce an ordinary person. In short, Xuan took Zhu Shizhou to the second floor. This is your room. You can rest here tonight. I live next door to you. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Miss Valencia, you don't have to panic. We will release you after discussing the cooperation with you tomorrow morning. What Xuan said is very interesting. What does release people after discussing cooperation mean? It can be heard that he is determined to win the cooperation tomorrow. After all, after so many twists and turns, he was forced to expose the base of an organization. If he still can't succeed tomorrow, then all the hard work will be in vain. Zhu Shizhou nodded anxiously, and after hesitating for a moment, he said to Du Fei under him, Miss Du Fei, I'm a little scared. Can the two of us live in the same room tonight? Xuan was stunned for a moment. Lu Jing felt a chill in her heart, and Du Fei's expression remained unchanged. What else could Du Fei do? Her sixth sense told her that refusal meant death. So Du Fei nodded helplessly, which made Lu Jing look horrified and subconsciously took a small step back. This small action was so harmful that it caused Du Fei's psychology to suffer 100,000 points of critical strike. It was obvious that Lu Jing regarded her as a fellow person. She wanted to explain everything, but there was no way to explain it. She gritted her teeth and said, We will go in first. At this time, she was no longer so scared. Since Sally Valencia deliberately disguised herself as an ordinary person to participate in this incident, she must have her ulterior motives. And she herself happened to have ulterior motives. Maybe the two of them could stand on the same front. She had to find out who this guy was. Du Fei carried Zhu Shizhou into the room and locked the door. Xuan and Lu Jing looked at each other outside the room. In the end, Xuan coughed lightly and said, Don't think too much. I haven't heard that Du Fei has that kind of sexual orientation. Maybe Du Fei wants to open Miss Sally's psychological defense tonight, so that it will be more convenient for us to carry out our work. Really? Lu Jing forced a smile, obviously not believing it. However, in order to avoid embarrassment, she did not refute it. After saying good night to Xuan, she turned and entered the room on the left. Xuan's room was on the right, just sandwiching Du Fei and Zhu Shizhou's rooms in the middle. After arriving in the room, Zhu Shizhou no longer pretended to be scared. He glanced around and confirmed that there were no cameras in the room, and jumped off Du Fei neatly. You? Du Fei wanted to speak, but Zhu Shizhou pressed his lips with his index finger. Zhu Shizhou also wanted to check if there were any traces of bugs in the room. So he ignored Du Fei, who was standing there stiffly, and began to search the room. 10 minutes later, Zhu Shizhou searched the room thoroughly, and finally determined that there were no bugs or surveillance cameras. So Zhu Shizhou sat directly on the bed, crossed his legs, and pointed to the chair next to the desk. Du Fei, sit down. You should have a lot of questions to ask. This familiar posture made Du Fei feel confused. She wondered if this guy was a little familiar. But for her own life, Du Fei still sat on the chair honestly. She could feel that the threat of death did not weaken because the other party got off her body. The other party's pheromones were still quite scary. She believed that as long as the other party wanted, he could change from an unguarded posture to a fighting posture in half a second, and then kill her instantly in half a second. However, after the other party motioned her to sit down, he withdrew the pheromone. Du Fei felt much more relaxed, and it was as if a mountain of weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Du Fei did have a lot of questions to ask. Who are you? What do you want to do? Why did you choose to control me? You? Wait a minute. Zhu Shizhou said helplessly. You have too many questions. Let's answer them one by one. First, I will answer your first question. Who am I? Zhu Shizhou slowly reached his hand to his jaw, pinched a piece of skin, and then pulled it from bottom to top. Under Du Fei's shocked eyes, Zhu Shizhou actually tore off a piece of skin from his face, revealing a handsome face under the skin. This was only the first shock Zhu Shizhou gave Du Fei, and the second and greater shock was that Du Fei knew this face. For a moment, Du Fei's breathing became rapid, staring at Zhu Shizhou, whose true face had been revealed. His face flushed, his eyes almost spitting out flames, and the angry light in his eyes made Zhu Shizhou wonder if she was going to rush up and fight him in the next second. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhu Shizhou has never seen such an angry woman, thinking that everything Du Fei has now is caused by him. Zhu Shizhou's tone also carried guilt. Du Fei. Long time no see. Chapter 709, I Need Strength. As soon as Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, Du Fei rushed over. You bastard. Go to hell. Ignoring the threat from the pheromones, Du Fei waved his fists in an unorganized manner and came to Zhu Shizhou. This punch was accompanied by anger, venting all the resentment in Du Fei's heart. For a moment, she forgot all the fighting skills. Du Fei just wanted to punch the man in front of her who she had been thinking about for a long time. The speed of this punch was quite fast even for a fighting champion. But in Zhu Shizhou's eyes, it was just a punch with many flaws. He could see the trajectory of the punch in an instant and conceived 18 countermeasures. But Zhu Shizhou was not prepared to fight back. He just opened his palm and blocked the aggressive fist with a bang. Calm down, Du Fei. Zhu Shizhou sighed as he blocked the punch, and the neutral and peaceful pheromones rushed towards Du Fei, almost instantly invading Du Fei's weak pheromone field. Du Fei turned and kicked, shouting, How do you want me to calm down? Bang! Zhu Shizhou still blocked with one arm, and with a twist of his arm, he grabbed Du Fei's calf in his hand. The next second, a knee strike came quickly. Zhu Shizhou slightly sideways to avoid the attack with his super high reaction speed, and Du Fei was unable to use the force in the air because the attack missed, and her body fell on Zhu Shizhou with inertia. Hey! Wait, Zhu Shizhou originally grabbed Du Fei's calf tightly to control her, and did not seriously resist. So he was hit hard, his whole face buried in something soft, and was directly pressed on the bed. Du Fei was about to show a triumphant expression, but the next second he realized how indecent their current position was, and he quickly jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. You rascal! Zhu Shizhou rubbed his face and said helplessly. You rushed over by yourself. I felt that you violated my face with your breasts. Du Fei's face flushed red, and he wanted to curse. But Zhu Shizhou waved his hand to stop the emotional Du Fei. Don't you want to know why I came here and what happened to me? It's wrong for me to involve you, but I hope you can calm down now. How do you want me to calm down? You, the bastard, involved me. I was living a peaceful and stable life. But because of your appearance, Zhu Shizhou interrupted. Because of my appearance? You learn the truth that the world is about to be destroyed, so you don't have to live in ignorance. Du Fei, do you want to die with all your strength after knowing the truth? Or do you want to be killed by alien insects, like other ignorant ordinary people in the process of world destruction without knowing anything? Du Fei opened his mouth and couldn't speak. I know I'm sorry for you. I dragged you into this. But after learning the truth about the world, do you really think it's better to know nothing? Du Fei's lips trembled. She didn't understand why Zhu Shizhou's anger was quickly reduced with just a few words. Zhu Shizhou was actually right. Rather than dying in the mouth of alien insects, as an ordinary person without knowing anything one day, Du Fei hoped to die after trying her best after knowing the truth. Thinking of this, Du Fei didn't know whether she should hate Zhu Shizhou. She pulled the chair over again, pressed it hard on the ground, and sat down on the chair. Go on. I want to see what you can say. Du Fei, since you have been dragged into this, I am not afraid to tell you that I used you at the beginning. I am sorry. Zhu Shizhou sat on the bed and bowed deeply to Du Fei sincerely. Du Fei trembled. She finally waited for the long overdue apology. And Zhu Shizhou's attitude was also very sincere. She let out a deep breath of the turbid air that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. So why me? Zhu Shizhou replied. You can regard it as fate. I'm kidding. But no matter who I choose, We might end up like this today. You just happened to be the one I chose. Now you should know what organization arrested us. Right? Du Fei said with a complicated expression. The Black Soldier Organization. Yes. They are too powerful. And they will do anything to achieve their goals. If you were not there, they would probably go after my family first, and use it as a means of threatening me during the interrogation. So when they interrogated me, I lied that I fell in love with you. But in fact it was to protect my family. It makes sense. Du Fei gnashed his teeth in anger. In order to protect his family, he fabricated a lover. Then the Black Soldier Organization would definitely give priority to dealing with this lover when interrogating Zhu Shizhou. The more Zhu Shizhou loved Du Fei, the more the Black Soldier Organization would focus on Du Fei instead of Zhu Shizhou's family. Du Fei played such a role in Zhu Shizhou's plan. You should know what happened later. I successfully persuaded them and joined the Black Soldier Organization. Do you remember that cruise ship? I boarded that cruise ship to go to the Black Soldier Organization's training base, which is a Limousin Island. The cruise ship was the second turning point in Du Fei's life. When the cruise ship exploded, she was captured by Xuan and others. Zhu Shizhou apologized. I thought I would see you at the training base, but I didn't see you until I graduated from there. This was beyond my expectations. So seeing you here actually scared me. I never expected that you would join Xuan's organization. This is the cause and effect of the whole thing involving her. Now Du Fei is no longer a white who knows nothing. She knows what kind of behemoth the Black Soldier Organization is, and what kind of people can become black soldiers. From the pheromones alone, it can be seen that Zhu Shizhou is much stronger than her. However, Du Fei's focus was not on how strong Zhu Shizhou was, but on another point. You became a black soldier? Black soldier level physical fitness is not the same as black soldier. Black soldiers have black soldier level physical fitness, but they also have to accept emotional annihilation. Now Zhu Shizhou doesn't look like he has been emotionally annihilated. And if Zhu Shizhou has been emotionally annihilated, then what about the seemingly sincere apology just now? Du Fei's eyes became unfriendly again. Zhu Shizhou said, I used a little trick to avoid emotional annihilation. So that's it. No wonder. Du Fei didn't think the Black Soldier Organization could be so bad, although she hadn't seen a black soldier since she joined Xuan's organization. From the descriptions of the Black Soldier Organization by other people in the organization, every black soldier was like a precision gear that would not make mistakes, maintaining the operation of the huge machine of the Black Soldier Organization. If it was really as easy as Zhu Shizhou said, the Black Soldier Organization would have collapsed long ago. Du Fei didn't know whether she should believe Zhu Shizhou. After thinking for a long time, she questioned, You can use me once, and you can use me a second time. Tell me, what is your purpose in confessing these to me? What do you want to use me for? Zhu Shizhou said seriously. You should know from how I tried every means to avoid emotional erasure that I have never been devoted to the Black Soldier Organization. At the same time, I don't want to be dominated by the organization you are in now. Du Fei, we are on the same front. I can see that you wanted to sneak attack Xuan and Lu Jing at any time when you were in the car. Just like I want to leave the Black Soldier Organization. You also want to escape from this organization. Right? So, do you want to cooperate with me? Du Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How can we cooperate? Don't think I will trust you easily. Although you said so verbally. Your pheromones have been exposed. And you have been tempted. Zhu Shizhou felt Du Fei's pheromones and said, In order to deal with the Black Soldier Organization, I need power. A power that can only be controlled by me. And I need your help. Chapter 710 Persuasion. Du Fei was stunned when she heard what the man in front of her said. You are crazy. She understood what Zhu Shizhou meant. He wanted to challenge the Black Soldier Organization. And then he openly invited her to join him. Where did he get the confidence to think that he could fight against the Black Soldier Organization? Zhu Shizhou understood Du Fei's reaction and calmly replied. I am not crazy. The Black Soldier Organization is not invincible. I am the best example of escaping emotional erasure. If they are really perfect, how can I have the opportunity to escape emotional erasure? In addition, you should not know what I did in the Black Soldier Organization. In Du Fei's stunned expression, Zhu Shizhou began to slowly describe everything he encountered in the training base after the two separated. Basically, there was nothing to hide. At the same time, he carefully felt Du Fei's pheromones while speaking, making Du Fei feel that he was seen through from head to toe. After a while, Du Fei's expression was very exciting after listening to the speech. In the end, she didn't know what to say. She could only pull the corner of her mouth and sigh. The lead black soldier. You have had a much more exciting time than me. Du Fei began to think. If what Zhu Shizhou said was all true, then the Black Soldier organization would not look so scary. Of course, she also knew that no one else could do better than Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was able to stir up trouble in the training base and graduate as an elite black soldier. In the eyes of others, it was simply an impossible miracle. Du Fei didn't even dare to think about such a miracle. And what Zhu Shizhou said, the Black Soldier organization is not invincible. Maybe it's just like that for him. But it still makes Du Fei's impression of the impeccable Black Soldier organization change a little. Zhu Shizhou said. To sum up, as you can see, I am now an elite black soldier on a mission. Mission. Du Fei came back to his senses. Du Fei's eyes instantly became fierce. Oh, that's the point. Let's not talk about your desire to use our power to fight against the Black Soldier organization. You must have sneaked in at the behest of the Black Soldier organization. What is the mission given to you by the Black Soldier organization? Zhu Shizhou said honestly. My mission is to disguise as an economic supporter of you rats. Find out your base in New York. And then destroy you all. Du Fei was shocked again. What? Doesn't that mean our base has been exposed now? Du Fei was not naive enough to think that Zhu Shizhou concealed the truth and the Black Soldier organization knew nothing. With the style of the Black Soldier organization, I'm afraid their entire battle and escape were watched. Since Zhu Shizhou has been brought to this base, it means that the Black Soldier organization has known the location of this base. This base could be destroyed at any time. Calm down. There's no need to be so surprised. Seeing Du Fei's panic, Zhu Shizhou hurriedly comforted him. Do you think that even if I didn't exist, the Black Soldier organization wouldn't know about this base? Don't worry. This base has actually been exposed long ago. Because there are undercovers planted by the Black Soldier organization in this base. What? Du Fei stood up again in shock. She didn't know how many times she was shocked that night. Du Fei, calm down. The Black Soldier organization actually already had some information about the base. But they just held back for now, in order not to alert the enemy. There is actually a lot of room for us to operate here. Du Fei looked at Zhu Shizhou, and found that Zhu Shizhou had a calm face. She understood something at this time and said in shock. Since you know that there is an undercover in this base, you still want to cooperate with me. In fact, I had no way out from the beginning. Zhu Shizhou coughed twice and said, Don't say it so harshly. Although the facts are true, he seemed to be seeking cooperation from Du Fei. But in fact, if Du Fei did nothing, the final outcome would be death, as this organization was destroyed by the Black Soldier organization. So if Du Fei wanted to survive, she had to choose to cooperate with Zhu Shizhou. She had no way out at all. In front of her was the organization she was going to betray. And behind her was the Black Soldier organization that could be mobilized at any time by Zhu Shizhou's words. Of course, Zhu Shizhou naturally couldn't have such low EQ at this time to tell her frankly I'm not asking for your opinion, but notifying you. Seeing Zhu Shizhou's confident expression, Du Fei's anger surged from the bottom of her heart again. You bastard. Ah! Hey. I told you to calm down. Just a few hits will be okay. Damn. Don't pinch there. After a commotion, Du Fei finally calmed down. She found that she was really unlucky. Before coming to the United States, she had begun to imagine a better life in the future. But she ran into Zhu Shizhou, and was forced into a bigger dispute for the first time in a long time. The key is that she really seems to have no way out, and can only succumb to this bastard helplessly. Just like the wives and young women in some Japanese movies, who have to sell their bodies to pay off their husbands' huge debts. They really have no choice. Du Fei asked angrily. What do you think? Who is the undercover? Zhu Shizhou said confidently. I don't know who the undercover is. You? Aren't you an elite black soldier? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. To be precise, it's a fledgling elite black soldier. Da Vinci and I don't share a lot of mission information. So I need your help. It's not convenient for me to ask too much now. But you can test it on my behalf. You know, you have an advantage that no one can match. What advantage? Zhu Shizhou smiled. You came out of the Black Soldier organization and were captured by them. Everyone knows your identity. So in this sensitive period of rat extermination, the undercover must also want to know whether you really surrendered, or you are a fellow undercover sent by the Black Soldier organization. I think if nothing unexpected happens, the undercover will contact you soon. Du Fei twitched his eyebrows. Zhu Shurjiu was right. If there really was an undercover from the Black Soldier organization in this base, he would definitely be suspicious when he suddenly saw a black soldier who was captured and surrendered. Zhu Shurjiu said. Anyway, think about it tonight. I'm going to take a shower first. Du Fei looked at Zhu Shurjiu from head to toe with a strange expression. By the way, I've been curious since just now. Are you wearing underwear under your clothes? Zhu Shurjiu gave a thumbs up and showed a hearty smile. Do the whole act. I'm wearing women's underwear. Pervert. Zhu Shurjiu entered the bathroom and checked for cameras as usual. After confirming that there was no problem, he began to think. Du Fei, is your presence here arranged by Su Feng? He closed his eyes and carefully recalled every detail of his conversation with Du Fei just now. He confessed to Du Fei everything about his time at the training base and told Du Fei that he wanted to use Shui An's organization to fight against the Black Soldier organization. Du Fei's reaction was very normal, and under his full perception, there was no abnormality in the pheromone fluctuations. Yes, he seemed to be unguarded and confessed to Du Fei and sought cooperation after a long separation. But in fact, every word he said was a test. The result of the test was that Du Fei seemed to be a fish that really escaped from Su Feng's hands. In theory, according to Su Feng's character, he would not let go easily as long as there was a possibility. Du Fei was obviously created by him as a bargaining chip to control him. But Su Feng seemed to not care about Du Fei's life or death at all, and let Du Fei go casually. Either he was sure that Du Fei was insignificant in his heart, or he wanted to use Du Fei to do something. Thinking for a long time, Zhu Shurjiu looked at the mirror with a determined look in his eyes. No matter what, we will fight back. Su Feng, I am no longer the same person I used to be. If you don't do anything, then it will be my turn to take action. Chapter 711 Extraordinary Display. The next day, the night went by peacefully. Du Fei, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't sleep all night. But Zhu Shurjiu changed his appearance to Sally and slept soundly on the bed. Damn it! You bastard. You can change your appearance. But why did you change into such a beautiful woman? Du Fei kicked Zhu Shurjiu awake. Zhu Shurjiu yawned and got up from the bed, complaining. Why are you crazy so early in the morning? It looks like you slept soundly last night. Du Fei stared at Zhu Shurjiu unhappily. Zhu Shurjiu saw Du Fei's appearance and smiled. I can tell at a glance that you didn't sleep much yesterday. Were you affected by what I said? Nonsense. He said so many crazy words without permission, which was incredible when he thought about it later. But now he looked as if nothing had happened. Du Fei, who had been frightened all night, was very unhappy. He always felt that he was the only one who was suffering from anxiety. It was the guy in front of him who was the mastermind of the fight against the Black Soldier organization. Just when Du Fei was thinking about whether to punch Zhu Shurjiu in the face to vent his anger, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly said, Don't worry, Du Fei. You just need to trust me and leave it to me. Du Fei was stunned, and after a while he replied, How can I believe your unfounded confidence? Before he finished speaking, the door was knocked. Zhu Shurjiu laughed and said, Go open the door. Something must have happened. After saying that, he got off the bed and went to the bathroom. Du Fei glanced at Zhu Shurjiu, who was already washing up, gritted his teeth for a while, put away the expression on his face, and went to open the door. The person knocking on the door was Lu Jing. Du Fei, where is Miss Sally? Lu Jing had an anxious look on her face. Du Fei knew what had happened at a glance. She's washing up. What's wrong? Take her to the restaurant after she's done washing up. Our people are in a meeting. There's something important to discuss. It's about other organizations. I'm not very clear about the details. I just received a report. If you have any questions, come with Miss Sally later. After saying that, Lu Jing glanced into the room, then shook her head and turned away. Something definitely happened. Du Fei closed the door and rushed to the bathroom. Do you know something? Did the Black Soldier organization attack us? Zhu Shurjiu certainly heard the conversation at the door. After wiping his face with a towel, he took out the disguise cosmetics from his bag and applied them on the simulated skin, saying, If the Black Soldier organization attacked us, how could you have the leisure to hold a meeting to discuss it? That's true. Du Fei calmed down a little. What's going on? In addition to me, your organization has many wealthy people as financial support. You are short of money, but not too short of money. In this case, Sally Valencia's role is very small. So how can Sally Valencia gain your trust in a short time and quickly become a special existence different from other wealthy people? The answer is to cut off the capital chain that other wealthy people continuously supply to your organization. In this way, Sally Valencia's role can be highlighted. Zhu Sergio finished his disguise and gave up the bathroom with an expression that he had expected. As long as other rich people can terminate their cooperation with you in a short period of time, my proportion in economic support will increase. I guess it is because the rich people who cooperated with your organization have terminated their cooperation with you one after another. So that's it. Du Fei didn't quite understand the meaning behind it, but she knew that the Black Soldier organization had not yet attacked. So she didn't need to be too nervous. What Zhu Sergio didn't say was that although he suggested the general plan, he really didn't know how Da Vinci forced other rich people to cut off the capital chain with the rat organization. The simplest way is to kill the rich man himself. But that would definitely make a lot of noise. The next best way is to threaten him directly. But a large number of rich people terminated their cooperation overnight, and I don't know if it would arouse suspicion. Going downstairs to the restaurant, there were many people around a long dining table, but the tables in front of everyone were empty. Only the table in front of Zhu Sergio had a simple breakfast set of bread and milk. Zhu Sergio sat down calmly and saw everyone with serious faces. Xuan and Lu Jing were sitting opposite him. When Zhu Sergio began to eat leisurely, no one else spoke. But Xuan spoke first. Miss Sally, did you sleep well last night? Zhu Sergio replied. The bed was a little hard, but maybe because I was frightened. I fell asleep quickly due to exhaustion. Miss Sally, I explained it to you in a hurry last night, and I don't know if you believed it. If you don't believe it, we can prove the truth of what we said. Zhu Sergio still remembered the half-truthful and half-false setting about the truth of the world that Xuan and others told him in the car last night. Now he naturally reacted suspiciously, as a normal person would. To be honest, what you said is too absurd. Although I have experienced a gunfight, I really dare not easily believe what you said. It's useless to say more. Just prove it. At this time, the man sitting at the head of the dining table, who was called Team Leader Ma by Xuan, interrupted. Oh, how are you going to prove it? Team Leader Ma left his seat, took out a fruit knife from the kitchen, and came to Zhu Sergio to check it. Zhu Sergio was also very curious about what this guy wanted to do. He carefully took the fruit knife and checked it. No problem. This is an ordinary fruit knife. Team Leader Ma laughed, held the handle of the fruit knife in his right hand, pointed the blade at the palm of his left hand with 5 fingers open, and then slowly stabbed it into the palm. Ah! Zhu Sergio exclaimed in pretended worry. As a result, the next second, the fruit knife made a sound of being overwhelmed. The blade gradually became bent, and then rolled inward from the tip. In a few seconds, the entire blade of the fruit knife was rolled up like a cake roll, as if to prove that there was no mechanism. Team Leader Ma also shook his left palm in front of Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio could see that there was only a bloody red dot on his palm. Awesome! Zhu Sergio applauded, and Team Leader Ma returned to his seat with satisfaction. A man next to Team Leader Ma left his seat. Miss Sally, watch out. I'm going to show you my speed. As soon as the words fell, the man, who was about 10 meters away from Zhu Sergio, exerted his strength with his legs, and with a bang, he rushed in front of Zhu Sergio in the blink of an eye. The strong wind pressure brought by the extreme braking made Zhu Sergio narrow his eyes slightly. Zhu Sergio exclaimed, How is it possible? At this speed, is there really no mechanism? No mechanism. It all depends on my leg strength. The man rolled up his trouser legs and let Zhu Sergio check it. Awesome. And me. A woman took out a dart from her arms and pointed it at the target hanging on the wall. With a few clicks, about 10 darts in her hand all hit the bull's eye. Others also showed their inhuman qualities one by one. For example, some people had extraordinary jumping ability and could jump to the second-floor corridor of the villa without running. Some people had extremely strong eyesight and could see a 0.1 mm stain on a book from 20 meters away. Some people seemed to have telepathy, which was actually pheromone perception. Zhu Sergio wrote a number within 100 on a piece of paper, and the other parties successfully judged the exact number through the pheromone fluctuations deliberately given by Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio kept an expression of so awesome. So awesome. Wow. in all, and the atmosphere at the table became harmonious for a while. It was Du Fei who looked at them as if they were idiots. And that look made people feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 712 Negotiation. The U.S. stock market crashes. After everyone showed their abilities, Xuan looked at Zhu Shurjiu with satisfaction. So you believe it now? If we were just lunatics joking with you, we couldn't show such magical abilities. Zhu Shurjiu said helplessly. Now I finally believe it. But when I think that what you said is true, I feel that my worldview has been impacted. And what can I, an ordinary person, do to help you? Xuan and others looked at each other. And finally Xuan spoke up. Money! We need money. Money? You all have such incredible abilities. Are you still worried about not making money? Xuan smiled bitterly. Miss Sally, you also saw what happened yesterday. Our competition is very fierce. But at the same time, in order to ensure the smooth operation of society, we can't just throw things that can subvert the development of social technology into the market. There are too many things involved. So we prefer to directly find people like you to cooperate. You can understand it as sponsorship. People like me, Sister Anna. Yes, rich people like her and you. Zhu Shurjiu frowned slightly. Do you need a lot of money? According to your ability, there should be a lot of people willing to support you. Miss Sally, there are many organizations similar to ours. For example, Miss Anna supports 2 other organizations besides ours. Sometimes it is difficult to get financial support in time. And our organization has more places to spend money. So that's how it is. So pitiful, Zhu Shurjiu said, taking a sip of milk. Everyone, be patient. This woman has money. Zhu Shurjiu finished drinking the milk, wiped his mouth elegantly, and then said, Everyone, although I have money, I am not a sucker. If you just want to start a so-called small-scale cooperation with me like you did with Sister Anna, I think it's better not to. You know, the gunfight last night almost cost me my life. If you want to be in such danger all day just for a little profit, I'm sorry I can't accompany you. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and became nervous. The temperament of the elegant woman in front of them suddenly became much sharper. Zhu Shurjiu glanced at everyone. Or, do you want to threaten me with force and force me to cooperate? It's not that everyone has not thought about how difficult it would be to persuade Sally to cooperate with them. But they never expected that the other party could be so tough after seeing their many abilities that far exceeded ordinary people. This kind of spirit has surpassed many superiors. Not to mention that he is still in their territory and dares to speak so firmly. This kind of magnanimity makes everyone have a more three-dimensional judgment of Sally Valencia's image. Miss Sally, we never intend to coerce you. If you don't want to cooperate, we promise to send you home safely now. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, Uh-huh. You talk nicely. But in fact, I have been forced to be involved in your dispute. I am afraid that even if I don't cooperate with you, others will come to me one after another. Right? This woman has something. They can see that the other party sees very clearly. What do you mean? Miss Sally? Xuan and others did not realize that from now on the topic has fallen into Zhu Shurjiu's control. And Xuan directly handed the initiative to Zhu Shurjiu. I hope to have in-depth cooperation with you. In-depth cooperation? Zhu Shurjiu said. I don't know much about scientific research, so I won't participate much in this aspect. But if it's just financial support, it's too boring. I hope you can give me a group of people to use independently for me. Pay attention. I don't want ordinary people, but strong people with extraordinary abilities like you. And I also need the authority to develop this force. Hearing this, everyone looked at the 2 most senior leaders present, Team Leader Ma and Team Leader Shui. Team Leader Ma said, Miss Sally, you are just like asking the government to give you an army that obeys your orders and is under your control. Zhu Shurjiu asked, Are you the government? No. Are your people the army? No. Then your description is seriously wrong. To be more precise, I just need a private force with strength, equipment and treatment that matches your organization. Do you think it's too much? Team Leader Ma asked. Miss Sally, can I ask what you plan to do with this force? Just self-protection. Zhu Shurjiu replied calmly. To be honest, I do have private forces. But before this, I didn't know that there were superhumans as powerful as you in the world. But now that I know, the safety threshold I used to believe has changed. And my team can no longer guarantee my safety. Xuan and Team Leader Ma looked at each other. We need to report to the higher-ups. Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei returned to the second floor. This was an important negotiation. If he couldn't even take this first step, then Zhu Shizhou would have to think of another way. In short, he had to quickly master a force while he was still able to move freely. Even if Da Vinci noticed, it didn't matter. With the name of this mission, there was a reasonable explanation for his taking a big step. Du Fei was very worried. Is it okay for you to do this? Didn't you say that there was an undercover in this base? Your request was self-assertive. Right? Wouldn't it attract the attention of the undercover? Zhu Shizhou said calmly. It was self-assertive. But it was self-assertive within a reasonable range. What was reasonable about it? Du Fei always felt that Zhu Shizhou was a little crazy and couldn't understand why Zhu Shizhou was so calm now. Don't worry. Didn't you notice? They didn't even mention that their funding chain was broken. Du Fei thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Ming hurriedly called them down for a meeting. But they didn't mention any emergency at all. As a result, Du Fei still half believed and half doubted what Zhu Shizhou said about the broken funding chain. She asked. Yes. What does this mean? Zhu Shizhou smiled and said. This shows that their situation is embarrassing. But they don't want to expose their weakness. Trying to gain a favorable position in the negotiation and win more benefits for themselves. They are determined to win me. So they don't want to show weakness in front of me. At the same time, they will definitely learn a lesson from this broken capital chain. They will realize that some shallow cooperation will fail at a critical moment. They will doubt whether shallow cooperation is really reliable. So the deep cooperation I propose may be just what they want. Du Fei said half-believingly. Really? I don't believe it. It's okay. They will most likely agree to my proposal and put forward some requirements and restrictions to me. The funding requirements are definitely not a small amount. At the same time, they will also require me to cooperate only with their organization, as well as other restrictive terms. Zhu Shizhou made a bold guess, not worrying about guessing wrong at all. Du Fei didn't want to think about these twists and turns. What she cared about most was the unknown undercover agent. Let's not talk about these things for now. Will the undercover agent really contact me? Zhu Shizhou said. If they really agreed to my proposal and were willing to give me an armed force, and then I asked you to lead this force, do you think the undercover agent would want to find out? You'll see. Whoever talks to you first will be the most suspicious. While talking, Zhu Shizhou had already turned on his mobile phone. The headline of the New York Times was extremely sensational. The U.S. stock market has collapsed. A new economic crisis has begun. It seems that this is Da Vinci's method. No. It should be said that it is the method of the Black Soldier organization. The stock market was turbulent overnight, and the rich gathered their funds. A storm of broken capital chains that swept across the American Mouse organization was spreading to various states. Chapter 713, Initial Cooperation. For the whole morning, starting from breakfast, Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei stayed upstairs, while Xuan, team leader Ma and others waited for their superior's response after reporting to them. Until near noon, their superior's response finally came. Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei were called back to the table. It was Xuan who took the lead in communicating with Zhu Shizhou. Our superiors agreed to your request, but this is conditional. In one morning, Xuan had already put all the conditions on paper and put them in front of Zhu Shizhou. As Zhu Shizhou expected, in addition to only allowing them to provide financial support, there were other conditions such as this force must be stationed at the place they designated. A secondary manager of this force must be established each time the team's strength is recruited. The secondary manager must be informed in advance, and the organization has the right to prioritize the deployment of this force when necessary. Overall, in the eyes of Du Fei on the side, these are quite strict terms. This is like establishing a new base somewhere with the help of Zhu Shizhou. But the base is nominally directly under Zhu Shizhou's command, and the authority to control the power is similar to that of team leader Ma. After reading the various clauses, Zhu Shizhou pointed to one of them and said, every time you mobilize forces, you need to inform the secondary managers in advance. Delete this one. I hope that I will at least be free when I control this force. Unexpectedly, Xuan agreed very readily. No problem. If you think about it for a while, you will know that even if you don't inform the secondary managers in advance, the secondary managers will report everything they see to their superiors and the managers. In fact, the biggest role of this position is just supervision. Xuan must have been informed of some bottom-line conditions when communicating with his superiors, and he could agree as long as the other party did not touch the bottom-line conditions. Now it seems that it is a good thing that Miss Sally did not reject the existence of the secondary manager. The reason why Schwen discussed with his superiors for a whole morning was that their organization tried to win back those rich people after the capital chain broke. But no one could persuade them. And the shortage of funds was imminent. If Sally Valencia was released now, she would be won over by other competing organizations. And their current shortage of funds could not be immediately replenished, which would cause them to bleed. Who would have thought that the U.S. economy would experience huge turmoil in just one night? So after a morning of futile efforts, the superiors reluctantly agreed to the proposal to send a group of forces to Sally Valencia. In fact, this proposal looks more like the establishment of an additional stronghold centered on the rich, which is acceptable to the organization. They were not worried about what Sally Valencia would do with this force. They thought it would be used as a security force, or participate in the struggle of ordinary people. Just a small fight. She really agreed. Du Fei was surprised to see this from the side. Sure enough, this was all within Zhu Shurjio's expectations. Then, will the undercover come and try to contact her as Zhu Shurjio said? Du Fei's heart suddenly tightened. Zhu Shurjio smiled and said, "Then, for the position of secondary manager, can I appoint someone myself?" Appoint by yourself? Schwen was stunned for a moment. I am very grateful to Miss Du Fei next to me for her company last night. She gave me the greatest sense of security when I was most afraid. I hope she can be the secondary manager. She can't do it. Schwen shook his head. They want to send a supervisory role into the other side's force. So they naturally need a senior member who is trusted by the organization. Moreover, Du Fei's management experience so far is only managing a combat team. She doesn't understand many aspects. How can she be a secondary manager? Then you can appoint a secondary manager at will, since the conditions have been negotiated. It's my turn to show my sincerity next. How much do you want? Schwen laughed. Miss Sally is really straightforward. We urgently need $30 million today. I wonder when Miss Sally can get it together. Zhu Shurjio smiled slightly, took out a mobile phone from his bag, and contacted Fred, the butler, in front of everyone. Miss Fred, prepare $30 million for me within 1 day. He did not ask if he could do it, but directly asked his butler to prepare the funds. Such wealth shocked the people who had never seen much money. Yes, Mississippi. Fred did not ask why. He knew that the infiltration operation was successful. Since they started to cooperate, it proved that Zhu Shurjio had initially gained the trust of the mice. It is expected that the funds will be in place this afternoon. You should prepare your accounts. Zhu Shurjio stood up and went upstairs without giving everyone time to reply. I've been a little tired lately, and I'm still a little sleepy now. I'll go upstairs to catch up on some sleep. Please prepare lunch for me. Thank you. Now is the critical moment of waiting for the funds to be implemented. Everyone is not surprised by Zhu Shurjio's lukewarm attitude. In fact, many wealthy people have awkward personalities. Sally Valencia's situation is relatively good. After the sound of the door closing came from the second floor, everyone looked at Du Fei. Lu Jing asked, Du Fei, what do you think of her? After thinking about it, Du Fei gave a more conservative answer. I feel pretty good. We can continue to contact her. Really? Lu Jing wanted to ask if anything happened in the room last night, but she opened her mouth but didn't dare to ask, for fear of hearing some fierce lesbian stories. Team leader Ma said to Schwen, you can take her away after the funds are in place this afternoon. I don't want to cause me any extra trouble because of your field work. Schwen smiled bitterly. I understand without you saying it. Du Fei glanced at the crowd and didn't see anyone who wanted to contact her. She shook her head and said to Schwen, I'll go outside for a patrol. Schwen naturally wouldn't stop him, just as he was about to nod. Team leader Ma said, I don't need anyone to help me with my work in my territory. Ah Huang, you patrol the surrounding area. Miss Du can follow if she wants. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. Fuck. Zhu Shurjio said that the first person who tried to contact her was the most suspicious. But how should this situation be handled by Team Leader Ma's instructions to contact her? Could it be that Team Leader Ma was? Du Fei didn't dare to think about it. She only felt that this seemingly safe villa was becoming more and more dangerous. She couldn't imagine that even the leader of a base was an undercover agent of the Black Soldier organization. On the other side, Zhu Shurjio called Da Vinci after going upstairs. How is Da Vinci going? Very smoothly. I have reached a preliminary cooperation with them. Fred has already told you. But Zhu Shurjio didn't mention the content of the cooperation he reached with Schwen at all. So whether Da Vinci knew about it at this time depended on whether the undercover in the base reported the matter to Da Vinci. But it should not be. Such a short time is not enough for the undercover to convey the information to Da Vinci. Sure enough, Da Vinci said that we will prepare the money in the afternoon. And after they check their accounts, we will use normal procedures to transfer the money to their accounts according to their requirements. And secretly track the direction of the account flow. Well done. Zhu Shizhou was not proud of Da Vinci's praise, but mentioned another thing. Can you tell me about the undercover situation at Brady Farm? Da Vinci replied that it had nothing to do with this mission. No, it is related. I think the undercover agent has the possibility of betrayal. According to my judgment, everyone in the base is full of emotions, and it doesn't seem like someone has been wiped out by emotions. I am worried that the undercover agent's full emotions will affect his loyalty to the organization, and even hinder our actions when necessary. Your worries are unnecessary. The undercover agent does not know your identity. The undercover mission he is carrying out is not in line with our actions. Zhu Shizhou pretended to hesitate for a while, and finally said, Okay, I am just worried that the undercover agent will be turned against us, and will try to destroy our plan and pass some false information to the organization. Da Vinci he. After hanging up the call, Zhu Shizhou shook his head. He had already taken the necessary precautions, but he didn't know who the Black Soldier organization would choose to believe if it found that the content of his report was inconsistent with the content of the undercover report. Chapter 714 Suspect. Team Leader Ma. Du Fei came back from patrolling outside. As soon as she came back, she went straight to the second floor, claiming to be asking about the organization's fund preparation. In fact, as soon as she closed the door, she rushed to Zhu Shizhou and said in a panic, The first person to find me was Team Leader Ma. It was Team Leader Ma. Could it be that Team Leader Ma is an undercover agent? Is this possible? Zhu Shizhou was also confused by Du Fei's words for a moment, and then said, Everything is possible. Tell me what happened first. Du Fei told the whole story of how she took the initiative to go on patrol, and then Team Leader Ma sent a man named Huang to follow her to patrol the surrounding area. Zhu Shizhou's expression became more serious. That Huang. What is his position in this base? Is he an ordinary soldier or something? He should be an ordinary soldier, Zhu Shizhou asked. Should? Du Fei hit Zhu Shizhou's shoulder. I'm not sure. I only heard about this base before. In fact, I don't know the personnel composition. When I was patrolling with that man, I didn't dare to communicate with him much. No communication? Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth and stared at Du Fei for a long time in silence. Then asked, Then, did other people contact you? No. I came to report to you as soon as I came back. So I didn't contact other people. Du Fei got stuck in the middle of the sentence. She realized that she shouldn't have come so early. Zhu Shizhou was completely silent. Du Fei said embarrassedly, Say something. Well, sorry. It's my fault for expecting something from you. Du Fei. Although Zhu Shizhou apologized, why did he still feel so angry? Zhu Shizhou admitted his mistake frankly, and did not put all the blame on Du Fei. Because he suddenly realized that this was not a training base, and his teammates were not people like Su Chan, Luo Sui, and Fu Sidu. When Du Fei was executing his orders, it was very likely that, no, it should be said that he absolutely did not think about anything. Zhu Shizhou explained. First of all, you said that Team Leader Ma sent someone to contact you. So the first thing I thought of was that Team Leader Ma was an undercover agent of the Black Soldier organization. If he is really an undercover agent and has taken the position of team leader, do you think he will win over a few assistants? Maybe, yes. It is highly likely that he will. In order to completely control this stronghold, he will secretly win over a few assistants and improve the status of the assistants. And it is even possible to raise the status of the assistants to the position of the second or third in command, so that when making certain important decisions, they can work together to firmly control the direction of the decision. Zhu Shizhou said patiently. So if Team Leader Ma is really an undercover agent, then it is understandable that he sent someone to contact you. I guess the Huang you mentioned is his assistant. Huang's position in the base, and the process of your communication with him can serve as the basis for my judgment. But after you came back, you told me that you didn't dare to communicate with him. Also, Team Leader Ma is indeed a big suspect. But what about the others? You shouldn't have come so early, because if you don't come up, maybe someone else will contact you. Du Fei said awkwardly. Then I'll go? No need. Zhu Shizhou smiled helplessly. I didn't explain it to you clearly this time. It's not that serious. Please call Team Leader Ma up for me. Just say I want to consult him about some details of the subsequent management team and ask him to come and pass on some experience to me. Du Fei nodded quickly, then turned and went downstairs. Zhu Shizhou looked at Du Fei's figure going downstairs and reflected on his mistakes. Although Du Fei, who only knows how to follow orders, lacks the ability to adapt to circumstances and solve problems independently, his advantage is precisely this. In short, it is easy to fool. Du Fei went downstairs. Xuan and others were chatting with other members in the base. When they saw Du Fei, many people just glanced at her and retracted their sight. Du Fei looked around and didn't see the real person. So he asked, "Where is Team Leader Ma?" Someone answered, "In the living room." As soon as he came to the living room, Du Fei's eyes froze slightly, because Team Leader Ma was sitting on the sofa and talking to the man named Huang. In Du Fei's opinion, Huang might be reporting the communication with her during the patrol just now. Zhu Shizhou was right. At this time, Team Leader Ma seemed to have eyes on his back. The moment Du Fei appeared in the living room, he noticed someone coming and turned to look at the person. "It's Miss Du, what can I do for you?" Du Fei said. "Team Leader Ma, Miss Sally wants to consult you about the details of the follow-up management team. If it's convenient, can you come upstairs with me?" Team Leader Ma's eyes changed slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. "Are you asking me about follow-up management issues?" "No problem." Du Fei did not notice the abnormality of Team Leader Ma, but the atmosphere did become a little strange. When Team Leader Ma and Du Fei went upstairs, Huang did not follow, and the others just glanced and said nothing. Xuan frowned, thinking that Miss Sally had something to discuss with Team Leader Ma. But since no one else was invited, he was not going to follow her, so as not to offend others. As soon as Team Leader Ma entered the door, he saw Zhu Shizhou sitting by the window and looking out the window. "Miss Sally, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Yes. Please sit down." Zhu Shizhou turned around and pointed to a chair not far away with a smile. Team Leader Ma was slightly puzzled, but still strode over and sat down. Zhu Shizhou said to Du Fei, "Du Fei, close the door." "Oh!" Du Fei closed the door. Just as the door was closed with a click, Zhu Shizhou's voice rang again. "Team Leader Ma, you are an undercover sent by the Black Soldier organization, right?" At this moment, Du Fei froze and turned around suddenly, as if she had heard something incredible. She looked at Zhu Shizhou stupidly. Her mind was blank. She never expected that Zhu Shizhou's first sentence would be so straightforward. What happened? Am I dreaming? Or did I hear it wrong? Was it hallucination? Du Fei's brain was almost broken, and she began to doubt herself. And Team Leader Ma, who was sitting opposite Zhu Shizhou and was originally calm, coughed several times in succession as if he was frightened. Then Team Leader Ma also looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was still calm, in amazement like Du Fei. You. The frightened Du Fei reacted more violently than Team Leader Ma. "What are you talking about? Miss Sally?" "Team Leader Ma, I talked to Miss Sally about the Black Soldier organization last night. I said a few more words to Miss Sally." "Miss Sally? How could Team Leader Ma be an undercover?" "You?" Team Leader Ma looked at the flustered Du Fei, then at Zhu Shizhou, who was still calm, and suddenly waved his hand to stop Du Fei from trying to cover up. Team Leader Ma was surprised and said, "No need to say more. Sure enough, my suspicion was right. You too are the new undercover sent by the organization?" Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly and did not answer immediately. The two looked at each other. As the silence grew longer, the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Chapter 715: The Truth of the Undercover. The strange atmosphere between Zhu Shizhou and Team Leader Ma in the second-floor room did not affect the conversation of other people in the base. Lu Jing sighed. "I always feel that there is a storm coming recently. The United States is really not a good place. Although it looks calm on the surface, the competition in secret is more intense than in China," a flat-headed man said. "Is that so? We have been in the United States, so we don't know. Is it so peaceful in China?" Lu Jing rolled his eyes. "China is the place where the Black Army organizations are most densely distributed. What do you think?" Xuan sighed. "Maybe it's because we are a field team. We always have to deal with some forces. It is true that the forces in the United States are complicated, but it's good. without the interference of the Black Soldier Organization. When we were still in China, what we feared most was encountering the Black Soldier Organization. But in the United States, there is no such concern. I think your field team is more comfortable. You can run around with tasks, while we can only stick to the base, and only have some tasks every few months. And they are all small fights. And we don't even have the opportunity to show our strength. Xuan and Lu Jing smiled bitterly. How can it be comfortable? We envy you. At least it is safe. Both sides chatted, and each had their own envy. By the way, is the Black Soldier Organization really that strong? Someone asked. Xuan said helplessly. Very strong. You only need to know that each of their ordinary black soldiers has the strength of a team leader. And a team is 20 to 30 people. You will know how strong they are. A black soldier team can destroy a base. Which is not an exaggeration. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Really? It seems it's not easy for you to survive in the country. Who said it wasn't? The black soldiers call them rats in the sewer. And their hard power is really like rats compared to them. Xuan sighed. A woman with a single ponytail suddenly said, since the Black Soldier Organization is so dangerous, wouldn't it be more dangerous to hand over the troops to an ordinary person at will? If Sally Valencia messes up, will she attract the Black Soldier Organization? Before Xuan could react, someone interrupted and said, it's not easy for the Black Soldier Organization to mess up in the United States. Others also laughed and said, that's right. We have been in the United States for so long and haven't encountered the Black Soldier Organization. How can it be so easy to run into the Black Soldier Organization? Xuan also showed a little smile on his face. The living room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. In contrast, the atmosphere in the room, where Zhu Shizhou was on the second floor, had dropped to freezing point. You are almost not hiding it. After a long silence, Team Leader Ma finally broke the silence and sighed. But at the same time, he did not directly admit that he was an undercover agent of the Black Soldier Organization. Team Leader Ma sensed the existence of pheromones from the other party, although he sensed only a small part of the other party's deliberate display. The quality and density of his pheromones alone were enough to judge that the other party was a strong man he had never met in the United States. Very strong. The pheromones he glimpsed were just the tip of the iceberg of the other party. He had such an illusion. Coupled with Du Fei guarding the door, Team Leader Ma instantly judged that if he chose to fight hard, then these two people would definitely kill him before others noticed the abnormality and came up. Team Leader Ma immediately judged the situation. I thought it was strange before. Xuan and others are in the field team, running around the world, so they don't know the situation in the United States at all. It's normal for him to be deceived by you. But I know their habits. Just like our organization. Our counterparts in the United States will never make such a big fuss. They are cutting off their own retreat by doing so. If they choose to use force if they want the support of a rich man, then which rich man dares to support them? But this can't be ironclad evidence. After all, each organization has its own specific situation. It's possible that they really go crazy. So I just suspected it before. Zhu Shizhou smiled as Team Leader Ma delayed time and found that things might not be as he imagined. This man is not an undercover of the Black Soldier Organization. Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou seemed to be really interested, and leaned forward slightly and asked, so, when did you deepen your suspicion of us? From Du Fei's reaction this morning. Du Fei, who was guarding the door, was stunned for a moment. She was exposed. Zhu Shizhou had expected this, because he was in the enemy camp. Zhu Shizhou could not use pheromones to sense Du Fei's situation. If there was any flaw in Du Fei's pheromones, it would be easy for someone with a keen eye to detect the abnormality. After a night of conversation, Du Fei had trouble falling asleep. Her condition was not good. It was probably that there was a flaw in her pheromone control, which was discovered by Team Leader Ma. Team Leader Ma nodded. Because Du Fei's predecessor was a black soldier, I focused on her at first. I suspected that she did not really surrender, but pretended to infiltrate the organization with a mission. Therefore, I used pheromones from last night to this morning to sense her situation from time to time. And then I noticed that the pheromones she showed to you were completely different from those to others. At this point, Du Fei's face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? Shut up. Zhu Shizhou nodded. I see. Maybe she was resistant to others, but relaxed with him, so she was noticed. Team Leader Ma ignored Du Fei, who was panicking, and continued. You can cause such a big change in a person's pheromone. So I naturally think you are suspicious. Considering the gunfight, the suspicion of the two of you has greatly increased. So you let the man named Ah Huang test us? Yes. Team leader Ma stared at Zhu Shizhou in front of him. His whole body tense, as if a fight would break out in the next moment. Zhu Shizhou's smile became even stronger. So, Team leader Ma, you could have not told me this. Why did you choose to confess to me? He noticed that Team leader Ma's choice was very strange. Team leader Ma could have chosen to play along and follow Zhu Shizhou's words, pretending that he was indeed an undercover agent of the Black Soldier organization lurking in this base. Or he could have pretended to know nothing and played dumb to get by. But he chose to confront him as well, and also described in detail the whole process of suspecting them. More importantly, although Team leader Ma did not admit it directly, his words expressed a meaning. He is not an undercover agent of the Black Soldier organization. So Team leader Ma's first sentence, you two are the new undercover agents sent by the organization, is very intriguing. He is not an undercover agent, but he knows the existence of undercover agents. To sum up, Zhu Shizhou has already made some guesses. While Team leader Ma was silent, Zhu Shizhou said, Team leader Ma, you should have something else to say. Right? Team leader Ma said meaningfully. That depends on what you think. Team leader Ma should know what I think. Who knows? Maybe you and I are different. Wait. What are you two talking about? Du Fei shouted speechlessly. Zhu Shizhou's expression relaxed, and he directly exposed the other party's intention so that Du Fei, who had not noticed anything, could understand. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that after watching our operations in the morning, Team leader Ma's suspicion turned to another direction and began to suspect that we were not completely loyal to the Black Soldier organization. Our choice to confront Team leader Ma directly made Team leader Ma more certain of this guess. So he was testing whether I really thought so. Is that so, Team leader Ma? Team leader Ma remained silent. Zhu Shizhou continued. And I guessed another thing. If you are not an undercover agent of the Black Soldier organization, and you dare to spy on me, a member of the Black Soldier organization, so openly, it can only mean that the undercover agent in your base has been subdued by you. Hearing this, Team leader Ma finally smiled. You are very powerful, Miss Sally. I still can't figure out why you dare to test me directly. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Uh-huh. Why else? Of course, it's because of my ability to rewind. After realizing that Du Fei couldn't test the real undercover, Zhu Shizhou chose to use another way to test directly. That is, to go head-on. If you make a mistake, you can just start over, and you don't have to worry about burying hidden dangers. The obscure test is more likely to alert the enemy and make the other party hide deeper. Originally, Zhu Shizhou was prepared to rewind once to verify Team leader Ma's identity, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. No risk, no gain. Team leader Ma, do you want to cooperate with me? Zhu Shizhou extended his hand to Team leader Ma. Chapter 716 Calculation. Intelligence crushing. Team leader Ma had never seen such a strange woman as Sally Valencia. He was shocked when the other party confronted him. The other party directly and openly talked to him about the undercover of the Black Soldier organization. Until now, he has not figured out what the other party is thinking. Just when he thought that the other party was very reckless, the other party saw through the truth in an instant and turned around to invite him to cooperate. Cooperation? What cooperation? Of course, it is cooperation against the Black Soldier organization. Team leader Ma twitched his mouth twice and looked down at the hand that the other party stretched out. Sure enough, the request you made to our organization this morning was concealed from the Black Soldier organization. Do you really have the confidence to secretly raise a group of rebellious forces under the nose of the Black Soldier organization? Zhu Shizhou replied. Whether you have confidence or not, you can only choose to cooperate with me now. Right? Team leader Ma was stunned. Zhu Shizhou said. Team leader Ma, I already know about your undercover work with the Black Soldier organization. Your life and the lives of everyone in your base are in my hands. As long as I report your situation, the organization will send people to eliminate you. For me, it's just that I lost a partner to cooperate with. Team leader Ma's face turned ugly. Although I am very unhappy to be threatened, I admit that you are right. This is not difficult to understand. Although the other party has extended an olive branch to him, it is not necessary. If he really cannot cooperate, Then in order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, he could only remove this obstacle. At this time, Team Leader Ma figured everything out. And then he reached out and held Zhu Shizhou's hand. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "Happy cooperation." After Team Leader Ma left the room, Du Fei quickly closed the door and looked at Zhu Shizhou and asked hurriedly, "What's going on? Why don't I understand your confrontation?" Du Fei really felt like a fool, and always felt that he was not on the same line with the two of them since the conversation between Team Leader Ma and Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou asked calmly, "Which part don't you understand? For example, why did you two show your cards to each other? Is this hard to understand? Let's not talk about why I showed my cards to Team Leader Ma." Du Fei listened and thought, "Why didn't you say this part? Obviously, the most difficult thing to understand is your surprise attack. Didn't you see that even Team Leader Ma was confused at that time?" Just thinking about this, he heard Zhu Shizhou start to explain. "Let's talk about how Team Leader Ma reacted after I showed my hand. What do you think he would think after I showed my hand?" Du Fei shook his head decisively. "I don't know." Zhu Shizhou. Du Fei was angry and said, "I know you are in good shape. Stop keeping me in suspense. And tell me now." Ahem. The first thing he would think of is that he didn't reveal any flaws. So why did he reveal them? He must think that since I suddenly showed my hand to him, I must have some decisive evidence. But Du Fei also knew that Zhu Shizhou didn't actually have any decisive evidence. Or at least Du Fei herself didn't see it. But she always felt that Zhu Shizhou's behavior was a lucky operation. Du Fei nodded. "That's right. Then what?" The first person he suspected was naturally the undercover in the Black Soldier organization. From his point of view, it was nothing more than that he thought he had subdued the undercover. But in fact he had not. Which led to the undercover reporting intelligence to the Black Soldier organization. So that we who got the intelligence were determined to confront him. He would also wonder why we suddenly confronted him, which seemed to be more harmful than beneficial to the Black Soldier organization. Hearing this, Du Fei suddenly realized. So he suspected that we had ulterior motives towards the Black Soldier organization. Yes. And thinking of my request to raise a group of private soldiers in the morning, he was even more certain of this guess. So he confronted me without hesitation. But in fact, he was just testing my attitude. He was testing whether I was a friendly force. Zhu Shizhou recalled the reaction of Team Leader Ma at that time and sighed. He is a very powerful person. He has put his life aside since he tested me. Du Fei naturally didn't understand. Zhu Shizhou said, "Didn't you notice? He was already in a fighting stance. I guarantee that if the result of his test showed that I was an enemy, he would rush up immediately, release pheromones, and use his death to alert the others in the base. He knew that he could not fight four hands with two fists. Not to mention that my pheromones were not something he could contend with. I guess he even knew that there was an insurmountable gap between him and me. But even so, he made a decision in just a few minutes and decisively put his life on the scale of decision-making." Du Fei was very flattering and respected Team Leader Ma's awareness. She felt that she would never sacrifice her life for others. Zhu Shizhou continued. "So after discovering this, I immediately expressed my friendly attitude, and also implicitly let him know by pointing out the situation of the undercover black soldier that it was not the undercover black soldier who betrayed him. So at that time he found that the whole thing might be different from what he thought. He knew that the reason for his exposure was wrong from the beginning. The undercover black soldier did not betray him. He realized that I even thought he was the undercover black soldier before the conversation started. After knowing this, he was relieved that the situation was not irreversible. The undercover he subdued did not betray him. So he asked me that question and asked me why I had to show my cards directly. Team Leader Ma knew that Zhu Shizhou was not sure who the undercover black soldier was at the beginning. If that was the case, how could he have the courage to rush in directly? It is estimated that he would not be able to figure out this problem even if he thought about it for 100 years. He is a qualified partner. He dares to sacrifice his life for his partners. Once we become his partners, he is trustworthy. So I must be strong in my willingness to fight against the Black Soldier organization. If I shrink back, it will only make him suspicious." Du Fei listened to all of Zhu Shizhou's analysis and suddenly realized. I understand it all. You two are old silver coins. And there are so many twists and turns in your words. It's amazing." Zhu Shizhou laughed. "Do you think you understand?" "No. In fact, you don't fully understand yet." Du Fei was stunned. "Ah? Is there anything else I didn't notice?" She felt that Zhu Shizhou had explained it very clearly, and she had gradually understood everything. Why did Zhu Shizhou say that there were other places worth noting? Zhu Shizhou asked with a smile. Do you think that the black soldier undercover he subdued was really completely subdued by him? Du Fei swallowed her saliva. I don't know. This guy is really useless. Although it's not good to say this. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but complain in his heart. But when he thought that this guy was involved in the struggle because of him, he couldn't say much. Zhu Shizhou nodded. I don't know either. I'm not sure. Then what do you mean by whether he was subdued or not? Zhu Shizhou said. It is precisely because I am not sure that I cannot leave my fate to an uncertain thing. Is my cooperation with Team Leader Ma necessary? Actually, it is not necessary. I asked him to cooperate. In fact, just to eliminate the uncertainty of the unknown undercover black soldier. The request I made to Xuan and others must have been seen by the undercover black soldier. If he is indeed subdued by Team Leader Ma, it's fine. Nothing will happen. But if he is not subdued, he will definitely report it to the Black Soldier organization. Which is terrible. What should I do? Zhu Shizhou said. So I handed it over to Team Leader Ma to solve it. After all, we are not the parties involved. And we have no contact with the undercover. We don't know the undercover's identity, personality, thoughts and emotions. How can we judge whether the undercover is a friendly force in a short time? After a secret talk with us, Team Leader Ma reached a cooperation with us. He will be on guard against the undercover without my reminder. He will judge everything himself in the future. If there's a problem with the undercover, he will not give the undercover the opportunity to pass on information. Is this move called killing with a borrowed knife? Du Fei didn't understand, but was shocked. How can you be sure that Team Leader Ma is capable? This time, Zhu Shizhou didn't need to explain. Du Fei also thought of the key. Would the black soldier undercover reveal his identity at the beginning? Definitely not. It must be Team Leader Ma who discovered the undercover himself, and then persuaded the undercover to surrender, which is enough to show that Team Leader Ma's ability is already quite good. Thinking of the fact that Team Leader Ma had been observing her since she entered the door and found flaws in her, Du Fei knew that Team Leader Ma was not simple. Of course, I can't be 100% sure that Team Leader Ma can really restrict the undercover. So I made another insurance. I have reported to the organization in advance. Zhu Shizhou was talking about the conversation with Da Vinci. He implicitly told Da Vinci that he was worried about the undercover's rebellion. Then the undercover's intelligence passed up after being restricted by Team Leader Ma would definitely not be believed by the organization, and might even suspect that the undercover had really rebelled. But that was all a long-term plan. Zhu Shizhou wanted to establish a private army that the Black Soldier organization didn't know about. So hiding it from the Black Soldier undercover was the first step that had to be completed. Now it seems pretty good. Du Fei was completely convinced. She finally knew why Zhu Shizhou had the confidence to compete with the Black Soldier organization. She hadn't seen Zhu Shizhou for a long time, and she immediately felt the ubiquitous sense of IQ crushing from Zhu Shizhou. She didn't know what level Zhu Shizhou's intelligence was, but she was far inferior anyway. Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly when he saw Du Fei's convinced expression. In this way, 3 birds with 1 stone were achieved. Establishing a private army to cooperate with Team Leader Ma, and using Team Leader Ma's hand to restrict the undercover made the uneasy Du Fei believe him further. He needed victory. He needed a series of unquestionable crushing victories to make Du Fei and more people under his command believe him more. And the next first step. He decided to start with Da Vinci. Chapter 717 planned to attack the Black Soldier base. Around dusk, the $30 million of funds were ready and had been transferred to Xuan's account. Xuan prepared about 10 accounts and asked Zhu Shizhou to transfer $3 million to each account. The 10 accounts will probably continue to be diverted in the future, transferring money to more accounts, and then converging to one or several designated accounts. This is the most common and most difficult to track property transfer method. However, no matter how difficult it is to track, it is only for ordinary people. For the Black Soldier organization, it is a trivial matter. In short, Zhu Shizhou's first phase of the task has been completed. Not only did he successfully infiltrate Xuan's organization and become their financial supporter, but he also provided a direction for the Black Soldier organization to track down, which basically met Da Vinci's expectations. If nothing unexpected happens, then the second step will be carried out, according to Da Vinci's idea. He will arrange opportunities for him to contact other organizations one after another, and then use similar phishing methods to fish out the traces of other organizations. But Zhu Shizhou is destined not to let Da Vinci get his wish. This is my contact information. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. I will be responsible for the intermediary communication with the superiors. Before getting off the car, Xuan handed a business card to Zhu Shizhou and smiled as he escorted Zhu Shizhou to the manor owned by Sally Valencia in New York. Before entering the villa, Zhu Shizhou smiled and glanced at the two guards standing on the left and right of the door. He thought that Xuan was always worried about the black soldiers. If he knew that the two seemingly ordinary guards in front of him were two black soldiers, he didn't know what he would think. Xuan did not notice anything unusual, but thought that the two guards standing at the door looked quite imposing. After sending Zhu Shizhou safely into the manor, they drove away. After watching Xuan's car go away, Zhu Shizhou walked into the manor with a smile. Then the rich expression on his face quickly converged, stretched out his hand to pinch the skin at the jaw, and tore it hard, and the simulated skin on the whole face was taken off. He pulled his hair hard again, and a wig was also in his hand. The whole manor is the territory of the Black Soldier organization, and there is no need to disguise. Butler Fred appeared from the side without knowing when. My Lord Prophet, Lord Da Vinci is waiting for you at Villa Number 1. I know. Zhu Shizhou answered expressionlessly. He also wanted to go back to the villa quickly to change his clothes. He cleared his throat slightly and restored his voice to a male voice. After just a few days of disguise work, he almost became a bit of a woman. Now even some small movements have a bit of Sally's style. This is not a joke. When a black soldier performs a disguised infiltration, the first step is to hypnotize himself to achieve a sober hypnotic feeling of knowing that this identity is fake, but subconsciously identifying with this identity. So it is easy to fall into it over time. Not long after, Zhu Shizhou had changed his clothes and met Da Vinci in a meeting room in Villa Number 1. You performed the first phase of the task very well. The second phase of the task will be tomorrow. I have arranged a communication summit for you at the New York Central Business Building. In response to the recent fluctuations in the U.S. stock market, you need to speak at the meeting. At that time, Da Vinci assigned him the second phase of the task almost immediately. Zhu Shizhou didn't know the details of the task. While he was surprised that the second phase of the task was so urgent, he looked through the information in his hand. After Da Vinci finished speaking, he asked Zhu Shizhou, who didn't say a word, "Do you have anything to add?" "Yes." He shook the information in his hand and said, "I don't think this meeting can be held." "Da Vinci?" Zhu Shizhou said, "I haven't had time to report what I found in the rat organization, and you hurriedly assigned me the next task." Da Vinci wanted to say that if it involved the undercover black soldiers they talked about on the phone before, it was none of their business at all, and they shouldn't interfere with other people's tasks. But he thought that Zhu Shizhou would not say anything irrelevant. So he asked, "What did you find?" Zhu Shizhou said something very shocking with a calm face. "I think the rat organization has noticed our upcoming rat eradication operation in New York." Impossible. Da Vinci suddenly denied it. It's not that he looked down on the various rat organizations, but the rat extermination operation was very secretive, and only a few people knew about it. Although Da Vinci had everything he wanted in New York, and could easily get all kinds of investigation information. In fact, when arranging people to investigate, Da Vinci did not tell his subordinates what the information was used for. In other words, the risk of information leakage was blocked by him. Why did Zhu Shizhou say that the rat organization had noticed the clues of their rat extermination operation? Da Vinci said with a serious expression. "Do you have any basis? They treated me as an ordinary person, and talked about the recent gathering of the Black Soldier organization in various states in the United States in front of me, and then speculated that the Black Soldier organization was going to attack the rat organizations like them. Of course, they didn't talk about it in detail, but just mentioned it. But seeing how they were not in a hurry, it seemed that they had already prepared for it." Da Vinci didn't doubt what Zhu Shizhou said at first. Of course, there was no need to doubt it. If the intelligence sent back by teammates on the mission was doubted, then the mission would have been stopped long ago. Da Vinci didn't know Zhu Shizhou's position, so he took the intelligence Zhu Shizhou said as a premise. In other words, could it be a mistake in other states? Da Vinci suddenly felt a little tricky, because there were mistakes in other states. The news spread to New York State, causing the rats in New York State to be on guard. Then the rat organizations in other states would only be more fully prepared. Da Vinci said seriously. I'm going to report this matter. Is there any other information you need? Yes. When I realized that there might be a loophole in the rat extermination operation, I immediately suspected the undercover agent planted by our organization in the rat organization and called you to confirm. But you told me that he and I were not on the same mission and didn't know about the rat extermination operation. Da Vinci suddenly said, Wait. Why didn't you report to me that the rat extermination operation had been leaked when you called me? Zhu Shizhou had already explained this. There are two reasons. One is that I am not completely sure, and the intelligence has not been collected. I am worried that my judgment may be biased, and the wrong information may affect you. The second reason is, at this point, Zhu Shizhou glanced at Da Vinci with suspicion in his eyes. Da Vinci understood Zhu Shizhou's suspicion. The second reason was that Zhu Shizhou suspected that Da Vinci had leaked the information about the rat extermination operation. So Da Vinci's position was very suspicious. Da Vinci explained, It's not me. Yeah. Zhu Shizhou nodded, with undisguised suspicion in his eyes, and continued, I noticed the information leak and called you to confirm it. I continued to carefully test it a few times. I suspect that they have already mastered several important bases of our Black Soldier organization in New York and are preparing to launch an active attack on us in the near future. If it weren't for Zhu Shizhou who said this, and Da Vinci had also seen Zhu Shizhou's potential in the plane hijacking, then Da Vinci would have regarded Zhu Shizhou's words as fart. He had never seen those rat organizations so bold as to confront the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou certainly didn't know the Black Soldier organization's base. Da Vinci never told Zhu Shizhou that Da Vinci had a Black Soldier base in New York. This was Zhu Shizhou's guess. Since they were going to carry out the task of exterminating rats, the Black Soldier organization would definitely arrange forces in secret. This was a very simple inference. At least the manor they were in now was a base of the Black Soldier organization, and there were at least hundreds of black soldiers hiding in the manor. Zhu Shizhou's next plan was to give Da Vinci an early warning and then attack the Black Soldier base, slowly defeating the Black Soldier forces under Da Vinci's command. Chapter 718 A Suspicious Armed Team Outside the Manor. Do you have the confidence to take responsibility for what you said? Because the Mouse organization's intention to attack the Black Soldier's base in turn was too serious and might affect the Black Soldier's entire plan for rat eradication in the United States. Da Vinci asked one more question before reporting it to the organization. Zhu Shizhou said yes. So Da Vinci went to contact his superiors and left Zhu Shizhou in the room. Haha. I not only have confidence, but I can also guarantee that something good will happen tonight. Da Vinci. I'm sorry. Zhu Shizhou muttered in his heart. After Da Vinci left, Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly and took out a communication headset from his arms. This was a small communicator from Xuan and his friends, which could directly contact the secondary manager who was responsible for helping him manage his manpower. The candidate for that secondary manager had been determined before Xuan and his friends sent Zhu Shizhou away from the base. Team leader Ma volunteered to become the secondary manager responsible for helping Zhu Shizhou manage his private armed forces. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou did not expect this result. He actually did not care who the sub-manager was, because the existence of the sub-manager would not affect his plan. Even if he really confronted the Black Soldier organization, the sub-manager could not stop it. Xuan and his team did not realize that there were black soldiers in New York. So in their cognition, their opponents were just ordinary people. When they realized that their opponents were black soldiers, it was too late. Having said that, it is better for the sub-manager to be one of his own than an outsider. It is more conducive to his plan for team leader Ma to become a sub-manager, which is equivalent to icing on the cake. At the same time, he also knew what team leader Ma meant. Although he had told team leader Ma that they were friendly forces, team leader Ma naturally could not trust him so easily in his eyes. The trust between the two needed to be built step by step. Team leader Ma volunteered to become a secondary manager, deliberately showing his goodwill to him. In this way, Zhu Shizhou would have fewer troubles. He should have kept it a secret from the secondary manager or used deception and other means to act in a roundabout way. But now, he didn't need to hide it. Like now, Zhu Shizhou called team leader Ma and could directly dispatch the private force that he had never even seen but was fully prepared to serve Sally Valencia. In the communicator, Zhu Shizhou changed to a female voice team leader Ma. It's time to act. A dull male voice came from the other end of the communicator. Miss Sally, are you sure you are not lying to me? Are there really your people in the Black Soldier base? And will you help me break through the black soldier base? Of course I lied to you. Contrary to his inner voice, Zhu Shizhou said confidently. What good is it for me to lie to you? If what I said is all false, then you and the team you are currently managing will die. But what can I get from this? Apart from killing some insignificant rats and gaining some meager merits, I seem to get nothing, Team Leader Ma said. Because you said you instigated a group of black soldiers, which is really hard to believe. Didn't you also instigate a black soldier? Zhu Shizhou was talking about the undercover black soldier, Team Leader Ma said. That's different. As long as people have emotions, they will have weaknesses. And weaknesses can be controlled. I just took advantage of the other party's weaknesses. But you instigated a group of monsters whose emotions were wiped out. I am more worried that you think you instigated them. But you didn't. Zhu Shizhou knew that it was useless to say more. So he smiled and said, no matter how much you don't believe it, you have no way out since you started cooperating with me. And you can only choose to do what I say. Team Leader Ma smiled bitterly. Yes. So now I can only pray that you are right. And hope that you don't let us die. In response, Zhu Shizhou only said 3 words. Believe me. In the lush woods outside the manor, Team Leader Ma looked at a group of teams holding submachine guns behind him. This team was named Chess Club by Sally Valencia. Team Leader Ma didn't know what this name meant, but he knew that many people would probably never return from this attack. Everyone in the team was dispatched by the organization from bases all over New York. Except for him. No one knew what to do next. Team Leader Ma. I heard that we are serving a beautiful boss this time? Why are you gathering us together now? Are you going to help our boss get rid of the competitor? This is a very reasonable guess. Because these people are mixed in the United States. In order to compete for territory or obtain secrets that are beneficial to the organization, they often do dirty things such as fighting and killing. Compared with well-trained black soldiers with the idea of saving the world, they are more like mercenaries or killers active in the dark corners of society. They have no scruples about killing. Team Leader Ma glanced at the guy who was talking and laughing. Don't say anything if there is nothing to say. The man shrugged and looked indifferent. Team Leader Ma sentenced this person to death in his heart. In fact, everyone's mentality is similar. Among ordinary people, their combat effectiveness is definitely top-notch. They think it is not a big problem to attack the manor of an ordinary rich man. Team Leader Ma looked at everyone and said, no matter what you think, I have to remind you that this manor has an extremely powerful armed team. If you don't take it seriously, you will probably be defeated in one encounter. Everyone looked at each other, and then put away their contempt. However, there were still some people who looked suspicious, and Team Leader Ma didn't bother to remind them. It was unpredictable whether everyone would live or die. Whether they could survive depended on their own destiny. Are you all ready? Ready! From now on, divide into 2 teams. The East team will attack from the gate, and the West team will go around and rush into the manor from the woods on the side of the manor. All living people in the manor can be killed. Is the sniper in place? Team Leader Ma pressed the headset communication button. Sniper number 1 is in place. Sniper number 2 is in place. Sniper number 3 is in place. There were 3 snipers on the small hill near the manor. Their position overlooked the entire manor. Their duties were to provide long-range sniper firepower and report the enemy's route of action inside the manor at any time. Team Leader Ma led the western detachment that broke into the manor from the back of the woods. With a wave of his hand, the bait team that attacked from the main gate on the east side separated from them. They agreed to launch the assault on time 10 minutes later. While leading the team forward, Team Leader Ma talked to Zhu Shizhou and explained his deployment of the assault personnel. Finally, he asked, Miss Sally, what instructions do you have? According to your ideas, my people will cooperate with you when the opportunity arises. Team Leader Ma? The other party's voice hurriedly said on the other end of the communicator. No more. My boss here is here to see me. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Team Leader Ma was confused when he heard the noise coming from the headset. Damn. This bitch. The raid has already begun. And it can't be changed. Team Leader Ma could only curse in his heart. And then silently began to count down. Inside the manor, Zhu Shizhou looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was 1932. Da Vinci had finished reporting to his superiors and returned to the room. He was going to ask Zhu Shizhou to go to the conference room to explain all the information he had obtained from the mice. However, as soon as Da Vinci walked into the room, the butler Fred walked quickly from the other side of the corridor and appeared at the door. Master Da Vinci. A suspicious group of gunmen appeared outside the manor. Da Vinci's eyes condensed, and he subconsciously looked at Zhu Shizhou. He had just reported to his superiors that the rat organization might take the opportunity to attack the black soldier bases across the United States. And then a suspicious armed group came to his door? Zhu Shizhou nodded expressionlessly. It looks like it might be those rats. Da Vinci. Do you need my help in commanding? In his heart, he was thinking that although he had been mentally prepared, was it because the Black Soldier Organization's security force was too strong? Or was it because team leader Ma and his men were too useless? Da Vinci narrowed his eyes. He was a little bit unconvinced of this strange coincidence, and shook his head and said, "You stay with me and deal with those rats. You don't need a genius in the command center to take action. I will be responsible for commanding this battle against the rats." Zhu Shizhou, okay. Are you starting to doubt me now? Sure enough. You are vigilant enough. But you can't find evidence. Chapter 719, Fierce Battle in the Manor. The first shot of the battle was fired at the main entrance of the manor. Da Vinci and Zhu Shizhou were several hundred meters away from the main entrance of the manor. In addition, the winding road made it impossible for them to see what happened at the entrance of the manor with their naked eyes in the villa. So Da Vinci took Zhu Shizhou to the basement of the villa. If the entire manor is regarded as a battle base, then the basement of the villa can be regarded as a tactical command room, where there are surveillance cameras throughout the manor, in order to prevent the enemy from invading today. Entering the basement, Zhu Shizhou saw a full-screen surveillance and a two-dimensional positioning radar map showing the position of the black soldiers next to the surveillance. On the screen surveillance at the main entrance of the manor, Zhu Shizhou saw the sneaky gunman mentioned by the butler Fred. There were 20 people, and Zhu Shizhou did not see team leader Ma among the gunmen. Are these the people? Zhu Shizhou said. Judging from their pace and movements, they should not be at the black soldier level. A person's movements can reflect a person's intuitive strength. A black soldier level warrior can perfectly control any small movements of the body to ensure that no energy is wasted during the march. The movements look crisp and neat, but ordinary people can't do this. Zhu Shizhou's words are of course knowing the answer. He not only knows that the people who are attacking the main gate of the manor are not black soldier level warriors, but also knows that there are more than just these people led by team leader Ma to raid the manor. Da Vinci also glanced at the surveillance and came to the same conclusion as Zhu Shizhou. These people are all ordinary people. I don't know how they dare to attack our base. And they are so open and above board. Either the other party's commander is not aware of how powerful the black soldier is, or the other party does not know that we are black soldier at all. Prophet. What do you think? Zhu Shizhou replied. I'm not sure which one. Really? Da Vinci looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply. Zhu Shizhou asked. How are you going to deal with it? Da Vinci's answer was simple. Kill them all. So, under Da Vinci's instructions, the black soldiers took action. Zhu Shizhou saw the appearance of these black soldiers rushing to the gate of the manor in the surveillance. They were not wearing formal black soldier suits, but ordinary work clothes. These black soldiers usually disguised themselves as gardeners, maids, chefs, cleaners, butlers, etc. to work normally in the manor. And their weapons were hidden in various corners of the manor, so they could be used at any time if needed. In the surveillance footage, a gardener nimbly jumped onto the branch of an ornamental tree and took down a submachine gun. A maid shoveled the soil in the garden and dug out an iron box with a rifle. A cleaner took out a pistol from the bottom of the cleaning car and quickly loaded it. A housekeeper took out a sniper rifle from a vase in the corridor and climbed up to the observation deck of the castle-style villa. The chefs on each floor of the villa also took out their weapons from every corner of the kitchen, walked out of the kitchen, and were on high alert on each floor. From the appearance of the enemy to 2 minutes after Zhu Shizhou and Da Vinci arrived at the command room, the entire manor was like a huge and sophisticated machine, rumbling and running at high speed. And the action was extremely fast. In the monitoring room that could take a comprehensive view of the situation, a very shocking picture was presented. Their weapons were not the standard laser guns of the black soldiers, because their lurking mission required that any equipment of the black soldiers could not be exposed in the battle, so as to avoid the news from spreading and affecting the rat extermination operation. Jack Myers, the leader of the Eastern Detachment who attacked the gate of the manor, saw such a magnificent scene. The guards at the gate flashed into the gate of the manor as soon as they saw them. And then a group of expressionless gardeners with guns rushed out from all corners of the manor. The gardeners held submachine guns. and there was no fear of the upcoming gunfight on their faces. Jack was stunned all of a sudden. Not only him, but also a group of teammates behind him. Because regardless of the combat effectiveness of these gardeners, just the 30 or so people who rushed out at once directly crushed them in terms of numbers. Not to mention that the gardeners' charge showed that they were extremely well trained. Jack shouted, "Shoot!" Duh. In an instant, the gunshots rang out. Jack and others reacted very quickly. When the gardeners raised their submachine guns and aimed, they found shelters and rolled or sprinted to the back of the shelters. For a while, bullets whistled and smoke filled the air. Yes, it was not Jack and his team who fired the guns, but the gardeners. Because although Jack gave the order to shoot, when they were about to shoot, they found that the other side had already raised their guns. The instantaneous instinctive reaction told them that the other side was faster than them. The threat of death forced Jack and others to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. As soon as they met, the gardeners suppressed Jack and others with firepower. TF? How can this be a gardener? It's just a retired Special Forces soldier. Jack pressed the communicator. Sniper, we need support. In the woods on the hills in the distance. Sniper number 1 had already seen everything that happened at the gate of the manor through the scope, and was speechless for a moment. Fuck. You are really a bunch of trash. In his opinion, although the gardeners were well trained, and they could see that they were not ordinary people, they would not suppress Jack and others completely in one encounter. Right? Jack and his team boasted a lot, but they were completely defeated in terms of reaction speed. They dared to say that their combat effectiveness was top-notch among ordinary people. In fact, it was mainly because Jack and his team did not fire a single shot. Jack and his team had no choice but to suffer. In a team-scale gunfight, if one side could suppress the other side with firepower first and prevent the other side from firing a single shot, it was either because all the people on the other side were cowards and did not dare to shoot when they heard the gunshots, or because one side suppressed the other side with firepower accurate to the individual. The former was naturally impossible, because Jack believed that his mercenary companions would not be so lame. Jack himself judged that at least 3 guns were pointed at him in the moment of encounter, so he had to hide behind the bunker. Could it be that other teammates were in a similar situation? Jack did not dare to think about it. Damn! These gardeners are definitely top-level soldiers, Sniper number 1 said after hearing this. They are just noobs. What's the point of talking about top-level soldiers? Do you think anyone can be a top-level soldier? Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to shoot. Holding his breath, Sniper number 1 aimed at one of the gardeners, who seemed to have the strongest firepower. With the silencer, the gunshot was not too loud, and the distance was far, so the gunshot could basically not be heard. In addition, the distance between the current sniper point and the manor was also controlled, ensuring that the bullet would arrive before the sound. So the sniper was very confident in his shot. This shot will definitely hit. The bullet was fired from the muzzle, and 1 second later, it hit the ground behind the target, stirring up a small piece of gravel and dust. Sniper number 1. Cold sweat instantly dripped down. Jack hid behind the bunker, held down the headset and cursed. CK, don't you think you are awesome? You missed the first shot, and you dare to brag that you are the sniper king? Sniper number 1 stared at the scope and shouted. Something is wrong. I aimed at his body with this shot. It is absolutely impossible to miss. Within half a second of my shooting, I saw his body deviate a step away. This is not a coincidence. You are a bad shot. Why are you looking for excuses? Jack responded to Sniper number 1. But his heart was already sunk to the bottom. Being able to dodge before the sniper bullet arrives, Jack's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This is something that only a black soldier can do. The distance from the sniper point to here is at least 900 meters. It takes nearly a second for the bullet to shoot over. If the gardener really senses the bullet flying over and dodges the bullet, this time is definitely more than enough for a black soldier. Bastard. If this ordinary gardener is a black soldier, then other gardeners, and if all gardeners are black soldiers, then this manner. Jack cursed and shouted into the headset. Sniper number 2. Sniper number 3. A voice came from the communicator. Number 2 is more than enough. Number 3 is remotely supporting the West Detachment. West Detachment? Jack was shocked. They thought that 3 snipers were enough before the action. But now it seems that it is still not enough. Not only was the West Detachment discovered so quickly, but it also needed sniper support like them. which means that the situation of the West detachment has also encountered a strong enemy. Team Leader Ma's voice sounded desperate and gloomy. Jack? How long can you hold on? Me? Less than 3 minutes. As soon as Jack finished speaking, one of his teammates couldn't stand being suppressed for a long time and rushed out from behind the bunker, ready to fight. As a result, he just rushed out of the bunker, and a flower of blood appeared on his head, and he fell to the ground. Andre, CK, CK, CK. Chapter 720, End of the Invasion. Hearing Jack yelling in the communication channel, Team Leader Ma's heart sank. Sally Valencia, is this what you said about someone waiting for us inside? Where are the black soldiers you instigated, who promised to help us take down this stronghold? What's the situation now? We are almost wiped out. Where are you? Team Leader Ma hid behind the bunker. His heart was broken at this time. In the whole team, he was the only black soldier-level strongman with pheromones. But when he spread his pheromones to sense the maids who were covering their firepower, he found that these maids were also pheromone strongmen. What should we do? Captain Ma? A teammate shouted next to him. I want to know what to do too. Team Leader Ma gritted his teeth and said, I'll attract the attention of others, and you guys take the opportunity to escape from the West. After that, he pressed the communicator. Jack, you lead the people to evacuate. Evacuate now. Sniper number 2. You are responsible for cooperating with number 1's long-range sniping and try to ensure their safety. It's not that he didn't try hard. It's really impossible. This is all Sally's fault. Obviously, Sally's plan failed, and he has done his best. The 3 snipers on the hill in the distance also obviously realized that this operation was different from what they imagined. Every seemingly ordinary staff member in this manner is actually a strongman. Not only sniper number 1, but even sniper number 2 still didn't hit a single shot when supporting Team Leader Ma. The truth seems to be very clear. These gardeners and maids are all black soldier-level strongmen. Who knows why they encountered so many black soldier-level strongmen? They didn't dare to think about the reasons. Team Leader Ma asked for support from the organization. A teammate next to Team Leader Ma said reluctantly when he saw that Team Leader Ma was going to cover the rear by himself. Team Leader Ma closed his eyes and tried to mobilize the pheromones all over his body. Support? Support for what? Other teammates thought that this action was carried out with the tacit approval of the organization. But only Team Leader Ma knew that as a secondary manager responsible for supervision and management, he actually did not report this action to the organization. So if he asked the organization for support now, the organization would probably be confused. It's all because of Sally Valencia. Team Leader Ma was ready to die, and the suppressed pheromones in his body burst out all at once. Team Leader Ma suddenly opened his eyes. I'll attract their attention. You guys listen to me quickly. Evacuate everyone. If you can escape one, you're the one. I don't have the energy to take care of you now. Team Leader Ma. Before his teammates could be moved, Team Leader Ma jumped out from behind the bunker alone. The route of their western detachment is Villa number 2 and Villa number 1 in the back garden of the woods. Now they were in the back garden, with beautifully trimmed trees and several pavilions everywhere. The shelter where Team Leader Ma had been hiding before was the stone pillar of a pavilion. After the pheromone burst, Team Leader Ma also rushed out from behind the pavilion with a gun. Huh? One of the maids, who was wearing different clothes from the other maids, noticed the abnormality of Team Leader Ma. Pheromone burst. The opponent is a black soldier. Don't kill him yet. The maid reminded the other maids calmly. Got it. The maids responded in unison, and then turned their guns towards other places. The teammates who were ready to escape after being ordered by Team Leader Ma were rushing out of the bunker and preparing to evacuate towards their respective escape routes. As a result, before they could run a few steps, powerful firepower came towards them. How could this happen? Team Leader Ma trembled all over and shouted with a ferocious face. Come at me, bastards. Team Leader Ma pretended to be crazy and raised his gun to fire wildly. But the maids just calmly moved their feet, squatted, jumped or turned sideways, just like dancing to avoid Team Leader Ma's shooting. Team Leader Ma himself didn't care about accuracy. He just needed these maids to temporarily suspend their attacks on their teammates. However, he found out with grief and anger that these maids did not stop shooting at his teammates even when they were dodging. Mike. Lawrence. Ah. Team Leader Ma. I can't get out. Fuck. I'll fight you. Save me. Save me. Sniper number 3. What are you doing? For a while, all kinds of screams came one after another in the back garden. Team Leader Ma's pheromone burst. He was confident that he could dodge every fatal shot in a barrage of firepower. But after he rushed out, he found that no one was shooting at him. These maids were not afraid of his pheromone burst, but deliberately avoided him, as if they didn't shoot at him in order to capture him alive. Team Leader Ma understood everything in an instant. In that case, Team Leader Ma pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head maid. His eyes filled with anger, and pulled the trigger. His body also sprinted towards the head maid. However, in the first second of the flames, the maid turned sideways, and the bullet grazed her chest. As the black and white maid's skirt swayed, the small pistol tied to the maid's thigh was also revealed. She reached out and pulled out the pistol like lightning, and shot at Team Leader Ma's calf without aiming. Bang! Team Leader Ma felt the pain. This blow should have paralyzed the pain of ordinary people, but it seemed more intense under the keen perception of the pheromone explosion. However, he did not stop, and the body of the black soldier level was not so easy to collapse. I have taken special care of you, but you don't appreciate it? I originally wanted to prevent you from bleeding to death, but if I let you continue, it will be very troublesome for me. Bang, 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 bang. The maid fired 4 shots in a row. Team Leader Ma adjusted his posture while sprinting, paused slightly, and turned around. Under the strong sense of crisis, 3 shots were successfully avoided, and only 1 shot hit his wrist holding the gun. The wrist joint was hit accurately, and the gun fell from his hand. At the critical moment, it was caught by Team Leader Ma's left hand. Your pheromone control seems to be very slow. Haven't you experienced many black soldier level battles? And you are out of bullets now, right? The head maid asked indifferently. Team Leader Ma gritted his teeth and rushed towards the head maid. It seemed that he dodged 3 of the 4 shots just now, but in fact, those 3 shots were feints to force him to dodge. And the last shot was a killing move fired by the head maid who accurately predicted Team Leader Ma's movement, in order to make Team Leader Ma unable to hold the gun and lose the last resistance. Team Leader Ma moved forward frantically, and the head maid did not retreat but advanced. In just a few seconds, the distance between the 2 sides spanned more than half of the manor. When the distance between the 2 sides was shortened to only 1 step away, the head maid suddenly stopped. Now! Sniper! Team Leader Ma roared. A bullet shot from the sky in the distance, and the maid felt a strong sense of death crisis in an instant, and understood what Team Leader Ma was doing. Team Leader Ma used pheromone bursts to forcefully attract her attention, and also paralyzed her pheromones. The reason why he could do this was that the pheromone burst of Team Leader Ma, when he rushed out of the bunker, was not a complete pheromone burst, but was reserved. Team Leader Ma deliberately made his pheromones look unskilled, just for this moment. The 100% pheromone burst out more violently when the 2 sides were only 1 step away, and instantly covered the pheromones of the maid in a close distance. This made the maid realize Team Leader Ma's tricks, and she had no time to react. At this moment, it was instinct that supported the maid to make fine adjustments and dodge. After 1,000 battles, the body moved faster than consciousness, but the bullet only supported the maid to dodge less than 5 centimeters. The bullet entered the maid's temple close to her eye socket, exploding her eyeball. Blood splashed and the bullet flew out through her eye socket, leaving a blood stain. The maid's pheromones burst out at this moment. Seeing this, Team Leader Ma was already desperate. The carefully planned shooting only blinded this guy in one eye. In an instant, Team Leader Ma's throat was hit hard, and then his chest, abdomen, waist and lower body were hit quickly. It's not that the sixth sense didn't have a warning, but the body was attacked continuously first, so the sixth sense started to forewarn with a delay. The gap is too big, Team Leader Ma thought, so when he lost consciousness, he didn't even see how the other party shot. After knocking down Team Leader Ma, the head maid stood there, covering her eye sockets that were bleeding and missing half of their parts, looking forward expressionlessly. The garden was full of corpses, blood was flowing, and the gunfire stopped. The head maid waved her hand, and a group of maids began to search the back garden with guns. The pheromones were also fully turned on to scan every corner of the back garden. And finally all the corpses were placed in front of them, lined up in a row. The head maid pressed the headset a total of 21 intruders in the back garden, 20 of which have been annihilated, and a black soldier level intruder was successfully captured. At this time, Another voice with no waves sounded in the communication channel. All 20 intruders at the front door have been annihilated. It seems that I am the only enemy who has not been dealt with. The voice of the butler Fred sounded, followed by the sound of loading the gun. Fred stood on the observation tower of the castle-style villa, holding a sniper rifle, aiming at the distant hills, and firing a shot. The strong recoil did not affect the stability of Fred's arm at all. After firing a shot, he quickly changed the angle, and fired another shot with a bang. The last shot. Boom! The thunderous sound of the sniper rifle echoed over the manor. After 3 shots, Fred pressed the headset. 3 snipers annihilated. 1941. 19 minutes after the battle began, the invasion ended. Sergio, who watched the entire battle in the underground command room, roughly had an idea of the strategy. Chapter 721 Testing Team Leader Ma. The number of black soldiers in the manor is more than Sergio thought before. He only knew that there were black soldiers stationed in the manor, but he didn't expect that every seemingly insignificant person was a black soldier who could fight. In addition, it was beyond Sergio's expectation that there were weapons hidden in every corner of the manor. The manor seemed unprepared, but in fact it was well prepared. As long as any enemy invaded, they would be quickly and fiercely counterattacked by a group of black soldiers. It was not unfair for Team Leader Ma to lose this. Of course, it was mainly because Sergio did not explain the specific situation in the manor to Team Leader Ma before the battle began, which led to Team Leader Ma's deviation in the arrangement of the battle. Coupled with the extremely unbalanced combat power, it was natural that the two sides had a one-sided battle. The invaders who raided the manor were almost wiped out, and only Team Leader Ma survived. However, Team Leader Ma's current condition is not very good. All his limbs are broken, his chest ribs are fractured, and his legs are bandaged hastily. But he is still bleeding. There is a medical room in the villa, and some black soldiers from the logistics department simply stopped the bleeding for Team Leader Ma. Team Leader Ma was awakened by a basin of water, and after waking up, he found himself in an interrogation room. His hands and feet were tied to a chair, except that the chair under him was not an electric chair. The other arrangements in the interrogation room were similar to the interrogation room that Sergio had sat in. I really miss it, Sergio muttered. What are you talking about? Da Vinci glanced at Sergio, a little puzzled by his mumbling, and then asked, Do you want to interrogate him with me? No problem. Sergio nodded. The door of the interrogation room opened, and the two walked in leisurely. Of course, they were not wearing any equipment. Sergio was wearing casual clothes, and Da Vinci was wearing a suit. Team Leader Ma opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Da Vinci and Sergio. He didn't know either of them, but from their aura, he knew that they were the superiors in this black soldier base, and they were the higher-ranking leaders. Team Leader Ma was still a little dizzy. After seeing the two, he laughed bitterly. I was caught. Da Vinci didn't say anything nonsense. It seems that you are very clear about your current situation. Then I won't talk too much about gossip. If you are willing to confess who asked you to come, maybe I can save you a little pain. Team Leader Ma lowered his head and smiled. No one asked me to come. How could I know that the manner of an ordinary rich man would be a black soldier base? I have hit a wall. I admit it. Da Vinci had a blank expression. Really? Clapped his hands. Then Butler Fred entered the interrogation room and handed Da Vinci a briefcase. Da Vinci put the box on the table with a loud thump. Team Leader Ma also looked over curiously. He didn't know what was in the box, but he guessed it should be some interrogation tools. Do you think it contains tools to torture your body? No. That would be too old-fashioned. And I know the nature of you rats. The more we torture you, the more you will hate us, and the less valuable intelligence we will get. But the biggest difference between you and us black soldiers, and your biggest weakness, is that you still have emotions. Where there are emotions, there are weaknesses. In the cruel struggle, what you can't let go of the most is the things that can destroy your psychological will. Team Leader Ma's face suddenly changed. Da Vinci took out a paper document from the box and said, I haven't read this document yet. Let's take a look at it together. Team Leader Ma, a man who is not afraid of death or possible torture, actually trembled at this moment. His face was pale, and he clenched his teeth, as if Da Vinci was holding some terrifying weapon in his hand. Ma Donglai. A very ordinary name. 32 years old. Well, let's skip these boring information. Your parents died in a car accident 10 years ago. And the only close relative left is a sister, who is studying at New York University. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You bastard. Team leader Ma should be Ma Donglai. Zhu Shurjiu didn't ask his name in detail before. And now he knows it thanks to the investigation of the Black Soldier organization. It goes without saying that Ma Donglai must have disguised himself to protect his sister. But this disguise did not deceive the investigation of the Black Soldier organization. From the time Ma Donglai fell into a coma to when he woke up, it took 2 hours for the information about his sister to be delivered. This is still the case when only Ma Donglai's face is known. And the speed of investigating the information is really fast enough. The Black Soldier organization is such an organization that will do anything to achieve its goals. Zhu Shurjiu stood behind Da Vinci, expressionless, without even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Da Vinci showed Ma Donglai a cruel smile. Want to see your sister? I can show you your sister's face out of mercy. Of course. The way she meets you may not be too wonderful. Ma Donglai roared helplessly, and his whole face seemed to have lost his mind, roaring at Da Vinci like a beast. Erasing emotions does not mean that Da Vinci will not make expressions. Sometimes expressions can stimulate the interrogation object very well. For example, when Ma Dong saw Da Vinci's cruel expression, his psychological defense was broken at once. Da Vinci joked, "Don't you want me to attack your sister? Then tell me, who sent you? What is your purpose in coming here?" Zhu Shurjiu watched Ma Donglai's roar turn into heavy breathing, and then a pleading look appeared on his face. "If I tell you, you will let my sister go, right? My sister knows nothing, even from her perspective. I abandoned her 5 years ago. She is just an ordinary person who knows nothing. If I tell the truth, you will let her go, right?" Da Vinci naturally would not refuse at this critical moment, and said, "I promise you, I will let her go." Zhu Shurjiu thought to himself, "No. Even if the Black Soldier organization will not appear in front of Ma Donglai's sister, they will secretly monitor his sister. In short, they will definitely not let her go easily." Ma Donglai smiled bitterly. His expression became painful and pleading. "I want to meet Sally Valencia. I promise. I will tell you everything after I meet her." Da Vinci turned his head to look at Zhu Shurjiu, not knowing what he was thinking, but did not refuse. Zhu Shurjiu nodded, his expression natural. "I'll go call her." Then he turned and left the interrogation room. The reason why he stayed until now in this round was because he wanted to see whether Ma Donglai would betray him next. Before something happens, any assumption is meaningless. Zhu Shurjiu recognized Ma Donglai's belief in sacrificing his life for his partner, and was willing to believe that he would be a trustworthy partner in the future. But this must be proved by facts. 10 minutes later, Sally Valencia appeared in the interrogation room, still wearing the same dress. Exactly the same as Ma Donglai remembered. "Sally Valencia." Ma Donglai's voice was hoarse. "I heard you were looking for me. Do you have anything to say to me?" Ma Donglai's mind was turning quickly. This woman is still pretending. He has now become a prisoner of the Black Soldier organization. If all this is her trap, then there is no need for her to continue acting now. So why should she continue acting? The only explanation is that it was not her intention to fall to the current point. This is not a trap. But for some reason, she failed to act effectively. He called Sally Valencia here to confirm this. Then he dared to gamble. Ha 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 ha. Ma Donglai suddenly laughed out loud. "I thought you were just an ordinary rich man, and the organization was short of funds recently. So I wanted to borrow some money from you. I didn't expect that your place was actually a Black Soldier base. I guess I fell into your hands. Bah. You still want to threaten me with my family. Dream on." Da Vinci frowned slightly. Zhu Shurjiu understood what Ma Donglai meant. He just wanted to prove that he didn't betray her, and then gamble that she could help her sister out of trouble. Zhu Shurjiu already recognized Ma Donglai's quick thinking. Ma Donglai still didn't betray him at the most desperate moment. He had to admit that he was very decisive, and there was no need to continue testing. Zhu Shurjiu did not respond to Ma Donglai's words, but took out a pistol from his arms and pointed the gun at Da Vinci. Unfortunately, Ma Donglai never expected that Zhu Shurjiu was planning to reopen. While Ma Donglai was looking puzzled, Zhu Shurjiu smiled at Da Vinci and said, "Da Vinci, I have wanted to try your skills for a long time. Want to try?" Chapter 722 Persuading Da Vinci failed. No one expected Zhu Shurjiu to suddenly raise his gun. Even Da Vinci was stunned on the spot. This is also a common problem of Black Soldiers. Black Soldiers are used to rational thinking. So once they encounter something that violates their rational logic, they will subconsciously think about the logic behind it. This moment of slowness is not a big deal at other times, but it is fatal when an emergency situation that requires an instant reaction occurs. Ma Donglai was also stunned. I decided to sacrifice myself to protect my sister. And I secretly covered your identity. You actually did this to me? He was extremely crazy, staring at the two people in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Da Vinci said coldly. Sure enough. But I don't understand why the strongest genius in history, who is highly expected by the Black Soldier organization, would fall to the level of being with rats. And I don't understand why you would attack at this moment. No matter which choice you make. It seems extremely stupid. Zhu Shurjiu certainly didn't raise his gun rashly. Since he decided that this round would be restarted, he naturally had to squeeze out everything he could, such as he needed to determine Da Vinci's position. If Da Vinci can be won over, then there is no need to bother to calculate Da Vinci, whether it is possible or not. You will never know if you don't try, Zhu Shurjiu said. Jingjie is already mine. Da Vinci also heard about the turmoil that happened to Jingjie, a teammate who was originally scheduled to carry out the rat extermination mission with him. He knew that Jingjie was suspected of being a traitor to the Black Soldier organization, so Zhu Shurjiu's identity was about to be revealed. Are you also a rebel? Rebel? No. That word is too ugly. I prefer to call us reformers. Da Vinci, don't you think that the current Black Soldiers organization is too rigid? Zhu Shurjiu questioned. Emotional erasure can certainly eliminate the fear of the Black Soldiers and make them run like the gears that keep a precision machine running. But I soon discovered a drawback that perhaps no one is aware of. Zhu Shurjiu's words were so suspenseful that Da Vinci was not in a hurry to fight back. He wanted to find out the real reason for Zhu Shurjiu's rebellion. If he knew now, the subsequent interrogation would be much easier. What drawbacks? Da Vinci thought Zhu Shurjiu was going to condemn him from the moral and human perspective. But he didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu to say, I found that when a person's emotions are erased, the person's talents, instincts and potential will be suppressed, and the person's limits will be limited to the highest level that can be achieved at the rational level, which greatly limits the potential of the Black Soldiers. Da Vinci became much more serious after hearing this. If someone else said this, Da Vinci would just treat it as fart. But the person who said this was Zhu Shurjiu, a genius monster whose talent was beyond the cognition of the Black Soldiers. He became an elite Black Soldier in more than 2 months after joining the organization. His words were quite weighty. Is it really like this? Erasing emotions will greatly limit the potential of Black Soldiers. It's an interesting point of view. If what you said is true, why didn't you try to report this to the organization? Do you think I haven't tried it? Zhu Shurjiu sneered. Guess why I want to initiate reforms. Everything is left to Da Vinci's imagination. Da Vinci instantly came up with a series of plots such as Zhu Shurjiu tried to report but was blocked, and then persuaded Jingjie, who was directly labeled as a suspected traitor because of this incident. Da Vinci would naturally not be shaken by Zhu Shurjiu's words. After listening to Zhu Shurjiu's words, he explained the necessity of emotional erasure from the perspective of the Black Soldier organization. If you tried to rebel because of this incident, have you ever thought about why we need emotional erasure? What will happen if we remove emotional erasure? Da Vinci said coldly. The specific group of people that the Black Soldier potion can be effective on is too demanding. So the organization can only recruit talents from all over the world. These people are not from the military and have natural weaknesses in their beliefs. Not to mention that after becoming Black Soldiers, they face the powerful and desperate alien insects. And the high mortality rate of Black Soldiers is even more likely to shake people. In this case, only after abandoning all emotions can these people have qualified Black Soldiers thinking. However, once the emotional erasure is lifted, people's hearts are scattered, and cracks appear in the foundation of the Black Soldiers organization. This is not a trivial matter that can be solved casually. At this point, Zhu Shurjiu no longer hopes to persuade Da Vinci. In the final analysis, this was just one of the ways to persuade Da Vinci. The core of the change is Zhu Shurjiu, and all forces need to serve him. His fundamental purpose is not to change, but to become a leader who leads the wave of change and can influence the decision-making of the Black Soldiers organization. So as long as Da Vinci can be convinced, any reason does not matter. Now it seems that this reason is not enough to convince the other party. I have already done enough probing. There is no need to continue. Zhu Shurjiu smiled, pulled the trigger with his finger, and the bullet shot out from the muzzle instantly. Da Vinci had already made all preparations. Pheromones enveloped Zhu Shizhou at all times. The danger perceived by his sixth sense also reached its peak the moment Zhu Shizhou fired. As an elite black soldier, his body instinct made him turn his head away. The bullet passed through his forehead and left a crater on the wall behind him. Da Vinci tilted his head, sniffed the smell of gunpowder in the air, and said expressionlessly, "Prophet, I give you one last chance. Surrender." Zhu Shizhou smiled, and suddenly realized something. Turned his head and looked at the butler Fred, who appeared at the door behind him with a submachine gun. Fred had a blank expression on his face and pointed the gun at him. Zhu Shizhou said helplessly, "I wanted to fight you in a duel, but now it seems that I should praise you for being an elite black soldier? If you can solve it in a safe way, you will never put yourself in danger. It is probably impossible to fight you in a duel. In this case, I will save you some effort." Zhu Shizhou turned and pointed the gun at his chin. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Ma Donglai was shocked to see Zhu Shizhou preparing to commit suicide. His veins bulged, and he twisted wildly in his seat, roaring and screaming, "No! What do you want to do? You can't die! You bastard! I have done this! You!" Da Vinci rushed forward and tried to grab the gun from Zhu Shizhou's hand, but he was still a step slower. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere. Du Fei looked at Zhu Shizhou, who suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his speech, and said unhappily, "Why did you stop talking in the middle of your speech? And then what?" Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses after being in a trance for a while. "Oh! Sorry. Where was I just now?" "What?" Du Fei was stunned for a moment. "You lost your mind halfway through your speech. And you still need me to remind you where you were just now? Do you have Alzheimer's disease or?" Zhu Shizhou. Du Fei was speechless for a while, and said, "Just now you said that there is an undercover in this base. But you don't know who the undercover is. So I need to test it. By the way, are you really okay? What exactly did you experience in the Black Soldier organization? You are so forgetful at such a young age." Zhu Shizhou coughed twice. "I was just talking and suddenly thought a little further. I thought of many details. And I think I found out the identity of the undercover. And I also found that the undercover's current situation is a bit subtle. And he may have betrayed the Black Soldier organization." This time it was Du Fei's turn to be confused. This guy just said that he didn't know the identity of the undercover agent. How come he now said that he found out who the undercover agent was? But this is a bit too much. They just checked in tonight, and Zhu Shizhou knew who the undercover agent was just based on the people in the place? Dare to be more careless? While Du Fei was suspicious, Zhu Shizhou didn't want to explain more. "You've been busy all night. Aren't you tired? Go to bed quickly. You will know everything when you wake up tomorrow morning." Chapter 723, Promise. When I woke up early the next morning, everything was the same as it was in the previous week. The news of the US stock market crash appeared on my phone, and there was a knock on the door. After closing the door, Du Fei just opened his mouth and said, "You?" Zhu Shizhou said first, "Don't worry. It's not the Black Soldier organization that attacked. If the Black Soldier organization attacked, how could you have the leisure to have time to hold a meeting to discuss? Then, it's the Black Soldier organization's handiwork. The US stock market. The capital chain is broken." Zhu Shizhou summarized what he said in the previous week in a few words. Du Fei actually felt that Zhu Shizhou was like a worm in his stomach at this time. Zhu Shizhou seemed to know everything he wanted to say. Zhu Shizhou didn't say as much as last time, but Du Fei understood it roughly, and didn't want to ask any more questions, which made him more certain that this guy didn't have the idea of thinking deeply at all. Zhu Shizhou rolled his eyes. Du Fei asked, "What should we do next?" "The undercover you mentioned." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "If I'm right, you just need to ask for patrol at the right time. When the undercover sees you alone, he will definitely find you. You can choose how to contact the undercover. Anyway, I have confirmed the identity of the undercover, and your work is just a little verification work to add icing on the cake." Du Fei was a little unconvinced, because from what Zhu Shizhou said, it seemed that she could no longer play any role. Even the work she originally thought was to act as bait to lure the undercover into the trap became dispensable in Zhu Shizhou's mouth. He was trying so hard to get her yesterday, but now he's tired of her? He's really a man who abandons her after having sex with her. She thought about it, and then said angrily, "Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet?" This was not done in the previous round. Zhu Shizhou looked at Du Fei in confusion, not knowing what she wanted to do. Du Fei said. You said you know who the undercover is. And you are sure that the undercover will contact me. So why not guess who will contact me first? Zhu Shizhou thought for a while. Then smiled. Okay. What's the bet? Bet? Du Fei thought for a while. What do you want to bet? Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Bet your life. Du Fei was shocked. Zhu Shizhou said. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say the loser has to die. What I mean is that if someone loses, he will have to work hard for the other person for the next few days. Du Fei said happily. Really? Don't you want to get out of this quagmire? If I lose, I will help you wholeheartedly. With my help, you should be able to return to a peaceful life soon. Du Fei shouted in surprise. I bet. I bet. That's it. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand to stop Du Fei's excitement. Wait. Think about it first. If you lose, then you have to do whatever I want you to do. Du Fei's surprise faded, and he looked at Zhu Shizhou suspiciously. You won't make some rude requests, right? Zhu Shizhou rolled his eyes. Who do you think I am? It's just that all the requests I make later are to fight against the Black Soldier organization. No matter how ridiculous they are, you have to execute them. Can you do it? Du Fei thought about it. The situation is now very clear. Even if she doesn't gamble, she will fall into Zhu Shizhou's arrangement and have no choice. The punishment for losing the bet will only determine whether she works for Zhu Shizhou wholeheartedly. And even if Zhu Shizhou asked her to work wholeheartedly, everything depends on her consciousness. After thinking it through, Du Fei nodded. What's so difficult about this? I agree. Then tell me, who will be the first person to contact me privately? She didn't believe that Zhu Shizhou could discover the identity of the undercover agent in the brief encounter last night. That's nonsense, Zhu Shizhou said. A man with long yellow hair, a gray windbreaker, and a necklace around his neck. Du Fei was not familiar with the other people in this base. After thinking for a while, he said, Is there such a person? You observe carefully enough. How can you find out who the undercover is if you are not careful? Okay, go down. This gambling game is simply a scam game with a calm ending. Zhu Shizhou already knows the answer, but Du Fei still knows nothing. After going down, a circle of people sat in the restaurant. Du Fei really found a man with yellow hair, a gray windbreaker, and a necklace around his neck. I don't know if it was because Zhu Shizhou specifically reminded him, so it looks more conspicuous. Du Fei did not alert the enemy, just glanced and retracted his sight. The following development is no different from the previous round. After Zhu Shizhou went upstairs, Team Leader Ma's eyes flickered. When Du Fei proposed to patrol alone, Team Leader Ma made up his mind. Team Leader Ma didn't know if it was because he was exposed that the Black Soldier organization came. For the sake of other people in the stronghold, he had to make a test first. Du Fei said to Xuan, I'll go outside for a patrol. Team Leader Ma said at the right time, I don't need anyone to help me with my work in my territory. Ah Huang, you patrol the surrounding area. Miss Du can follow if she wants. What the hell? Du Fei looked at the man named Ah Huang and stood up. It was indeed the man with yellow hair, gray windbreaker and necklace that Zhu Shizhou said. What's wrong? Miss Du? No, nothing. Du Fei shook his head and stared at Ah Huang deeply. Let's go, big brother. Go on patrol. Team Leader Ma was a little wary of Du Fei's reaction and frowned slightly. Soon, after returning from patrol, Du Fei went upstairs and remained silent. Zhu Shizhou smiled. How is it? Du Fei gritted his teeth and replied. You won. Zhu Shizhou's face was not surprised. As if he had solved a math problem that even elementary school students could do. And he was not even proud at all. Du Fei was unwilling to accept it. So what's going on? How did you guess it? Did you know something about this base before you came here? She still didn't believe that Zhu Shizhou could guess everything so accurately. It's just observation. The fact that you didn't notice it only shows that you don't have enough observation. And it's not just observation. Your disguise ability is still too poor. Didn't you notice that it was Team Leader Ma who asked that Ah Huang to contact you? Du Fei was so angry at Zhu Shizhou's ridicule that she started to think about it. Yes. What's going on? Could it be that Team Leader Ma? It's not what you think. Zhu Shizhou denied it. Du Fei retorted. How do you know what I want to say? You are just thinking that Team Leader Ma is a black soldier undercover. But in fact it is not the case. Things are more interesting than you think. That Ah Huang, or someone else, is a black soldier undercover. And Team Leader Ma has successfully turned the undercover. Du Fei was stunned. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "If you don't believe it, call Team Leader Ma up. You will know after you have seen my communication with him." Du Fei listened to Zhu Shizhou's solemn words, and for some reason, she was convinced. If Zhu Shizhou guessed right again this time, she decided not to question it anymore in the future, and simply didn't think about anything. Just follow the order directly, and never give Zhu Shizhou the opportunity to laugh at her again. Chapter 724 Updated Plan. Half an hour later, Du Fei was dumbfounded by the whole conversation in front of her in the room. But at this time, the other two people in the room did not care about her reaction, but discussed with each other heatedly. Is this the deployment map of the Black Soldiers' base? Team Leader Ma looked at the deployment map drawn by Zhu Shizhou, marveling at the other party's exquisite painting skills, and wondering whether this was a real base deployment map. The other party's straightforwardness and honesty made him suspect that this deployment map was fake. The deployment map was drawn very delicately, and this deployment map can be regarded as the confidential core intelligence of a base. If the intelligence of his base was leaked like this, he could consider changing the base. The map not only shows the distribution of black soldiers, but also the hiding places of various firearms, and the result of an internal exercise, as Zhu Shizhou said. Team Leader Ma touched his chin and said, "The result of this exercise doesn't seem good. From all aspects. What's wrong? The black soldiers are too strong. The attackers are too weak. And the attackers actually chose this method to attack the manor, which is quite unexpected. I feel that the command level of the attackers should not be very high. Or did you deliberately choose a foolproof exercise method? I didn't expect that the Black Soldier organization would deal with it in this way. Zhu Shizhou, is this the result of your command last week? But this is not surprising. After all, Team Leader Ma got the deployment map this week, which is different from the known intelligence of the previous week, so he will naturally make different decisions." Team Leader Ma smiled and said, "If it were me, I would arrange it this way." He took the pen beside him and began to outline the route on the defense map. It's too stupid to split into two teams. The biggest feature of the black soldiers is that they are extremely strong individually. If a group of black soldiers with extremely strong individual strength are separated, it's easy to deal with them. But if they gather together, it's no different from seeking death for us to deal with them. So the first thing to do is not to attack by force, but to make a detour. I will roughly divide them into 3 teams, conduct guerrilla warfare from the 3 sides of ABC, and deploy 3 snipers for remote support. The main battle idea is to effect the defense of the Black Soldiers organization. Not to fight hard, but to retreat while fighting, to create a defensive gap. The attack at the 3 points of ABC can open the Black Soldiers' defense line and create a defensive gap in the atrium, so that we can break through from the atrium. Team Leader Ma explained the basic idea of his attempt to attack, and then asked, "What level of intelligence support can you provide in there?" Zhu Shizhou did not comment on Team Leader Ma's attack plan immediately, and said, "Well, you can imagine that I will pass on the command and dispatch results of the black soldiers to you as soon as possible, although it is not possible for this round for the time being." Team Leader Ma was surprised that Zhu Shizhou could provide such intelligence support. "Are you so high-ranking in there? And are you sure that passing on intelligence to me will not alert others?" "Don't worry about it. I have my own way. If this is your initial plan, then I will see the results. By the way, in your offensive plan, do you want me to help you clear the weapons in a few hiding places of the black soldiers' weapons?" Team Leader Ma thought for a moment, then pointed to one of the areas and said, "If possible, can you help me clear the weapons hidden in the back garden? The back garden is quite close to Villa Number 1. Zhu Shizhou deduced in his mind and nodded. "Okay. Of course, there is a time to clear the weapons." Da Vinci left him alone in the room when he went to report to his superiors. He can use this time to go to the back garden to clear some of the firepower of the black soldiers. Even if the black soldiers have black soldier level physical fitness, they can't withstand bullets. Facing the C team arranged by Team Leader Ma to invade from the back garden, they can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge without firearms. After both parties check the subsequent plan to attack the manor again, Team Leader Ma looked at Zhu Shizhou seriously and said, "If it fails, you promised that you would ensure that my sister would not be harmed." Zhu Shizhou nodded. "Of course. In this round, Zhu Shizhou did not blindly confront Team Leader Ma, but threw out Team Leader Ma's sister as a killer weapon. Although he also went through a series of suspicious and hostile questioning, he compromised much faster than in the previous round. After that, as mentioned above, Zhu Shurjiu threw out the deployment map he saw in the underground command room of the manor, as well as the hiding situation of the black soldiers' guns, and told Team Leader Ma everything. The only thing Team Leader Ma was concerned about was his sister. After Zhu Shurjiu caught this handle, he could only follow Zhu Shurjiu all the way to the end. Even though Zhu Shurjiu actually didn't know the specific situation of his sister at all, everything was bluffing. After Team Leader Ma went downstairs, Du Fei rushed up as Zhu Shurjiu expected. You also said that you know nothing about the situation of this base. Du Fei was angry because when they made a bet, Du Fei thought that Zhu Shurjiu knew nothing about this base. So he swore that Zhu Shurjiu could not guess the situation of the undercover. Zhu Shurjiu was not surprised by Du Fei's anger. He comforted Du Fei and said, "Calm down. Think about it carefully. Even if I say that I know something about this base, will you give up the bet with me?" Du Fei's angry momentum paused. "It seems not." Zhu Shurjiu spread his hands. "That's it. Du Fei. Let's focus on the present now. I will tell you the plan later. You just need to act according to the established plan. Du Fei. I need you." Du Fei snorted coldly. "Since the bet has been lost, I will naturally fulfill the bet. But you can think that I am fighting for my freedom. Not for you. Sundara has retired." "Sister." Zhu Shurjiu nodded seriously. "Of course. For freedom." There was no twists and turns in the development afterwards. The funds that Zhu Shurjiu applied for from the Black Soldier organization have been received, and Xuan has opened an account. After getting the account and reporting it to Da Vinci, Zhu Shurjiu perfectly completed the first task assigned by Da Vinci. In the evening, Xuan sent Zhu Shurjiu back to the manor base, where the Black Soldier was located without knowing anything about the intrigues behind it. After returning to the manor, Zhu Shurjiu went straight to Villa No. 1 as in the previous round. But unlike the previous round, Zhu Shurjiu did not change out of his women's clothes this time. Da Vinci was not surprised by this. After all, the Black Soldier prioritized the mission. After reporting to Da Vinci, Zhu Shurjiu started the main show and further reported to Da Vinci the possibility that the rats would counterattack the Black Soldier manor. As expected by Zhu Shurjiu, Da Vinci said seriously, "Do you have the confidence to be responsible for what you said?" "Yes." Da Vinci did not doubt him, turned around and left the meeting room, and walked out of the meeting room to report to his superiors. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the time. The back garden was behind Villa No. 1. You only need to flip a window to get to the back garden. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the hidden surveillance everywhere in the back garden. The surveillance angle is carefully designed, and it is quite difficult to find the blind spot. Not to mention that Zhu Shurjiu can't remember all the surveillance locations after just one round. In addition, the hiding places of the guns are all under surveillance. If you want to take the guns directly, it is impossible to avoid surveillance. So Zhu Shurjiu needs to pretend to be Da Vinci and trick the Black Soldier into taking out the guns and handing them over to him. But there will be no trace of him in the surveillance during the whole process. And he can even claim that he has been staying in the meeting room and has not gone anywhere. The person who will appear in the surveillance is the second Da Vinci. Zhu Shurjiu tore off the simulated skin on his face. The face under the disguise of Sally Valencia is the second disguise that Zhu Shurjiu carefully created at Team Leader Ma's base. It is exactly the face of Da Vinci. Chapter 725. The defense line of the back garden is breached. He turned out of the window, with Da Vinci's face on his face, and headed straight for the back garden. As expected, Zhu Shurjiu soon saw a maid patrolling in the back garden from a distance. The head maid also looked over here, as if wondering why Da Vinci was here. Zhu Shurjiu had a blank expression on his face, and pheromones similar to Da Vinci's had already appeared on his body. His ability to control pheromones is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Since he met Da Vinci, he began to observe, perceive, and analyze Da Vinci's pheromones. Now he can already achieve 70% to 80% of the image. At least it is difficult to tell whether the Da Vinci he disguised as is real or fake after meeting him. The head maid was obviously not very familiar with Da Vinci. When she saw Da Vinci appear in the back garden, she immediately stepped forward to ask, "Master Da Vinci, do you have any instructions?" Zhu Shurjiu didn't waste time talking nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. "Take out the guns and give them all to me." Although the head maid felt strange, she didn't ask why. This is the good thing about the Black Soldiers. As long as it is an order from the superior, they will execute it well even if they can't understand it. Just like a machine without thoughts. They are very efficient. Zhu Shurjiu saw at a glance that the maids took out many guns from the hiding place he saw in the previous round. After collecting them, the head maid hung them on her body and held them in her arms, and handed them all to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou took the guns from the head maid's arms, without even looking at them, turned around and left, and issued an order. Everyone continued to patrol. Yes! The maids looked at each other, not knowing what happened, and could only look at Da Vinci walk out of the garden and disappear from their sight. After Zhu Shizhou left the back garden, he avoided several surveillance cameras and casually threw the gun into a bush. Team leader Ma asked him to clear the guns and equipment in the back garden. Zhu Shizhou completed 99 of them. The remaining one gun was not recovered. It was a spare pistol on the maid. If they were asked to hand over the pistol, they would probably start to doubt her identity. Zhu Shizhou's main point is to surprise. No one can expect someone to imitate Da Vinci. So normally they would not think of the fake Da Vinci appearing in the heavily guarded manner at the first time. But if the contact time is longer, the maids will be suspicious. Zhu Shizhou climbed out of Villa number 1 through the window. And naturally he had to climb through the window to go back. With his current physical fitness, he can be called a Superman. He casually helped a few steps, and then threw the uneven leverage points on the outer wall of the villa. Like a professional climber, he climbed back through the window in a few steps. It was almost time. Zhu Shizhou tore off the disguise of Da Vinci and waited for Da Vinci to return as if nothing had happened. He also sent the signal to team leader Ma to start the action. Da Vinci came very quickly. Less than a minute after Zhu Shizhou returned to the room, Da Vinci's footsteps were heard outside the door. The timing was just right. Da Vinci opened the door and saw Zhu Shizhou, who had removed the disguise of Sally Valencia and changed into casual clothes. He didn't feel strange. Just when he was about to speak, the butler Fred appeared and said something that made Da Vinci stunned. Lord Da Vinci. A suspicious armed group appeared outside the manor. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. 1929. 3 minutes earlier than the previous round. About the same. No problem. After all, he came to see Da Vinci without removing Sally Valencia's disguise this round. So it is normal for the time to be off. Zhu Shizhou asked. It looks like it might be those rats. Da Vinci. Do you need my help to command? Like the previous round, Da Vinci started to suspect him at the first time. After all, it was too coincidental. Zhu Shizhou had just returned and there were rats at the door. It was easy to suspect that Zhu Shizhou had led the rats to the door. Da Vinci rejected Zhu Shizhou's request for command, looked at him deeply, and took him to the underground command room without any surprise. This round, team leader Ma adopted a different strategy. The back garden removed the threat of guns. When the battle began, the back garden would become a weak point beyond Da Vinci's expectation. So the defense force would be concentrated in the back garden. Team leader Ma had a clear idea. He could not waste Zhu Shizhou's efforts in the back garden. So he led his men to the back garden at the beginning. On the contrary, there was no movement at the entrance of the manor that was first exposed in the previous round. The head maid had figured out the configuration of the invaders through quick response in a short time, and reported it to Da Vinci immediately. Enemy attack. The back garden was attacked by enemies. There were 30 people in total, and each invader was holding a submachine gun. We need support. In the monitoring screen, it can be clearly seen that the maids have hidden behind the bunkers everywhere. After receiving the report from the head maid, Da Vinci focused his attention on the back garden. What? Support? Where are your guns? Take the guns to fight. The maids were silent for a while in the channel. Zhu Shizhou even saw several maids, who were close to each other looking at each other. The scene was quite bewildered. After a while, the head maid asked, Master Da Vinci, do you want us to use the spare pistols to fight against the other side? In this case, there may not be enough bullets. This time, Da Vinci was confused. What spare pistol? What about the guns in the back garden? Huh? Didn't Master Da Vinci ask us to hand in all the guns? Da Vinci? No. Something is wrong. Something went wrong. Da Vinci reacted quickly and immediately realized that there must be some misunderstanding between the two parties. He had never issued an order for the head maid to hand in the guns. So who gave the order? Before Da Vinci could speak, Zhu Shizhou interrupted and asked seriously, When did this happen? Less than 10 minutes ago. The head maid replied. Less than 10 minutes ago? Zhu Shizhou pretended to be stunned and immediately looked at Da Vinci. At this moment, Da Vinci looked at Zhu Shizhou. And the two looked at each other and said in unison, "Is it you?" Da Vinci thought that Zhu Sergio took advantage of him to report the situation to the organization and gave random instructions under his pretext. But the look in Zhu Sergio's eyes seemed to suspect that he did not go to report the situation after leaving the room, but to order the maids to hand in their guns. Da Vinci was in a mess for a while. But Zhu Sergio questioned at this time. "Da Vinci, I have suspected you for a long time. You said you were going to report the situation. But in fact you went to report the situation urgently after you saw that I found the rats were about to attack the base. Not only that, you also made preparations for the invasion of the invaders in advance. What are you talking about?" Da Vinci looked at him unkindly. "I suspect that you secretly used my identity to issue the wrong order while I was away. Prophet, you are probably the thief crying thief. And now I don't have time to argue with you about who is the traitor. Everything will be settled after the invaders are pacified. Please stay with me for the time being and don't go anywhere." After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhu Sergio to answer. Turned around and pressed the communicator to contact the butler Fred. "Fred, come to the underground command room." Obviously, this is to let Fred work with him to keep an eye on Zhu Sergio. Da Vinci. Zhu Sergio stared at Da Vinci, his whole body exuding pheromones representing danger, and his murderous intent was surging. The huge and extremely dense pheromones pressed towards Da Vinci. Pheromones of this level? At this moment, Da Vinci's eyes were solemn, and he immediately unfolded his pheromone field and confronted Zhu Sergio's pheromone field. But he was at a disadvantage almost in an instant and could only hold on. In the small underground command room, pheromones were surging and filling. The pheromone field formed by the two condensed in the command room, and no one else could enter. If an ordinary person were allowed to come in at this time, he would probably be overwhelmed by this level of pheromone confrontation at the first time. Fred knew before entering the command room that this level of pheromone was no longer something he could intervene in. He was even confused by Da Vinci's order. "You asked me to come down and stop such a powerful strong man? Am I worthy?" In fact, Da Vinci did not expect that Zhu Sergio's pheromones would be so terrifying when unfolded. And this was not the pheromone explosion state. If it was a pheromone explosion, he couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. "Is this guy still human?" "Prophet, I am ordering you as the captain now. Stop." After a long stalemate, seeing Fred had drawn his gun, Zhu Sergio snorted coldly, and the pheromone torrent was suddenly retracted. Da Vinci and Fred both felt the pressure on their shoulders lighten instantly. Zhu Sergio looked straight into Da Vinci's eyes expressionlessly, and said word by word, "Da Vinci, you'd better pray that I don't find evidence. Otherwise," Da Vinci snorted coldly, and just as he was about to respond, the voice of the head mate came from the communicator. "Not good. There are black soldier-level strongmen in the other team. We are suppressed by firepower. The back garden defense line has been breached." Chapter 726, Too Fake. After hearing the head mate's exclamation, Da Vinci immediately turned to look at the surveillance camera, and saw that just as the head mate said, the defense line had been breached. The invaders who were supposed to gather together and pour firepower in the picture began to split up. One team stayed in the back garden to continue to contain the maid's black soldiers, and the other team advanced towards the courtyard under the cover of firepower. Da Vinci glanced coldly at Zhu Sergio, who now seemed quite calm. At this moment, he deepened his suspicion of Zhu Sergio, because Zhu Sergio's outburst just now diverted his attention. And as a result, Zhu Sergio's threat still existed. But he lost the opportunity to command and respond in the first time. Zhu Sergio smiled coldly. "So that's what you want? You deliberately suspected me, causing me to explode, and then pretended to be on guard against me, but deliberately missed the best time to respond. Put the blame on someone else," Da Vinci said in his heart, but did not respond. He had made up his mind not to be influenced by Zhu Sergio. He quickly glanced at the surveillance screen and determined that the leader of the invasion was about to go to the courtyard. He contacted the Gardner team at the entrance of the manor. "Gardner team, block at channel 2. When Da Vinci was commanding, Zhu Sergio was mumbling on the side. "You feel guilty. You dare not respond. Fred, who do you think is more like a traitor between me and Da Vinci?" "Fred, I don't know what happened yet, but I don't think either of you is a traitor. Maybe there is some misunderstanding." Zhu Sergio looked at Fred seriously. "I hope it's a misunderstanding. After all, I don't want to be accused of killing my boss in my first mission as an elite black soldier. And I don't want to be misunderstood as a rebel. But I heard clearly that it was Da Vinci who ordered the black soldiers in the back garden to hand in their weapons. As an ordinary black soldier, Fred was naturally under the jurisdiction of Da Vinci. He had no say in the matter, let alone questioning any of the two elite black soldiers. So he just stubbornly said maybe it was a misunderstanding. Zhu Shizhou looked at the surveillance screen and said, just like now. I still doubt whether Da Vinci can command this battle well. Fred said, they are just some rats. Even if one of the rats is a black soldier, who in this manner is not a black soldier? I think the other invaders are just special forces. Normally speaking, even if a dog is sent up, it won't lose. But I'm afraid that Da Vinci is a traitor, and will deliberately lead the battle to an unfavorable direction. Zhu Shizhou looked at the surveillance screen, and said in a voice that Fred and Da Vinci could hear. For example, I just didn't understand why Da Vinci moved the gardener team near the manor entrance to the courtyard. Wouldn't the strength of the manor entrance be a little weaker? Fred was from the assault department, and didn't understand the command. So he remained silent, and didn't answer. After completing the dispatch, Da Vinci replied indifferently, it's just a group of weak mice. A quick battle is the right thing to do. I don't think there will be any problems with the team at the manor entrance. Since someone is making a small move in the manor, only force can best break some unrealistic delusions. I also want to know why someone thinks that a group of unknown mice can break through this rock-solid manor. Da Vinci's speculation logic is very simple. The back garden invasion team is the intruder team with the best chance of breaking through to the core area of the manor, and has successfully broken through the first line of defense. But there is only one black soldier-level strongman in this intruder team. What does this mean? This means that the other party has no more powerful force than this. Otherwise, there is no reason not to pour more powerful forces into the team that is most likely to succeed. So even if there are invaders at the entrance of the manor and other places, they will not be stronger than this intruder team. What's more, it is still unclear whether there will be invaders in other places. According to normal logic, Da Vinci's speculation is actually very reasonable. At least he guessed that there is only one black soldier-level strongman in the whole team. Team Leader Ma. Now the more certain Da Vinci's judgment is, the more likely he will be suspected after losing the battle. Especially Zhu Shizhou has already deduced with Team Leader Ma in advance. And the current situation has not exceeded the scope of deduction. Zhu Shizhou wanted to laugh in his heart, but still controlled his expression. He noticed the time, then glanced at a corner of the surveillance camera, and fixed his eyes on the surveillance screen as if he had discovered something. Good intentions. Half reminding and half taunting. He said, Da Vinci, there are enemies at the entrance of the manor. Do I need to remind you of this? Are you deliberately letting him go? What? Da Vinci frowned, ignored Zhu Shizhou's ridicule, and saw the armed intruder appearing in the surveillance camera one step later than Zhu Shizhou. In fact, his eyes were always fixed on the surveillance screen. Even if Zhu Shizhou hadn't reminded him, he would have noticed the intruder at the entrance of the manor half a second later. But his full concentration was ultimately not as good as Zhu Shizhou's premeditated intention. How could there be intruders at the entrance of the manor? While thinking, Da Vinci quickly gave instructions to let the remaining gardeners and black soldiers go to the entrance of the manor to fight against the invaders. Zhu Shizhou could probably guess what Da Vinci was wondering about. In the last week, Team Leader Ma's intention was to let Jack at the entrance of the manor be the main force of the assault to contain most of the black soldiers in the manor. As a result, Jack and others fell into a disadvantage as soon as they met. And this idea was completely declared a failure. And this week, the invaders who invaded from the back garden were closer to the core area of the manor. And from the number of people, they were also the main force of the invasion. Then the small number of invaders who appeared at the entrance of the manor was very puzzling, as if there was no other result except to die. However, it was this step that was vaguely in line with Da Vinci's previous dispatch. It was not that Da Vinci made the right response with his ingenuity, but on the contrary, he made the most wrong response. In order to pursue a quick clearance, Da Vinci transferred part of the gardener team to the atrium to block the invaders in the back garden. Normally, if Da Vinci hadn't issued this order, the invaders at the entrance of the manor would have no chance of winning, either in terms of quantity or quality. But coincidentally, after he made the arrangements, 2/3 of the gardeners at the entrance of the manor were sent to the courtyard. And now there were only 12 gardeners at the entrance of the manor who could respond to the invasion at the entrance in time. Zhu Shizhou sneered and said to Fred beside him, "See, how could it be such a coincidence?" After the maids and soldiers in the back garden lost their defense due to lack of firepower, the defense force at the entrance of the manor was also sent to the courtyard. The strongest defense force at the entrance of the manor has now become the weakest breakthrough point. Fred was silent. He saw clearly that after Da Vinci finished commanding, the invaders appeared near the entrance of the manor, as if they had made an appointment. Da Vinci also found it difficult to explain this amazing coincidence. He did not believe in coincidences. So he said, "The other party's commander is very smart. He calculated my reaction." He glanced at Ju Sergio. Fred consoled him a few words. From the picture, the invaders' movements are not concise and efficient. It can be seen that they are not black soldier-level strongmen. I think even if the number of black soldiers at the entrance of the manor is less than that of the invaders, they should be able to deal with it calmly. Ju Sergio thought. Deal with it? That depends on whether my sniper is powerful enough. After the analysis of the previous week, Ju Sergio confirmed that the biggest problem of Jack and others was that they were suppressed by the Gardner team at the beginning. Once they were suppressed in front of the black soldiers, it would be difficult to find a chance to counterattack. So if you want to get rid of the dilemma of the previous round, you have to seize the opportunity and make the Gardner and the black soldiers lose the initiative at the beginning. How to do it? In the picture, the invaders entered the manor, and the Gardner team happened to arrive near the entrance, and the two sides met. Then an extremely strange scene appeared in the picture. The invaders did not shoot, and it seemed that they did not even raise their guns. But the three leading black soldiers dodged to the side, affecting the shooting route of other black soldiers in the back. The two sides met on a narrow road. If you want to seize the initiative, you have to compete with hand speed. With such a dodge, delay and block, the initiative has been lost. Da Vinci's face did not change, but he immediately opened the communication channel. What happened? The Gardner team dodged bullets and hid in the bunker. Three of the Gardner black soldiers, who made strange dodging movements at the beginning, answered in the dense gunshots. It's a sniper rifle. Someone is sniping from a distance. I can't tell where it came from. Where are our snipers? We have lost the initiative. We need to deal with those snipers before we can fight back with all our strength. In the last round, the Gardner team was able to suppress the invaders with firepower, and could easily dodge the sniper rifles in the gaps of firepower suppression. But this round, it was the turn of the Gardner team to hide behind the bunker. The space for activities was small, and the threat came from both sides. It was no longer possible to do so easily. At the moment when the Gardner black soldier reported, Da Vinci subconsciously looked at Fred, and Fred also subconsciously looked at Da Vinci. As the two looked at each other, Fred said, "Master Da Vinci, before you asked me to come down, I wanted to go up to the observation tower to check the situation." Ju Sergio pointed out the key point accurately. Da Vinci, this is the third time. You made a lot of mistakes today. It seems that you are deliberately cooperating with the invaders. Da Vinci was silent for a moment and turned to look at Fred. Where are the other snipers? Fred said, I have handed over the observation task to other snipers before coming down. They will probably find the sniper's position soon. Ju Sergio asked. How soon is soon? Are you sure that the sniper's position can be found under the deliberate arrangement of Captain Da Vinci? And the invaders should also know that the enemy they are facing is the black soldiers. If so, they will definitely be alert to the black soldiers' unusual movements. Will they be reckless enough to fire a second shot for us to find their position? Unable to be discovered. After the lesson of the previous round, Ju Sergio knew that as long as the sniper dared to fire a second shot, the specific location would definitely be observed. So this round has been prepared in advance. The sniper is still hiding on the hill. But once the shot is fired, whether it hits the target or not, they will not fire a second shot. Ju Sergio's every step is deduced. So when an accident occurs, his reaction seems to be much faster than Da Vinci. This contrast is very obvious. And it is obvious that Da Vinci's response seems to be quite slow. In addition, Da Vinci's operations one after another seem to be a double act with the invader. Fred already has some bad suspicions in his heart. What aggravated Fred's suspicion was the words coming from the communication channel. Black Soldier Class. It's Black Soldier Class. A total of 3 Black Soldier Class. 3 Black Soldier Class strongmen appeared in the invaders at the entrance of the manor. Da Vinci had previously vowed that there would be no more black soldiers at the entrance of the manor. But this scene directly slapped Da Vinci in the face. The slap in the face was secondary. The more important thing was that next, Fred heard the intruder shouting at the Gardner black soldier hiding behind the bunker, from the external communicator. Hey, you're acting too much. Are you also Da Vinci's people? Don't put too much water. It looks too fake. The voice was faint, but extremely clear, echoing in the room of the underground command room. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Fred suddenly felt that the temperature in the underground command room suddenly became very low. Chapter 727, Powerless to reverse the situation. The 3 black soldier-level warriors at the entrance of the manor were naturally not there in the last episode. This episode was all thanks to Team Leader Ma, who listened to Zhu Shurjio's instructions. Zhu Shurjio realized that it was difficult to break the situation with the troops in the last episode. So he asked Team Leader Ma to apply for more black soldier-level warriors. Zhu Shurjio did not ask what reason Team Leader Ma had to apply for, but Team Leader Ma agreed immediately. Now it seems that he has done a good job. The agreement reached between Zhu Shurjio and Xuan was to have a group of superhuman troops. But Xuan and his team could freely control the scope of this superhuman, and the floating space was quite large. In the last episode, Xuan and his team gave him a weak brigade very cunningly. Except for Team Leader Ma, who volunteered to serve as a secondary manager. They could not find a second black soldier. If he was really just Sally Valencia, he would not be able to detect any clues after being perfunctorily treated like this. Therefore, it was not good for Zhu Shurjio to bring up this matter. Zhu Shurjio handed the task to Team Leader Ma. Team Leader Ma knew that their task was to attack the black soldier stronghold, which was related to his life and death. He could not help but pay attention to it. In the end, he tried his best, but only got 3 black soldier-level strongmen, all of whom were placed at the most difficult entrance of the manor. This arrangement really worked wonders. Good. Team Leader Ma, who was leading people to the courtyard, applauded after hearing the report from Jack and others at the entrance of the manor. At the same time, he also noticed the number of Gardner black soldiers at the entrance of the manor mentioned by Jack and others. Miss Sally said that there were a total of 30 Gardner black soldiers at the entrance of the manor. Now there are only 10 black soldiers at the entrance of the manor. So where did the remaining 2/3 go? The answer seems to be obvious. They must come to support the battle in the courtyard. This week is different from the previous week. In the previous week, Team Leader Ma had no idea about the distribution of troops. But in this week, he can deduce the movement of the black soldiers through the distribution of the black soldiers. So in the underground command room, Team Leader Ma, who was originally very diligent and brave in the monitoring screen, suddenly slowed down his pace, then turned around and began to detour in other directions. Zhu Shurjio couldn't help but sigh at Team Leader Ma's keen sense of smell and ability to respond independently. If the leader was Du Fei, he might not be aware of the danger at all, and would be caught by the Gardner black soldiers for a battle. Zhu Shurjio, Da Vinci, and Fred were on the verge of a fight in the underground command room, and naturally saw the pictures in the monitoring. Fred remained silent, but Zhu Shurjio did not tolerate Da Vinci. Did you see that? The leader of the invaders started to make detours, as if he had foreseen the future. Either there is a traitor in our manor who is informing the other party, or Da Vinci had already agreed with the other party on how to act, and both parties were playing a double act. Not to mention that the invaders at the entrance of the manor shouted out your code name. I don't think ordinary mice would know you. And shouting in public is too fake. Is this a crude alienation plan? Or is it true? In fact, Zhu Shurjio personally instructed Team Leader Ma to shout out his invasion team at the entrance of the manor at the right time. And the invasion team may not know the meaning of the lines. Da Vinci had no way to defend Zhu Shurjio's accusation, and repeated what he had said before. The invaders' command level is quite high, and the other party has arranged almost every step. Hee. Let's not talk about the commander's level for now. Da Vinci, what should you do next? Zhu Shurjio's voice sounded like a devil. There are 3 black soldiers at the entrance of the manor. Now the entrance has not fallen. It's still time to redeploy the Gardner black soldiers to the courtyard. Da Vinci opened his mouth. Should we do this? Da Vinci's suspicion of Zhu Shurjio has not disappeared. If Zhu Shurjio hadn't reminded him, he might choose to let some Gardner black soldiers go back to support the battle at the entrance of the manor after comprehensive consideration. But if this matter is really related to Zhu Shurjio, then Zhu Shurjio's reminder seems quite unpredictable. Da Vinci's mind turned around. But because of his extremely fast thinking speed, less than half a second passed. He didn't delay, and immediately made the next step of dispatching black soldiers at Point A. Pretend to be defeated? Let them in. Point A is the entrance of the manor. Da Vinci's move was beyond Zhu Shizhou's expectation. From this step on, there is a gap with the previous deduction. Da Vinci did not choose to let the black soldiers, who went to the courtyard, return to support the entrance of the manor. Nor did he choose to send other black soldiers to support. Instead, he let the black soldiers at the entrance of the manor go easy, preparing to lure the enemy into a trap. This move would probably have no effect on Xuan, who had rich experience in fighting against the black soldiers, because Xuan knew the strength of the black soldiers very well, and he could clearly feel that the black soldiers were going easy. But now they were facing a group of rats in the United States who were not familiar with the strength of the black soldiers. Well, I'm afraid they will fall into the trap. Zhu Shizhou judged this point, and at the same time, he could feel that Da Vinci was staring at him. It goes without saying that Da Vinci must have been paying attention to his means of tipping off. Unfortunately, Da Vinci was destined to be unable to find it, because all his means of tipping off came from the replay. So Zhu Shizhou watched the black soldiers at the entrance of the manor let go, fighting and retreating, and gave up the defense line to the courtyard. Jack and others at the gate became arrogant. That's it? Black soldiers are just like this? Yes. The 3 black soldier level masters and Jack, the leader, knew that the enemy they were facing was the black soldiers. Other teammates didn't know, but team leader Ma informed Jack and others in advance to prevent Jack and others from underestimating the enemy and missing the opportunity to fight because of ignorance. Jack didn't agree at first, even though he had never fought with the black soldiers. He knew how strong the black soldier level masters were, so he refused at first. It's just that team leader Ma deceived the whole team in the name of the organization. And when team leader Ma assigned him 3 black soldier level masters, he was a little bolder, thinking that even if he lost, he should at least be able to retreat unscathed. Not to mention that team leader Ma also revealed a little inside information to them in advance that they had an insider in the black soldier manor. This greatly strengthened Jack's confidence. In addition, the sentence shouted at the gardener black soldier was also the code taught by team leader Ma, saying that shouting this sentence would be very useful. And now it seems that it really works. Jack became arrogant. Ha ha ha. That's all. Everyone follow me in charge. He took the lead and broke through the defense line, while the black soldier who was suppressed by their firepower was still hiding behind the bunker, not even showing his head. Zhu Shizhou in the underground command room saw it most clearly, after Jack and others broke through the defense line and went to the atrium. The mighty group of people did not notice Da Vinci's calculations at all. Da Vinci quickly commanded the black soldiers in the atrium spread out and encircle the incoming invaders. Are the snipers at each point in place? Number 1 is in place. Number 2 is in place. Number 3 is in place. Number 4. Zhu Shizhou watched without any emotion as Da Vinci led Jack and others into the atrium area, and then arranged for black soldiers to be transferred from all directions to encircle Jack and others. A Gardner black soldier team leader reported, "Encirclement has been confirmed." Da Vinci nodded. "Very good. Narrow the encirclement, but don't annihilate them immediately. Force the other invading team that is fleeing to come to rescue." That's it. Zhu Shizhou shook his head in his heart, and team leader Ma and others were powerless to save the situation. Chapter 728 Restart. Team leader Ma is not a commanding talent, so the invasion plan was basically formulated by Zhu Shizhou. And since Da Vinci deviated from their deduction, the original invasion plan was almost scrapped. The reason why Zhu Shizhou stayed was just to see what the result would be. Team leader Ma and his team still had a last trump card. In addition, he needed to collect more information for later analysis. Thanks to Da Vinci's suspicion, he thought that Zhu Shizhou was behind this, so he took it very seriously. The whole manor seemed to be alive. Zhu Shizhou saw many new faces that he had not seen in the previous round, and unlocked more information that he did not know in the previous round. Zhu Shizhou also complained about a manor. Why do we need so many black soldiers? Now it's time to see the courage of team leader Ma. Will he cut off his own arm? Or will he go up to fight even though he knows he can't win? Zhu Shizhou knows team leader Ma well, and I'm afraid team leader Ma won't give up his teammates so easily. Sure enough, team leader Ma, who was still wandering around, received the message for help from Jack and others, and his face changed drastically. Request for support. Request for support. We are surrounded. Jack, who was originally very arrogant, now seemed to have become a docile little sheep in the communication channel. Team leader Ma also realized that he had been tricked. The opponent's commander didn't care about them fleeing around, but but designed to put Jack and others in danger, trying to surround and attack the reinforcements. Team leader Ma knew that if they went to rescue Jack and others, the black soldiers would immediately give them the most violent blow. They definitely cannot fight head-on. How can they fight with just these crooked guys? While thinking, Team leader Ma shouted on the communication channel. Sniper, report the situation of other enemies. Snipers cannot fire a second shot, because their position will definitely be discovered after firing a second shot. So from the first shot onwards, the role of snipers becomes a point reporter. They have the clearest view of the entire battle situation from the nearby hill. The situation is very bad. There are many armed black soldiers in the back garden. I'm afraid the back garden can't hold on. In the atrium, Jack and others are doomed. Snipers have been spotted in the first window on the right-hand side of the third floor of Villa Number 1. The observation tower of Villa Number 2. The corridor window on the second floor of Villa Number 3. And the second window from the left to the right on the fourth floor of Villa Number 4. If you show up to rescue Jack and others, you may be easily killed. Team leader Ma sighed in his heart. I don't need your judgment. I can't give up my teammates. Give me the most suitable route. The sniper was silent for a moment and then replied. Go back to the atrium from the path on your right. You can avoid the observation of snipers on the way, but I can't guarantee that the surveillance on the road will not let them find you. Team leader Ma said. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a desperate gamble. All members, inject the imitation blacker reagent. The imitation blacker reagent is the drug that Xuan and Lu Jing had injected when they broke out of the hotel. It was named imitation black because it can allow people who are already close to the limit of the human body to break through to the black soldier level in a short period of time. Based on the efficacy of injections, the highest level is S, followed by A, and so on, with the lowest being E. This thing has sequelae. Xuan and Lu Jing were injected with Class B. The sequelae are that they cannot do high-intensity exercise for a week and feel weak all over. The sequelae of Class A is organ failure after the drug effect ends, and it takes at least a year to recover. The sequelae of Class S is death from burning out the body's potential. Originally, Team leader Ma did not want to apply for the potion from the organization, but Sally Valencia had seen Xuan and others use this potion, so she put forward the additional requirement of applying for the potion during the negotiation process. So now everyone in the team carries one. Although all the team members are mice, they are not ordinary timid mice. They also know the current desperate situation and took out the potion for injection. Their bodies are already one step away from the black soldier level, which is difficult to cross. Under normal circumstances, they may not be able to reach the black soldier level in their entire lives. Now, with the blessing of the potion, all of them have become black soldiers. Not only the rescue team, but Jack and others also received the message from team leader Ma. CK. Jack gritted his teeth and saw that the other teammates had taken out the potion from their arms. He had no choice but to take out the potion from his arms and plunge it into his body. In the underground command room, Da Vinci looked at the actions of the intruders in the surveillance and asked, What are they doing? Who knows? They are probably injecting some kind of potion that can enhance the human body. Sergio said. Da Vinci soon knew the answer. Report. Their status is not right. All of them have become black soldiers. Da Vinci's eyes changed slightly. All black soldiers. This means that they have the ability to raid the manor's defense line in a short period of time, which has reached a level that the manor should take seriously. But why inject the potion now? If the commander behind us continues the previous command level, we might really suffer a disastrous defeat. What puzzled Da Vinci the most was this. At the beginning, when the mice were not injected with the potion, the invaders' offensive was the most fierce, breaking through the back garden defense line like a broken bamboo, and even almost fell at the entrance of the manor. But the invaders were only fierce for a while, and then they were easily surrounded by him, as if they were wilted. He even suspected that the commander of the other party suddenly went offline, not using potions when they were at their strongest, but using potions when they were at their weakest. I don't understand. But no matter how incomprehensible it is, the situation has changed dramatically. Don't say it. The intensity of the invaders' resistance almost exceeded Da Vinci's control. The encirclement has been formed. But this encirclement was launched based on their previous judgment of the invaders' strength. There would not be a problem. But if they were encircling a group of black soldiers, then there would be a big problem. Jack's team was divided into 3 teams, and began to attack the encirclement frantically. Jack! We are here! Team leader Ma led his men to rush out from a small path, and pheromones surged on their bodies. It was obvious that they had entered the pheromone burst state. Naturally, part of the firepower of the black soldiers directed at Jack and others was transferred to the direction of Team Leader Ma and others. However, Team Leader Ma calmly dodged the pouring bullets. His strength was originally at the black soldier level, and his black soldier level was basically equal to the formal black soldiers, except for the difference in close combat skills and equipment. The Gardner black soldiers did not have pheromone bursts, and he only felt that the black soldiers on the opposite side were not that strong. Both sides were holding guns, and both sides had sixth senses, and the scene was evenly matched for a while. Team leader Ma raised his gun and shot, but he didn't hit anyone, and the black soldiers were the same. If someone who didn't know about it saw it, they might complain about Outline Master or brainless TV series. Da Vinci didn't want to watch this brainless battle scene that seemed to be played by both sides, and connected with the sniper. Sniper number 1 and number 3. Find an opportunity to snipe. Kill the invaders who came to support. The two snipers replied received. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Team Leader Ma was the leader, and he killed the general first. The two sniper rifles were aimed at Team Leader Ma's head at the same time. The gunmen were black soldiers, and they cooperated tacitly at this moment. One of them fired a feint to force Team Leader Ma to move, and the other predicted Team Leader Ma's movement and shot him in the head. Team Leader Ma suddenly felt a strong sense of threat, and a big Death Star lit up in his heart. There is a sniper, Team Leader Ma exclaimed loudly, and at the same time turned his feet forward. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a bullet shot through his shoulder, leaving a crater on the ground with gravel splashing. But the death sign did not disappear. Instead, it became more intense the moment he successfully dodged. But his body could not stop instantly due to inertia. A bullet came from a distance and pierced his neck with a bang. Blood gushed out from the neck that was missing most of it like a fountain. The amount of bleeding and the intense pain should have instantly blacked out a person's mind. But now Team Leader Ma was in a state of pheromone explosion, and the control of his body had reached the limit. He forced himself to keep thinking, and at the same time, his hand was raised, and he fired the last shot in a certain direction. Zhu Shizhou's expression did not show any fluctuations in the death of Team Leader Ma, but said, "Sniper number 2 was killed. If Fred was there, I'm afraid there would not be such a stupid loss of personnel." Da Vinci did not answer this. Zhu Shizhou was right. This loss of personnel was entirely caused by him calling Fred down to help him restrict Zhu Shizhou. If he had not called Fred down, then Fred should be the sniper now. Fred's strength is already quite close to that of the elite black soldier, and he would never die under the enemy's gun. But Da Vinci did not regret it, because he still felt that Zhu Shizhou was suspicious. In the surveillance video, with the death of Team Leader Ma, the battle situation suddenly changed dramatically. The team led by Team Leader Ma lost control, lost their will to fight, and fled in all directions. Jack was furious and shouted, "Damn! A bunch of softies. Keep fighting. How can you escape? Only by killing them can you have a chance of survival. They have no chance." Da Vinci announced the death sentence of the invaders. 20 minutes later, the battle was over. All the invaders in the back garden were killed, except for Jack, who was captured alive. All the other invaders in the courtyard were killed. The team led by Team Leader Ma, who came to support but escaped at the last minute, were all killed. The long-range sniper unit of the invaders was well hidden from beginning to end. After the results came out, Zhu Shizhou restarted again. Chapter 729, Attack Again. Break out from here. I will help you get rid of the weapons hidden in the back garden. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to break through the defense line of the back garden. Then start from this route to the atrium. Be careful not to choose other routes, which can save your time. My colleague Da Vinci will dispatch black soldiers from the manor entrance to the atrium. At this time, you will let the second team appear at the manor entrance. But pay attention at this time. According to my understanding of Da Vinci, he will set a trap at this time to lure the enemy in. His goal is to lure you to the atrium and then annihilate you. My countermeasure is to let the second team not go to the atrium after breaking through the defense line of the manor entrance. I emphasize again, don't go to the atrium. I marked several locations on the map. When you arrive at these points, they will not be able to arrive in a short time due to their distance and speed. You can confiscate the weapons they hide in the manor to further suppress them. In addition, my guess is correct. If you apply to your superiors, You should be able to apply for at least 3 black soldiers. My suggestion is to arrange only 2 black soldiers at the entrance of the manor. The number can also be reduced appropriately. The 3rd black soldier will lead the team independently and rush into the manor from this route at about 1940. Because according to my judgment, if the battle continues until 1940, this area will be completely empty, which is an excellent place to rush. In the room, Du Fei and team leader Ma stared in amazement at Zhu Shurjiu pointing out the situation on the map filled with paper and deducing the next battle. Wait! Wait! Wait a minute! Team leader Ma shouted, holding his forehead. Let's not talk about your deduction of the battle situation. After all, I am not a black soldier, and I don't know much about your tactical layout. Let's assume that you are right. But what I want to ask is that the manpower is not in place yet. How do you determine that I can apply for 3 black soldiers and the imitation black soldier A reagent from my superiors? This 8 characters haven't even started yet. Right? It's troublesome to explain. And Zhu Shurjiu is not going to explain. Because it's a waste of time and energy. Team leader Ma's life is in his hands. Even if he doesn't want to cooperate, he has to cooperate. Instead of thinking of a troublesome lie, it's better to just perfunctorily pass it over. So Zhu Shurjiu said, let's not talk about how I judged it. First, tell me if you remember it. I think I should have explained the deduction of the battle situation very clearly. Team leader Ma was speechless. It's not the first time he has carried out a mission. But it's never happened before that he was taught by the other party in the room how to carry out the mission next. And it was quite detailed. To be honest, there are still many things I don't understand. Team leader Ma pointed to the map with routes drawn on it and said, let's talk about the charging team in the back garden first. I believe you will collect your weapons in advance. But how can you be sure that we can successfully suppress the black soldiers? You know, the other side is a black soldier. And this step is the premise of all subsequent deductions. Even I don't believe that my team can do it. Our black soldier deduction style is like this. Although I am not 100% sure, I have an understanding of the specific strength of each black soldier in the back garden. This is the result of my deduction. Almost certain. This is already a very high possibility. Team leader Ma was secretly shocked by the other party's confident tone. Of course, he would not hope to wait until he was 100% sure before taking action. In fact, as long as a mission has a 40% or higher probability of success, it is worth executing. Team leader Ma didn't know whether Zhu Shurjiu's deduction style of the black soldiers was true or false. But he was sure that he, a black soldier from a wild background, was not as good as a black soldier who graduated from a normal black soldier organization. Team leader Ma shook his head and shook off those complicated thoughts. In fact, it's useless for me to think more now. Miss Sally, I will do what you say. And I hope you can save my sister. Zhu Shurjiu smiled slightly and said okay. Preparation is ready. Da Vinci. Accept the baptism of failure. Time passed quickly. Zhu Shurjiu had returned to the manor and reported everything to Da Vinci, as well as the actions of the rats to counterattack the black soldier stronghold. Do you have the confidence to take responsibility for what you said? Yes. Da Vinci did not doubt him and turned to leave the meeting room. When Da Vinci just closed the door, Zhu Shurjiu quickly changed his clothes and climbed out of the window. He went to the back garden with a face of Da Vinci and ordered the other maids and soldiers to hand in their guns. This was not the first time. Zhu Shurjiu was more skilled. The maids and soldiers did not notice anything unusual in the last round. And this round was no exception. After discarding the gun and returning to the room, Zhu Shurjiu adjusted his breathing and removed the disguise. It should be dozens of seconds before Da Vinci returned to the room. Zhu Shurjiu thought about it, and deliberately crumpled the casual clothes he was wearing, showing a slightly panting look. In the last round, Da Vinci's suspicion of him was still too shallow, so he didn't fight with Da Vinci in the underground command room. This round, Zhu Shurjiu decided to sell some flaws. Once Da Vinci's suspicion of him exceeded the limit, he would naturally take the initiative to attack him. This made it easier for team leader Ma to capture the manor. As soon as Da Vinci entered the door, he saw Zhu Shurjiu turning around in a panic, and some slightly hurried sounds came into Da Vinci's ears. Before Da Vinci spoke, the butler Fred appeared at the door of the room. Lord Da Vinci. A suspicious group of gunmen appeared outside the manor. Da Vinci's sharp eyes came straight at him, and he immediately thought of Zhu Shurjiu's wrinkled clothes and slightly hurried breathing. Zhu Shurjiu was secretly satisfied when he saw that Da Vinci was more skeptical than in the previous round. And he said the same line as in the previous round. It looks like it might be those rats. Da Vinci, do you need my help in commanding? I hope Miss Sally's confidence is well-founded. In the back garden, team leader Ma glanced at his teammates and smiled bitterly. Even though Miss Sally said that they could break through the back garden defense line, he still didn't believe it. After all, even if Miss Sally knew the black soldiers well, she wouldn't know what kind of team he would lead to break through the back garden defense line. Even team leader Ma didn't believe in the strength of his own people. But when the time came, he could only try his best. Team leader Ma had been hiding and observing the route of the maids, who were cleaning with brooms from a distance. He saw an opportunity when most of the maids were facing away from them and shouted, "Everyone, follow me." He had already arranged the fire suppression points for each person during the observation period. So when they rushed out, they took the lead and appeared extremely swift. Team leader Ma pulled the trigger at the head maid, and the rest of the teammates also shot at their respective targets. Unfortunately, their shooting did not hit any of the maids. The maids reacted in an instant, either turning their heads or turning sideways, or rolling on the ground, easily avoiding the shooting that was already dense enough in the eyes of ordinary people. Enemy attack. The head maid targeted by team leader Ma moved even faster, and after hiding in the bunker, she still had the energy to shout, "Don't give them a chance to fight back. Push forward." Team leader Ma shouted. The maids were all confused, because when they were suppressed by firepower and wanted to fight back, they remembered that less than 10 minutes ago, Da Vinci came to them and ordered them to hand in their guns. What happened? Master Da Vinci just asked them to hand in their guns. And now the enemy came to the door? Even the head maid did not expect it to be so sudden and weird. It was as if Master Da Vinci was colluding with the enemy as an insider. This matter cannot be thought about in detail. And the head maid did not make a conclusion without authorization. After all, she had to report this matter. The situation was urgent. So she directly connected to Da Vinci. Enemy attack. The back garden was attacked by enemies. There were a total of 30 people, and each invader was holding a submachine gun. We need support. Da Vinci's voice came. What? Support? Where are your guns? Take the guns to fight. Guns? The maids were dumbfounded. We wanted to ask where our guns were taken by you. And now you ask us? The head maid did not understand what Da Vinci meant for a while. But she thought of the spare pistol tied to her thigh, and tentatively said, Lord Da Vinci, are you asking us to use the spare pistol to fight against the enemy? In this case, the bullets may not be enough. What spare pistol? Where are the guns in the back garden? Huh? Didn't Lord Da Vinci ask us to hand in all the guns? Now even the head maid understood that something might be wrong. Either Da Vinci had colluded with the enemy and was now pretending to be stupid, or the person who appeared in front of them at that time was not the real Da Vinci. The head maid thought of this, and was about to tell them in detail what they had seen with their own eyes. But immediately the voice of the elite black soldier prophet came from the communication channel. Chapter 730, Conquering the Back Garden. Zhu Shurjiu interrupted the maid's report, causing Da Vinci to not realize that the maid had seen Da Vinci in person appear in front of them, and began to suspect that Zhu Shurjiu had stepped in and remotely communicated to the maids. It was because Da Vinci thought so. So he thought that the truth of the matter would be known after a casual check. And time could not be wasted here now. If Da Vinci had heard the specific details that the maid had not said, he would never have thought so hastily. While he was thinking, Zhu Shurjiu was still shouting Da Vinci, I have suspected you for a long time. After arguing with Zhu Shurjiu for a few words, Da Vinci felt that the development of the matter was increasingly biased in the wrong direction. Zhu Shurjiu's endless accusations and suspicions made Da Vinci unable to think properly. In order to stop Zhu Shurjiu, whose pheromones were surging more and more, he issued an order that seemed to be the most wrong in hindsight. Fred, come to the underground command room. He could sense the power of Zhu Shurjiu's pheromones. The battle of the black soldiers is the battle of pheromones. Although the opponent is a rookie, his pheromones are far superior to those of him, a veteran elite black soldier, in terms of quality and quantity. Zhu Shurjiu now gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. In order to ensure that Zhu Shurjiu, who was under increasing suspicion, would not do something stupid, he was ready to call Fred down. As soon as Fred appeared at the door, he heard the conversation between Da Vinci and Zhu Shurjiu. Prophet, I am ordering you as the captain now. Stop. This is Da Vinci's voice. Da Vinci. You'd better pray that I don't find evidence. Otherwise. This is Zhu Sergio's warning. Fred has roughly understood everything on the communication channel, and knows that there must be some misunderstanding. But now is the time to command, not the time to investigate the truth. So the best solution is to postpone the investigation, at least to solve the invasion crisis first. But then again, it's just a group of rats. Can it be called a crisis? Fred was about to speak out to persuade, and heard the voice of the head maid coming from the communication channel. Not good. There are black soldier-level strongmen in the opponent's team. We are suppressed by firepower. The defense line of the back garden has been broken. Fred. Firepower suppression. 10 o'clock. Increase firepower at point B. Very good. That's it. Mars. Move to the bunker. The process of the battle between team leader Ma and the made black soldiers was simply unbelievably smooth. To be honest, he didn't expect that fighting the black soldiers would become so easy. Amid the rumbling gunfire, team leader Ma vaguely heard the head maid reporting to her superiors. And then they froze, missing the best opportunity to resist. And the location of the cover they found was not very good. More importantly, the made black soldiers have not yet taken out their weapons to shoot at them. Team leader Ma was instantly excited. Damn, Miss Sally really did it. He wanted to apologize to Miss Sally for his previous pessimistic attitude. He didn't expect Miss Sally to be so powerful and solve the most difficult problem in one go. Then at this moment, the delay of the made black soldiers on the opposite side was like God was helping them. I don't know if it was Miss Sally's handiwork. Miss Sally has created such a great situation for him. How can he not cherish it? Team leader Ma gritted his teeth and said, Wang Ting, Louis, Mark, Philip, follow me. He called a series of names, all of which were strong players in this team. The rest of the personnel stay here and continue to suppress the enemy with firepower. The made black soldiers naturally heard team leader Ma's call, but they were suppressed by firepower from the beginning, so that the position hiding behind the bunker was not ideal. And they were unable to stop team leader Ma from leaving, unless they let their pheromones explode. Only when the pheromones exploded, they could pass through this dense barrage. However, the first rule of the rat extermination operation is not to allow black soldiers to explode pheromones without orders. So they could only helplessly watch team leader Ma and others break through the defense line and report the situation. Until this point, many maids and black soldiers still felt that this group of invaders were seeking death. A black soldier-level strongman dared to split up the team after entering the manor. He would be killed soon. So team leader Ma really led the team to break through the defense line of the back garden. Miss Sally was right. Team leader Ma was more convinced by Zhu Sergio, and he led his men forward in one go. He did not forget the route Zhu Sergio gave him, and rushed straight to the courtyard without wasting a minute or a second. Da Vinci was delayed by Zhu Sergio for a while, and realized that it was meaningless to continue arguing with Zhu Sergio, which would instead allow Zhu Sergio to seize the opportunity to find ways to hinder his command. Shut up. Da Vinci scolded Zhu Sergio, who was constantly mocking and provoking, and then communicated with the gardener black soldiers, selected a dozen black soldiers, and commanded them. You quickly go to Channel 2 to block the invaders. I judge that their invasion route will pass through the courtyard. Zhu Sergio said on the side. Da Vinci, I suggest you don't make such a stupid decision. Do you think there are only a group of invaders? Will your actions cause a flaw in the entrance of the manor? Or are you deliberately giving the invaders an opportunity to take advantage of it? Da Vinci no longer trusts Zhu Sergio at all. If he was not sure that he and Fred could subdue Zhu Sergio together, he would have wanted to attack Zhu Sergio now. Da Vinci said, There is nothing to fear at the entrance of the manor. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Sergio interrupted him again. Oh, but you don't seem to have noticed that there seems to be another group of intruders at the entrance of the manor. Zhu Sergio said it more lightly this time. But in Da Vinci's eyes, the degree of suspicion increased sharply, combined with the previous kind reminder. It was more like a crime warning coming true. Da Vinci looked at the monitoring screen fiercely, and sure enough, a new team of intruders appeared on the screen. Then the communication channel received bad news. The gardener team he had separated did not find the intruder team in the courtyard. The intruders obviously began to deter in the manor, as if they had foreseen the future. And the gardener team at the entrance of the manor suddenly discovered that there were two black soldier-level strongmen in the new intruder team. In response, Zhu Sergio sneered. Da Vinci, don't you think this is too fake? There was no more to say. At this time, Even Fred was silent and dared not speak. Under normal circumstances, as an ordinary black soldier, he has no way to speculate on his superiors based on his inner guesses. Fred's direct superior is Da Vinci, and there is no difference between wild thoughts and rebellion. But the problem is that there is now an elite black soldier prophet at the same level as Da Vinci. Assuming that Da Vinci really has problems, and the evidence is sufficient to support Fred's judgment, then Fred can choose to obey the elite black soldier prophet at the same level as Da Vinci. It is impossible to obey Da Vinci unconditionally when all the unfavorable evidence points to Da Vinci. Of course, if this situation really happens, Fred will not act casually. If it involves disputes between elite black soldiers, it is undoubtedly necessary to report to the superiors. If someone is unwilling to report, then this person must have problems. Facing the continuous accidents, Da Vinci was able to keep his composure. He did not want to talk nonsense with Zhu Sergio at all and continue to command. Da Vinci would not let the gardener soldiers at the entrance of the manor give up the resistance at the beginning. The strategy of catching the turtle in the jar was a strategy forced out of helplessness. So he ordered the gardener soldiers to stop the invaders. However, with the sniper bullets shot from a distance and the strong firepower suppression of the invaders, the gardener soldiers lost the first-hand advantage and were suppressed again. Da Vinci's eyebrows jumped. Zhu Sergio looked at Fred. The strategy of catching the turtle in the jar was born in this situation. After Da Vinci gave the order, Zhu Sergio sneered again. Da Vinci, are you sure you want to do this? It won't pave the way for the invaders again. Are you sure these invaders will act according to your ideas? Da Vinci had a blank expression on his face. In his imagination, the intruders who had been let off the hook would choose to go straight into the atrium, so that his plan of catching the intruder in the trap would work. So he stared at the surveillance screen, as if he wanted to watch the intruders gradually fall into his trap. Zhu Sergio said to Fred beside him, Da Vinci will not succeed. He has been acting from the beginning. It seems that everything is fine, but in fact, he has rehearsed the script with the intruders. Fred did not dare to speak, and could only remain silent. How could it be? After a while, Da Vinci's mumbling voice came. The intruders who were originally unstoppable in the surveillance screen and wanted to go to the atrium turned a corner halfway and headed towards another group of intruders. Da Vinci, is this your plan? Let these invaders in, and let the two invaders merge successfully. Ha! Look at what they are going to do. Their target is the back garden. There were invaders in the back garden to contain the black soldiers, and now they are attacking from the front and back. The black soldiers in the back garden are probably in danger. Da Vinci frowned. The initial collapse started from the back garden. The made black soldiers in the back garden have no weapons, and are difficult to match the invaders. They are still suppressed until now. If you want to save the lives of these black soldiers, you have to let them evacuate the back garden now. Otherwise they will be attacked from the front and back by the two invaders who have successfully merged. But if you order the made black soldiers to abandon the back garden, it means that the invaders have successfully taken advantage of him. And the first step of the confrontation is his own defeat. How did it develop into this? After thinking for a moment, Da Vinci gave the made black soldiers an order. There are invaders approaching from the rear. Everyone abandon the back garden. From a rational point of view, letting the made black soldiers continue to hold on would only be a waste of manpower and lives. Yes. The made black soldiers responded one after another, thinking that they could finally retreat. They had no weapons in their hands, and could only be suppressed and shot. If the strength of this group of invaders was just the level of ordinary people, it would be fine. But the marksmanship of this group of invaders was top-notch among ordinary people. Except for the lack of pheromones, this group of invaders can already pull up no gap with normal black soldiers in terms of marksmanship. The made black soldiers finally gave up the back garden and looked for opportunities to rush out of the bunkers, taking 2 steps at a time and dodging left and right in the rain of bullets. Some were hit in the arms or thighs, and some were unscathed. But the meaning of retreat was obvious, and the invaders did not dare to pursue the victory, only knowing that they had won a temporary victory. From beginning to end, they did not know that the enemy they were facing was the black soldiers. Now seeing a group of maids walking through the hail of bullets and leaving arrogantly, someone was surprised and asked, "What the hell? Are they hiding from bullets? So strong. I think I shot one of the women in the shoulder. I shot her thigh." Everyone reported their achievements. After a while, someone asked, "Do we want to chase them?" "No. Our mission is to defend the back garden." If we leave the back garden, won't the back garden that we have finally captured be taken back again? Team leader Ma also learned about the results of the battle, and found it a bit hard to believe. Is this a black soldier? Is this the victory they can achieve by fighting against the black soldier? How long after the invasion did they take down the back garden? While team leader Ma was shocked, he also knew that this actually had little to do with their strength. It must be that the mysterious woman Sally Valencia did something. In short, they have won the first stage, and the next stage is the second stage. Team leader Ma did not take Jack into the back garden, but wandered around the back garden and then left. In this way, Da Vinci's operation seemed quite stupid, as if he had given up his base voluntarily after being frightened by the invaders. After a series of failures, Zhu Shizhou was still sarcastic and sighed. Da Vinci, you acted really well. Chapter 731. This technique is quite useful. Steal it. Da Vinci, you acted really well. Heartbreaking. What does it mean to be heartbreaking? This is heartbreaking. Da Vinci had no way to explain why he seemed to have made an appointment with the enemy. The enemy just approached the back garden, but he ordered the maid and the black soldier to leave. This operation seemed to be like handing over the back garden. Da Vinci suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou did not turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the surveillance screen, and sneered, "What? Do you still think I am a suspect?" Da Vinci glanced at the surveillance screen of team leader Ma and others who were running around in the manor, and said, "Isn't this strange? They are like they have a map of the manor. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why they are so familiar with the escape route." Da Vinci did not believe that someone could sneak into the manor to investigate without being noticed, and could only explain that there was an insider. And this insider is very likely Zhu Shizhou, who had just returned from the Mouse organization and did not know the entire manor's defense situation. The successive failures have made Da Vinci's suspicion of Zhu Shizhou reach its peak. Zhu Shizhou also confronted him. "Yes, Da Vinci, I also think these invaders are very familiar with this manor. Who in this manor knows the manor's defense situation better than you?" Da Vinci suddenly remembered that after reporting to his superiors, he returned to the meeting room and saw Zhu Shizhou doing something sneaky. He was more certain that Zhu Shizhou was informing the invaders at that time. Now recalling his entire command process, there are also traces of Zhu Shizhou's induction. Thinking of this, Da Vinci's face turned cold. Or his face has always been cold, and now it has become even colder. Then he gave an order that Zhu Shizhou did not expect. "Prophet, I now order you to take over the command." Zhu Shizhou was surprised, but he immediately understood what Da Vinci meant. Da Vinci was not going to replace him with a genius from the command center because of his repeated setbacks in command, but to further confirm his suspicion and clear his own suspicion. Da Vinci suspected that he was an insider, so he gave him the command and let him command, putting him in a dilemma. If he failed in command, then in the eyes of the organization, the invader was indeed quite powerful, and Da Vinci's previous failure was also normal, and his previous series of instigation and discord were all in vain. If he achieved results in command, it would be equivalent to betraying the invader and personally giving the invader a head-on blow. So what should I choose? Zhu Shizhou thought about it, and soon came up with the answer. Can't take over the command. The pros and cons have been analyzed very clearly. Not to mention that he has a very legitimate reason to refuse to take over the command, even if it is analyzed afterwards. There is no problem. Zhu Shizhou's pheromones, which had finally calmed down, rose again. Haha. Da Vinci, you just want to put the blame for the failure of command on me. I was wondering how you dared to collude with the invaders. It turns out that you have already prepared a way out for yourself. Do you think I can't see it? By the way, Zhu Shizhou checked the time. 1935. Only 5 minutes before the third team appeared. Now, as he expected, there was a lack of defense in the surveillance screen. He told team leader Ma before that he must make sure that the third team led by a black soldier-level strongman appeared at the designated location at 1940. Sure enough, he was right. Although Da Vinci's sudden attack was beyond Zhu Shizhou's expectations, it seemed that Da Vinci's operation could pave a smoother path for other invaders. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the surveillance of the empty area with his peripheral vision. Although there were no black soldiers stationed in that area, once the invader appeared under the surveillance, Da Vinci could see the existence of the invader and dispatch him. So Zhu Shizhou concluded that he could use Da Vinci, whose suspicion of him had reached its peak, to destroy the surveillance of that area. Da Vinci was not surprised by Zhu Sergio's refusal, and asked in a loud voice, "Prophet, are you going to disobey orders?" Da Vinci, don't forget that I am on the same level as you. I have reasonable suspicion of you. And I think you are suspected of colluding with the invaders. And you also want to put the blame for the failure of command on my head. I have the right to refuse your order. Instead of playing such a trick, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Confess and be lenient. And resist and be strict. Zhu Sergio spoke righteously. And the pheromones on his body surged more violently. So violently that Fred in the underground command room couldn't help but take a step back. Fred! Da Vinci suddenly called Fred. Although he didn't have conclusive evidence against Zhu Sergio, because the made black soldier's report was not detailed before. He thought that he could get the truth after investigation. And he had decided to take action now. It's no wonder he thought so. Because the surveillance cameras are everywhere in the manor. And many of them are quite hidden. Only by seeing the surveillance angle in this underground command room can you find out where the surveillance cameras are. Da Vinci doesn't believe that Zhu Sergio, who has never been to the underground command room before, can hide all his little actions in the manor from the surveillance. Although Fred was expressionless, his heart was beating like a drum. This was not because of nervousness or fear, but because he could not restrain his physiological reaction to the stimulation of pheromones in the huge torrent of pheromones. Even if he did not want to fight, his adrenaline began to surge. In this tense situation, Da Vinci suddenly moved. With a bang, the ground under Da Vinci's feet spread cracks, and the whole person left a shadow and rushed straight to Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio had been prepared for Da Vinci's attack. To be more precise, Da Vinci's attack on him was within the scope of the script he designed. Therefore, facing Da Vinci's sudden attack, Zhu Sergio shouted, "Come on!" His body also left a shadow and collided with Da Vinci's rushing figure. Bang! 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 Sounds like small explosions rang out in the small room of the underground command room. The sound came from the fists and feet of Zhu Sergio and Da Vinci. Because the speed of both sides was too fast, they made a bang in the air when they collided, which sounded like a bomb explosion. So strong. At this time, the same thought emerged in both of them. Zhu Sergio's fighting skills are more familiar than proficient. His close combat ability has been improved from repeated rollbacks. So he is more inclined to pragmatism. There is no fancy operation. He attacks when he sees a flaw and blocks when he is attacked. Da Vinci has all kinds of fancy and weird fighting skills, which come out one after another. He always attacks from places that Zhu Sergio doesn't expect. And when Zhu Sergio tries to crack and predict the opponent's attack, he always fails. The mutual attack between the two sides did not work immediately. Da Vinci did not hesitate to expand his pheromone field, and the entire fully expanded field suddenly wrapped around Zhu Sergio. From this moment on, Zhu Sergio's fist was empty. Zhu Sergio's pupil shrank slightly, and his waist and abdomen were hit hard. If he hadn't controlled the muscles of his waist and abdomen to contract backwards at the last moment, this punch would probably have severely damaged his internal organs. What kind of trick is this? Zhu Sergio couldn't figure out Da Vinci's way for a while, and turned from a fierce offensive to a defensive momentum. Da Vinci said coldly, "How dare you be distracted when fighting with me?" A whip kick came through the air. Zhu Sergio tried to retreat, but at this moment the perception of pheromones was deviated, and he didn't retreat far enough, causing the whip kick to hit his thigh, causing him to stagger uncontrollably. In a flash, Da Vinci's attack was like a storm. In just a few seconds, Zhu Sergio, who was originally in a good situation, was suppressed. He was injured by Da Vinci's punches and kicks. But Zhu Sergio also understood what happened to him between attack and defense. When he attacked Da Vinci, his attack was always 2 or 3 inches off. And when Da Vinci attacked him, his dodge distance was always 2 or 3 inches off. Zhu Sergio put his arms in front of his face. While enduring Da Vinci's fierce attack, he said lightly, "Your pheromones can make my sense of distance deviate?" Da Vinci is not the kind of person who would talk nonsense with the enemy in battle. Especially this enemy is very powerful. Between attack and defense, Zhu Sergio understood the tricks played by Da Vinci. So that's it. Pheromones can actually be used in this way. It's really interesting. As soon as the words fell, Da Vinci, who was originally suppressing Zhu Sergio, narrowed his pupils. And then, as if replicating Zhu Sergio's previous actions, he punched into the air, with a deviation of 5 or 6 inches from Zhu Sergio. Your pheromone displacement technique is quite useful. Steal it. Zhu Shurjiu punched Da Vinci. And this time, even though Da Vinci pulled his arms back to try to block, he was 5 or 6 inches away, so that Zhu Shurjiu's fist hit Da Vinci's side face. The battles between black soldier-level warriors are very dependent on pheromones. When they spread pheromones to sense the opponent's movements, they can clearly sense the opponent's punches and kicks. This is an advantage, but also their weakness, because when black soldier-level warriors choose to rely on pheromones, they will also be deceived by pheromones. The technique you use is nothing more than condensing your entire pheromones to the side about 2 to 3 inches to form an offensive synchronized with your body, so that your own pheromones will deviate in the opponent's perception. That's it. Nothing more than that. Da Vinci witnessed Zhu Shurjiu's terrifying talent for the first time. You have to know that he practiced this move for a whole year before he learned it. And so far, he can only deviate from the pheromone by 2 to 3 inches. As a result, Zhu Shurjiu learned it just by taking a look, and he deviated by 5 or 6 inches at the beginning. This inhuman talent made Da Vinci speechless. Da Vinci glanced at Fred standing aside and shouted, "Fred, come with me to subdue the prophet." Fred was under great pressure. The intensity of the pheromones in the field made it impossible for him to get involved. He was asked to stop Zhu Shurjiu? He felt that Da Vinci, his boss, had no idea of his strength. Chapter 732, Villa number 4 was blown up. Da Vinci's orders cannot be disobeyed, because in the organization, Fred is Da Vinci's subordinate, and is under Da Vinci's control. So even though Da Vinci was the first to take action, and there were many suspicious points before, Fred had to follow Da Vinci's orders to attack Zhu Shurjiu. Forget about close combat. He has some knowledge of his close combat ability, and knows that if he gets involved, he will not be able to make a wave. So Fred raised his gun, which not only avoided disobeying Da Vinci's orders, but also ensured his own safety. But he made this choice because he was influenced by Zhu Shurjiu. If it were normal times, even if Da Vinci ordered him to die, he would not blink an eye, and he would not care about his weak close combat ability, just obeying orders. And the reason why he did not do this now is precisely because Da Vinci's suspicion is indeed very large. And Zhu Shurjiu's previous doubts about Da Vinci are not ineffective. "Stop, Prophet. If you don't stop, I will shoot," Fred shouted. Zhu Shurjiu took the time to respond while fighting with Da Vinci. "Go ahead and shoot." "I don't believe you will shoot." "Shoot me." After that, he pressed the pheromones that were originally entangled with Da Vinci's pheromone field towards Fred. Previously, Fred was a little overwhelmed just by actively sensing the aftermath of the pheromone agitation between Zhu Shurjiu and Da Vinci. Not to mention that now Zhu Shurjiu has divided a part of the pheromones and pressed them towards Fred. Da Vinci's face was solemn, and he tried his best to dodge Zhu Shurjiu's swift punch. "Prophet, you still have strength left?" In his perception, Zhu Shurjiu obviously distributed some of his pheromones to Fred, but the density of pheromones entangled with his pheromones did not change at all. In other words, he thought Zhu Shurjiu had already spread all the pheromones. But in fact Zhu Shurjiu still had some reservations. "You should understand now, right? I didn't use my full strength at all. Da Vinci, I have given you a lot of face. If you still insist on acting with me, I don't mind subduing you." Da Vinci said. "Prophet, you should understand that as an elite black soldier, obeying orders is the first priority. It seems that your rapid graduation from the training base to an elite black soldier may not be a good thing. At least you lack the basic qualities of an elite black soldier to obey orders." Just after he finished speaking, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly stopped preparing to block. At this time, Da Vinci was punching Zhu Shurjiu. Da Vinci, who had been fighting with Zhu Shurjiu with all his strength, did not stay behind. In addition, Zhu Shurjiu stopped too abruptly. Even with the body control of the elite black soldier level, Da Vinci could not stop at such a close distance, and punched Zhu Shurjiu in the chest. The touch of this punch was wrong. Da Vinci was stunned for a moment, and saw Zhu Shurjiu's whole body flying backwards with his punch, flying straight to the monitoring display screen. Not good. Da Vinci reacted instantly, and tried his best to move to stop Zhu Shurjiu's whereabouts. He realized that something was wrong after he knocked Zhu Shurjiu out. He didn't use that much strength in this punch. Not to mention that when he hit Zhu Shurjiu's chest, he felt that Zhu Shurjiu used force elimination. This punch could only knock Zhu Shurjiu back a few steps at most. So when Zhu Shurjiu flew towards the surveillance screen, Da Vinci knew what Zhu Shurjiu was up to. This guy wanted to destroy the surveillance screen. Sure enough, Da Vinci failed to stop Zhu Shizhou, who had been planning for a long time. The effect of this punch looked like he had hit Zhu Shizhou with all his strength, who obeyed the order without any resistance. Zhu Shizhou flew backwards and hit several screens. The screens that were hit went black and the connection was disconnected. Profit. Zhu Shizhou climbed up from a pile of broken screens, turned around and took a look, and shouted louder than Da Vinci. Da Vinci. So that's it. You took the initiative to attack me. And your intention was here. You want to use me to destroy the surveillance screen to facilitate the intruder's action. Right? Da Vinci's lines were stolen. He also wanted to say that Zhu Shizhou lured him to attack in order to destroy the screen. But Zhu Shizhou got the upper hand. Zhu Shizhou, who was well prepared, continued. No wonder. I always felt that there was something wrong with fighting you. Now I think back. When you were fighting me, you kept inducing me to move, and finally used the rules of the elite black soldiers to constrain me and let me give up resistance. I didn't expect that I didn't notice it for a while. After this, Da Vinci, who had only suspected Zhu Shizhou, finally confirmed that Zhu Shizhou had colluded with the intruder. The thief cried thief, Da Vinci recalled carefully. But it was Zhu Shizhou who always induced his attack and adjusted his position. From the perspective of a third person, it was impossible to tell who deliberately adjusted the position. Da Vinci ignored Zhu Shizhou's doubts, immediately connected the communication, and glanced at the damaged monitoring display screen number. Everyone, please pay attention. The monitoring of X2, X7, X8, X13 in the northwest direction has been damaged, and the intruder may appear. Group D black soldiers, go to the northwest direction to spread out and search. He did not say that he had fought with Zhu Shizhou, because he was not sure whether there were any of Zhu Shizhou's men among the black soldiers. Now that the invaders were invading the manor, he should play it safe. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. 1942. Zhu Shizhou smiled. He specifically told team leader Ma to let the last black soldier level strongman lead the invasion on a specific route in the northwest at 1940. And then, he just spoke a lot of words to successfully delay for 2 minutes. The invaders are now estimated to have successfully entered the manor and ambushed on a certain route. Da Vinci thought he saw everything clearly, but he was still under his control. Da Vinci, don't pretend. Do you really think that your clumsy trick can be hidden from the organization? Zhu Shizhou did not resist after he stood up, because his goal had been achieved. Next, he only needed to play the role of a loyal elite black soldier under Da Vinci's suppression. He had created a good enough opportunity for those guys. It depends on whether they can complete the designated tasks before being found by the black soldiers. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a deafening roar sounded on the communication channel, and the 3 people in the underground command room also felt the ground beneath their feet shaking slightly. Bomb! This thought came to Da Vinci and Fred's minds. D Group black soldiers report the situation. Da Vinci glanced at the monitoring screen. Team leader Ma and Jack and others were still with other intruders in the manor. It seemed that there was nothing unusual, and no explosion was found in any place in the monitoring. So it was the explosions around the surveillance cameras that Zhu Shizhou had deliberately destroyed. The explosion that could make them feel a slight vibration in the underground command room must be very important. Report. Group D black soldiers have arrived near the X8 monitoring, and Villa number 4 has been blown up and collapsed. Da Vinci's face did not show any ripples. There is no important material hidden in this manor, so even if the invaders blow up more buildings, it will be useless. But the real problem is not to make the invaders profitable, but that the invaders can come and go freely in their manor, assuming that there are really important materials in the manor. Then can't the invaders invade casually, destroy the important materials casually, and then leave? Da Vinci can imagine that after he reports today's events to the organization will immediately let someone take over his task, and the person who is most likely to be assigned to take over his task. Da Vinci glanced at Zhu Shizhou. So far, Da Vinci has understood Zhu Shizhou's simple and crude calculation. Da Vinci continued to contact the black soldiers of Group D to ask about the situation. Have you found any traces of the intruders? Black soldiers of Group D. No. There is no doubt that this group of secret intruders, like the intruders who appeared in the surveillance, also knew the manor very well. There is no need to guess that it must be Zhu Shizhou who announced the manor's defense map and avoided the intruders' search along a specific route. But the problem is that after the intruders invaded, the defense force changed dynamically. How did Zhu Shizhou deduce the result, and then arrange the intruders in advance at an appropriate time to let the intruders invade the manor at the weakest point. If there are other commanders behind the scenes, it is normal. After all, the battle situation can be monitored in real time through observation. But if it was Zhu Shizhou who arranged it in advance, it would be too scary. Zhu Shizhou's overall view and deduction ability are far better than him. What's more terrifying is that from a rational and logical point of view, the former is more likely. But when Da Vinci thinks of Zhu Shizhou's reputation as a demon genius, he goes against his rational intuition and thinks that the truth is probably the latter. Chapter 733, Team Leader Ma, it feels like I've passed the game with a strategy guide. After the explosion, Team Leader Ma looked in the direction of the explosion. It was visible to the naked eye that a large amount of smoke and dust appeared in the direction of the explosion. Soon, Team Leader Ma received a communication report from the third invading team. Villa number 4 has been blown up. The person in charge of the explosion mission was Dick, a black soldier-level strongman who was proficient in blasting. He easily blew up a villa without being complacent, but reported the news very calmly. Team Leader Ma asked, "Did you encounter any enemies?" Dick replied, "No. We followed the route given, and did not encounter any enemies along the way." Team Leader Ma couldn't help but be amazed, thinking that Miss Sally was too powerful. He didn't know what Miss Sally did as an insider. In short, she did everything she promised him before. Even now, Team Leader Ma led people to escape in the manor in a roundabout way. And they also followed the route given by Miss Sally, which repeatedly prevented the black soldiers from catching their tail. Compared to the black soldiers chasing them, Team Leader Ma and his team seemed more like the masters of this manor. Team Leader Ma was more convinced by Zhu Shizhou. Recalling his instructions, he felt relieved and sent a message to his teammates in the back garden. "Have you found the surveillance camera?" The teammates who occupied the back garden replied one after another. "We found it. There are a total of 5 surveillance cameras." The number matched. The location of the surveillance camera was naturally told to Team Leader Ma by Zhu Shizhou in advance. Zhu Shizhou had seen the surveillance camera angle in the underground command room, and thus inferred the location of the surveillance camera. But the actual search on the scene still needed to be completed by Team Leader Ma and his team. With Zhu Shizhou's suggestion, the teammates in the back garden spent some time, and finally found all 5 surveillance cameras. Team Leader Ma said, "Destroy them all. After destroying the surveillance cameras, leave the back garden and follow the route I planned for you before." "Yes." In the underground command room, after Villa number 4 was blown up, Da Vinci sent some more black soldiers to search for the intruder team in the northwest. Although Team Leader Ma had 3 black soldiers, the intruders in the northwest actually blew up a villa, and the number of people was unknown. Da Vinci believed that Team Leader Ma and others had made a big fuss and occupied the back garden before, which was actually a feint, and the real main force was the intruders in the northwest. The main reason why Da Vinci had such an idea was that Zhu Shizhou had been taunting Fred as if chatting with him, and predicted the movements of the subsequent intruders. Da Vinci thought he saw through Zhu Shizhou's tricks. Zhu Shizhou just wanted to highlight his own wisdom by making him make a wrong decision. Da Vinci made a wrong decision, and Zhu Shizhou saw through Da Vinci's mistake at a glance. This situation had already begun when the second invader team appeared. Zhu Shizhou had been chatting with Fred, on the one hand to make Da Vinci more suspicious of him, and on the other hand to instill the above ideas in Fred. Fred was no longer able to figure out whether Da Vinci made a mistake in command or colluded with the invaders. Was Zhu Shizhou's foresight shown before real or all disguised? Fred had no way of judging who was right and who was wrong, who was real and who was fake. After Da Vinci's suspicion of Zhu Shizhou deepened, he attached more importance to Zhu Shizhou's foresight. Zhu Shizhou predicted that the invaders from the northwest were the main force of the invasion, so Da Vinci increased the manpower in the northwest. Not long after the order was issued, something abnormal suddenly occurred. The surveillance of the back garden was destroyed. Several pieces of snow suddenly appeared on the display screen. It's finally started. Zhu Shizhou thought to himself when he saw this. The invaders from the northwest are the main force? Haha. If Da Vinci really thinks so, then he will make a profit. Because Zhu Shizhou's arrangement for the invaders from the northwest is that as long as one villa is blown up, the mission will be completed. After completing the mission, they will immediately withdraw from the manor and not be caught. So why can't the black soldiers of group define the invaders? It is because the invaders from the northwest followed the route he gave and made a small circle in the manor and then withdrew. At this time, Da Vinci believed his deliberate guidance and sent more people to the northwest. Then the pressure on team leader Ma and others suddenly decreased. Da Vinci saw that the surveillance in the back garden was suddenly destroyed, and frowned slightly. But he did not realize the real problem at this time. After occupying the back garden, the surveillance was quickly found. It makes sense. That's what Da Vinci thought. But the next development made Da Vinci's face suddenly change. Zzz. The disconnected snowflake screen appeared on more display screens. Not only in the back garden, but also in the front courtyard and atrium wings of the manor. Different numbers of surveillance cameras were destroyed. Several screens showed snowflakes one after another. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen surveillance cameras were destroyed. As if it was premeditated. Zhu Shizhou's voice also sounded faintly at this time. It seems that I made a mistake in judgment. The invaders in the northwest are not the main force. They are just a means to lure away the black soldiers. In fact, they are to create an opportunity for another team to destroy the surveillance. But I didn't expect that they would figure out the location of the hidden surveillance so quickly. Fred, what do you think is going on? Fred was silent for a moment and said, it must be that the invaders are keen in observation. As for the fact that Zhu Shizhou and Da Vinci both judged and transferred the black soldiers to the northwest, Fred didn't even mention it. As he said before, he couldn't tell the truth from the false. Da Vinci suddenly glared at Zhu Shizhou. Why are you looking at me? Zhu Shizhou sneered. Da Vinci knew that he had been misled by Zhu Shizhou and praised him lightly. Good trick, Zhu Shizhou said disdainfully. You still want me to take the blame? Instead of shirking responsibility, you might as well find an opportunity to deal with it. More and more surveillance cameras have been destroyed. It was not a waste of time to let Team Leader Ma lead Jack and others to detour in the manor. But he had already told Team Leader Ma the locations of all the surveillance cameras. And Team Leader Ma and his teammates kept looking for and marking the surveillance cameras during the escape. At the same time, they agreed that if the blasting operation in the northwest direction was successful, then they would carry out the second step of the plan to destroy the surveillance cameras. Starting from the back garden to the surveillance cameras throughout the manor. Most of them had been found during the detour and escape. And Team Leader Ma decisively divided the personnel out. Why did Team Leader Ma think that Zhu Shizhou's arrangement was extremely detailed before? Because Zhu Shizhou gave a nanny-level tutorial, including the route for people to destroy the surveillance cameras, which was also carefully designed by Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou gave detailed answers to the fastest and most concealed routes to destroy each surveillance, and where to shoot at, and where to successfully destroy the surveillance without even showing his face. Now Team Leader Ma feels like he has passed the game with a strategy. The black soldiers on the opposite side are not black soldiers, but NPCs. On the other side, another team that withdrew from the northwest re-entered the field. After leaving the manor, they made a circle and entered the field from the route where the surveillance was destroyed. They did not attract anyone's attention. As more and more surveillance was destroyed, Da Vinci's command fell into a disadvantage. The whole manor was in chaos in a short time. After just half a minute, half of the surveillance lost connection. When the second explosion sounded, the three people in the underground command room felt the vibration. But the remaining surveillance images did not show where the explosion occurred. Da Vinci looked at the surveillance calmly and glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Fred, keep an eye on Zhu Shizhou and tell him not to go anywhere. I will meet these invaders in person. Chapter 734, Da Vinci's End. Da Vinci personally came out. Zhu Shizhou was not concerned about whether Team Leader Ma and his men could defeat Da Vinci, but whether Team Leader Ma and his men could escape. Zhu Shizhou specifically described Da Vinci's appearance and clothing. After all, Da Vinci was the only elite black soldier in the manor besides him. He did not rule out the possibility of personally going out, so he naturally had to greet Team Leader Ma in advance. He told Team Leader Ma that once he saw someone who looked like the Da Vinci he described, he must run away and never think of fighting him. Otherwise, he would be captured without a doubt. I don't know if Team Leader Ma believed it, but Zhu Shizhou, who was restrained in the underground command room, looked at Fred. Fred, who do you trust? Fred answered honestly. My Lord Prophet, I don't want to make a random judgment. I'm just an ordinary black soldier. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. The surveillance was destroyed one by one. Don't you think it's too orderly? The surveillance in the manor is quite hidden. I find it hard to believe that someone can find the location of a large number of surveillance and destroy it accurately in such a short time. So there must be an insider. Fred also agreed with this. But he didn't dare to speak. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Fred with a smile. Let's make an assumption first. Let's assume that I am an insider. What do you think Da Vinci means by letting you, an ordinary black soldier, restrain me? Fred heard this, and his muscles tensed up, fearing that Zhu Shurjiu would explode. But his expression did not change at all. I don't know. I'm just an ordinary black soldier. You can see that even Da Vinci, an elite black soldier, can't compete with me. What can you, an ordinary black soldier, do? Does Da Vinci really think that you can stop me, an insider, from leaving the underground command room with just the gun in your hand? No. He wanted to give me a chance to kill you and escape from the underground command room. In this way, if the yellow mud falls out of the crotch, it will be shit. He can also directly prove that I am the insider and put all the reasons for the defeat on me. When Zhu Shurjiu asked the question, Fred had already thought that he was used as bait by Da Vinci. So his muscles were tense. Now Zhu Shurjiu directly exposed this point, making him more defensive against Zhu Shurjiu's sudden attack. At the same time, he also complained about Da Vinci, his direct superior. In his heart, Da Vinci did not regard the lives of the black soldiers as lives, but as chess pieces. Zhu Shurjiu continued. Assuming the second situation, Da Vinci himself is the insider, then I am now faced with two choices. One is to stay in the underground command room even though I know that Da Vinci is the insider, waiting for Da Vinci to personally release the invaders. The second is to leave the underground command room after defeating you and prevent Da Vinci from colluding with the invaders. Which one do you think I should choose? Fred was silent. After a moment of silence, Fred saw that Zhu Shurjiu seemed to be moving. So he said, my suggestion is not to go anywhere. It is better to leave it to the organization to judge anyway. We have no actual losses in this battle. So, Zhu Shurjiu pretended to think for a moment and then said, I understand. Then I will listen to you. Doing or not doing is one attitude, and wanting to do or not doing is another attitude. With Fred's endorsement, the organization's subsequent investigation will be stable. It's not that he doesn't want to overthrow Da Vinci's conspiracy, but because Fred persuaded him to stay in the underground command room temporarily. Zhu Shurjiu quietly waited for the final result. On the other side, after leaving the underground command room, Da Vinci asked for guns from other black soldiers and rushed out of Villa Number 1. The pheromones belonging to the elite black soldiers burst out. Da Vinci did not think of leaving pheromones, nor was he worried about the pheromones drying up. Zhu Shurjiu would probably figure out his order to only let Fred take care of Zhu Shurjiu soon. If he had any sense, he would not leave the underground command room. So even if his pheromones dried up, Zhu Shurjiu could not attack him. Of course, this is just a guess. It is possible that Zhu Shurjiu would attack him when his pheromones dried up. In that case, Da Vinci could only die generously and use his life to declare the rebellion of the elite black soldier prophet. Da Vinci could accept such a result. So Da Vinci burst out pheromones without reservation. His pheromone characteristics are perception type. After spreading as much as possible, it can cover about a quarter of the manor, and sense the approximate danger level of the covered area. Although it is only a quarter, the manor is actually very large, and it is already amazing to cover a quarter. After the pheromone burst, Da Vinci couldn't help but think, if the prophet hadn't rebelled, then the prophet's pheromone would probably be able to cover the entire manor effortlessly. It's incredible, but it fits the prophet's file. His pheromone can cover a quarter, which means that as long as he stands in the center of the manor and spreads out the fan-shaped coverage area in 4 directions in turn, he can know which direction has problems by sensing one by one. Why didn't he ask the black soldiers directly? Or because he was worried that there were also traitors among the black soldiers? Da Vinci knew that he was also suspected now, and he had to offset his previous mistakes through victory. After sensing for about 10 seconds, Da Vinci set off and rushed to the southeast. The southeast direction was exactly where Team Leader Ma and his team were. Team Leader Ma was leading his team through the manor at this time. There were a total of 3 black soldier-level strongmen in the team, plus 10 ordinary teammates. This configuration was enough to fight a guerrilla war with other black soldiers in the manor. As for the remaining teammates, Team Leader Ma had already made arrangements for them, asking them to just destroy the surveillance and disperse each team to evacuate the manor immediately after destroying 2 or 3 surveillances. The black soldiers did not realize that the invaders they were searching for had left the manor one after another, and they wasted time doing useless work. As for the remaining black soldier-level strongmen, who led the blasting team to blast everywhere. He caused explosions unscrupulously. Team leader Ma did not tell them when to leave, and in short, asked them to wait for his order first. At this time, a black soldier-level warrior in the team suddenly said, "This is the smell of pheromones." Team leader Ma's heart tightened. Pheromone? Could it be that there is an outbreak of black soldier pheromones? He did not notice the existence of pheromones, because he had not specially trained pheromones, and was not a perceptive black soldier-level warrior. The black soldier-level warrior closed his eyes, and his face suddenly changed. This pheromone is very thin, but the range is very wide, and the quality of the pheromone is also very high. What? My pheromones can't even touch the edge of this person's pheromones. How large an area does he cover? Oh no! He has discovered us. He is rushing towards us. The black soldier spoke very quickly. Team leader Ma's hair stood on end at this moment, and he jumped to the side. A series of bullets shot from a distance, cutting through the air and flying into the air. But before he could rejoice, he was shot in the abdomen. A scarlet flower splashed out of blood, and he was shot. It's the elite black soldier Da Vinci. Brothers, retreat. Team leader Ma made a prompt decision. Regardless of his own injuries, opened the communication channel to inform all members, and quickly hid in the bunker. And a full-hearted shout came from afar. "Are you ready to leave now? You gave us such a great gift to our manor, and you took great pains to break in and destroy it. But you're leaving without doing anything? You should stay." Chapter 735 Pheromone Illusion. Da Vinci's voice was accompanied by strong pheromones. How strong were they? When team leader Ma sensed Da Vinci's pheromones, he suddenly lost the pheromone perception of a normal black soldier-level warrior. In other words, his pheromones were completely suppressed by Da Vinci's pheromone field. Zhu Shurjiu reminded him in advance and described Da Vinci's face to him. This reminder was useless, because team leader Ma knew that this man was invincible just by sensing Da Vinci's pheromones. The extremely high pheromone density made team leader Ma's heart beat faster. His order was still a little late, and the retreat order could not be executed at all. If there were no accidents, their team would be left here by Da Vinci, either wiped out or captured alive. That's right. The premise is no accidents. But at this moment, team leader Ma remembered Zhu Shurjiu's reminder again. If you meet Da Vinci, don't think about fighting him. Just run away. When team leader Ma heard this reminder, he subconsciously asked, "What if you can't run away?" Zhu Shurjiu replied, "Then inject the imitation black soldier A potion." Since team leader Ma didn't know that they could apply for the imitation black A in advance, he applied for the imitation black A with the idea that it was dispensable. Then the development of things was beyond team leader Ma's expectations. The imitation black A was actually applied for by him, and everyone had one. Team leader Ma also asked the organization about the reason, and then learned that more than 2 months ago, Xuan and others successfully recruited several scientists on a cruise ship mission in China. After the scientists came into contact with the advanced technology mastered by the organization, they successfully completed the scientific research tasks, and the costs of various potions were suppressed. The imitation black series potions were one of the potions with reduced costs. The first person that team leader Ma thought of was Sally Valencia, who asked him to apply for the medicine. Since he was a smart man, he had to think more and wondered whether Sally Valencia had figured out the organization's scientific research trends. So team leader Ma was even more afraid of Sally Valencia. And now, when team leader Ma thought of the conversation at that time, he no longer had the fear of Da Vinci's surprise attack, and ordered all members to inject imitation blacka for all members, then run away. The purpose of injecting imitation blacka was not to compete with Da Vinci, but to be able to survive from Da Vinci. Before, team leader Ma thought that Sally was looking down on them. But now, as soon as he sensed Da Vinci's pheromones, team leader Ma knew how far-sighted Miss Sally was. The other 2 black soldiers in the team understood what team leader Ma meant, but the other teammates did not. People without pheromone perception cannot understand the horror of elite black soldiers before fighting. But it doesn't matter. They soon understood. They followed the order and injected the imitation black A. And the last step of the human body limit that should have restricted ordinary people's lives was easily crossed in an instant. Is this the power of pheromones? I've heard about it a long time ago, and it turns out to be so wonderful. TF? Is this the feeling of becoming a black soldier level strongman? Fuck. What are you yelling about, CK? Fuck. Various exclamations came one after another, and the teammates hiding behind the bunker all showed astonished expressions and turned their eyes to the direction of Da Vinci, who was about 50 meters away from the bunker. After they had pheromones, they could clearly sense that there was a pheromone aggregate monster that seemed to symbolize the pheromone itself in that place. It was like a village dog suddenly saw a tiger living in the wild. Even if they had never seen a tiger, they would still be suppressed by blood. The pheromones did not give them the qualification to fight, but the opportunity to escape from the opponent. Find an opportunity to escape. I'll cover you. Shacklins. You too. Come with me to create an opportunity for the brothers to escape. Shacklins is the black soldier level strongman in the two teams. Compared with other teammates who came up on drugs, they can exert their black soldier level strength 100% and do not need to adapt. The same is true for team leader Ma. So team leader Ma asked the two of them to work with him to fight for the opportunity for their teammates to leave. Yes. After hearing the response, team leader Ma looked at his abdomen where he was shot, smiled bitterly, and then reached into the bullet hole in his abdomen, endured the pain and dug it out, and took out a bullet. At the moment of being shot, he clamped the bullet with his abdominal muscles, so the bullet did not hurt his internal organs, which was a blessing in disguise. Da Vinci's face changed now, because in his perception, there were only 3 black soldier level strongmen on the opposite side, but now there are suddenly more than a dozen. According to Da Vinci's original idea, relying on his elite black soldier strength, it should not be difficult to rush forward in a breath to eliminate 3 black soldier level strongmen in the hail of bullets and kill a group of ordinary people with guns. But now the situation has changed, and the idea has changed, and he has to stop forcibly. The most likely possibility is that the group of people have been injected with drugs and temporarily broke through to the black soldier level. Just this group of shoddy black soldiers want to fight him. Impossible. So the best solution is to wait for their drug effect to wear off, and then calmly go forward and kill them all. What Da Vinci could think of, Team Leader Ma also thought of. So Team Leader Ma was not going to give Da Vinci time. After nodding to the other 2 black soldiers, he rushed out from behind the bunker first. Pulled the trigger. Da Vinci suspected that there were Zhu Shurjo's men among the black soldiers, so he did not send a request for support to other black soldiers. And Team Leader Ma did not give him this opportunity. Bullets whizzed in, and Da Vinci predicted Team Leader Ma's feint and real attack, and dodged every bullet by jumping sideways. Every bullet was a millimeter away, and Team Leader Ma was very clear about this fact, knowing that the gap in strength was so big that there was no way to make up for it. Are you the captain of this team? I can feel that your pheromone is the strongest in this team. After saying that, Da Vinci suddenly raised his gun after moving and shot in 2 directions. Just at this time, the other 2 black soldier level strongmen in the team also rushed out from behind the bunker. Da Vinci's 2 shots hit Shaq's thigh, and the other shot hit Lance's shoulder. Shaq and Lance were decisive and were not affected by the gunfire. They immediately pulled the trigger at Da Vinci after rushing out of the bunker. While Da Vinci was dodging, Team Leader Ma quickly said, "Ammunition. His weakness is ammunition. He only has a rifle in his hand, and the magazine capacity of this gun does not exceed 40 rounds. Da Vinci snorted coldly, interrupting Team Leader Ma's words, and exerted force with his legs, rushing up like a flexible cheetah. It didn't take Da Vinci much time to cover a distance of 50 meters. At most 2 or 3 seconds, Da Vinci dodged and moved forward, shortening the distance between the 2 sides to less than 20 meters. At this time, the other teammates in Team Leader Ma's team also rushed out of the bunker and began to shoot at Da Vinci frantically. Even the elite black soldiers could not withstand this intensity of shooting. The reason was simple. Even if Da Vinci had top-notch dodge ability, his movement speed was not faster than bullets. Even if Da Vinci could use his 6th sense to sense danger, he could not physically pass through a dense barrage of bullets. His body had volume. As long as the barrage filled up all the space for him to dodge, he could only die in the dense bullets. If Da Vinci was facing a group of real black soldiers now, he would have died now. Unfortunately, he was facing a group of enemies whose strength was forcibly raised to the black soldier level after being injected with drugs. The enemy's cooperation still had omissions, and they could not shoot together to create a dense barrage that even the elite black soldiers had no space to dodge. Da Vinci dodged the bullets like a flexible fish, raised his gun to shoot, and aimed the muzzle at Team Leader Ma. Team Leader Ma quickly moved his feet, and immediately put down the muzzle that was originally intended to shoot at Da Vinci. and shouted to his teammates, "Don't do unnecessary things. Run!" However, who would have thought that Da Vinci's shooting action was a fake action? And the muzzle originally pointed at Da Vinci turned to one of the enemies, who had already turned around and fled. The bullet shot out from Da Vinci's muzzle, accurately hitting the back of one of them and killing him. Although his strength has reached the black soldier level, his pheromone perception is very slow. He can sense danger, but cannot avoid it. Da Vinci used a bullet to find out the true and false of this group of fake black soldiers. The other temporary black soldiers were scared, and those who wanted to escape stopped. And the fear in their hearts forced them to shoot at Da Vinci frantically. Da Vinci was forced to stop. It seemed dangerous, but he dodged every bullet steadily. The real threat was the bullet of team leader Shaq Lance, which almost hit Da Vinci every time. Shaq shouted, "Don't be afraid. Keep running." The other teammates were terrified. What the hell? Ryan was shot in the head just when he turned his head. "Where is your mother? I have a feeling that I will die if I turn my head back." "No. I can't run away. I'm afraid I will be killed if I turn my head back," Lance said gloomily. "No. This is the influence of that guy's pheromone. The pheromone field of that guy covers this area. The strong pheromone suppresses their unstable pheromones, causing them to have pheromone illusions." Chapter 736 Waiting for Investigation. What is pheromone illusion? There is a flat land ahead, and an insider tells you that the road ahead is not dangerous. Your strong sixth sense tells you that there are mines buried on the ground ahead, and you will be blown up if you step on it. Will you choose to go up? Now the situation of the teammates is similar. Team leader Ma and others told them it's okay. Just run away. But their pheromones told them that they would die if they ran away. So they shot at Da Vinci instead, and the sense of danger plummeted. Nonsense. Da Vinci could only dodge in the face of dense barges, and could not find any chance to shoot back. So of course, the sense of danger would plummet. However, this is just a gentle trap. Everyone knows that their crazy shooting now is just to win a moment of respite. When the bullets are replaced, it will be Da Vinci's turn. This is what team leader Ma thought. So Murphy's Law soon appeared. Because of the fear of pheromones, the teammates shot at Da Vinci at all costs. And they shot almost at the same time, which led to their reloading period being particularly unified. And the originally fierce barrage jammed in an instant. Team leader Ma knew his teammates were changing magazines without even turning his head. Damn. Da Vinci made a lightning move, pulling the trigger continuously. And Da Vinci completed bursts of fire with a good automatic rifle. In the blink of an eye, 3 teammates fell down. If Lance hadn't seized the opportunity to continue the attack, Da Vinci's counterattack would have killed more people. Team leader Ma and Shaq also fired, but Da Vinci calmly dodged their shots. Lance fired at the right time when Da Vinci dodged, so he successfully stopped Da Vinci after a short time to change the magazine. The firepower resumed, and the round returned to the hands of team leader Ma and others. Team leader Ma became calmer. There are 3 premises now. First, the teammates dare not leave, and someone needs to create opportunities for them. Second, the shooting of the 3 of them alone cannot create such an opportunity. Third, he had already had the awareness of sacrifice before doing the mission. Combining these 3 premises, it is concluded that he can give up the chance of survival to create this opportunity. Pheromones burst out, and he fought with Da Vinci in close combat. After thinking, team leader Ma took a deep breath with determination, and the pheromones on his body were wildly excited. Team leader Ma, what are you going to do? Shaq said in surprise. Team leader Ma rushed forward alone, leaving us since you guys run away. I'll stop him now. After the pheromone burst out, the perception became clearer, and the gunshots on the scene paused slightly. But Da Vinci did not point the muzzle of the gun at other enemies who stopped shooting, but pointed the muzzle at team leader Ma, facing a black soldier-level warrior with pheromone bursting out. Da Vinci could not ignore the threat of team leader Ma. The 2 fired almost at the same time, and also made evasive movements almost at the same time. The bullets grazed the cheeks of the 2 respectively. The difference is that Da Vinci was unscathed, while the bullet that grazed team leader Ma's cheek took away a piece of flesh and blood. This is just the beginning of the battle. Da Vinci stood in place, and kept turning and dodging team leader Ma's shooting, while team leader Ma kept approaching Da Vinci and shooting fiercely. Team leader Ma's other teammates took this opportunity to escape one after another. There is no sensational die together. You go first. No. You go first. The other teammates were already terrified of Da Vinci's pheromones and turned around and ran, while Shaq and Lance stayed for a while. When all the teammates ran away, they took a deep look at Team Leader Ma, who had already begun to lose the upper hand. Team Leader Ma, take care. The two shouted and ran away. Team Leader Ma smiled bitterly while fighting. Da Vinci finally fought with Team Leader Ma. At the distance within reach, the gun became an obstacle. Da Vinci turned around, grabbed Team Leader Ma's gun, and raised it upwards. A huge force came, and Team Leader Ma couldn't stop Da Vinci at all. He pulled the trigger with his finger, and a bullet rushed into the sky. Da Vinci punched Team Leader Ma's chest. Both the force and speed were unimaginable to Team Leader Ma. Although he tried his best to dodge, the punch inevitably landed on Team Leader Ma's chest. Then, Team Leader Ma was blown away like a piece of paper, with a sunken chest and blood spitting out of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured, and his gun was also seized by Da Vinci. It's a long story. In fact, from the time Team Leader Ma took the initiative to rush towards Da Vinci to Da Vinci punching Team Leader Ma away, the whole process lasted less than half a minute. And the real close combat was only one move. After seriously injuring Team Leader Ma, Da Vinci rushed towards Team Leader Ma with guns in both hands, but did not continue to attack Team Leader Ma, but rushed in the direction where other enemies left. There was only a gap of half a minute, and now he should be able to catch up and wipe out the remaining people. But what Da Vinci did not expect was that when he rushed halfway, the original Black Soldier level strongman Shaq rushed out from behind the bunker on the side of the road. Ha ha ha. It's worth it to fight a real Black Soldier before dying. Shaq's ending was similar to that of Team Leader Ma. Da Vinci spent more than 10 seconds to seriously injure Shaq and seized his gun. But he also did not kill him. Continued to chase. Chased all the way to the gate of the manor, and saw Lance blocking the entrance of the manor. Behind Lance was an off-road vehicle that drove away on the wide road. The driver was a sniper. They only fired one shot during the whole process. After firing one shot, they left the hill and got on the off-road vehicle hidden in the forest near the manor. They waited near the manor, and then received a call from Shaq and Lance. Drove to the entrance of the manor, quickly picked up their teammates, and left quickly. Lance was not unwilling to get in the car, but he sensed the pheromones of Da Vinci chasing from a distance, and knew that if he didn't block for a while, Da Vinci could completely shoot the tires, and basically couldn't escape the Black Soldier's pursuit in the future. Lance's strength is higher than Shaq, second only to Team Leader Ma. Facing the aggressive Da Vinci, Lance held a gun with both hands and shot at Da Vinci. Da Vinci was forced to stop and shoot at Lance, but he found that except for the shots directly shot at the chest and head, Lance did not even dodge, and the bullets continued to pour towards Da Vinci, blocking the entrance and exit of the manor like a god of war. Lance was hit by several bullets in a row without blinking, until the bullets were exhausted, and Da Vinci rushed forward and slapped his head crooked, and fell to the ground. Da Vinci, who had wasted more than 20 seconds, looked at the end of the road. The off-road vehicle at the end of the road had completely disappeared at the corner of the intersection, leaving only a small dot. It is possible to chase them by car, but if you take into account the time it takes to get the car, they will have already run far away by then. And by the time you catch them, they will probably be in the city. Da Vinci threw away the gun in his hand with a blank expression. More importantly, due to the presence of Ju Sergio, he could not leave the manor at will. Da Vinci returned to the underground command room without sweating or breathing, as if he had just gone out for an insignificant walk. But he was dragging an unconscious man. Team Leader Ma. Da Vinci threw Team Leader Ma in front of Ju Sergio. Ju Sergio asked with a smile. What's wrong? Our dear elite Black Soldier Da Vinci. You only brought back one alive? Did you let all the others escape? Da Vinci said. They have a potion that temporarily improves their strength. After the injection, all members are temporarily upgraded to Black Soldier level. Ju Sergio sneered. What a good excuse. Da Vinci ignored Ju Sergio's sarcasm and looked at Fred. Blow up villain number 4 in warehouse number 3. Fred took over the conversation. The first explosion was reported by the Black Soldiers. When the second explosion sounded, the surveillance was destroyed. Da Vinci left the underground command room before receiving the report to find trouble with Team Leader Ma and others. Have you found the intruders who blew up Villa number 4 and warehouse number 3? Fred said. We never found them. But a Black Soldier reported that they followed the traces they left and finally tracked them to the riverside. We guessed that they jumped into the river and escaped. In terms of the results, the powerful manor filled with black soldiers was messed up in this battle. Not only were the intruders allowed to enter and exit at will, but 2 buildings were destroyed and half of the surveillance was destroyed. The result of the battle in the Black Soldier Manor was just killing a few intruders, and only one was left alive. Lance died in front of Da Vinci. Shaq was only seriously injured. But when Da Vinci returned, he found that Shaq had committed suicide. Team leader Ma was in a coma after being seriously injured and has not woken up until now. This is the only way to have one person alive. In general, this was a big defeat. Although Da Vinci was not from the command center, and the manor was full of black soldiers, he should not have been defeated so tragically. Although in the end no black soldier died, it was still considered a defeat. Da Vinci, whose emotions were wiped out, was not affected by this incident. In front of Zhu Shurjiu, he directly reported the matter to the Black Soldier Organization, and also reported his suspicion of his nominal partner, the elite Black Soldier Prophet, because this matter was related to the loyalty of the 2 elite black soldiers. And the manor was invaded by rats within an hour, and was in a mess. This subversive fact made the operator confused for a while when facing Da Vinci's report. The operator said, "Wait a minute. I need to report this to my superiors." Da Vinci said, "Okay. Soon." The call was transferred, and a deep male voice asked, "I have roughly understood the situation. I need more details, and will send several investigators in person. Elite Black Soldier Da Vinci, Elite Black Soldier Prophet. Are you 2 willing to accept the investigation?" "Yes." Da Vinci had no expression on his face. "Okay." Zhu Shurjiu remained calm. "Okay. Then please do not fight with the other party while you are waiting. Do not leave your current position. And do not do unnecessary things." Da Vinci and Zhu Shurjiu had no intention of resisting, waiting for the investigators to arrive at the manor. Chapter 737 Investigator Apple Pie. The investigator arrived at the manor very quickly. There was only half an hour left before Da Vinci reported. Zhu Shurjiu vaguely heard the sound of a helicopter, the maximum flight speed of which was about 300 km/h. So he deduced that there might be another black soldier base within a radius of 150 km, combining the map near the manor that he had already memorized. There were several suspicious locations. These were all clues for his subsequent plans in the United States. The investigator was a tall woman, wearing a t-shirt and denim hot pants, with long legs but flat chest, wearing a pair of plain glasses, with an above-average appearance, and the pheromone intensity was only slightly inferior to Da Vinci. Probably also an elite black soldier. Elite Black Soldier Da Vinci. Elite Black Soldier Prophet. I am Elite Black Soldier Apple Pie, and my disguised identity is now called Debbie Edward Jones. I suggest you call me Apple Pie. Da Vinci shook hands with Apple Pie, and Zhu Shurjiu followed suit. Apple Pie? Why this code name? Apple Pie replied. Before my emotions were wiped out, my favorite food was apple pie. Oh, to be honest, this code name is a bit frivolous. But what's even funnier is that her disguised name is Debbie. Don't play with puns randomly. It's easy to expose that his emotions have not been wiped out. Apple Pie said, I was originally carrying out another mission, but the mission was interrupted because of you. The organization urgently asked me to come here to investigate the specific circumstances of the matter. By the way, I came from the command center. You can doubt my strength, but you can also believe in my intelligence. I need clues to infer evidence, and I will not wrongly accuse anyone without evidence. Zhu Shurjiu said. What a coincidence. I also come from the command center. No matter what, just try to get close to her. Apple Pie ignored Zhu Shurjiu's approach, and looked at the only seriously injured person in the messy underground command room, saying, Da Vinci, tell me about the specific work from beginning to end. I have been given unlimited right to know by the organization. Even if it involves your confidential mission, I have the right to know. I need to confirm with the organization first. Da Vinci said. Apple Pie, please. After that, Da Vinci went to the side to contact his superiors, and Zhu Shurjiu came to Apple Pie and watched her squat beside Team Leader Ma. Team Leader Ma lay on the ground in a big letter shape without any image, still in a coma. Apple Pie touched him all over. His muscle condition is considered to be at the middle level among ordinary black soldiers. When the pheromone bursts, he can reach the level of a superior black soldier, close to the level of an elite black soldier under normal conditions. Why didn't you wear a bulletproof vest? Did you touch him? This question was asked to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu answered honestly. I don't know. It was Da Vinci who fought with him. And it was also Da Vinci who brought him back. The surveillance was also destroyed on the way. I don't know the details in the underground command room. Oh! After Apple Pie checked Team Leader Ma's body, Da Vinci confirmed with his superiors that the organization did give Apple Pie unlimited right to know. Da Vinci came over. He didn't wear a bulletproof vest in the first place. So I didn't touch him. Apple Pie shook his head and said, an organized and planned invader didn't wear a bulletproof vest during the gunfight. Are there any bodies of other invaders? Da Vinci nodded. Yes. Apple Pie said. Take me there. And explain the details to me on the way. Da Vinci said. The prophet listens. If there is a problem with what Da Vinci said, the prophet can question it. But if the prophet does not question it, then it is assumed that what Da Vinci said is the fact. The two agreed. So the three of them left the underground command room. Apple Pie asked Fred, the manor housekeeper, to get a list of the manor's black soldiers, summoning all the black soldiers to the lobby on the first floor of Villa Number 1 to wait, and not to go anywhere. Fred also asked him to take Team Leader Ma away, with 2 elite black soldiers suspected. It is unknown whether the remaining black soldiers have problems. Soon, the three arrived at the place where Da Vinci had a gunfight with the enemy, and saw several bodies lying on the ground. Blood all over the ground, and fatal wounds could be seen at a glance. Apple Pie has learned the facts from beginning to end. Da Vinci spoke very objectively, without missing any details or distorting any facts. He did not shy away from talking about various clues involving himself. Zhu Shurjiu did not speak at all and tacitly agreed with Da Vinci's statement. Prophet, do you have anything to add? Zhu Shurjiu knew that this was the official start of the investigation. So he thought about it and said no. Are you really from the command center? Apple Pie was puzzled. What's wrong? Apple Pie said. It's normal for you to have no objection. But it's wrong for you to have no addition. Da Vinci spoke from his own perspective throughout. But Da Vinci didn't know the details of what happened from your perspective. So you must have something to add. He couldn't fool her. Zhu Shurjiu understood how difficult Apple Pie was. He needed time to think of a perfect explanation and to perfectly answer Apple Pie's questions. So he said, I'm not sure if you are really an investigator sent by the organization. What if you collude with Da Vinci to fool me? I need to contact my superiors to confirm your situation before I can answer questions about the secrets of the mission. Apple Pie was speechless for a while, and then replied, Please. Then Zhu Shurjiu went to the side to contact his superiors. Each elite black soldier has a dedicated logistics team. And this is the first time Zhu Shurjiu has contacted his own operator. 2 minutes later, Zhu Shurjiu made the contact. And at the same time, he had conceived a lie. And he had also thought of the best answers to a series of possible questions that Apple Pie might ask. Apple Pie said, Do you have anything to add now? Then I will tell you what happened from my perspective. Last night, I went to contact those rats at Sally Valencia. Zhu Shurjiu completely told his mission, including some exchanges with Xuen and others in the farm base of Xuen and others. Many insignificant details were unknown to Da Vinci before. As an investigator, Apple Pie investigated very carefully. When Zhu Shurjiu told some boring details, she still listened very carefully. After listening to all of Zhu Shurjiu's narration, Apple Pie asked a question. Have you seen these invaders in that farm base? The bodies of the invaders were neatly placed in front of Zhu Shurjiu at this time. Zhu Shurjiu glanced at it and said, No. Apple Pie nodded. First of all, we can be sure that this group of invaders came from the same force. They have uniform standard weapons. The syringes found on these invaders show that they have uniform medicine methods. I will send the syringes to the organization for testing. They also have a clear battle plan. What is more special is that they are very uniformly not wearing bulletproof vests, which are of great protective significance in gun battles. This uniform specification can prove that they are not a temporary team put together by multiple forces. Why don't they wear bulletproof vests? One guess is that bulletproof vests are important protective equipment in gun battles. Some rat forces will upgrade or independently develop bulletproof vests. These invaders are worried that their bulletproof vests will expose the forces they belong to. The second guess is that they think they don't need bulletproof vests. Either they are very confident in this operation, or they don't realize the danger of this operation at all, and even think that they can perform the mission without bulletproof vests. Da Vinci said. The second guess is very unreliable. On the contrary, the second guess is very reliable. Zhu Shurjiu said. because the mastermind behind this operation was Da Vinci. They thought that the cooperation between Da Vinci, the owner of the manor, and them would guarantee their safety. So they did not wear bulletproof vests. As a result, they did not expect that I saw through the conspiracy, causing Da Vinci to have to kill several intruders to prove his innocence. I believe that if I were not there, these intruders would definitely come and go freely without any effort. Apple Pie did not have any inclination towards either of the two, but just said objectively, I am just stating my guess. I heard from you that the intruders first invaded the back garden defense line? Let's go to the back garden. Chapter 738 Questioning Witnesses. After arriving at the back garden, Apple Pie first investigated the situation on the scene. From the situation on the scene, our black soldiers were suppressed without any chance to fight back. The opponent's shooting angle was very tricky, and the position seemed to have been rehearsed. It was not strange that the black soldiers were suppressed without firearms. What was really strange was that these intruders seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the back garden. Apple Pie's judgment was very accurate. Then she asked for the video before the surveillance was destroyed. The exclusive logistics team she brought to help her retrieve the surveillance was her team. Now the only ones who can move freely in the entire manor are her team Da Vinci and Ju Sergio. Looking through the video, watching it frame by frame, Apple Pie stopped at a certain moment in the video. Look here. The intruder glanced at the surveillance. But before that, he didn't even look at the surveillance, which means he knew the location of the surveillance from the beginning. Apple Pie glanced at the two people. I now believe there is a traitor in this manor. If there is no traitor in the manor, it is difficult to explain why these intruders knew the precise location of the surveillance in advance. Another guess is that the intruder sneaked into the manor without anyone noticing and figured out the layout of the manor in advance. This possibility was instantly rejected by Apple Pie. If the intruder has this ability, then the intruder has the ability to install bombs in every corner of the manor. Isn't this smarter than invading the manor openly? Then why bother to lead the team to invade the manor head-on? Before coming to investigate, Apple Pie heard that two elite black soldiers in the manor had accused each other of colluding with the intruders. So she first had to confirm the existence of a traitor, and then further investigate who the traitor was. Wait, what is this? Apple Pie held a tablet in her hand, and she had adjusted the surveillance video to a certain time point. Da Vinci appeared in the back garden, just 10 minutes before the intruders invaded the manor. Da Vinci was seen leaving the surveillance area with the guns handed in by the maids and black soldiers. Apple Pie. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Ju Sergio and Da Vinci could both read the atmosphere and knew that Apple Pie must have found some important clues. But the difference was that Ju Sergio guessed what she had found, but Da Vinci was still at a loss. Wait, let me sort it out, Apple Pie thought. First of all, Da Vinci did say that someone pretended to be him and ordered the maids and black soldiers to hand in their guns, which was the real reason why the back garden was lost. But Da Vinci did not say that someone directly disguised himself as him and deceived the maids and black soldiers. Before seeing the surveillance video, she thought that Da Vinci's impersonation meant that his communication channel was hacked. But the result was unexpectedly simple and crude. Why didn't Da Vinci say anything? Was it because he didn't know how the intruder pretended to be him? Or was it that the person who appeared in the surveillance was Da Vinci himself, and Da Vinci was lucky enough to think that he would not be caught by the surveillance? Well, it's hard to say, because both possibilities make Apple Pie doubt whether Da Vinci's intelligence is normal. Since it's hard to say, don't act rashly. She first transferred a copy of the video to her mobile phone for backup, so as to avoid black hands later, to eliminate the surveillance evidence. After completing the backup operation, Apple Pie dragged the time bar as usual and watched other surveillance videos. After watching the surveillance video of the back garden, the surveillance video of the intruder wandering around the manor, and the surveillance video of the intruder skillfully shuttling through the roads in the manor as if he had rehearsed in advance, Apple Pie basically confirmed the existence of an insider. Once I confirmed that there was a traitor, I couldn't help but think of Da Vinci in the surveillance. What the hell is that? Is this so-called imposter so open-minded? Does not disguising mean that he is fearless? If this imposter is actually Da Vinci himself, does coming here to investigate count as jumping into the trap? I've gone off track again. I can't just draw a conclusion. After thinking about it, Apple Pie still felt that Da Vinci would not be so stupid, and there must be something wrong. She would not leave such an obvious clue uninvestigated and investigate other clues. So she chose to question the witness. Apple Pie first let the Prophet and Da Vinci leave, then contacted Fred and asked Fred to bring the maids and black soldiers up, and then divided these maids into two groups. Talk to one of the maids first. Hello everyone. I am Apple Pie, the elite black soldier sent by the organization to take over this manor. I come from the command center. The maid black soldiers looked at each other, and then someone asked, "Where are Da Vinci and the Prophet?" Apple Pie said, "Da Vinci has been temporarily detained in Villa Number 1 because the organization found evidence that he colluded with the invaders. The Prophet is not suspected, but he was held accountable for not discovering Da Vinci's abnormality in the first place." Before the maid black soldiers digested the news, Apple Pie continued, "Do you know why I came to you as soon as I took over this manor? It was because Da Vinci and you deliberately opened the door for the invaders when they attacked the manor, which led to the collapse of the subsequent battle. There are Da Vinci's accomplices among you." The maids and black soldiers looked at each other, and finally the head maid stood up. "It is the duty of black soldiers to obey Da Vinci's orders without knowing it. At that time, Da Vinci appeared in front of us in person and ordered us to hand in our guns. All of us just obeyed the order. It was exactly the same as in the surveillance. According to my investigation, Da Vinci denied asking you to hand in your guns in the communication channel afterwards. Is this true?" The head maid nodded. "Yes, but I don't know what happened. Did Da Vinci really appear in front of you and ask you to hand in your guns? Or are all of you insiders who took the initiative to move the guns to other places and lied that Da Vinci asked you to do so?" The head maid naturally didn't want to be wronged. "Surveillance? There is surveillance as evidence," Apple Pie said. "The surveillance during that period was hacked by hackers, and there is no record of that period." The head maid was speechless, pursing her lips, not knowing what to say. Apple Pie then got to the point. "Are you sure you saw Da Vinci? What was he wearing? Suit? What color tie did he wear? Black and red striped tie. Was he wearing leather shoes? Yes. Did he wear a watch? No." Quick questions and quick answers. The head maid has a very good memory, which is consistent with the image of Da Vinci in the surveillance. Knowing that there is no record in the surveillance, the head maid did not cover up for Da Vinci, and the other maids did not question the head maid's intentions, which reduced the suspicion of these maids black soldiers. If Da Vinci was a traitor and was in cahoots with these maids black soldiers, then when answering about Da Vinci's image, the head maid would at least deliberately make the Da Vinci in the description. It looks fake, and people will know this guy is a fake at first sight. The fake and real, true and false, will definitely confuse her. But the maid black soldier did not do this. The maid head's description of Da Vinci who appeared in the back garden was very normal. So normal that people felt that it was indeed Da Vinci who appeared in the back garden. Apple Pie said. The last question. Have you confirmed Da Vinci's pheromones at that time? Is it really him? The maid head still answered without hesitation. The pheromones have been confirmed. It is him. After this group of interrogations, Apple Pie went to another group of maid black soldiers. Hello everyone. I am Apple Pie. The Prophet has been temporarily detained in Villa Number 1. And Da Vinci is not suspected. She changed her words and told them that the Prophet was suspected. The maids and black soldiers looked at each other. And then someone asked, "Why isn't Da Vinci a suspect? It was Da Vinci who appeared in front of us and ordered us to hand in our guns, not the Prophet." "Oh, is that true?" Apple Pie pretended to be ignorant, and then asked the maids and black soldiers about the details of the time, which were exactly the same as what the head maid said. Chapter 739, Exposure. The difference between the real and the fake. After the interrogation, the two groups of maids and black soldiers had no objection to the organization's handling results. When they heard that Da Vinci or the Prophet were arrested by the organization as suspects, they always objectively told everything that happened under interrogation. The purpose of interrogating in batches is not to learn the truth from the maids and black soldiers, but to determine whether these maids have abnormal tendencies towards Da Vinci or the Prophet. One of the black soldier principles is that black soldiers must be loyal to the organization rather than individuals. If this group of black soldiers dares to lean towards either Da Vinci or the Prophet, it means that there is something wrong with this group of black soldiers. Apple Pie started to look through the surveillance video again. Da Vinci's figure appeared at the time in the back garden, and also appeared in the command room. The surveillance in the underground command room showed that Da Vinci was reporting to his superiors at the time. Obviously, a person cannot be in two places at the same time. So which Da Vinci is real, And which one is fake? Da Vinci in the underground command room reported alone. And there was no witness to prove that this Da Vinci was the real one. While Da Vinci in the back garden had a group of maids confirming Da Vinci's pheromones. So theoretically, Da Vinci could go to the back garden in person and let his stand-in report to the organization on his behalf. But again, Da Vinci's operation of appearing in the investigation surveillance openly was a bit stupid. And it was hard not to make Apple Pie think too much. After thinking about it, Apple Pie called his logistics team. Have you investigated the things I asked you to investigate? We followed the Prophet's trail yesterday and went to Brady Farm. There was no unusual movement at Brady Farm. Apple Pie pondered. While he suspected Da Vinci, he naturally also focused on the Prophet. Why did he focus on the Prophet? On the one hand, it was because of Da Vinci's identification. And on the other hand, if he wanted to perfectly disguise Da Vinci, an elite black soldier, then the other party must be an elite black soldier. And the Prophet was one of the only 2 elite black soldiers in the manor. So following the investigation, he asked his logistics team to investigate the group of rat forces that the Prophet had contacted yesterday. And soon found Brady Farm. The Prophet had just graduated from the training base. And his trajectory after graduation was clearly visible. In addition to Brady Farm, the Prophet had no other opportunities to contact rats, let alone collude with rats. So if the Prophet was an insider, then the only possibility of collusion was Brady Farm. And if the Prophet colluded with the invader through Brady Farm, then he believed that Brady Farm would soon know the result of the invasion that attacked the manor tonight. She did not believe that Brady Farm would remain as stable as a mountain after knowing the result. Apple Pie thought for a moment and asked, "How is the investigation of the intruder going?" "It's clear that the captured intruder is named Ma Donglai." The logistics team informed the identity of team leader Ma. Apple Pie was very decisive and said, "Take a photo of Ma Donglai's current situation and send it to the undercover soldier at Brady Farm. And tell him that Ma Donglai has confessed. There is no investigation data showing that team leader Ma is from Brady Farm. But if today's invasion is related to Brady Farm, then Brady Farm will naturally know the existence of team leader Ma." Under this premise, since the undercover black soldier of Brady Farm did not warn Da Vinci and others in advance, it means that the undercover black soldier has already betrayed. Therefore, the news of the capture of team leader Ma was passed to the undercover black soldier, which was both a warning and a warning. 10 minutes later, Apple Pie received the undercover black soldier's request for contact. The undercover black soldier's voice seemed very flustered. "Mr. Apple Pie, as a formal black soldier, your flustered performance is not qualified. Below the passing line I expected. What do you want to tell me when you apply for contact? I'll give you a chance. Opportunity. The opportunity to confess the crime, or the opportunity to make meritorious service." Apple Pie deliberately made it vague. But it couldn't stop people with guilty consciences from thinking wildly. The undercover black soldier said, "Can I be exempted from the death penalty after I confess?" Apple Pie raised his eyebrows, realizing that he had hit a big fish. So he said, "I will make you my informant." "Just kidding. People who betray the organization must die. But it's not me who judges you, but the organization." The suspicious undercover soldier was sure that Apple Pie had obtained evidence of his betrayal from team leader Ma. So now he had no choice but to confess honestly, in order to be a perfect undercover. The undercover soldier restored his emotions at the beginning of the undercover. It was fine at the beginning. But as time went on, emotions gave rise to many distractions. And team leader Ma finally saw the clues and subdued them. And just yesterday, the arrival of a wealthy man named Sally Valencia caused a wave in the originally peaceful life. Sally Valencia. This is the undercover identity of the Prophet. Sally Valencia asked the mice for a private armed force. And Ma Donglai took the initiative to become the secondary manager of this private armed force. It seems that the truth has surfaced. Apple Pie felt that she had not exerted much effort. But she accidentally found out the result. It was less than an hour since she arrived at the manor. Apple Pie first comforted the undercover black soldier. And after ending the communication, she called the elite black soldier Prophet and Da Vinci to the underground command room. Da Vinci crossed his arms and glanced at Ju Sergio coldly. "It seems that there is a result." Ju Sergio smiled and said nothing. Not only was he not nervous, but he looked relaxed. Apple Pie said without any nonsense, "Let me tell you the conclusion first. There is indeed an insider. This insider is..." She paused deliberately in the middle of the sentence. Not to create suspense, but to mobilize her own pheromones to prevent someone from erupting. But what she didn't expect was that her brief pause directly caused Zhu Shizhou to explode without hesitation. "It's me," Zhu Shizhou said in the frozen expressions of Apple Pie and Da Vinci. "I am the insider." The air was suddenly awkward. Apple Pie didn't understand Zhu Shizhou's thinking. She thought Zhu Shizhou would deny it and frame Da Vinci. But she never thought Zhu Shizhou would admit it so readily. So she was silent for a while. And the atmosphere in the underground command room fell into a short period of awkwardness. It was Da Vinci who reacted first and asked, "You finally admit it? Do you know what collusion with invaders is? Why did you do this?" "Don't worry about this." Apple Pie. "How did you find out the truth?" Apple Pie's body tensed up instantly. And so did Da Vinci. Because they all felt the pheromones emanating from Zhu Shizhou. In their opinion, the only explanation for Zhu Shizhou's frank admission was that he was confident that he could get away with it after killing them. This guess was terrifying. Apple Pie didn't dare to answer Zhu Shizhou's question for a while. And her nerves were tense. But Zhu Shizhou seemed very gentle. Not at all like he was going to take action. And said, "Don't be nervous. I just want to know how you found out. If you can satisfy my curiosity, I don't mind surrendering. I am calling my pheromones now just to prevent the two of you from suddenly joining forces to take me down." Apple Pie thought that her cooperation with Da Vinci would be an absolute advantage. But she underestimated Zhu Shizhou. The moment Zhu Shizhou's pheromones were emitted, Apple Pie knew that even if she and Da Vinci joined forces, they might not be able to take down the other party. Immediately, Apple Pie sneaked towards the communicator. Zhu Shizhou may not have noticed, and did not stop her. Apple Pie said, "The organization has an undercover black soldier in Brady Farm." Zhu Shizhou had a look of surprise on his face. "Is it really him? I guessed that he was unreliable." This is also the reason why Zhu Shizhou decided to stay until now after Team Leader Ma was captured. Only at the critical moment can the reliability of the undercover black soldier be truly tested. Since the undercover black soldier was able to be persuaded by Team Leader Ma, it proves that the willpower of the undercover black soldier is not as good as expected. The result of weak willpower is that it is easy to be swayed by the situation and become a fence-sitter. The sooner the nature of the undercover black soldier is discovered, the more losses can be avoided. At least Zhu Shizhou knows what choice the undercover black soldier will make at a similar moment. Zhu Shizhou noticed Apple Pie's little move of secretly asking for help. But he didn't care. Instead, he continued to ask, "So, it seems that you can find out the results so quickly because Ma Donglai was captured? If he hadn't been captured, would it be difficult to carry out the investigation? What's the point of saying this?" Apple Pie didn't understand. But it was best to avoid fighting if she could. She didn't want to use fighting to test how strong an elite black soldier with superior strength was. So Apple Pie answered yes. If he hadn't been caught? I don't think the current clues are enough to determine the truth of the matter. Footsteps came from upstairs to the underground command room. And Zhu Shizhou asked again, "What do you think of the figure of Da Vinci appearing in the surveillance of the back garden? This kid, is he doing a questionnaire?" Apple Pie complained at his heart and replied, "If you observe carefully for a while, you will find that many details are different from the real thing. For example, the stride of the real thing is about 10 centimeters larger than the counterfeit. The real thing blinks more frequently. And the angle between the legs when standing is between 45 and 60 degrees. Then, when talking, the real Da Vinci's facial muscles will be tighter when talking. And the corners of his mouth will be slightly pulled outward." Apple Pie listed a lot of details that Zhu Shizhou didn't notice. Zhu Shizhou was sure that from the self-introduction at the beginning, Apple Pie and Da Vinci should have met for the first time. He was able to observe Da Vinci's various postures and habits and summarize them on the first meeting. This observation ability was amazing. As they were talking, footsteps approached. Apple Pie and Da Vinci retreated towards the door in silence, keeping a distance from Zhu Shizhou. In this round, Zhu Shizhou remembered the time when Da Vinci left the underground command room. And the way to complete victory had been found. In other words, as long as you let Team Leader Ma evacuate at that time, you can't investigate my suspicion. Apple Pie didn't know what Zhu Shizhou was talking about. She and Da Vinci had retreated to the door. Looking at Zhu Shizhou, who was still motionless, they began to persuade him to surrender. "Are you not ready to surrender now? You?" In the blank eyes of Apple Pie and Da Vinci, Zhu Shizhou committed suicide on the spot. Chapter 740. Another investigation. "Fred, keep an eye on Zhu Shizhou, and don't let him go anywhere. I'll meet these invaders in person. The current time is when Da Vinci is ready to leave the underground command room, and personally stop team leader Ma and others. Zhu Shizhou certainly didn't come to this time directly. But everything was done step by step, following the development results of the previous week, basically without making more changes, letting the prescribed scenes play out. And Da Vinci also became the role in the scenes he arranged, saying the same lines and leaving the underground command room. After Da Vinci left the underground command room, Zhu Shizhou said to Fred beside him, "What do you think of Da Vinci's trip?" Fred looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was calm, and said, "These invaders are no match for Lord Da Vinci. Of course they are no match for Da Vinci. But I am more afraid that Da Vinci will not even have a chance to fight them. If Da Vinci is really a traitor, then I even suspect that these invaders will run away directly as if they had agreed with Da Vinci. And Da Vinci will coincidentally come back empty-handed and come back here in a mess, accusing me of using unknown means to invade. What do you think of my deduction?" Fred shook his head. "Sir Prophet, no matter what, Lord Da Vinci would not do this." "Uh-huh. Of course you can choose to believe Da Vinci. Before the evidence is conclusive, Da Vinci is indeed innocent. So the final investigation will be handled by investigators said by the organization." Even Fred, an ordinary black soldier who thinks he is inferior to the elite black soldier, thinks Zhu Shizhou's imagination is a bit outrageous. He has not even started to speculate on the future development. The premise of all these speculations is that Da Vinci is indeed the insider, although many previous operations have proved Zhu Shizhou's correctness. This does not mean that Da Vinci is the insider. It only proves that Da Vinci's defensive ability is beaten by the invaders. Huh? Why does it sound worse? In short, Fred does not believe that an elite black soldier will betray the organization inexplicably. Fred does think so now. But soon the development of things overturned his expectations. 10 minutes later, Da Vinci's figure reappeared in the underground command room. "Hey, Da Vinci. What's wrong? Why did you come back empty-handed? Did you kill all the invaders?" Zhu Shizhou deliberately said something sarcastic. As soon as Da Vinci entered the command room, he stared at Zhu Shizhou and said sternly, "It's you?" Zhu Shizhou looked at Fred. Fred was silent. If Zhu Shizhou had not deduced the subsequent development before, he would probably still choose to stand on Da Vinci's side now. But Zhu Shizhou deduced it. And Da Vinci's current performance was exactly the same as Zhu Shizhou's deduction, which was a bit hard to say. Zhu Shizhou looked like a director who had seen through the development of the drama, while Da Vinci seemed to be performing a poor performance. Da Vinci said, "You tipped off the invaders after I left the command room." Zhu Shizhou smiled and looked at Fred. "Did I?" Fred said honestly. "Lord Da Vinci, I was watching the Prophet the whole time. I can prove that he didn't." Da Vinci's accusation suddenly became groundless. He didn't know the conversation between Zhu Shizhou and Fred. He just felt that everything that happened tonight was beyond his expectations. And even Fred seemed to have betrayed Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou did not fan the flames, but said, "Report to the organization, and let the organization investigate and make a decision." Da Vinci originally wanted to do this, but after hearing Zhu Shizhou's suggestion, he began to doubt whether Zhu Shizhou's purpose was to let the organization come to investigate. Is there any trap behind this? Will my reporting to the organization play into his hands? After a hesitation, Zhu Shizhou took the opportunity to brainwash Fred again. See, he refused to let the organization investigate. Now it's clear who is the devil. Fred looked at Da Vinci helplessly. Lord Da Vinci. Da Vinci dared to guarantee that if he had emotions, he would definitely curse now. But he didn't. He analyzed Zhu Shizhou's purpose objectively and rationally, and then found that all the disadvantages were now pointing to him. It is still unclear whether Zhu Shizhou is an insider, but he did command a great defeat under the invasion of the invaders. Even if he is not considered an insider, he will be regarded as incompetent, especially compared with Zhu Shizhou, who only talked big the whole time. The contrast is even stronger. He is authoritarian, ignores the advice of the genius elite black soldier from the command center, forcibly traps the opponent, and turns a deaf ear to Zhu Shizhou's analysis. A failure highlights his stupidity. Even now, it was Zhu Shizhou who first said that the organization should send someone to investigate. Da Vinci is completely speechless. He can't think of how to turn things around. Da Vinci thinks of his teammate Thorne. Wasn't Thorne suspected of treason after going on a mission with the Prophet? Although the suspicion was cleared in the end, some important tasks directly marginalized Thorne. He further confirmed Zhu Shizhou's suspicion, and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a rather unfriendly look. Even if it was unkind, what should be reported still had to be reported. Da Vinci followed Zhu Sergio's advice and reported the matter to the higher-ups, and soon got a response from the organization. Please do not fight with the other party during the waiting period. Do not leave your current position. And do not do unnecessary things. The investigator will arrive at the scene soon. So, Da Vinci, Zhu Sergio, and Fred waited silently in the underground command room for about half an hour, and waited for the investigator Apple Pie. Hello. I am the elite black soldier Apple Pie. After a brief self-introduction, Apple Pie asked Da Vinci and Zhu Sergio about the cause and effect of the whole incident as usual, and began to investigate. This time, there was no captured intruder, so her investigation direction changed. And first, all the black soldiers gathered in Villa Number 1. The intention was that if there were traitors among the black soldiers, and if there were a lot of them, they might be able to directly shake the traitors' minds and then resist, which would save a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, all the black soldiers were obedient, and none of them were willing to resist. Apple Pie came to the back garden and called the made black soldiers as usual. While questioning the made black soldiers, he looked through the surveillance video. It was Da Vinci. Lord Da Vinci asked us to hand in our guns. Pheromone is no problem. At least we can't see it. The confessions of all the made black soldiers were very consistent. That is, everything was Da Vinci's fault. And it was Da Vinci who appeared in the back garden. Apple Pie looked through the surveillance video, and was surprised to find that many details of Da Vinci in the surveillance video were done very well. And even she, an elite black soldier who was good at observation, could not find any abnormalities. If it were not for the fact that Da Vinci could not appear in the underground command room and the back garden at the same time, Apple Pie would almost think that the one in the back garden was the real thing. This was a premeditated invasion. The invaders knew the manner very well, and the people disguised as Da Vinci knew Da Vinci very well. She thought Da Vinci was innocent, because Da Vinci had no reason to put himself in a disadvantageous position in such a stupid way. So is the prophet identified by Da Vinci as suspect? No. The prophet was forcibly restricted by Da Vinci and watched the show throughout the whole process. The only time he resisted was stopped by Da Vinci with commands. All this was said by Fred in front of Da Vinci and the prophet. The prophet and Da Vinci had no objection to this, and both agreed with Fred's statement. This statement is quite important, and further proves the loyalty of the prophet. Therefore, the prophet who did not participate in the whole process only theoretically suspected that he had provided detailed information to the intruders. But he did not have the conditions to command the intruders to invade. It was groundless suspicion to say that he colluded with the intruders. Theoretically, everyone in the manor could provide information to the intruders, not just the prophet. The investigation still needs to continue. Apple Pie decided to start the investigation from the appearance of the intruders left in the surveillance footage, and also to investigate whether there was any problem with the mission that the prophet performed as Sally Valencia last night. 10 minutes later, Apple Pie got the information about Brady Farm. Brady Farm? There is another undercover black soldier in there. After thinking for a while, Apple Pie ordered, "Trick him. Send him the surveillance photos of the intruder and tell him that we already know about him. Give him a chance to confess." Apple Pie gave the order, but what she didn't know was that team leader Ma led the team out of the manor and contacted other teammates in Brady Farm as soon as possible. They had already taken quick action to control the undercover black soldier. Brady Farm. Ah Huang had a gun pointed at his head. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the communication request sent by the black soldier organization on the table and connected the communication.